Presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's baffling case,
The Witch of Dunderberg Mountain.
Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll find how a curious old moldy coin lured Nick Carter into a strange community, brooded over by Dunderberg Mountain and a collection of macabre superstitions. But now, millions of American families are happier these days because women who run their homes wisely have learned about Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, which makes every home more bright and inviting. Now those same wise homemakers are learning the modern way to new beauty for woodwork, furniture, and floors. The three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss to give lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex Cream Polish to renew the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new wax finish to lend rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern shortcut to new home beauty with the three great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. Today's thrilling adventure starts in the usual place. The gloomy old brownstone mansion at the corner of 4th and 5th. Yes, looking at that comfortable old Victorian mansion with its gay flowered window boxes, its shiny brass door knocker, and the bright and glistening windows, no one would ever guess that those panes are bulletproof, the doors, windows, and chimneys burglar-proof, and that on the top floor is probably the world's best-equipped laboratory for the scientific study of crime. As a matter of fact, our master detective is at this moment closeted in his laboratory, while Patsy Bowen, his efficient and long-suffering secretary, holds the world at bay in his second-story office and consulting room. Finally, the hidden door that leads to a secret passageway creaks open, and enter Nick Carter.
Patsy, will you get that blame thing fixed?
Not me. The way you gumshoe around without making a sound gives me the jumps. Every time I think I'm in a perfectly empty room and suddenly look up and see you at that old roll-top desk which you won't let me throw out, as if you just materialized out of thin air, it makes my heart do nip-ups.
Yes, Patsy, your grammar's a bit thumdiddled, but I think I get your drift. You want me to stamp her on and bump into furniture like the average male.
I do not. Tell me, did you finish whatever it was you were puttering around with up in the laboratory?
I did. I examined the shirt the man accused of the Pemberton murder was wearing the night Daley Pemberton was killed.
But that shirt had been washed and ironed, Nick.
Quite so. The murderer made the common mistake of believing that a thorough washing and boiling would eliminate traces of his crime. But not with the modern benzodine test, sweetheart.
Oh?
It took me less than 3 drops to reveal the presence of bloodstains. Mr. Pemberton's blood.
You needn't look so pleased.
I'm always pleased when I've managed to end a criminal career. Murder so often becomes a habit. Well, anything happen when I was upstairs?
Anything, everything. The mayor called, the head of Freedom for Moravia called, Lieutenant Riley called, the butcher called.
Trivia, all trivia. Anything worth bothering about down in the waiting room?
Mrs. DeLacy Trump's pearls.
What about them?
Stolen.
Tell her to report to insurance company.
She can. Seems some gigolo swiped them. She doesn't want her husband to find out.
Not interested.
Old Mr. DeWitt Hemingway's second wife has run away.
She should have done it years ago. Not interested.
Mr. Roger Winthrop, author and lecturer, has taken a house in some forsaken spot up the river. He's writing a history of the folklore and superstitions of the Catskills. He wants you
I never collaborate. Besides, what I know about the River Valley superstitions, and they're plenty gory, he can dig out of the records for himself. Not interested.
Will you not jump to conclusions, Nick? He does not want you to collaborate. His servant has been hexed. The local witch has put a curse on him,
And he's had a succession of headaches or corns or something. Tell him to wear an asafoetida bag. I believe that's the usual
It's
remedy.
too late. The servant, whose name was Jacob, died about dawn this morning. A violent and horrible death. His last words were something about a descent into hell.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You wouldn't let me.
Send Mr. Winthrop up. Well, send him up. What are we waiting for?
Keep your shirt on, Nick. I can't have him shot out of a cannon. Wait till I click my enter off his gadget, can't you? Butch.
Hey, Angel Face.
Butch, Mr. Carter will see Mr. Roger Winthrop.
You mean the guy with the ribbons on his glasses?
Right the very first time.
Okay, Mr. Winthrop. Hey, he's halfway up the stairs already.
Athletic for an author, Patsy?
Come in.
Mr. Carter, Mr. Nick Carter, where is he?
Right behind you.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I am...
I know. Roger Winthrop.
Author. I am now engaged in collecting data for my latest novel. In fact, I have already...
Has this novel anything to do with your servant's death?
Why, no.
Then skip it.
Of course. But if it weren't for the novel, I never would have rented the old Brocken house. And we'd never have met the old witch.
You said witch?
He did.
You keep out of this, Patsy.
What old witch do you mean, Mr. Winthrop?
Who is this,
I'm Nick Carter's secretary, amanuensis, general factotum, and the lady who sews the buttons on his shirt.
Now, let's get back to the witch. She sounds more interesting.
Thanks.
Of course, I don't actually think she is one. Still, the natives who live around the Brocken farm are quite convinced of the fact. It seems she's placed a curse on people before this, mostly young boys who taunted her or stole her fruit. Young William Tappan was thrown from his father's farm horse and dragged twice round the barn. Hendrik Vandervoort fell out of an apple tree and broke his arm. And Johnny Upsendike had scarlet fever and jaundice both at the same time.
Seems to me I've heard of accidents like that happening to kids even without their being hexed.
Yes, Patsy, but that's not the significant part of the narrative.
What is?
The boys' last names. Tappan, Vandervoort, Upsendike. I take it, Mr. Winthrop, the old Brocken farm you've rented is in a Dutch community.
It is. Up the river at the foot of the Donderberg. Wild, hag-ridden country. Those families settled there before the Revolution and have married and intermarried ever since. All but the Brockens. They seem to have been disliked right from the beginning. Some say they aren't Dutch at all, but Hessians.
Yes. Let me see. Brocken. Isn't that the name of that mountain in Germany where all the witches are supposed to gather on Walpurgisnacht?
Yes, that's why the Brockens are said to have settled where they did. Because old Donderberg, the local mountain, bears a strange resemblance to the Brocken.
I see.
Local gossip has it that on the eve of May Day, which, as you know, is Walpurgisnacht, all the family and their cats, they've always had black cats, would swoop up the chimney on broomsticks and fly away to Donderberg Mountain for some sort of witch's Sabbath.
Then this witch who's supposed to have hexed your servant Jacob is, I gather, one of the famous Brockens.
She's the last of them. Miss Hermina Brocken is an old maid, and when she dies, the family will be extinct. And high time, too, if you ask me.
Now, you don't really think she's a witch.
No, but she's a vindictive, highly neurotic, I might even say dangerous female.
And you think she killed Jacob?
I do. She laid a hex on him last week, made a rag doll out of an old scarf of his she managed to steal. She named the doll Jacob, of course, and then began sticking pins into it. And last night, or rather early this morning, he died.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, I'd rented the Brocken house for the summer. It seemed to have the sort of weird, not to say sinister background I needed for my novel.
Did Miss Hermina go with the house, Mr. Winthrop?
Oh, no. She and her cat moved out to a sort of farmer's cottage.
Oh.
I insisted on that. I can't abide cats. Well, as I was saying, last night I was in my study scribbling away the better part of the night. It was a peculiarly black night, you may remember. This is what is called the dark of the moon.
Yes, I know.
Well, finally I became aware that everything was unusually quiet. And then I realized I'd worked through the entire night, and this was that queer, unearthly silence that comes just before the dawn. Suddenly, I was conscious of a dull, muffled thud, a thud that was almost a clang. What was that? Curious how strange sounds become at night. Sounded like the clang of a coffin lid. Better lay off work for tonight, Winthrop, old boy. First thing you know, you'll be imagining ghostly footsteps. Good Lord, what's that? Something's coming round the corner of the house. That's the tool house door. Someone's trying to get in. Oh, this is ridiculous. Better go see what it is before my imagination makes a fool of me. I'll take the lamp. It's probably nothing at all. Just the wind rattling the lock. But there isn't any wind tonight. Pull yourself together, Winthrop. Down the steps to the woodshed. Yes, something is moving the lock. Someone's out there. Wait till I unlock the door.
I'm done for.
Jacob, what are you doing out here this time of night? Jacob, what's wrong with you?
Don't go near it. Don't go. She's right. It goes straight down to hell. But
Good Lord, he's having convulsions. Jacob! Jacob!
And what happened then, Mr. Winthrop?
Jacob died right there in my arms. It was horrible. As the death rattle left his throat, his right hand relaxed, and something rolled to the floor with a metallic clink. I picked it up and brought it here, thinking it might serve as a clue to this whole horrible business.
Let me see.
Here.
Black with age. Looks like a metal slug of some kind. Betsy. How about giving this a going over with that metal polish you keep around for polishing up doorknobs?
With pleasure. It's right here in this drawer. I keep it handy, Mr. Winthrop, because all the hardware in this old house is brass. And I always say, what's the good of having real brass furnishings unless
Not
you keep
interested,
them well...
Betsy. Postpone the housekeeping. Well, Mr. Winthrop, from your description of Jacob's death, the panting, the dragging footsteps, and the final convulsions, I'd say he was probably poisoned. No possibility of suicide, I suppose.
Of course not. It was the witch, Miss Hermina Brocken. I told you she'd put a curse on him.
Curses don't cause convulsions, Mr. Winthrop.
I never said they did. The point was she hated Jacob enough to want him dead.
Why?
Well, I suppose it was my fault in a way. I told Jacob to make up to the gold girl in order to get her to tell him all the local ghost stories. He unearthed plenty. Some of them, like the Headless Horseman and the crew of Hendrik Hudson who go bowling in the mountains whenever there's a storm, have already been recorded by Washington Irving.
Yes.
Then there's the two spectral riders who are supposed to be the ghosts of Major Andre and General Benedict Arnold. They met and rode through that territory, the night Arnold sold out to the enemy.
Yes.
Then there's the story of a lost treasure that's supposed to be cursed. Not to mention a Batwoman and a black vulture who appears whenever there's to be a death in the valley.
Interesting, but irrelevant. Why did Miss Brocken hate Jacob? Certainly not because he worried those stories out of her.
Well, no. As a matter of fact, I rather imagine Jacob overdid his attentions to the old girl. When she discovered he had a wife and 5 children in the Bronx, well, she turned on him like a vixen. It was all Peter and I could do to tear him away from her. She was trying to scratch out his eyes.
Hell hath no fury and so forth.
Quiet, Betsy. Just who is Peter, Mr. Winthrop?
A local character who does the gardening for me. He's, well, not exactly bright, but he can make anything grow.
How does he get on with Miss Brocken?
Scared to death of her. Carries a piece of cold iron in his pocket all the time he's around the place. If you touch cold iron, a witch can't harm you.
Speaking of cold metal, how's this for a handsome hunk of stuff? This shines better than our doorknobs now that I've got the tarnish off.
Oh, very interesting. That coin, Patsy, is gold.
What?
A British guinea, to be exact, minted in the reign of George III. In those days, coins like this were called trader's gold.
For Pete's sake, why?
Every British soldier who brought in a member of Washington's army received one of these. And every member of Washington's forces who gave himself up got one, too.
Where in the world do you suppose Jacob got hold of this?
To answer that, we'll have to make a visit to the Dunderberg. Yes, Mr. Winthrop. I think you brought us a problem that's even more interesting than you suspect.
Well, just what is the significance of the piece of Drater's gold found clutched in the dead man's hand? Is it connected in any way with the strange events which are happening in the shadow of old Dunderberg Mountain? We'll see in just a moment. Linex self-polishing wax is practical proof that there is something new under the sun. New beauty, new protection, new skid resistance for all your floors and linoleum. If you haven't used new Linex self-polishing wax, you haven't learned how different, how perfect the quick-drying wax can be. For Linex self-polishing wax, developed by leading research chemists to give you the best, lends a satiny appearance, a lasting protection, real anti-skid finish to every floor surface in your home. The formula of Linex self-polishing wax is completely new. It contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax. And the underwriters' laboratories have proved that linoleum, hardwood, and rubber tile are actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. When you walk on a Linexed surface, you can actually feel the difference. Besides, it takes only a jiffy to wipe on, drying quickly to a handsome luster without tiresome rubbing. So it's just good sense to choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax. And, of course, if you want the modern type finish, which is brushed on, or even longer-lasting protection, use Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, which dries overnight to a beautiful gloss finish that protects your floors and linoleum amazingly for months. Whichever you choose, Linex Self-Polishing Wax or Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, ask for it by name, Linex, and get the best. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to today's exciting case. As we pick up Nick Carter and Patsy, they are following Roger Winthrop along a desolate country road to the Brocken farm, where Winthrop's servant, Jacob, has recently died a violent death. It is twilight, and the sinister hulk of the Dunderberg Mountain broods over the landscape.
I'm not surprised that people who live around here believe in witches and curses and hidden treasure, Mr. Winthrop.
If you'd spent a couple of months around here the way I have, Miss Bourne, you'd believe in superstitions, too. Things like that don't seem possible back in the midst of the city's traffic. But up here, time seems to stand still. Here, people are still living in the Dark Ages.
I noticed as we came along, most of the barns had hex signs painted on them.
Nick, have you noticed the clouds gathering behind that mountain?
Yes. I imagine the old Dutchman will start their game of ninepins any time now. Hope we reach your house, Mr. Winthrop, before the storm breaks.
It's just over the next rise, Mr. Carter. Here's the gate behind the lilac bush.
Oh, not what you'd call in very good repair. After you, Patsy.
Thank you.
That's the house down there in the hollow. And that's Peter sitting outside the tool house door. I gave him strict instructions not to let anyone move the body until you arrived. I know you detectives prefer to find your clues undisturbed.
It's sometimes helpful.
Why doesn't Peter sit inside the tool house?
Because he's afraid of the dead. There's a superstition around here that the soul of anyone who's died a violent death is afraid of being alone and always tries to take along a companion.
Oh, what's that?
Something up there in that tree. It's there, silhouetted against the sky. A black cat.
It's Miss Brocken's Hecuba. They're inseparable. If that cat's around...
Then the Brocken female isn't far behind. I wondered who's been following us the last quarter mile.
Nick, I didn't see or hear a thing. You don't mean she's invisible or something?
Calm yourself, Patsy. I'll admit she's kept out of sight, but no disembodied spirit breaks twigs and rustles dead leaves. She's been perfectly audible to anyone that took the trouble to listen. Hear that? She just stepped on a loose pebble.
My teeth are chattering so I couldn't hear an avalanche. Oh, Nick, I don't like this place.
Easy, Patsy. Oh, here comes Peter. Poor guy, he looks relieved to see us.
I thought you was never coming. I told you I wouldn't stay if you didn't get back before nightfall.
But we did, Peter. This is Mr. Nick Carter, the famous detective. He'll find out what killed Jacob.
The light's fading fast. Better make our examination before it's completely dark. Oh, Patsy, may not be nice. You want to stay out here?
With that woman and her cat crawling through the bushes and a storm coming up beside? Oh, thank you. I'm coming inside, no matter what's in there.
Hold the flashlight steady, Betsy.
It's horrible, isn't it?
Extreme rigor mortis and marked tetanic constriction of the muscles. Jaws too firmly clamped together to permit any investigation of the oral cavity. We can take a look at the inside of the lips. Well, the poison, whatever it was violent, but I don't think it was administered by mouth.
No.
Now, let's see. Rest on the instep of the shoes between the sole and heel. Heavy boots and corduroy trousers, no, wasn't the lower limbs. Hands bare. Yes, look here. The two small punctures of his right thumb.
Yes.
Winthrop, help me roll back a sleeve.
Right, Mr. Carter.
Here we are. Two more. And here again. And again. And all the punctures have already started to gangrene. That's how the poison entered the body.
Oh, how awful.
It's the evil eye. Those two dents. It's the mark of the evil eye. They burn straight through you until you're dead.
Interesting idea, Peter. But what killed Jacob was quite a bit more deadly than any evil eye.
You mean you know who killed him?
Definitely. The question now is to find where the killer's hiding.
But, Nick,
Let's see if we can get a line on how Jacob spent his last 12 hours. Get the small microscope out of my zipper case, will you, Patsy? Or when you might prepare a few slides.
Right you are, Nick.
Just exactly what are you doing that for, Mr. Carter? Cleaning the dead man's nails, I mean.
A good scientific detective, Mr. Winthrop, can pretty well deduce from what he finds under any person's nails where that person has been and what he's done for some time previous. Oh, slide, please, Patsy.
Here you are.
This isn't my most powerful lens, of course. This flashlight isn't as strong as one could wish. Still,
You get anything, Nick?
yes, quite a few things. He ate a piece of chocolate cake for dinner, with his fingers, of course. Sawed quite a bit of wood, minute bits of sawdust.
That was yesterday afternoon.
He also plucked a chicken recently and polished the furniture. Tiny globules of very fine oil. But the most interesting ingredient in the whole collection is a certain tiny spored mold or fungus. A great deal of it, as a matter of fact.
Maybe he went out picking wildflowers in the woods.
No. This particular fungus only grows in places where there's a great deal of moisture and where sunlight never reaches. Any place like that around here, Mr. Winthrop? Basement? Spring house?
No, the basement's bone dry and there is no spring house.
How about a well?
There are few enough improvements on the place. No electricity, no telephone. But we do have a hand pump in the kitchen sink.
Which means if there's a well under it, Jacob couldn't very easily get down into it.
I'd say it would be absolutely impossible. Wait a minute. There's some sort of boarded-up stonework with a padlock out back of the barn. I remember someone told me it's a condemned cistern or well of some sort.
Yeah, that's the witch's well. You'll be wise to stay away from it. It's the way straight down to hell.
The way to hell?
Yeah.
Weren't those Jacob's last words before he died?
Why, yes, Mr. Carter.
Come on, show me the place. Unless I'm very much mistaken, that's where we'll find the answer to this problem. At the bottom of the well. Sounds as if Henry Hudson's crew had started a game of ninepins.
Oh, that means there's evil abroad tonight.
Nick, I just remembered something.
Now what?
Isn't tomorrow the 1st of May? That means this is Walpurgis night.
When witches ride and graves give up their dead.
Yeah.
Well, that one sounded like a strike.
This is the cistern, Mr. Carter, or whatever it is.
I thought you said it was padlocked, Mr. Winthrop.
It always has been.
Not now. The lock's lying on the ground. And the staples all bent and twisted. Looks as if someone had broken it.
And the cover's been moved recently, too. Look here, Nick. These scratches on the stone.
Patsy, I do believe you're finally beginning to notice things.
You know where you can go, don't you?
Yeah, that's just where you will go if you get too interested in that well.
Now, look here, Peter. You're a big boy now. You don't really think Miss Brocken's a witch?
I know she is.
Ever see her ride a broomstick?
No, but I've seen her go down this well.
When was this?
Winter nights. Me and my brother Timmy would hide in the hay of that old barn and wait for her to come along. First we'd hear the scrape as she pulled off the lid, and then we'd see her climb down inside with the lantern in her teeth and that old black cat sitting on her shoulder.
Why do you think she did it? Climb down inside, I mean.
To get warm, of course. It's nice and cozy in hell on a winter's night.
She never went down in summer?
No, why should she? It's hot enough right here in the valley in summertime.
Very interesting observation, Peter. And it verifies my hunch just how Jacob was killed and why.
What do you mean, Mr. Carter?
Help me pull the lid off this well and I'll show you. Here, take that side and I'll take
Right, I have it.
There. That does it. Now, Patsy, give me that flashlight.
Here you are.
Thanks. Now, let's see what we've got. Ah, yes. Notice those rusty spikes driven into the stonework to form a sort of ladder? And notice where the rust has been scraped recently. That's how Jacob got it on his boots. He followed Miss Brocken's example and climbed down into the well. You'll also notice that the stones are covered with that curious fungus we found under his neck.
Nick, she's watching us. Over there under that apple tree. And the cat standing on her shoulder.
We've been waiting for you, Miss Brocken. I think you can tell us how Jacob died.
That I can. It was his own greed killed him. I warned him no man could go down there and live.
You knew he died if he went down into the well, and yet you let him go.
I did not. I refused him the key, I did. But he broke open the lock like a thief when no one was looking. He wouldn't listen, and so he had to die. And I'm not sorry.
You killed him, you...
Easy, Winthrop. Miss Brocken isn't responsible for Jacob's death.
Then who is? You said yourself he was poisoned.
Quite right. And I think if I drop this rock down into the well, we may rouse the killers.
Aye, if you do, they'll play you their devil's tattoo.
Oh, Nick, be careful. I'm afraid.
Here goes the stone. Now listen.
Oh, Nick. Nick, I heard it.
Good Lord, what is it?
Rattlesnakes. Forget, this is rattlesnake country. And I rather imagine there's a rattlesnake nest down there.
Aye, that there is. Old ones and young ones, the darlings. I told Jacob not to go down in that well. I told him he'd go to hell, but all he cared for was gold. And so he's dead. Dead! And I'm glad!
Nick, there's one thing I still don't understand about that Dunderberg mystery. Why did Jacob go down into the well?
And why wasn't Miss Brocken bitten when she did the same thing?
I'll answer the last question first. Miss Brocken was careful to make all her descents into the well in winter.
So what?
You see, when snakes hibernate, they become cold and almost lifeless. Ask any snake charmer. It's an old trick of the trade to put snakes on ice just before a show. Makes them quite harmless.
Oh.
And as for the reason that drew both Miss Brocken and Jacob into the well, I deduced from the sample Jacob had in his hand that the Brocken well is the hiding place of Benedict Arnold's famous lost treasure.
What's that?
Well, Major Andre is supposed to have given Arnold a golden guinea for every man then garrisoned at West Point. Arnold undoubtedly hid the money and didn't have time to dig it up when he had to flee for his life after his treachery was uncovered.
But if the Brocken family knew where it was, why didn't they use it themselves?
Probably because they felt it was tainted money with a curse on it.
I see. Well, thanks, Nick. Now, in just a moment, I want you and Patsy to give us a preview of next week's exciting case. Everybody's heard the old saying that home is where the heart is. And because home does matter most, it deserves the most careful attention you can give it. Keep your home at its loveliest with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex cream polish, for example, renews the original gleaming beauty of your fine furniture, the handsome appearance of the wood grain itself, in one quick, easy application. That's because Linex cream polish cleans as it polishes, saving one whole step in your cleaning day routine. The cloudy look of old polish and dust, the blurry appearance of finger marks are erased as if by magic. And Linex cream polish leaves no surface film of oil for dust to cling to. It helps conceal disfiguring scratches, too. So take the streamlined way to furniture care. Linex cream polish for fine furniture. Tell your dealer you want the product that cleans as it polishes. Ask for all 3 great Linex home brighteners: Linex cream polish, Linex self-polishing wax, and Linex clear gloss varnish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what about next week's story?
Next week, Ken, I think I'll tell you the story of how an heir mysteriously disappeared before it was born.
And a curious and frantic case it was. When a woman who's going to have a baby any minute disappears into thin air right on the threshold of a famous maternity hospital, then she...
Now, Patsy, don't give the whole plot away. Wait until next week.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Vanishing Lady.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written by Edith Miser, and any resemblance therein to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners: Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Linex Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, The Man Who Lived Too Long. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated the strange mystery of a dead man who lived 8 days in a week. When you keep up with the times, you not only know what's new, but lots of times you find new ways to help yourself. Take, for example, the modern way to save household drudgery. The 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Those efficient new shortcuts to the care of woodwork, furniture, and floors. Linex clear gloss, which is brushed on, brings lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface in your home. Linex cream polish, which cleans as it polishes, renews the sleek, gleaming beauty of your fine furniture. And Linex self-polishing wax, the amazing new wax finish, lends rich, satiny loveliness to all your floors, wood, linoleum, or tile. What's more, all 3 great Linex home brighteners do the job in record time. So start now to enjoy leisure. Ask your hardware, paint, or department store for the 3 great Linex home brighteners, the modern shortcuts to new home beauty. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. It's quiet in the old Victorian mansion on the corner of 5th and 4th. Nick Carter is working on some intricate aniline dye tests. Patsy is transcribing notes. A long, calm afternoon of intensive work is ahead. Suddenly, the telephone rings.
Nick Carter's office.
Patsy, is Nick there?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant Riley. Say, you sound excited. Anything wrong?
Plenty's wrong. Let me talk to Nick.
Hold it a second.
Well, what's bothering Riley today, Patsy?
He won't tell me. Here.
Thanks. Hello, Riley. What's on your mind?
You've got to hustle down to my office at once.
Why?
I got a case that'll blow the top off the city if it breaks. It's got to be checked.
Well, what's behind it?
Ever hear of World Research?
Well, who hasn't, Riley? They're the biggest industrial chemists and research labs in the country.
Well, there's a guy down here named Baker. He's accusing them of murder.
Whose murder?
You'll find out when you get here. Come on.
Whose murder, Riley?
His own murder. This guy Baker here is claiming he's dead already. Nick, this here is Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker, Nick Carter. I want him to hear your story.
Go ahead, Mr. Baker. How has World Research murdered you already?
As I stand before you now, Mr. Carter, I'm a dead man. Shall be buried in a very few days.
Go on.
I'm an inventor, Mr. Carter. Not by profession, but by hobby. During the day, I'm a broker. Evenings, I work in my laboratory. I've been doing research with a friend of mine named John Dray. You can check that.
Get on with your story, man.
I want you to check it to prove I'm not crazy. Well, Dray and I have perfected a new radio development that'll revolutionize the industry. It's been patented. You can check that, too.
We'll decide what to check, Mr. Baker. Go ahead.
World Research has been after us for weeks to sell out to them. We refused. Apparently, they were desperate. Today, I found this piece of apparatus connected inside one of my experimental machines. Look at it.
What a mess of wires and tubes that is.
It was brought into my laboratory by World Research. It's a gamma-ray projector of tremendous power. All the while my experimental radio has been operating, this little horror has been projecting gamma rays until my body is saturated with them. I can't live, gentlemen. World Research has murdered me.
What do you want us to do?
Check my story from beginning to end. Then let me come down here and begin action against World Research. If I'm going to die, Mr. Carter, I want my revenge before I'm in the grave.
Look, Mr. Baker, you're talking like an idiot now.
Easy, Riley, easy. Mr. Baker, Lieutenant Riley and I'll give this case our most careful attention. You ask for vengeance. I promise you this. You will get it, if you deserve it.
Well, Nick,
I'm finished, Patsy.
is this apparatus Baker brought in really deadly?
No,
You mean he lied?
I'm not sure. All I do know is that this so-called gamma ray projector is just a mess of tubes and wires. It doesn't make sense.
Then the whole case doesn't make sense. And why did Baker come in with that tall story?
Yes. Possible World Research may be trying to buy him out. But why claim murder? It's such an odd, impossible murder.
Maybe he's wacky, Nick. I hear most inventors are.
Maybe. Well, there's one way to find out. Get the car, Patsy. We're going to visit Mr. Baker in his laboratory.
Nick, I'm out of breath. How much higher?
One flight. The janitor said Baker's lab's on the top floor.
I hope I can make it.
Now, take my arm.
Oh, Nick. Are you sure Baker's in?
Yes, the janitor said so.
Well, then maybe he...
Hold it. Here we are.
Sounds pretty quiet in there. Maybe he went out.
Maybe. Wait a minute. Funny. Door's open. Well, let's go in.
Gosh, what a mess this place is. I thought all labs were neat, like yours, Nick.
Not all. Only the really efficient ones.
Doesn't seem to be anybody here.
Can't understand it. Lights on, door unlocked.
Nick,
What is it, Betsy?
behind that table on the floor. Look,
Uh-oh. Baker, all right?
he's dead, isn't he?
Yes.
Then he was right about those gamma rays and things.
No, Betsy. This time, no one bothered with science. Someone simply brought a revolver, aimed it at Mr. Baker, and shot him to death.
I got over here as fast as I could, Nick. If this ain't the screwiest case I ever came
You
across.
can look the body over, Riley. I've already made a preliminary inspection. He was shot at close range with a .25 caliber gun. Colt automatic.
One of those lady-sized pocketbook automatics, eh?
Yes.
How come you're so sure, Nick?
Because I found the ejected shells right here. See?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is it, Nick?
Well, something I hadn't noticed before. Look there, under the body. You can just see the edge of the handle.
Glory be, it's the gun itself.
Watch out for prints on it.
Oh, Nick, I know better than that. Right as usual, Mr. Carter. It's a .25 automatic.
Let's have a look at it, Riley.
Nick, maybe Mr. Baker shot himself. Maybe he was so desperate about those gamma rays and stuff.
Patsy, he didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
How come you're so sure, Nick? Patsy could be right, you know.
Look the gun over by reflected light. Not a print on it. How could a man kill himself and then wipe his prints off the gun? Obviously, someone held this gun with a handkerchief or glove, killed Baker, dropped the gun, and left.
But who, Nick?
It's question number one. I'd also like to know how valuable his invention really is and who profits by his death.
Where are you going to start to get the answers?
We'll try John Dray, Baker's partner, first. Maybe Mr. Dray's an authority on murder.
It's true, Mr. Carter. Our radio development is potentially worth a fortune. It's new and tremendously important. Look over the patent yourself. We registered it jointly.
Mr. Dray, if you were partners, how is it you and Baker worked in separate labs?
Research was only a hobby with Baker. He had a regular brokerage business outside. He wanted a place where he could work now and then, 3-4 hours a day.
Exactly how much did World Research offer you to sell out?
$250,000.
And you refused, Mr. Dray?
Not exactly. We made a counteroffer.
And now that Baker's dead and the patent's all yours, you're waiting for the answer, huh?
Certainly not. I told you we registered the patent jointly. I can't touch Baker's share.
Can you tell me who does inherit Baker's share?
His sister, I believe, Julia Baker. She lives with him over at the...
I know the address. Thanks a lot, Mr. Dray. Oh, by the way, would it be possible to develop an electrical gamma ray projector?
What? Nonsense. I thought you were a scientist, Mr. Carter. You know gamma rays can only be produced by radioactive elements?
Yes, I know it. I'm just wondering if Baker knew I'd know it. Come on, Patsy. Let's pay a visit to Baker's air.
Yes, I suppose it's true I inherit Ben's share in the invention, Mr. Carter. I never thought about it much.
Miss Baker, tell me, do you know if there's a copy of the patent here?
I don't know. I think it's with Ben's attorney. That's Roland York at Maiden Lane.
Was your brother working on it very long?
For years, it seems. I don't know where he found the time. I hardly ever saw him outside of Sundays. He spent Sunday with me. He worked very hard at the brokerage, 10 hours a day.
What did he do?
He was the statistical expert.
No time off?
Hardly any.
Must have been pretty lonesome here for you.
It was. Even at night when he came home from work, he couldn't spend much time with me. He was so tired. He'd just have dinner and then go to bed.
What were his hours at the brokerage office, Miss Bauer?
He worked from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, usually.
Pretty stiff hours.
And what time did you have dinner at home?
Around 9:30.
And then your brother went to bed?
Yes, around 11.
I see.
I can't understand who'd want to murder my brother, Mr. Carter. He was a good man, was friendly, was interested in everybody. Oh, for heaven's sakes, Mr. Carter, who killed him?
I don't know yet, Miss Baker. Frankly, at the moment, I'm much more interested in another problem.
Oh, I don't understand, Mr. Carter.
Come along, Patsy. I want to have a talk with the janitor of the building where Baker's lab is located.
Nick, does this fantastic problem that's bothering you have anything to do with Baker's murder?
Maybe the crux of the murder.
You mean the answer to why Baker lied about that gamma ray projector?
No.
Well, then I don't
Wait a
get
minute.
it.
Here's the building. All right. Come on.
Okay.
Here's the janitor's door.
Yes.
You remember me? Nick Carter, working on the Baker case.
Oh, sure. Come on in, Mr. Carter. It's awful hot here out on the sidewalk.
No, I've only come to ask you one question.
Oh, here, go ahead.
When did Mr. Baker usually work in his laboratory?
Why, every day.
You're sure?
Aye, sure. He work here every day, Monday through Saturday. He come morning sometime afternoon, sometimes evenings. But I see him come in here every day except Sunday. He always make it a point to say hello to me when he comes in or goes out.
How long did he usually work?
In 4-hour stretches.
That's what I was afraid of. 4 hours a day, 6 days a week. That makes 24 hours, one whole day. Where in blazes did he get that extra day?
Nick, what on earth are you talking about?
Don't you see, Patsy? Ben Baker... Duck, Patsy.
Somebody shot at us from across the street.
I saw the flashes.
Oh, Nick, the janitor. He's been shot.
Help me get him inside, Patsy. Quick.
All right. Is he hurt badly?
Patsy, this man is dead.
What is this mysterious question that's bewildering Nick? Why was the janitor in Ben Baker's lab building murdered? We'll see in just a moment. All of us learn best by doing. That's why American homemakers who have used Linex self-polishing wax have learned so quickly how different, how perfect a quick-drying wax can be. For one practical test is all you need to prove to yourself that this new wax preparation is the key to perfect floor care for wood and linoleum alike. The formula for Linex self-polishing wax, developed by leading research chemists, is completely new, giving new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance to all your floors. And Linex self-polishing wax contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax for that handsome, satiny look only real wax can give. What's more, the underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that any linoleum, hardwood, or rubber tile floor is actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied, as you'll prove for yourself the moment you step on it. And, of course, Linex self-polishing wax takes only a jiffy to use, or you simply wipe it on without tiresome rubbing, and it dries quickly to a beautiful luster that's a joy to behold. So choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax, the finest product of its kind. Ask your dealer now for all 3 great Linex home brighteners to give your home new beauty the easy way. And now, back to our story. The strange murder of Ben Baker, broker and amateur inventor, has faced Nick Carter with many peculiar problems. Why did Baker lie about his impending death? How important was his invention? Who would profit by his death? As Nick uncovers an even more fantastic problem, Baker's janitor is shot to death. Now we find Nick, Patsy, and Lieutenant Riley at the scene of the second murder.
Nick, I'm really lost. I can't make head or tail of this mess.
Can't you give us any idea of what's going on, Nick? Why was Baker's janitor killed?
Probably because he knew some vital clue to the identity of the murderer.
Nick, what's this big question you say is bothering you?
Riley, how can a man live 8 days in 1 week?
Oh, that's silly, Nick. There's only 7 days in anybody's week.
But nevertheless, Ben Baker lived 8 days in a week.
I don't understand, Nick.
Well, listen. He worked 12 hours a day in the brokerage house, including an hour off for lunch.
Uh-huh.
He left his house at 8 in the morning for work. He returned at 9:45 or so for dinner. After dinner, he went to bed. I've checked all those times, and they're all verified.
Which accounts for 24 hours.
But according to the janitor's testimony, he worked at least 4 hours a day, 6 days a week in his lab. That's an extra 24 hours, an extra day. Now, where did Baker get that 8th day in his week?
Gosh.
It don't make sense.
You're telling me.
Nick, what in the jumping blue blazes is going on around here? A guy comes around and says he's been murdered, and he ain't. When you check his story, you find all of a sudden he is. Then the killer knocks off a janitor after he's already given his evidence.
And then we find the only one who profits by Baker's death is his sister, who's a frightened girl who looks as though she wouldn't hurt a fly.
Wait a minute. Baker was knocked off with a .25 automatic. It's a woman's gun.
But Baker accused World Research.
What have we got to do about it?
Get a search warrant, Riley.
Huh?
Meet us down at the office of Baker's attorney, Roland York. I want to get a look at that patent.
I've been all through the files, and here's everything there is on that invention.
Oh, gosh, what a mess of documents. Looks as though it's as much trouble patenting an invention as it is making one.
Yes.
Well, Nick, anything phony about this stuff?
Strangely enough, no. Apparently, Baker and Dre have worked out quite a brilliant improvement on radio-television transmission. It's not epoch-making, but it's sort of thing that can cut costs of transmission 50%. Patent seems to be legitimate. Made out by Baker and Dre jointly.
That's what Dre said.
Here's something. Baker's share goes to his sister when he dies.
That's what she said.
But here's something no one mentioned.
What's that?
If Baker and Dre both die, before commercial exploitation of the idea begins, Roland York, the attorney, acquires all commercial rights subject to the obligation to pay both heirs their fair share.
Nick.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Patsy?
I know what you're both thinking. That maybe John Dre's the next man scheduled to die. That may be true, so let's get busy.
All right. What do we do?
We're up against a shrewd killer, and we don't know exactly what he's after. Although I have a hunch if we knew where Ben Baker got his extra day, we'd be a lot closer to the solution. Riley, get hold of Roland York.
Yeah?
Hold him for questioning, as tactfully as you can.
Right, Nick.
Patsy, you and I are going places.
Where, Nick?
To John Dre's laboratory.
To protect him?
Maybe. Also, maybe to find Ben Baker's extra day. There's Dre's place up ahead, Patsy. Last door.
The light's on, Nick. Gosh, maybe Dre's been killed already.
You're remembering the way we found Baker, huh? All right, let's go in.
Oh, who's that? Oh, sorry, Mr. Gray. You startled me.
But we are...
Quiet, Betsy. Who are you?
Oh, let me introduce myself, Mr. Gray. My name is Kent. I'm from World Research.
What are you doing here?
Why, well, I was sent over to express our deep sympathy for your recent bereavement.
So?
And also, you understand how embarrassing it is to talk business at such a time.
Go on.
Well, and also to say that your counter-proposal is really much too high.
You think so, huh?
You must reconsider, Mr. Gray.
Now that Baker is dead, huh?
I don't understand.
Baker was the one who was holding out for the high price, wasn't he?
Well, Mr. Gray.
Now that Baker's out of the way, you brazenly come here hoping you can persuade me to accept a smaller figure.
I assure you.
Nick,
Yes, Betsy.
I just realized maybe it isn't Roland York. Maybe Baker told the truth about World Research. Maybe the patent does threaten their business. Why, maybe they...
Did I hear you call this man Nick?
Well,
I had assumed I was speaking to Mr. John Dray. Do you mean to tell me that I...
What's the meaning of this? What are you people doing in my lab?
Investigating murder, Mr. Dray.
So I was right. You are an imposter. This is outrageous. How dare you...
Mr. Carter, will you have the goodness to explain what's going on here?
Oh, it's really quite simple, Mr. Dray. We came here to throw a little light on the murder mystery.
Betsy.
And what... Yes, Nick?
Say that again.
Say what?
Really, Carter? This is ridiculous.
Quiet, please. Repeat what you said, Patsy.
Well, I said we came to Mr. Dray's laboratory to throw a little light on the murder.
That's it, light. Light in the laboratory. And that's the explanation.
The explanation of what?
Ben Baker's extra day. I think I know where he got it. Come on.
Where to?
Let's go have a look at Baker's electric meter.
What's an electric meter got to do with an extra day?
It'll show where it went. Here, through this door. Down to the cellar. Watch your step.
It's pretty dark.
I've got a flash.
Gosh, the cellars in these old loft buildings are creepy. Like catacombs.
Yes.
It's so deep, these stairs go down forever.
We won't be long.
Flash your light around, will you, Nick?
Afraid?
Only of mice.
Careful, here's the bottom. Don't trip.
All
The floor's
right.
pretty broken up. Now, where are the meters?
Well, there they are, Nick. Over there against the far wall, behind that pile of barrels.
All right, come on.
Who's the killer, Nick? Do you know?
Not for sure yet. But I've got a pretty good idea.
Maybe Julia Baker isn't as weak and helpless as she seems.
Maybe.
Maybe I was right about World Research.
Maybe.
Maybe Roland York got ambitious.
Maybe.
Can't you say anything but maybe?
Here's the meters. Let's see. First, second. Oh, there. Top floor offices. Baker's was 6R.
There it is, on the right.
Yes, and there, I hope, is the solution to the case.
Where?
On the dials. Read off the kilowatt hours.
But why, Nick?
Because when we compare the meter reading now with the reading a month ago, we'll find that very little electricity has been used.
Nick, I can't follow you. What is that?
Now, Patsy, behind these barrels.
It's the killer. Nick, we're trapped.
No, Patsy, not quite. Let him come a little closer. When I give the word, help me push these barrels over. All right, now, Patsy.
Nick.
All right, we can come out now. Our friend's been knocked cold. We'll find him under a couple of crates.
But who is it, Nick? Put your light on quickly.
In a second. I'll be happy to illuminate the very unattractive face of your murderer. And there you are.
Gee, Nick, that's...
Yes, Mr. John Dray.
In just a moment, Nick will return to give you the final details of today's story and explain why John Dray killed the man who lived too long. The best way to keep up the appearance of the things you own is to protect them. And the finest protective finish you can find for dozens of household uses is Linex Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish for linoleum and wood surfaces. Here's the self-leveling gloss finish which flows on easily and dries to a lasting finish that protects for months. Protects not only against wear, against dirt, against spotting, but actually protects against hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, even alcohol. Yes, for any surface you want to save, it pays to use Linex Clear Gloss. And Linex Clear Gloss lends sparkling beauty as well, requiring only the whisk of a damp cloth to wipe away surface smudges. Give your floors and woodwork the gleaming luster, the sturdy protection of Linex Clear Gloss, the finest in household finishes. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember that your dealer is headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that goes on like magic. Its beautiful colors will lighten and brighten your home at an average cost of just $2.98 a room. Ask for Chemtone, which covers in one coat, dries in 1 hour. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Nick, where did Baker get that extra day?
He didn't, Ken. That's the point of the whole case. Baker never spent any time at all in that lab. If he had worked there experimenting, his meter would have registered many hours of electricity. But as it was, the meter showed almost no electricity used at all.
But, Nick, the janitor said he was there.
Which is why the janitor was killed. John Dray rented the lab in Baker's name. Then he killed the janitor to keep him from telling me that the man found dead in the lab, Baker, wasn't the man who said hello to him as he went in and out.
But why was that necessary, Nick?
Baker and Dray made the mistake of patenting their invention jointly. Now, the patent law is very strict on one point. It provides that only the actual inventor is permitted to take out the patent. If any other name appears on the patent, it's thereby automatically void.
Oh, I see. So World Research could have broken the patent if they found out that Baker was not an inventor, but merely Dray's financial backer.
Right, Patsy. And rather than take that chance, Dray tried to set up a false identity for Baker. He told Baker to go to the police with his story about being murdered, hoping that when the police checked up on him, they'd believe that Baker actually was a practicing scientist.
Well, then why did he kill Baker after all?
Dray was afraid someone might cross-examine Baker and get the truth. We killed Baker to keep the secret secure.
Well, Nick, how about a little preview of next week's story?
Well, next week, Ken, Patsy and I are called to the home of the foremost amateur art collector in the country to find out why one of his portraits has suddenly started squinting.
Did you say squinting?
He did. And he wouldn't have been able to break the case if he hadn't taken the fingerprints of a man who died 200 years ago.
Fingerprints? 200 years old? And squinting portraits? For the love of Pete, Nick, what do you call this case?
I call it the case of the nearsighted picture. Friends, today is the second anniversary of the United States Cadet Nurse Corps. And today, America has urgent need of 60,000 cadet nurses. Every cadet nurse is a girl with a future. The United States Cadet Nurse Corps offers all expense scholarships, plus monthly allowances and uniforms to high school graduates under 35 who are in good health. And candidates joining 90 days prior to the war's end will be allowed to finish their training. Don't overlook this opportunity to serve. Inquire at your local hospital now. Join the United States Cadet Nurse Corps and do your part.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners: Linex Self-Polishing Wax, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Clear Gloss, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linux dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters. The detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss Varnish, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Webs of Murder. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the Black Widow spiders.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Black Widow murders and saved the webs from getting into the hands of the enemy. But before we do, consider this. Millions of Americans have learned how easily Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, brings amazing new beauty to the home. Now, millions more are learning that floors, woodwork, and furniture can be made to look like new with the three great Linux home brighteners. Linux Self-Polishing Wax beautifies floors with a satiny yet tough anti-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linux Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linux Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface, protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the three great Linux home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we begin today's story, we find Nick and Patsy in Nick's car returning to town.
Oh, gosh, Nick, I'm glad you were able to prevent that poor old lady's home from being taken away from her.
So am I, Patsy. That was a jet game if ever I saw one.
And how?
The old lady was in the right, but I had to find the proof for her. Otherwise, she'd have been turned out in the streets with nowhere to go.
You going right back to the office?
No, not directly. I have to stop off and do an errand for Riley first.
Do an errand for Riley? Since when have you started that?
I haven't started anything, Patsy. Riley called me this morning just before you got to the office and asked me if I'd do this job as a special favor to him.
What do you have to do?
Well, it seems that there's a woman on Cherry Street who makes a business of supplying spider webs to the Army and Navy.
Oh?
They use them for crosshairs for engineering instruments and sighting devices for gun sights, bomb sights, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a small business, but it's pretty valuable and mighty important, too.
Well, where do you come in?
Now, this woman called Riley early this morning and said that someone had tried to break into her place last night. She has a large shipment just ready to go out, and she's afraid that someone may try to keep her from delivering it.
I see.
So Riley asked me if I'd stop in on my way back and pick it up. Said he had no good man he could send for it now because of some special work the police are doing just now.
And good-natured old Nick said he would. Where do you have to take it?
To one of the naval buildings downtown. Besides being worth about $10,000, the web's very important to the service. Also, I thought you might like to see how they collect this web from the spiders. You want to come with me?
Well, I've got a dental appointment in about an hour, Nick, but I'll stop off and have a look at this spider conservatory. How long are you going to be there?
Only long enough to pick up the stuff, I expect. Unless there's some delay, you ought to get back to town. Plenty of time for your appointment with the tooth specialist.
Yes?
I'm Nick Carter. I've come to pick up the web that you want delivered to town.
Who told you to come here?
Lieutenant Riley said you wanted police protection.
That's right, I do. Would you mind identifying yourself, please?
Not at all. Would this prove my identity sufficiently?
Oh, of course. Come in, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Miss...
Lewis, Kay Lewis. I own this business.
This is Miss Bowen, my assistant.
How do you do? How do you do? The web will be ready in just a few minutes. I have one more spider to take care of. This is a new one on me, Miss Lewis. I've seen plenty of spider webs, but I never thought of saving any of them. Well, that's a very different thing, Miss Bowen. You can't just save any old web you might find around the house. You have to go at it the right way and have the right kind of spiders.
What kind do you use?
Black Widow, aren't they?
Yes. Their web is very strong and very uniform.
Black widows?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they deadly poisonous?
Well, there's really no danger if I get bitten. A solution of Epsom salt injected into the bloodstream will counteract the poison.
It's nice to know, but I hope I never have to use it.
So do I.
Oh, look at all the jars, Nick. Is there a spider in each jar?
Not quite. We have 160 here just now. I checked up last night. My assistant, Jim Baldwin, is out in the field collecting more today.
How do you get the web, Miss Lewis?
Well, watch me. I let the spider out of the jar, and almost at once it starts to spin a web. I take the end of the web, so, and fasten it to this small wire frame. There. Then I just wind up the frame, and the web winds up as fast as the spider produces it.
I understand you had an attempted burglary here last night, Miss Lewis.
Yes, someone tried to break in the back door. We found chisel marks all around it this morning, but they were unsuccessful, or else they got scared away.
Any idea who might want to steal your stuff?
No, but I didn't want to take any chances with such an unusually large shipment as this, so I asked for police protection.
And I don't blame you. You say there are 160 spiders here.
Yes, all widows.
Okay, I'm back.
In here, Jim. That's my assistant, Jim Baldwin.
Well, not much luck this time, Kay.
Oh?
I only got 11 more black widows. The woods are too dry just now.
Oh, Jim, this is Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Carter is taking the shipment of web to the Naval Building for me to be sure it gets there.
Oh, I see. You know, I can't understand why anyone would want to steal the webs. We're the only collectors in this part of the country, and no one else could sell them without attracting attention.
Well, I know it sounds foolish,
Well,
but
I'm not criticizing you. I'm just thinking out loud, that's all.
Oh, Miss Lewis, how much longer before the web will be ready?
Oh, not long. As soon as I finish this one web, I'll pack them in those cases, and they'll be ready to go. Not over half hour at the most.
I think I'd better get along, Nick. I can take the subway. I don't want to be late for my appointment with the dentist.
Okay, Patsy. I'll see you in the office about noon.
All right. Thanks for the demonstration, Miss Lewis.
You're very welcome. Goodbye. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter, but you can't hurry these spiders.
That's quite all right. I don't have to hurry.
Oh, Jim, get that, will you please?
Sure, I'll take it.
Those cases you pack the web in look like boxes of fishing tackle, don't they?
Yes. You can pack a lot of webs into a pretty small space.
It's for you, Kay. Pete Morrow.
Pete? Oh, thank you. I'll only be a moment. Excuse me, please.
Pete Morrow. Isn't he that small-time gangster who runs a garage?
Yeah, that's the one.
Sells black market tires and gasoline?
That's him.
What's her connection with him?
Nothing, I guess. They've been out together a few times. Well, it's time to feed the spiders. Each one gets a fresh killed fly once a day. Watch this. Now, watch her go after it. See that?
Yes. Well, don't think I'd care to be... What hit me? Oh, my head. Feels as if 1,000 hammers were... And Baldwin, too. Not you, too, huh? I wonder if... Well, the web. They're gone, both cases. My grief. Miss Lewis. Miss Lewis, are you... I'm dead. Shot right through the head. And wait. That's my gun there on the floor. But she was shot with my gun. Hey, Baldwin. Baldwin, wake up, wake up.
What happened?
Baldwin, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Kay Lewis has been murdered.
Kay? Murdered?
Yes, shot through the head. And the web is gone, all of it.
The web gone?
Yes. Did you see the guy who slugged us?
Well, no. I looked around as you went down. I saw someone behind me, and then I got it, and got it good.
Oh, come on. Snap out of it. Will you get on the phone and call the police?
Police?
Of course. Get in the office and call them now.
Yeah, all right. I'll call them.
I'll have a look around. See if I can find anything to tell us who's behind this. Whoever it was used my gun, wiped all the fingerprints off. As clean as a whistle now. Hello. What's this? Wasn't here before. That I'm sure of. Ticket for a parked car. Morrow's garage. Pete Morrow. That's what he phoned here just before we got...
They're coming right out.
Look here, Baldwin. Are you sure that was Pete Morrow on the phone a few minutes ago?
Well, sure it was. I know his voice. Why?
I just found this on the floor here. A parking ticket for Morrow's garage.
Well, probably just a coincidence. Somebody who had parked at Morrow's place did this.
You're wrong there. This is the other end of the ticket. The end held by the garage.
Yeah, so it is. So what? I know that was Morrow on the phone. Besides, he was still talking to Kay when we were slugged.
Yes, you're right there. Miss Lewis was still talking last I knew. I wonder. This ticket wasn't here before the killing. And it's here now. Well, in lieu of a better clue, I think I'll take a run over to Morrow's place and see what I can get out of him.
I wish you luck, Carter.
Hey, by the way, how long have you been in business here?
About a year.
Who started the business?
Kay did.
How'd you get into it?
Well, she knew I was a zoologist, so she asked me where she could get some black widow spiders. The idea interested me, and I finally gave up what I was doing and came over here. I collected the spiders, and she collected the webs. We've been very successful.
Know anything about her past?
No, nothing. Never thought much about it before. But why all these questions, Carter?
Just want to learn what I can before I talk tomorrow.
Sorry. I don't know anything more than I've told you.
All right, Walden. You wait here for the police. I'll have a talk with our friend Pete Morrow. Pete Morrow around?
Yeah, he's in the office.
Anybody with him?
No, you can go in if you want it.
Thanks, I will.
Come in.
Pete Morrow?
Yeah, that's me. What do you want with me?
I want to talk with you.
Okay, you got the floor.
Suppose you keep your hands on top of your desk while we talk.
What the...
Just sit still. Keep your hands in sight.
Hey, who are you anyway? What do you want with me?
I'm Nick Carter. As I said, I want to talk to you.
Okay, so you're Nick Carter. So what?
I just want to ask you if you know anything about this bump on the back of my head.
Bump on the... I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you don't, maybe you do. You know Kay Lewis?
Yeah, sure, I know her. Good-looking thing.
Been out with her?
Yeah, what's it to you?
Know what business she was in?
Sure, I knew about them spiders.
And you also knew the webs were worth a lot of money, didn't you?
Hey, what are you getting at? You trying to pin something on me?
Sit down.
Hey.
Did you telephone Kay Lewis about an hour ago?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. I had a talk to her.
What about?
Why,
You're lying, Morrow. Now stay right where you are. I want to have a little look around this office of yours.
I don't know what you're trying to do, copper. But I'm telling you, I don't...
What are those boxes under your desk, Morrow?
Boxes?
Yes, boxes. What are they?
They're tools. Mechanics' tools.
Yes? Well, suppose you shove those tools out from under your desk and let me have a look at them.
Well, there ain't nothing there, but...
Ooh, don't try reaching for your gun again. Next time, I'll aim lower. Now shove those boxes out here. With your feet.
I don't see why you're so interested in them boxes. They just...
You know well enough why. There's enough spiderweb in those cases to send you to the chair.
To the chair?
You shouldn't have killed Kay Lewis, Morrow.
I didn't kill her. I took the web, sure, but I didn't do anything to her.
You admit you stole the web?
Sure, I got the web. It wasn't my fault. That was...
Well, who's doing the shooting this time? Was it Nick or was it someone trying to kill Nick? Did Pete Morrow kill Kay Lewis or was it someone else? We'll see in just a moment. I know every man notices that beautiful floors add to the appearance of a room. And every woman knows that well-kept floors reflect the pride she takes in her home. Now, with Linex self-polishing wax, you can give your floors a more beautiful finish than ever, without tiresome rubbing or polishing. For Linex self-polishing wax is simply wiped on, drying to a handsome, satiny finish that really wears, because Linex self-polishing wax contains genuine carnauba wax. When worn spots do appear, you simply renew the finish where it's needed, without re-waxing the whole floor. And Linex self-polishing wax is easy to keep lovely, for surface dirt is quickly whisked away with a damp cloth. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax is the anti-slip floor finish, as the underwriters' laboratories have proved. And it's equally fine for tile, wood, or linoleum. Ask your dealer now for Linex, L-I-N-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere.
Nick had just made Pete Morrow, small-time gangster, admit that he had stolen the missing spider webs when 2 shots were fired in rapid succession. It's a few minutes later.
You must bear a charmed life, Nick, if neither of the 2 shots hit you.
Only the second one was aimed at me, Patsy. The first one went right through Pete's forehead. I dropped behind the desk, and the other one went over my head.
Do you have any idea who killed him?
Not yet. Tried to get him, but he got away.
But why would anyone want to kill Pete?
To keep him from talking too much, probably. Pete had just admitted he stole the webs and was about to tell me something else when he was shot. I imagine the killer himself was listening, and when Pete started confessing, shot him to keep him quiet.
Did you get the webs back, Nick?
Yes, both cases. They're in my car now. I'm going to take them back to the spider place. Riley should be there by now.
You walked into something when you agreed to deliver those cases, didn't you?
Apparently I did. But here's why I called you, Patsy. I want you to look into our files. Get together all the information you can find on Kay Lewis and her business. Call me at the spider place as soon as you get it. There's something very peculiar going on around here someplace.
I never saw the beat of it, Nick. The way you're always around when somebody gets killed. And I suppose you know nothing about it the same as usual.
Oh, I wouldn't say I know nothing about it, Riley, but I certainly don't have the solution all ready to hand over to you. Have you made any of your usual startling discoveries yet?
None of your wisecracks, Carter. I'm doing all right.
Ah, fine. And what have you found so far?
Well, we got the bullet that killed this Lewis woman, and it came from a 45. That bullet's got to identify the killer for us.
I doubt that, Riley.
And why do you doubt it?
Because I'm pretty sure the bullet was fired from my gun.
From your gun? You mean you shot her?
I mean nothing of the kind. After I was knocked out, someone stole my gun, shot Miss Lewis, and left the gun on the floor beside her.
Doggone it, that's the only real clue we had.
Well, there are other clues, Riley. Although I doubt that you would get much out of them.
Why, you...
For example, I know that Pete Morrow, small-time gangster and black market operator, stole the spider webs that are missing.
Pete Morrow, is it? Hey, Sergeant! Send a couple of the boys out to pick up Pete Morrow.
That won't do any good, Riley.
Why not? Pete ought to be able to give us some dope on this.
Pete is not going to tell anybody anything anymore.
Huh?
Someone put a slug through his head while I was talking to him.
Another killing? We ain't even solved this one yet.
When you solve this one, Riley, if you do solve it, you'll have the answer to both of them. I believe the same person killed both Kay Lewis and Pete Morrow.
Did you learn anything from Pete before he was killed?
Only that he stole the webs and that someone else was back of it.
Where are the webs now?
Outside in my car.
That ain't safe, Nick. Maybe the killer will be back to get them.
They'll be safe enough. I left them in charge of one of your men out there.
Oh.
Hey, where's Jim?
Who's Jim?
Kay Lewis's assistant. Jim Baldwin.
Oh, him, sure. He was here a while ago, but he said he was feeling pretty sick after finding Miss Lewis shot the way she was. So I let him go to the drugstore for something to make him feel better.
How long has he been gone?
Oh, only a few minutes now. Let me see here. Oh, good gosh, it's longer than I thought. He's been gone about 3/4 of an hour. Sure, he ought to have been back here before this.
Huh. That's very interesting.
What's going on out there?
Well, this stick has a copy.
One at a time. One at a time. Oh, Scotty, what's the trouble here?
Well, Mr. Carter asked me to keep an eye on his car so no one would bother him. But I just took a look at it. I found this fella fooling around. So I brought him in.
That's ridiculous. I didn't know it was Carter's car.
What were you doing with it?
I wasn't doing anything with it. I was on my way back from the drugstore, and as I passed the car, I just happened to glance inside. I thought I recognized the cases we used to pack the spider webs in. And I was just having a look at them to make sure when this dumb cop came up and grabbed me.
Dumb cop, did you say? Why, for
that's all, Scotty. Go back and watch the car like you was told to.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Hey, Jim, have you been at the drugstore ever since Lieutenant Riley let you go?
Well, sure I have. What else would I be doing?
It's exactly what I'd like to know.
Are you insinuating
I'm insinuating nothing. By the way, you said someone tried to break in here last night.
That's right.
Which door was it? That one there?
Yes. You can see the chisel marks all over the outside where they tried to break the lock.
That's just what I do want to see. I'll be right back, Riley.
Take your time. Take your time. I got nothing else to do but watch you play around here.
Shall I answer, Lieutenant?
Why shouldn't you answer?
Well, I didn't know now that you're in charge.
Go on and answer.
Sure.
Hello? Sure. Wait a minute. Carter, telephone for you. Okay, thanks. That'll be my office.
Now, look here, Baldwin. You said you got back here with them spiders you'd caught just before the killing this morning, didn't you?
That's right. The weather was bad for spiders, and I hadn't had much luck. I only got 11 spiders for 12 hours' work. Well, sometimes I got as many as 35 and maybe 40 in the same length of time.
Oh.
But this time, all I could find was 11. Hardly worth the trouble.
Did I hear you say you got 11 spiders, Jim?
Yes. You saw them when I brought them in this morning.
So I did. How's your arithmetic?
Arithmetic? I don't get you.
How much is 160 and 11 added together?
Are you being funny, Carter?
Definitely not. Add 160 and 11 and see what you get.
Any fool could answer that, Nick. I know the answer myself. You get 171.
That's what I make it, too, Riley.
What's this all about, Nick?
Let's count the spiders here in this room and see how many there are.
What do you want to do that for, Nick?
Just to satisfy my curiosity. Now, what do you say?
You and your curiosity. All right. Let's count the things and get it done so we can get to something important.
This is important, Riley. You take that side. I'll take this.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4...
Don't move! I'll shoot if you do. Keep your hands up high.
He broke the jars, and some of them spiders is loose, and they're poisoned.
Just step on it, Riley. They can't bite you unless you get out.
If the spiders don't get you, gentlemen, I will. With my little 45.
Nick, one of them is on me. He's going to bite me.
Knock it off, Riley. You're not dead yet.
Not yet, but soon. I missed you in Pete's office this morning, Carter, because I was in a hurry. But I won't miss you this time.
You mean you killed Pete Morrow?
I did, just as I'm going to kill you.
I don't think you are, Jim.
And why not?
Look behind you and you'll see.
You can't fool me that way, Carter. I'm no chump.
Good strike, Nick. I'll take care of him now.
Hey! I've been bitten. One of the spiders got me.
Oh, my fine friend, try and get out of these.
Oh.
Good work, Riley.
Quick, get some of the Epsom salts before I die. They're in the first aid cabinet there.
You killed Kay Lewis, didn't you?
Yes, get the salts quick.
And you killed Pete Morrow, too, didn't you?
Yes, do something. I'm dying.
Pete stole the web as part of your deal, didn't he?
For the love of heaven, will you hurry up?
Didn't he?
Yes. I planned it, but he just helped me. Will you do something before I die? Oh,
yes, I'll give you the Epsom salts now. I want to save you for the electric chair.
Well, Nick, you've had quite a day.
Yes, Betsy, quite a day.
And now that everything's quiet and peaceful, suppose you give out with the missing details. Did you know Jim Baldwin was behind this when you started out?
No, not at first, Patsy. There didn't seem to be any motive for him to do it. But as soon as you told me that our files show Kay Lewis's partner and not her employee, I got suspicious.
Well, go on. Tell me all about it.
All right, slave driver. Jim Baldwin knew there was a big shipment of webs going out this morning, and he wanted it for himself. So he planned everything to look as if he couldn't possibly be mixed up in it. We told Miss Lewis he was going out after a new batch of spiders. But instead, he came back after dark and chiseled around the lock on the door to make it look as if someone had tried to get in.
Oh.
As soon as I examined the door, I knew it was a phony attempt. Then he arranged with someone to call Miss Lewis at a certain time this morning, just as he got back in with his 11 spiders. He answered the phone himself and told us it was Pete Morrow. Said he recognized his voice. That gave Morrow an alibi as well as himself. Then he knocked me out, and Morrow, as they'd arranged, came in and took the webs. Jim says he never planned to kill Miss Lewis, and I think that's true. When he found me there, he was afraid, as he hadn't expected any witnesses, so probably thought it would look more legitimate if she were killed. So he took my gun and shot her, then tapped himself on the head hard enough to raise a good bump just to fool me.
Then if you hadn't found the parking ticket from Morrow's garage, you wouldn't have had any reason to suspect Morrow, would you?
No, that was a lucky break. For me, not for Morrow.
But how did Jim get away to kill Morrow? He stayed at the spider lab, didn't he?
Well, after Riley got there, he talked Riley into letting him go to the drugstore for some medicine. But instead drove to Morrow's place and got there in time to overhear our conversation. Then, being afraid Morrow was going to confess that he, Jim, was behind the deal, shot him.
And on his way back, he saw the webs in your car and tried to steal them again.
Right.
Nick, if Jim didn't go out gathering spiders, as he said he was going to do, where'd he get those 11 spiders he brought back with him?
Took them out of the stock at the lab when he was there last night trying to make the lock look as if someone had tried to break in.
Oh, then that was why you wanted to count the spiders.
Exactly, Patsy.
Oh, I get it.
Miss Lewis told us in the morning that she had 160 spiders on hand, remember? Well, if Jim had brought in 11 more, that would have made 171 in all.
Right.
So I wanted to count them to see how many there actually were. And when I started to do that, Jim knew the game was up, because he knew we'd find only 160, which had been there before. So he tried to get rid of us by breaking several of the jars in order to let some of the black widows out, hoping they'd bite us.
But one bit him instead.
Yes. I saw one heading for him, so I kept talking, hoping he wouldn't notice it. Then, when it did bite him,
I shot his gun out of his hand.
It's an old story, isn't it? As has happened many times before. A widow caused his downfall. Poor man.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But right now, here's a helpful hint. When there are children in your home, it's a real job to keep your furniture looking its best. Small hands leave fingerprints, small shoes leave scratches, and the youngsters demand so much of your time. So it's really wise to depend on the quick, easy shortcut to furniture beauty, Linex Cream Polish. Linex Cream Polish renews the gleaming beauty of your fine furniture, and it's so simple to use, for it cleans as it polishes, saving you half the time and energy. Yes, in one quick application, Linex Cream Polish does away with the cloudy look of dust and old polish, erases finger marks, helps conceal scratches. And Linex Cream Polish dries hard, so there's no leftover oil for dust to cling to. Ask for Linex Cream Polish at your dealers now. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Cream Polish, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Now, an urgent reminder. Your serviceman needs the Red Cross, needs the touch of home it provides for him wherever he may be. Help support the Red Cross overseas clubs and what they can do for that fighting man of yours. Contribute now toward the $200 million the Red Cross needs. And keep your Red Cross at his side. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nicholas, what's your story about next week?
Patsy and I went to the races one afternoon just before the season closed and saw one of the most exciting races I've ever witnessed. But as the winning jockey came down the home stretch, he suddenly fell from his horse and was instantly killed.
And Nick, being a detective, born and bred, instantly smelled a murder. Nothing to go on, just one of his hunches.
Was it murder, Nick?
Even in the absence of proof, Ken, I knew it was murder. The only job was to get something concrete in the way of evidence.
Which Nick, being Nick, proceeded to do, much to the annoyance of a great many people who all tried to do something about it.
What do you call this story of yours, Nick?
Death Goes to the Post.
Or The Mystery of the Murdered Jockey.
And that's all for now. So long.
Details next week. So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you. We'll be looking forward to seeing you next week as usual. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, master detective, entitled
Death Goes to the Post. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Jockey.
Nick Carter, master detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
The Linex Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's strange case, The Haunted Rocking Chair. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter, In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated the old chair which was supposed to rock whenever anyone in the Trumbull family was due to die, and how he solved the mysterious death of a famous artist. You know, it pays to keep up with the world, and homemakers throughout America are learning how well it pays to keep up with modern homemaking methods. For they now have their homes sparkling with new beauty, and they save hours of time each week with those 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Linex Clear Gloss, which is brushed on, gives lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, renews the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new wax finish, lends rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern homemaker's shortcut to furniture, floor, and woodwork care. Help your home look its best and give yourself the greatest leisure with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. Once again, we keep our weekly appointment, which takes us to the sedate old Victorian mansion on the corner of 5th and 4th. It is late afternoon. The long shadows fall across the quiet streets. A solitary flower peddler ambles slowly down the block. His horse follows sedately, pulling a dilapidated truck full of potted geraniums and petunias. The peddler is exercising a fine Italian tenor voice.
Anybody wants the flowers? Nice the flowers. I got a petunia. I got a geranium. I got a roses. Whoa, Garibaldi. Whoa, wait a minute. Hey. I got to say, for the nice young ladies home. Got a petunia. Got a begonia.
Tony, wait a minute.
It's okay, Garibaldi. She's coming. Hey. Good afternoon, Miss Patsy.
Hello, Tony. How's Garibaldi?
Oh, it's fine.
Good. Tony, have you got any climbing roses? We lost ours, you know. Winter killed.
No.
Mm-hmm.
That's too bad. It's a shame, too. You want the Paul Scarlet or that new Dawn or a Blazer, maybe? Well, I don't got them today, but I'm going to get them for you.
Good. We'll take one of each.
Miss Patsy, your boss, he's home, maybe?
You mean Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Yes, he's upstairs in the laboratory.
You ask him, please, can he see Tony?
Well, it's after office hours, Tony.
I got to see him, Miss Patsy. Please, I got to see him.
What's it about?
My sister, Maria. She's afraid. She's got afraid to death.
What's she afraid of, Tony?
A rocking chair.
What?
A rocking chair that was belonged to an old lady. And this old lady is dead a long time ago. But sometimes she's come back. She sits in the rocking chair and a rock and a rock and a rock. And every time she's a rock, somebody gets dead.
That sounds promising. Suppose you tell me all about it, Tony. Then I'll see if I can't persuade Mr. Carter to pay your sister a visit and investigate that rocking chair. Oh, but Nick, you could do with some fresh air. We could rent a speedboat and take a run up the Sound. The island where Tony's sister lives isn't very far beyond Hellgate.
How does Tony's sister happen to be living on an island the other side of Hellgate?
It's the old Trumbull estate, Shipwreck Island. Tony's sister Maria is the housekeeper for Eric Trumbull, the famous painter who lives there now.
I see.
The old house has been in the Trumbull family for 3 generations. It was built by Obadiah Trumbull, an old sea captain who was suspected of being a freebooter at the time of the Civil War. The old boy had 4 wives.
In succession, I hope.
Oh, but of course.
Now, where does the rocking chair come in?
Oh, that belonged to the last of old Obadiah's wives. He brought her home as sort of an afterthought when all the children of his other wives had grown up. They hated her. She was little, with skin the color of dark ivory, and her face was sort of like a monkey's. Some say she was a Creole, and others claim she was Portuguese. At any rate, she talked with an accent and claimed to have the powers of a voodoo witch doctor.
Probably hated her because they were afraid of her.
Probably. No sooner was Obadiah safely in his grave than the children turned on her. Eric's father, who was the eldest, had her declared insane.
Nice people.
She was locked up in an attic room and fed 3 times a day, but no one ever spoke to her, and she never came out of that room. No one would have known she was there if it hadn't been for that rocking chair. You could hear it creaking all hours of the day and night. After nearly 30 years, she was suddenly taken very ill. When she found she was going to die, she asked them to send for Eric's father. It was a nasty night with the wind howling about the evening.
Entree. Come in, stupid. So you have come, eh? The doctor has told you I am about to die. And you think at last you will be rid of me. Listen, you fool. You will never be rid of me. I will return sometimes and sit in that rocking chair where I have spent so many lonely years. You will not see me, but I will be there. Sometimes the chair will rock, and that will mean there is to be a death in this family. There is about to be a death now, I think. Yes. See? The chair. Already it starts to sway. This time, it predicts my death. But it will rock for you. All of you.
And as the chair rocked faster and faster, she died. Eric's father saw it.
Well, probably a form of self-induced hypnosis brought about by the old girl's suggestion.
Possibly.
The rocking chair heard from again?
Yes. Every now and then. But the funny part is that almost every time, according to Tony's sister, someone in the family died within the year.
A family that size, just by the law of averages, someone is apt to die within the year, whether the rocking chair rocked or not.
Oh, I hadn't thought of it that way, Nick.
Anybody living in the old house now, except Eric and Tony's sister?
No. They came back a little over a year ago. Eric was too broke to live anywhere else.
Has Tony's sister ever heard the famous rocking chair?
Not until lately. Seems that everything was going along as well as could be expected until Captain Ralph Trumbull, Eric Trumbull's cousin, and his wife moved in. I gather the captain's wife is very attractive.
And the captain isn't always home. And Eric is a notorious ladies' man.
That's about the size of it. And to top off the whole thing, the rocking chair seems to have started to rock again.
Well, what do you expect me to do?
I just want you to find out what makes that rocking chair rock, so Tony's sister can stop being frightened.
All right, I'll look into it. If you can get them to rent us that new speedboat. But remember, I don't want any hard-boiled eggs in my lunch.
Glad you came, Nick. Do you ever see such a heavenly day?
Going to be a storm before night.
Oh, Nick, there isn't a cloud in the sky. Tony said he got word to his sister we were coming. She'll be waiting for us on the dock. That must be the island up ahead, Nick. Slow down or we'll pass it.
Will you look at that house? It's got everything. Cupola, widow's walk. I'll bet there's even an iron deer on the front lawn. And I could certainly use a coat of paint.
Look there on the end of the dock. That must be Tony's sister.
She's not exactly what you'd call a sylph, is she? Oh, hand me that line, will you?
Hello? Are you Tony's sister? Si. I'm called Maria. You are Mr. Nick Carter and the missus, no? No, I'm Patsy Bowen, Mr. Carter's secretary.
Oh, good. Give me your hand. I'll help you.
Thank you.
Oh, be careful, please. So many of these boards are so old.
Okay.
We'll be careful. Well, Maria, how about it? You think I can get a look at this notorious rocking chair that's causing all the trouble?
Oh, see, that's easy. The captain is away on a cruise. He won't be back until next week. Mr. Eric and the captain's wife are in the studio. He's painting her picture.
Painting a picture, is he?
What's wrong with that?
Oh, he's always painting her when the captain is away. The studio's in the front on the second floor. The room with the rock and the chair is on the third floor over the kitchen. We'll take the back stairs. No one will see us. This is the room, Mr. Carter.
Door
It has not been entered since Mr. Eric's father was found hanging to the rafters, and they threw the key into the well.
Is there any way we can crawl in through a window?
No. The only window is 2 floors above the roof of the kitchen. There's 3 outside, but the branches are too small to hold anybody.
Then I'll have to pick the lock. That shouldn't be much of a job with my pick lock. Let's see.
This old house is so quiet, you can almost feel it breathe. Wish it weren't so dark up here. Nick, do you hear that?
Santa Madonna. It is the chair again. It rocks. Someone want to die. Someone want to die.
Quiet, Maria, quiet. Just a minute now. This lock isn't as simple as it looks. There. That did the trick. Now.
Oh, no one is there. The room is empty.
Look, over there right beside the window. The rock is still rocking. And there's dust all over everything.
There should be prints of some sort.
But there aren't, Nick. Not a mark on the floor anywhere.
The spirits are leaving no footprints.
At the window. Little pane at the lower left-hand corner is missing.
But the window is locked tight. Nobody could crawl through an opening so little as that.
Nick, the cushion. The cushion on this chair is still warm.
There! There! Where am I to die?
Oh, Santa Maria, this is the captain. He's come home. He's looking for his wife.
Uh-oh. You better run down, Maria. See if you can stall him.
There! And fancy woman, you better answer me or else. There!
Well, a locked room and a rocking chair that rocks all by itself, with nobody around to set it rocking, and an angry captain trying to find his missing wife. How can Nick put all these things together and get the right answer? We'll see in just a moment. The things you learn firsthand are the things you really know best. That's why women who have used the new Linex self-polishing wax are so enthusiastic about it. For they've found how different, how perfect a quick-drying wax can be. They've learned what sparkling new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance it gives their floors and linoleum. Developed by leading research chemists to give you the best, the formula of Linex self-polishing wax is completely new. It has the highest possible content of genuine carnauba wax, lending handsome appearance, lasting protection, real anti-skid finish to every household floor surface. The underwriters' laboratories have actually proved that linoleum, hardwood, and rubber tile are less slippery after application of Linex self-polishing wax. The minute you walk where it's been applied, you can tell the difference. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax dries quickly to a satiny luster without tiresome rubbing. And it takes only a jiffy to wipe on. So follow the example of wise American homemakers. Use genuine Linex self-polishing wax. And remember, when you want a modern finish of the brush-on type to give even longer-lasting protection, get Linex Clear Gloss, which dries overnight to a beautiful gloss finish that lasts amazingly. Whichever you prefer, Linex self-polishing wax or Linex Clear Gloss, you get the finest product of its kind when you ask for it by name, Linex. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. Investigating an old house in which an ancient rocking chair started rocking without any cause or reason, Nick runs into a complicated set of circumstances. Eric Trumbull is painting a portrait of the captain's beautiful young wife, much against the captain's wishes. And Maria, Eric's Italian housekeeper, is scared of both the rocking chair and the quick-tempered captain. As we pick up our story, the captain is storming through the house looking for his wife.
Maria! Maria! Oh, there you are. Where in thunder is my wife?
Is she not in her room, Captain Trumbull?
You know blame well she's not.
Oh, I remember now. She's gone to the mainland to do the marketing.
No, she hasn't. Her hat's right here on the table. And the rowboat's tied up to the dock.
Well, maybe she got a lift.
Who in blazes are you two?
Just friends of Maria's brother.
The Trumballs don't like visitors.
Captain Trumbull, don't you think you're a bit hasty? Suppose your wife is posing for Eric Trumbull.
Lots of perfectly nice women model these days.
Not my wife. It's the door of his studio. Eric, open up. I know my wife's in there. Open this door, I'll break it down.
All right.
Really, Ralph, you have to be so boisterous? You're not yelling into a gale, you know.
Where are you, Claire?
Here I am, dear. Oh, really, Ralph, this is too naughty of you. I was having my portrait painted for your birthday as a surprise. There it is.
Eric, I told you to keep away from my wife. But when I come back unexpectedly, I find you both in the studio with the door locked.
Oh, don't be so Victorian, darling. Eric hates to be interrupted when he's painting.
Yes, now do go away, old boy, so we can get on with the portrait.
The blazes with the portrait. You'll never do any more painting on this canvas.
Nick is tearing the picture to shreds.
Rugged old sea dog, isn't he?
Ralph, I hope you realize you've destroyed a priceless work of art.
Don't worry, I'll pay you for it. Although I have my doubts about how priceless it is. Claire, get your things together. We're leaving this house.
No.
This minute. Miss Bowen and I will be delighted to take you to the mainland with us. Good. You go ahead. I'll join you on the dock as soon as I've made out a check for my cousin's priceless work of art.
Nick, I don't see why you insist on going back to Shipwreck Island. We just left it a short while ago.
I know it, Patsy, but I got to thinking. Eric Trumbull may not be the nicest guy in the world, but I'd hate to see anything happen to him. I think it'd only be fair to warn him.
Warn him about what?
About the captain's crazy jealousy. From the things he said as we were taking him and his wife back to the mainland, I suddenly realized how intensely he hates Eric. I don't think Eric realizes it.
Good grief, look. Tied up to the Trumbull dock. It's a police launch.
Yes. We're too late, Patsy. What a fool I was not to come back right away.
Oh, Nick, look. There's Lieutenant Riley standing on the breakwater. Something serious must have happened if he's been called in.
Oh, there, Nick. I thought you'd be back when you heard the news. But you're too late, me boy. The whole thing's solved.
What's solved, Lieutenant?
Eric Trumbull's death.
I was afraid of that. What happened?
Hanged himself, he did.
Hmm?
We're just waiting for the photographers to finish before we cut him down.
No, Riley, don't touch him.
Hmm?
Don't touch a thing till I have a chance to see him.
But
this isn't suicide. It's murder.
And would you mind telling me why you're so sure it ain't suicide?
Because Eric Trumbull was psychologically incapable of killing himself.
Do you think the captain came back and did it, Nick?
No. The captain wouldn't have hanged him. Now, if he'd been beaten to death...
Oh, goodness. What's that?
There's the housekeeper. Her room's just down the hall a bit here.
It's Maria.
Taking it awful hard, she is. Okay, Nick. After you.
Yeah. The feet clear the ground by bare 6 inches.
6 inches is enough. Medical examiner took a look at him and says it's death by strangulation, me boy. No mistake.
I'm not doubting that. You say nothing's been touched, Riley?
Not a thing, Nick.
Then it's definitely murder.
Oh, no, you don't, Nick. Just take a look at this here suicide note pinned there on his chest.
I can't live without her, and I won't. Signed, Eric Trumbull.
That, me boy, is in his own handwriting. Checks with the writing we found in his diary.
Possible, but this is only part of a piece of paper. The upper part's missing.
So what? It's a suicide note. That's enough for me.
Riley, if a man's going to commit suicide, he has to stand on something. A box, a chair, even a few books, and then kick them away from him. But there's nothing here. Nothing within 15 feet of the spot where the body's hanging.
Yeah, Nick, you're right.
Consequently, Trumbull was strung up by someone else. Someone who threw the rope over that beam, hauled the body up, and then tied the rope to that bracket.
Now, wait a minute. What would Mr. Trumbull be doing all that while? There's no signs of a struggle here.
Probably because the murderer was careful to sneak up behind him and knock him unconscious first.
Huh?
Your medical examiner will take a good look, Riley. I think he'll discover a lump at the base of the brain somewhere.
Hey, I better go and talk to him. Who would ever think of looking for a lump on the head of a guy who's hanged himself?
Nick? Nick, will you come out in the hall a minute?
Yes, right away, Patsy. As soon as I unpin the so-called suicide note. All right. What's up?
It's Maria here. She wants to talk to you.
Mr. Carter, please. I hear what you said, that it is not a suicide. Is that the truth?
I'm afraid so, Maria.
Oh, I know it. I know it. It was the captain. They had a terrible battle fight after you left to go to the boat this morning.
Maria, what makes you so sure that Captain Trumbull killed his cousin?
That note you have in your hands. It's part of a letter Mr. Eric sent 3 days ago to New Bedford where the captain's ship had gone. Mr. Eric was in love with the captain's wife. He was painting a picture of her.
Yes, we know that.
He did it then. I know it while you waited on the dock.
We were there less than 5 minutes.
Oh, the captain is so strong. For him, 5 minutes is plenty.
What makes you so sure it wasn't somebody else? Somebody who came to the island after we left.
Because nobody came. When you are gone, I lock all of the doors and the windows. I go to the kitchen to fix Mr. Eric his lunch. When I take it up to him, I find him. Like that.
And you're sure no one else was here? You didn't open the door to anyone?
I swear on the Bible.
Tell me, Maria. Why did you kill Eric?
You think I did it? No, you are wrong. It was the captain that let the frozen so that letter was written to him.
The captain didn't do it, Maria. For 2 reasons. One, the letter, though undoubtedly written by Eric, was never sent.
But, Nick, how could you possibly know that?
Because this torn suicide note covers more than half a sheet of notepaper. Any letter that's gone through the mail has been folded at least once. This one was never folded. Consequently, never sent. But the second, and the most important reason, as we left the island this morning with the captain and his wife, I happened to take a look at the house. Eric Trumbull, alive and healthy, was glaring at us from his studio window.
No! No!
Consequently, Maria, since no one entered the house after we left, and since you were alone with Eric Trumbull, the only person who can possibly be responsible for his death is you, Maria. Your last name is Trumbull, isn't it?
Yes. Maria Trumbull. I was Eric's wife. That's why I killed him.
Yes. Had an idea that was the reason.
He married me 20 years ago in Sorrento when I nursed him back from the dead. During all this time, no one has ever known. I sold my house and my little farm. It was that money paid for his first exhibition. I do not begrudge him that. He was a genius, senor. They are not like other men. After a little while, I did not even mind his love affairs, so long as it was only his model. You see, I knew they would not last.
Oh, Maria.
But this time it was different. The captain's wife, she was a woman of his own class. He wanted her to divorce the captain and marry him. Don't know what would have become of me. And so, this afternoon, when I found the letter he was writing to the captain, I knew it was over between us. I knew he was through with me. After all the hardships, all of the insults, something inside of me turned strange and cold. And I killed him. I am not sorry.
Maria.
You think that is strange? No. I got tuberculosis. In 6 months, I'll be dead.
Well, Nick, you're right again. He found a lump as big as an egg behind his left ear. You got any idea who could have done it?
Maria knows, Riley.
Huh?
She was Eric's wife.
What?
I have no doubt she'll be glad to tell you whatever you wish to know.
In just a moment, Nick will be back to give you the final details of today's story and tell you what caused the rocking of the haunted rocking chair. You and your family take pride in your home, of course. That's why you keep it bright and sparkling. And the finest household help you can find are the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Take Linex cream polish, for instance. What a help it is in keeping your fine furniture lovely. Because it cleans as it polishes, Linex cream polish erases finger marks, removes deposits of dust and old polish, helps conceal scratches, all in one quick, easy application. And it leaves a lovely, gleaming luster that brings pride to the heart of any homemaker. What's more, Linex cream polish leaves no surface oil to attract more dust, to make more work. So save half the time, half the fuss of furniture upkeep. Care for your furniture the modern way with Linex cream polish, the up-to-date shortcut to furniture protection. Get it at your dealers now. Linex cream polish, which saves one whole step in your cleaning day routine. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners: Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the modern wall finish that beautifully decorates the average room for only $2.98. Make it a point, too, to stop at your nearest War Bond headquarters for that extra War Bond. It takes money as well as men to finish this war. The men are doing the big job overseas. Let's do our job over here to raise the money now during the mighty 7th War Loan Drive. Invest all you can in your future and America's. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Nick, what happened to Maria? Did Riley arrest her?
Yes, Ken, he did, but she died before she could be brought to trial.
And what about the rocking chair?
After considerable observation, we found out it was just a Trumbull cat. She used to climb up the trees, jump through the broken pane, and into the chair, which stood right beside the window. She'd sit there in the old chair and wash herself, and her movements would make the old chair rock.
But how come the cat just started recently to sit in the old chair like that?
Well, we learned it was only recently that the cat came to live at the house.
Disgustingly simple when you know the answers.
That's what I always say. And Nick always laughs at me when I say it. But it's true.
Well, what's about your story for next week, Nick? Got a couple of not too well-veiled hints on that one?
Well, I don't see why not, Ken. Patsy and I were taking a shortcut through the park one day in my car.
Which is more like a police squad car than a pleasure car.
When we heard a police call over the radio, directing the nearest squad car to a certain address to take care of a dead body.
And were we interested to find that the address where the body had been found was our own office at 4th and 5th.
Well, that sounds like an interesting start to a story.
And when the band of thieves kidnapped me and tried
to... No, hold it, Patsy. Save something for next week.
Well, Nick, what do you call the story?
The Body on the Doorstep.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written by Edith Miser, and any resemblance therein to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paint. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Patsy, get every boy belonging to the club into the gymnasium.
Why? What's up, Nick?
I've got to make a speech to one of them.
To one? Then why make it to 120?
Because one of the boys knows the killer in this case. And I don't know which boy it is.
Now, the case of the luminous spots. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. There's pandemonium in the gymnasium of the Downtown Boys Club, Nick Carter's favorite charity, for with 1 minute to go in the big basketball game with Delaware House, Nick's boys are trailing by 1 point.
Put it in, boys! We can't let Delaware beat us!
Oh, Nick, only 10 seconds more.
Going to try, Patsy. Come on, Smokey! Make this one good! Make it, Smokey, boy!
Oh, Nick.
Yeah, he missed, Patsy. Smokey missed again.
Oh, and that's the end of the game.
Well, he took a licking. I'd sort of hoped that Smoky Bates could help us lick Delaware this year. Looked like a flash when he joined the club last month. Oh, well.
Well, don't look so sad, Nick. Think how much worse Smoky Bates feels.
Oh, hiya, Smokey. I've been expecting you. Come in, come in.
Hi, Noonan. Nice little joint you got here, fella.
Yeah. Place upstairs used to be a dance hall. This is the basement. Costs us $3 a month rent.
Hey, who's the dame?
Oh, that's Fran Hollis. Hey, Fran.
Yeah?
This here's Smoky Bates.
Oh, hello, Smokey.
Hiya, Fran.
Nice game you played tonight.
Thanks.
Say, which reminds me, here's your dough, Smokey. $25. Nice pay for just missing a few baskets now and then, huh?
Yeah, I'll say so.
We cleaned up pretty good on the bets, too. Made some nice dough.
Yeah, boy, this 25 feels good in the pocket.
Ah, that's pin money, kid. Peanuts. We could cut you in on some real dough if you want to play ball.
You mean throw another game?
Wake up, kid. Wake up. Life ain't all basketball games. But if you're the kind of guy that's got nerve and brains and likes plenty of excitement, you could make plenty of dough.
Yeah, Jerry and Jean from your club joined up with Noonan last month.
Yeah?
Well, what do they make a week, Noonan?
Oh, $40, $50 easy.
What do you say, Smokey?
I think maybe this is just what I've been looking for. You can count me in, Noonan.
Good, it's a deal. Meet me here tomorrow morning at 7:30, Smokey. Bring 20 newspapers and a screwdriver.
What's the papers got to do with it?
Look, Smokey, here's the pitch. You and me's gonna make like we're newsboys in case we get stopped.
Oh, I get it. We make like we're on a delivery route.
That's right. Only we don't work for no pikers, though, like regular newsies do. This apartment house is next, Bates.
What do we do here? Same as the last place?
Ah, no. We use a different technique in here. It's the first apartment on the right. Ring the bell.
You kidding?
Ring it, I said. This is another of the joints I've been casing. Like I said, it's a cinch to look into first-floor apartments and get the dope. The guy lives here alone. Goes to work every morning at 7.
That's why you rang the bell?
Yeah, just to make sure. Well, he ain't in. Give me that screwdriver, kid. I'm going to show you a fancy way to open locks. Light a match. I want light.
Okay.
This guy keeps his dough in the kitchen. In a sugar can. He's... Watch it, Smokey.
What are you kids doing there?
Nothing, mister. We're just delivering papers.
Who do you think you're fooling, Mac? I saw you working at the lock of that screwdriver. You're a couple of sneak thieves. Oh, no, you don't. Get away, sonny.
Get your hands off me.
Cheap little tin-horn gangsters.
You got us wrong, mister. We ain't crooks.
Watch out, Smokey. Get out of the way.
Don't try nothing funny, son. What do you got in your hand there?
It's a gun, mister.
That little toy pistol. I don't think I'll fall for that, sonny boy.
You're falling for it, but good, Grandpa.
Nick, what's the rush? Where are we driving to?
I got a telephone call from Matty, Patsy. Insisted I drop everything and hurry up to 120 Amsterdam Avenue. Says my downtown boys club is involved.
It is? How?
Don't know. Matty wouldn't say. Here we are, 120. Come on.
Right.
Oh, all Matty would say was that he discovered a murder.
Murder?
Hey, that you, Nick?
Yes, Matty.
It's a nasty case, Nick. Looks like one of your boys is mixed up in it.
I'd hate to believe that, Matty.
Yeah, well, look here. This corpse is Homer Welland, janitor of the building.
Oh.
Quiet, you boys, will you? Quiet. He was found dead about a half an hour ago. .22 caliber bullet right through the heart. In some kind of scrap before he was shot, Nick.
Yeah, I see the scratches on his hands.
And look what we found inside one hand. A piece of wool torn from a sweater, and on it, a small silver pin with the initials D.B.C.
Oh, Nick, it's the Downtown Boys Club pin.
Yes, I'm sorry to say.
Oh.
Well, Nick?
Well, Matty, I can't answer for every boy in the club. We've got over 100 members. One or two may be kind to do a thing like this, but... Hey.
Huh?
Who belongs to this screwdriver?
Well, I figured it was the janitor's, but I don't figure all these newspapers.
What happened is obvious. Some boy came in here this morning carrying these newspapers, probably to disguise himself as a newsboy.
Yeah?
Tried to jimmy open the apartment door with the screwdriver.
Oh, wait, Nick. How can you tell?
Screwdriver's brand new, Patsy. And there are flakes of metal on the end of it that match the metal of the door lock.
Oh.
See the fresh scratches on the brass?
Holy smoke, I didn't...
The boy used matches for light. You can tell because there's several burnt paper matches on the floor. Also the match book, which was probably dropped in the scuttle.
Well, that's right.
And the janitor interrupted him. There was a fight, and then a murder. Typical case of juvenile delinquency.
Nick, we gotta get down to your club and pick this kid up right away.
Matty, there are more than 100 kids in that club. It'll take a week to question everyone and a month to check their alibis. We've got to work quicker than that.
Well, how can we, Nick?
The wolf from the sweater is your lead, Patsy. Check the stores that sell sweaters. It may be possible to trace the sale to the boy who's wearing it.
Uh-huh.
Also check the club. Someone may be able to identify the sweater there.
Right.
Now, what are you gonna do?
This matchbook is my lead, Matty. It's got the address of a candy store on Sherman Avenue on it, near the old Sherman dance hall. You know the place.
Yeah.
Gang may be operating from around there. They are. I'll find them. I don't like cheap tin horn crooks, especially in my club.
Close the door, Smokey.
Okay, Noonan. Hi, Noonan.
Hi, Jerry. Hi, Gene. Fran ain't here, huh?
Nope. Hi, Smokey. How'd you make out? Lousy.
Are you kidding? Took $33 in cash and some jewelry. You call that lousy?
I call murder lousy. Murder? Yeah, it's like I've been telling you, Noonan. It's okay swiping a few bucks, but I don't go for killing. I'm getting out of here right now.
Running out to squeal to Papa Nick Carter, huh? Like fun you are.
Ow!
You need a little slugging around to wise you up, pal.
Okay. You're talking up, too, Noonan. But I can take you anytime. Your wind's bad, Noonan. You're weak. Why don't you play a little basketball, huh?
Easy, Smokey, easy. You'll knock his head off.
Watch out, Smokey. He's reaching for his pistol.
Noonan!
Yeah, I dropped him. He'd have squealed on me sure as anything.
Listen, Noonan.
Now, look, you guys got to help me get rid of the body.
Yeah, get rid of it yourself. I'm getting out of here.
Me too, and don't wave that gun at us, Noonan. It only holds one shot. We'll be gone before you can reload it.
You're in on this killing, too. Remember that.
We're in, but we're getting out. Like Smokey said, bucks is one thing, but murder's something else.
If you guys start to
We
talk...
ain't gonna squeal, Noonan. Don't worry about us.
Just start worrying about Smokey. He'll do more talking dead than he'd ever done alive.
Alone in the basement with the body of Smoky Bates, Noonan begins working desperately to find a hiding place for the corpse. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the luminous spots. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. An hour after the murder of Smoky Bates, Nick and Matty cautiously descend the steps leading to the basement of the Sherman Dance Hall.
This is the place the candy store man told us about, Matty. Gang of kids use it for a club.
Maybe, but it's empty now.
Well, there's a smell of fresh cigarette smoke here. Also... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
There's water on the floor.
It's pitch dark in here. I can't see a thing.
Look, Matty, where I'm flashing my light.
What?
The rest of this place is a shambles. But somebody's been trying to scrub this part of the floor. Wonder why.
Spring house cleaning, maybe.
I doubt it, but we'll find out. I'm going back to my car to get my portable lab kit. While I'm doing that, you get some policemen.
What for?
To watch the entrance of this cellar. Tell them to let anyone in, but not to let anyone out. When I come back, I may have something interesting to show you. All ready, Matty?
Yeah, sure. Hey, what's that thing you got there?
A spray gun, filled with a derivative of tolic acid.
What? Come again?
Put out your flashlight and I'll show you something.
Okay. Boy, it's black as pitch in here now.
Watch. While I spray this acid on the wet spots where the floors have been scrubbed.
Yeah? Hey, Nick, there's blue spots appearing on the floor.
Glow like phosphorus, don't they?
Yeah. They burn just like a blue flame.
what I expected would happen.
Look, Nick. There are more spots up ahead there.
Yes, come on. We'll follow and see where they lead to.
Right.
See? I just keep spraying. And the spots keep on appearing.
Yeah, sure. But what the dickens is this stuff that's burning?
Blood, Matty.
Yep. Did you say blood?
That's what I said. Calic acid is a recent discovery. Makes the hemoglobin in the blood glow in the dark.
Even if it's been cleaned up?
Yes. Enough always remains to react like this.
Hey, Nick, look. The blood spots lead directly to that old ash pile.
Yes. Maybe there's a body buried under the ashes.
What?
There's a shovel, Matty. Take a look.
Yeah, sure, as fast as I can.
I'll hold the flash for you.
Okay.
Come on, Matty. Hurry.
I am.
Wait a minute.
Yep.
What's that?
Good grief, Nick. It's a body.
Yes. Let me uncover his face. So we can... Oh, good heavens.
Nick, you know who he is?
It's Smokey Bates, one of the kids in my downtown boys club.
Oh, that's too bad.
Poor kid, shot through the heart. Probably by the same murderer that killed Welland.
Nick, he's wearing the sweater that matches the piece of yarn found in Welland's hand.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas, what are you doing back there?
Hey, Nick, it's a girl.
Yeah, I'll douse the lights so she can't see us.
Yeah, sure, but...
When she comes close, I'll flash the light in her face. Okay.
Fella's doing back in the ash bin.
Hello?
Oh, you're blinding me.
Looking for someone?
Who wants to know?
This is Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad. I'm Nick Carter. What's your name?
Francis Hollis.
Looking for someone in particular, Miss Hollis?
No. Well, that is a friend of mine wanted me to meet her here, and
Her? You usually refer to your girlfriends as fellows?
Oh, sure. It's kind of a gag.
What's the name of the friend you're supposed to meet here?
Sally Brown.
Usually meet her here?
No, I've never been here before, Mr. Carter.
And you know nothing about a gang of boys that hang out here?
What's the gang? Oh, no, Mr. Carter.
How old are you, Miss Hollis?
Oh, almost 17.
It's 2:00. Why aren't you in school?
Well, I had a study period, and I kind of slipped out. I guess Sally must have been playing a trick on me.
Yeah, look, you better go back to school, Miss Hollis. You might get into trouble.
Yeah, sure. I'd hate to get caught playing hooky.
Matty.
Yeah?
Have one of your men follow that girl.
Okay, Nick.
And tell him to let her see she's being followed. Also tell him to make sure she goes to school. Then he's to wait and follow her home after school.
Right.
In the meantime, I'll do a little checking on her and then rush down to the club. If Smokey Bates was mixed up with this gang, there's a chance some of my other boys may be, too.
Okay.
Between Francis Hollis and the Downtown Boys Club, we ought to be able to pick up the killer. Everybody here in the gym now, Patsy?
Yes, I've rounded up every last boy.
Good. Let me have your attention a minute, fellows. A few hours ago, Smokey Bates was murdered in the basement of the Sherman Dance Hall. He was shot down like a dog, dragged to an ash heap and buried in dirt and rubbish. He was murdered by a killer without decency, honor, or shame. Now, it may be that some of you here have been mixed up with this killer. And if you have, I can understand why. You saw a chance for some easy money, for excitement and adventure. You figured the law wasn't your friend. It was just another rival to compete with. You thought crime was a bigger, more thrilling game. That's what Smokey thought. And I've told you what happened to him. But crime isn't fun. It's dirty, mean, dangerous. If I were you, whoever you are, I'd be ashamed and scared. Now, whoever it is who's mixed up in this has a choice to make. He can come down to my office and let me help him out of this jam. And believe me, on my word of honor, I'll do everything I can. Or he can try to bluff his way out of it. But if he does, heaven help him.
Mr. Carter.
Oh, hello, hello, Jerry. Come on in. Come in, Jane.
We're the guys.
Yeah.
Well, fellows, I'm glad you came to me. You're in a bad mess. This is the only way to work it out.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I guess it's like you said, Mr. Carter. We just started off doing it for fun.
But when he killed Smokey...
Who killed Smokey, Gene?
I can't tell you, Mr. Carter.
Oh, look, Mr. Carter, we'll tell you everything we did. We'll pay back every nickel we swiped. We'll do anything you say. But we can't squeal on this guy. We gave him our word we wouldn't.
Okay, Jerry. If that's the way you feel, I'm not going to insist. I'll get him, without your help. But there's one thing I do insist on, fellows, and it's not going to be easy for you. You're going to the police. You're going to confess everything you've done. You're going to take what's coming to you. Understand?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
Sure, Mr. Carter.
Good boys. And if it'll give you any satisfaction, Miss Bone and I are driving to Fran Hollis's home right now. And inside of an hour, the killer of Smokey Bates is going to get what's coming to him.
Nick, how come you know where Fran Hollis lives?
Did a little checking before I went back to the club, Patsy.
Ah.
Maddie should be here to meet me by now. This is it. The White Clabbered house.
How much does Fran know about the murders, Nick?
I don't think she knows anything.
You don't?
She wouldn't have come barging into the basement if she did. But she is mixed up with the gang. Maybe we can locate the killer through her.
Nick!
Oh.
Hey, Nick!
Oh, there's Matty standing in the doorway. And is he mad?
I'm all in the house here, and for the love of Pete, hurry it up.
All right. Take it easy, Matty.
That bonehead cop let the Hollis girl get away.
Oh, no.
What? Well, let's have it, Matty. What happened?
He tailed her back to school, then he tailed her home. Then about 5 minutes ago, a whole flock of girls trooped in here to see her. A couple of minutes later, they all marched out, and she went with them. And my man didn't spot her.
Well, at least you've got to hand it to her. She's a smart kid.
Okay. So what? What do we do now?
I'll show you. Come on over here to the telephone.
Hey, wait a minute. How come you know where the phone is?
I was here a little while ago as an inspector for the phone company.
Oh, so that's the checking up you were doing.
Yes. See, I figured Fran was smart enough to spot the cop you put on her tail. That's why she came straight home from school.
Then she let you in the house?
She did.
Oh, my man must have missed you, too.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
But look, how come she didn't spot your voice as belonging to the guy she talked to in the basement of the Sherman dance hall?
Because I used a different voice.
Oh, Nick. Why are you moving the Davenport?
Just so I can pick this up.
Hey, what's that thing?
Looks like a small radio.
Better than that. When I said I was sure Fran would head for home, and she did. She wanted to do some phoning in a hurry. Only I got here before she had a chance to.
Yeah, and then what?
I set this small wire recorder down here on the floor next to the telephone box.
So that's what that is, a wire recorder.
Now, look, Nick, wiretapping is out. It won't stand up in court anymore.
This isn't wiretapping, Matty.
It ain't?
No. Don't have to attach it to the phone. Instead, you just lay this wire near the telephone wire.
And it picks up what's said over the telephone?
That's right, Betsy.
Huh.
Well, I'll be darned. What'll they think up next?
I don't know yet, Matty.
But didn't she say you leave the recorder?
I asked her to get me a drink of water, Patsy, and while she was out of the room, I fixed it, and I'm sure she made a phone call the minute after I left the house.
Oh.
Now, let's see.
Hello, Noonan?
Yeah, that's you, Fran?
Noonan, what's happened? There were cops down in your club. We were snooping around, and there's been a cop following me all afternoon. Are they wise to the racket?
Cops down in the basement, huh?
Uh-huh.
Hey, that ain't so good.
Well, tell me what's up.
Okay, Franny, listen. I'm over at the Sherman filling station.
Yeah?
I just acquired a car. Beat it over here, and I'll tell you what's doing.
But the cops are watching my house.
Look, baby, use your brains. You can figure a way to get out. Just hurry up over here. So long.
Yeah, that's all there is.
It's enough. Matty, you stay here and cover the house. Patsy, come with me. There's not a minute to lose.
Nick and Patsy dash out of Fran Hollis's house, hoping to meet her and Smokey Bates' killer. In just a minute, we'll see whether they left in time. And now for the conclusion of the case of the luminous spots, brought to you by Old Dutch Glenser. At the curb in front of the Sherman filling station, Joe Noonan sits impatiently in a new sedan. As he sees Francis Hollis approaching, he calls out softly.
Fran, over here, in the car.
got away, Noonan. Nobody followed me.
What kept you so long? I'm in a hurry.
I told you on the phone I've been followed all afternoon. Then I had to get rid of some kids, and I had to duck in and out of alleys to make sure nobody followed me here.
Okay. How do you like the car, baby?
Oh, it's a beauty, Noonan, but...
Now, listen, kid. The car's taking you and me right out of town for good.
Sure, Noonan, but
I gotta
why?
work fast, baby, so the explanations will have to keep. Now, this is what you're gonna do.
Golly, Noonan, you talk so fast I can't...
We barge into the filling station, see? And as soon as we get inside, you pull a feint.
Yeah?
Just drop right onto the floor, out cold. You understand?
Yeah, but...
Just do it, kid. That's all. Just do it. Now, come on.
Hey, you want some, Bud?
Yeah, I gotta have a set of new
Joe,
gaskets.
I feel kind of funny.
Hey, Fran, what's the matter?
Oh.
Fran.
Hey, Bud, she's fainted. Give me a hand. Get her off the floor, huh?
Okay, mister. If you want to help, you can reach.
Why, you?
Get over against the wall.
Wait.
Get the rod he keeps in the register, Fran.
But Noonan...
It'll shoot a lot better than this dinky 22 I got. Grab the dough out of the register,
Hey,
too.
look, kid.
Do like I told you, Fran. We need that dough, and we ain't got all day.
All right.
Don't think this character's going to spill anything to anybody.
Noonan, you don't mean you're going to kill him.
Why not?
Noonan, I won't get mixed up in a killing.
You're mixed up already, baby. I knocked off Smokey Bates.
You killed Smokey?
Why do you think the cops were on your tail?
But, Noonan, I don't want to
Make up your mind. Are you with me, or do you want to get over there against the wall with him?
Oh, Noonan, please, let me out of here, please.
Okay, baby, get over there.
No.
I'll knock the both of you off at the street.
All right, take it easy, Fran. Nobody's hurt. I just shot the gun out of your boyfriend's hand, that's all. Sorry I couldn't get here any sooner. It was soon enough to end the criminal career of Mr. Noonan. Well, that's about all there is to the case, Patsy. We've got Noonan for 2 murders, and we've got him cold.
Yeah, but how did he kill Smokey and Well and Nick? One of the reasons he held up the gas station was to get a revolver.
He had a small single-shot pistol that fires a .22 caliber shell. Would have preferred something better, no doubt, but that was deadly enough at close range.
Oh. Well, if the case is finished, Nick, where were we driving to this morning?
Oh, the case isn't finished, Patsy. As far as I'm concerned, it's just started.
What do you mean?
We're getting out here. Come on.
Oh, but this is the courthouse.
We're headed for court.
I don't get it.
Patsy, you and I are going into that court and put up the fight of our lives for Jerry, Jean, and Fran Hollis.
Oh, but Nick, what can you do?
Get them suspended sentences, I hope. And then we're really going to work on them at the Downtown Boys Club.
You mean Fran, a girl at the Downtown Boys Club?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Patsy. The Boys Club is opening a girls' auxiliary. And you're running it.
I'm running it. Oh, now see here, Nick Carter.
Now, listen, Patsy. If I do any arguing this morning, I'm going to do it in court. Those kids aren't hardened criminals. And I'm not counting this case a success unless I save them.
Well, Nick, can you tell us something about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week?
Next week, we're going to meet a young war veteran who decided to turn me into a detective college.
Only he, unfortunately, turned himself into a #1 murder suspect. Nick got him out of it by making him wear gloves.
Gloves and detective colleges. Sounds fascinating. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Missing Thumb.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Mattie is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Nick, that's impossible.
No, Patsy. Somewhere high up in the skyscrapers of this city, a deadly killer is running wild.
I know. But how on earth are you going to track him down, Nick? It's like looking for someone in a jungle of stone and glass.
Well, at least I know whom he's picked out for his next victim.
Who?
A fellow by the name of Nick Carter.
Now, the case of the careless employees. Today's exciting Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins in the superintendent's office of the Park Window Cleaning Company, a large firm handling skyscraper contracts only. Bill Stevens, one of the company's window washers, is talking to the superintendent, Frank Marston.
I just dropped in to give you my notice, Marston. I'm quitting this coming Saturday.
What?
You heard me. I'm handing in my equipment Saturday.
Wait a minute, Bill. Take it easy. It's more money you want.
You couldn't pay me enough to keep me washing windows for the Park Company, Marston.
But, Bill, you've been with the company a long time.
Yeah, and I want to live a long time. I don't like all these accidents that are happening to pals of mine. Look at Ed Kelly. He fell 40 stories to the street 2 weeks ago. And then last week, Joe Drummond took a nosedive from the Embassy Hotel towers. And then only yesterday, Tim Bolin hit the bricks. Dropped 20 stories from the Exchange building. And each of them so badly smashed you could hardly identify them.
Well, sure, I know, but we're bound to have a run of bad luck now and then, Bill. Those fellas probably got a little careless.
Nuts. They were old-timers, and you know it. They knew where to put their safety belts and how to handle themselves in a high wind. The truth is, this here company is jinxed.
And what do you mean by that?
You're the superintendent. You tell me.
Oh, just because you've had a few accidents.
Marston, we've had 3 accidents in 2 weeks, and that's too many. I'm getting the jitters myself. The next thing you know, bingo, they'll pick me up off the street with a blotter.
Bill, if I were you, I'd think it over.
Think it over nothing. My mind is made up, Marston. I'm going to get myself a nice, safe job on the ground.
Oh, good morning, Patsy.
Oh, gosh, do I feel embarrassed letting the boys beat me into the office.
Ah, Patsy.
What's the matter, Nick?
Leave that bunch of fruit you call a hat right where it is. We're going places.
So early in the morning.
So early in the morning. John Farron just called and asked us to go to work for him.
Farron?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Farron of Atlantic Underwriters?
That's the man. And I might remind you, his company pays us a handsome annual retainer for services rendered.
In other words, you've got yourself a case.
I have.
Well, what's it all about?
Well, Atlantic issues a special high-premium policy to window cleaners. And 3 of these insured window cleaners have fallen from skyscrapers in the last 2 weeks.
What does that have to do with you?
In the first place, statistics show that no window cleaner has died by accidental fall in the past 2 years. And now, for no apparent reason, 3 of the poor devils plunged to their deaths in 2 weeks.
It could be coincidence, Nick.
Yes, it could, but I doubt that it is. Listen to this. There are only 2 big contract window cleaning companies in town. The Park Outfit and the Community Window Cleaning Corporation.
Uh-huh.
Between them, they handle millions of dollars worth of skyscraper business annually. And they're bitter rivals.
Well, who had the accidents, Park or Community? Or both?
All the accidents have happened to Park, none to Community.
I see. Of course, that could be coincidence, too.
No, I'm afraid this case has too many coincidences.
Well, what are we going to do about it, Nick? In other words, where now?
To headquarters. I want to check a few details with Mary before we really get going. So you're sure these window cleaners fell by accident, huh, Matty?
I can be absolutely sure of nothing, Nick. As far as we know, these guys just got careless, that's all.
Well, from what we understand, they were all old-timers in the window cleaning business.
Yeah, but even the best of them can make mistakes, Patsy.
Yeah.
And when they slip on a job like this, why, it's curtains.
Or I should say shrouds.
Now, what about the safety belts these cleaners are wearing, Matty?
Nick, I checked them myself. They were in perfect condition. Not a thing wrong with them.
And the bolts on the sides of the windows to which they hooked their belts?
Went over them personal, every one of them, and every window where these men were cleaning when they fell. Those bolts were in solid, Nick, not a loose one on the lot.
Well, Nick, that's that.
Why, sure, you're just wasting your time, Nick. The medical examiner looked over each of the bodies and reported death by accident, fall and violent contact.
Violent is right.
Oh, Nick, I've seen men smashed up in my time, but these fellas, we could barely identify them.
Well, nevertheless, I still can't get over the fact that these accidents happened so close together and only to the men in the park company.
Well, Nick, look, these window cleaners stepped out on a windowsill and slipped. Or they were blown off these skyscrapers by a high wind before they got their belts hooked. Oh, I don't know. But we're booking them as accidents, and that is that as far as we're concerned.
All right, Matty, you may be right. But until I've exhausted every possibility, I'm not going to be satisfied. Come on, Patsy.
Where are we going this time?
Uptown. I want to talk to the superintendent of the park company.
Mr. Carter, it's beyond me. I still can't figure out how they happened to fall.
Tell me, Mr. Marston, did you know any of them well?
Did I know them? Oh, see, I did. They were old-timers with our company. Came in with me when the business first started. Worked right alongside of them before I hurt my leg and took this inside job. Yeah, they were friends of mine, all right. Knew their families, too. Now...
We understand how you must feel.
Mr. Marston, these accidents, how have they affected your business?
We're taking a terrific beating, Mr. Carter.
I see.
We've already lost a couple of big accounts. The Mercantile Building and the Arcade Building canceled with us and went over to the Community Corporation. They didn't like the unfavorable publicity.
I can understand that.
And that isn't all. This losing business is only one of our troubles.
Suppose your men are quitting, huh?
They sure are, in droves. You know, window cleaners are pretty superstitious, Mr. Carter. They think our company's hoodooed.
Well, can't you get any help to replace them?
There hasn't been a man come to our employment office in 2 weeks. We've advertised in all the papers, and we haven't got a single response. Frankly, Mr. Carter, a little more of this kind of thing, and the park company's washed up. We're through.
I see. Mr. Marston, who's the man to see at your competitors, the Community Corporation?
A man named Whaley, Fred Whaley. It's a corporation with a board of directors, but he supervises operations. Why? What's he got to do with all this?
Oh, I just want to get his point of view, that's all. Come on, Patsy. Let's go see Whaley.
Look, Mr. Carter, I'm a very busy man. I don't have much time. Now, what do you want?
Miss Bowen and I are investigating those accidents over at Park on behalf of the Atlantic Underwriters.
Well, why come to me? Nothing's happened to our window cleaners. Why don't you talk to the park people instead of coming here to waste my time?
Look here, Whaley. You don't have to tell us anything if you don't want to. But at least you can be civil.
Okay. Well, what do you want?
We don't quite understand why all the accidents seem to be happening to the park company alone.
Meaning what, Carter?
Meaning anything you like. Or nothing.
Look here, Carter. Are you implying we're responsible?
I'm not making any accusations, Whaley.
We just thought you might have an idea.
I haven't. I mind my own business, operating the Community Window Cleaning Corporation. What happens over at Park doesn't interest me. Is that clear?
Clear enough. But is it the truth?
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Carter. Do I understand you to insinuate that
What I'm saying is common knowledge in business circles, Whaley. Park has already lost several big skyscraper contracts to your company. They lose a few more, they'll fold up.
Well, that's their affair. It's not mine. Though I'd be happy to see them fold up. Now, is that all?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Whaley, that's all. For now.
Hiya, beautiful.
Fresh.
Oh, now, listen, I just got carried away. You know, when you're cleaning windows on these big buildings, all you see mostly is a lot of sourpusses. But you, boy, you're the best-looking babe I've seen in any of these offices.
Oh, you really think so?
Honest, no kidding.
Well, you're not so bad yourself.
Thanks, baby. What's your name?
Mabel Lanigan.
My name is Bill Meadow.
Pleased to meet you.
Must be pretty dull working in an office like this all day, punching a typewriter.
Oh, I'll say. Sometimes I could scream. But take your job. Gee, that must take an awful lot of nerve.
Yeah, you gotta watch yourself.
Ain't you scared you'll fall someday?
Well, I never was before, but lately I've started to smarten up. In fact, I'm quitting the job tonight, and I'm going to celebrate. Hey, that gives me an idea.
What?
How about you celebrating with me?
Oh, I couldn't do that. I hardly know you.
Oh, come on, Mabel. I'm a nice guy when you get to know me. We'll go to the Blue Grotto. You know, dinner, dance. What do you say, Mabel? Huh?
Well,
I tell you what, if it'll make you feel any better, we'll make it a foursome.
Foursome?
Sure, I've got a friend. You get a friend.
Well, I got a friend who works on the floor below, on the 32nd floor. Her name's Alice Hayes. I might call her up.
I tell you what, if it's okay with her, me and my friend will meet the two of you at the entrance of this building tonight at 6 sharp. Okay?
All right.
Well, call your friend right now. I'll be washing the next window over, Mabel. And when you get through phoning, you stick your head out of the window and let me know how you make out, huh? So long, beautiful.
Awful cute, Alice. Honest, he is. Huh? Oh, gosh, I don't know how tall his friend is. Yeah, sure, it's embarrassing when you're taller than the man you're with, but I'll tell you what, Alice. Hold the wire. Bill's washing the window in the next office. I'll ask him how tall his friend is. Hold on. Bill, my friend Alice wants to know how tall... Bill!
That Mr. Whaley is a nice, chatty man, Nick. Just a sweet, lovable guy if I ever saw one.
Yeah. Certainly didn't get much out of him.
If you ask me, we're on a wild goose chase. We've been running around in circles.
Hey, what's the matter?
Nick, that ambulance just up where the crowd is. Must be an accident.
Yes. Let's have a look.
Right.
Hey, what happened, Bud?
What happened?
It's another window cleaner. Yeah, poor guy smashed right through the awning, right on the sidewalk. Must have jumped from the 40th floor.
Oh, Nick, it's another one of those accidents.
Oh, I see. Come on, Patsy.
Oh, but Nick, the body's over there.
I'm not interested in the body. I want to find out what office that poor devil dropped from. You say it was the office next to yours. Is that right, Miss Lanigan?
Yes, sir. He'd just finished our window, and he was working on the next one. He was just falling backward from the windowsill. Kind of.
And that's all you saw?
Yes, sir.
Nick, I think we better let Miss Lanigan go now. She isn't feeling very well.
Yes, of course. Just as soon as she tells us which office it was.
It's this one right here. It used to be rented by the Berger Woolen Mill. It's empty now.
I see. Thank you very much for your help, Miss Lanigan.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
All right, let's go in, Patsy.
Right, Nick.
Well, not only an empty office, but it's just been repainted.
Yeah. Floor's still a little sticky from a fresh coat of varnish.
Hey, Patsy, look.
Look at what?
The floor.
Huh?
A very faint imprints of someone's feet on the varnish.
Nick, you're right.
Wait. See those little round spots beside the footprints?
Yes.
Those are undoubtedly made by the rubber tip on a cane. So the man who came into this office was lame, huh?
Does that suggest something to you, Nick?
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, look. There are a number of prints at the window, too. Must have been left by the window cleaner. Apparently, he was cleaning the inside of the window when the lame man came through the door.
Nick, I still don't see what
But the window washer's pail is on the outside sill of the window.
Well, what of it?
Well, look at the window, Patsy. Look at it. It's already been washed on the outside, and the cleaner had started on the inside surface. That means the cleaner was working on the inside when he was...
interrupted.
Nick, if that's the case, why is the pail on the outside of the window?
Precisely, Patsy. It shouldn't be. Unless someone deliberately put it there after the window cleaner was dropped to the street.
Then this was no accident.
I'll say it wasn't. It was murder.
And now back to the case of the careless employees. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is Monday now, and Patsy is just coming into the office after doing a job of research for Nick.
Well, Nick, I checked back on those 3 accidents that preceded Bill Meadows.
And?
And your hunch was right. Every one of those window cleaners fell from the window of an empty office.
Good going, Patsy. This proves that the murderer was someone who knew the schedules of the park company crew.
And knew them to a dotted I and a crossed T. He showed perfect timing, picking empty offices where he wouldn't be disturbed.
And his motive certainly is obvious enough. To ruin the park company, drive it out of business. Still, even with what we know, it isn't going to be easy to nail down this killer, Patsy.
Oh, I'll say it isn't. Well, there must be 100 skyscrapers in the city with thousands of windows, and heaven knows how many empty offices. And looking for this murderer is going to be even worse than trying to find a taxi on a rainy night.
Patsy?
Yes?
Did you ever wash windows?
What?
I said, did you ever wash windows?
Why, yes, of course, but I never enjoyed it. Why?
I've decided to get a window cleaning job with the park company.
Oh, Nick, for the love of Pete, have you gone mad?
No, Patsy. I've got a hunch that if I set myself up as sucker bait, the killer may look me up.
Well, how do you know where you are or what you're doing?
Oh, I'll make sure the word gets around.
Oh, Nick, you can't do it. It isn't the killer I'm worried about so much. It's the idea of you hanging on a safety strap 40 stories above the street and then suddenly... Oh, Nick.
Well, now, Patsy, don't worry. High places don't bother me. Maybe you don't know it, but if you look in my high school yearbook, you'll see that a kid named Nick Carter was champion high diver of the swimming team.
You say my men were murdered, Carter? They didn't fall just by accident?
That's right, Marston.
Well, what makes you think that?
Well, I won't go into the details now, except to tell you I know they were murdered. And the killer is a man who uses a cane. Probably walks with a limp.
Walks with a limp? Well, that's interesting, Carter. Is there anything I can do to help you track him down?
Yes, Marston. You can give me a job, cleaning windows.
Did I hear you right, Carter? You want me to give you a what?
A job. With one of your regular crews.
Well, by all that's holy, why?
Because I have a hunch that if I'm on a window washing crew, this skyscraper killer may pay me a visit.
Well, now look here, Carter. You're out of your mind. This is the whole idea. It's crazy. You've never had any experience. This kind of work's pretty tricky and dangerous.
I'll take the chance.
You're sure you want to do this?
I am.
Okay. It's against my better judgment, but I'll give you the job. All I can say is you be careful.
Oh, don't worry, Marston. I expect to be careful. Very careful. Now, to whom do I report?
Well, the crew boss is Al Fredericks. You'll find him in the locker room down the hall and to the left.
Well, don't you think you better come along and introduce me?
Well, no, Carter, I think I'd better stay here. I'm up to my ears in work. You go ahead. I'll phone Al from here that I'm sending you in. Oh, one more thing.
Yes?
Shall I tell him who you really are?
Might as well. If you consider him trustworthy, I may need his cooperation later. You Al Fredericks?
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Marston told me to report to you for work. My name is Carter, Nick Carter.
Yeah, so Marston told me over the phone just now, but I don't like it. Pretty dangerous work, especially for a green hand.
Oh, I know what I'm up against.
Okay, I'll put you on the first thing in the morning. I don't know exactly what you're up to, Carter, but let me tip you off to one thing.
Yes?
Be careful.
Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Oh, hello, Patsy.
Oh.
I'm on my lunch hour. Anything doing at the office?
No, there's nothing new. Oh, Nick, for heaven's sake, will you stop this window cleaning business and come back here to the office? I've been going crazy ever since you started work this morning.
Now, Patsy, there's no point in getting jittery.
Oh, there isn't. Well, Nick, let me tell you something. I dreamed about you last night. You were crawling up the side of a big, tall building like a human fly. And then, when you almost got to the top, a huge bird swooped down and started to attack you. You tried to fight back, but you had to hang on, and you couldn't. And then all of a sudden you lost your grip and... Oh, Nick. I thought I lost you.
No, Patsy. I'm doing fine so far. Don't worry.
Oh, all right, Nick. I'll try not to. Anything new?
No. But if the killer wants to look me up this afternoon, he'll find me on the 32nd floor of the Globe building. Good to get inside for a minute. Cold out there. Oh, I hope he shows up pretty soon. Getting sick of this job. So you did decide to look me up after all. Don't turn around, Carter. Keep facing that window. And get your hands up if you don't want a bullet in your back.
Well, Nick's hunch that the skyscraper killer would finally look him up turned out to be accurate with a vengeance. We'll be back to see what happens in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the careless employees. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, Nick is facing the window with his hands up while the man with the limp points a gun at his back.
I see you picked out a nice empty office as usual, Marston. So you know me, eh, Carter? I do. Not that it matters much now. But how did you know? When I first met you, you mentioned the fact that you had a bad leg. Yeah, so I did. That was stupid of me, wasn't it? Very. Then later, when you refused to get up from your desk and walk with me to the locker room, I was pretty sure. Why didn't you do something about it then? Because courts require airtight evidence before they send a man to the chair, Marston. And I wanted you to tip your own hand, the way you're doing now. I figured you'd get worried and come after me. Yeah, you're a smart detective, Carter. But this time you've outsmarted yourself. Have I? You sure have. It's 32 stories to the street, Carter. You've got a one-way ticket. Down. I suppose the community corporation's paying you off to ruin your own company. No, not the corporation. Just my friend Whaley. You see, Whaley gets a big bonus if community does a big business. And I get a dividend. $25,000 for turning over to him $1 million worth of park business. I see. Now, Mr. Carter, I'm going to treat you just as I did the others. No favoritism. I'm going to tap you on the back of the head with the butt of this gun, knock you out, then I'm going to drop you out of the window. Of course, they'll never notice a little bump on your head after you hit the street. They'll call it an accident. Just an accident.
Hey, don't like water on your face, do you? Too bad you missed, Marston. You won't get another chance.
Well, Mr. Marston, looks as if you're the one who suffered a little accident, not me. An accident that should please my friend Matty very much indeed.
Well, Nick,
We grabbed Whaley at the airport. He's just trying to get a plane out of town.
Nice going, Matty.
Well, that makes 2 customers for the chair instead of 1.
Yeah. And if these 2 don't burn, I'll go back to pounding a beef.
Oh, Sergeant. Nick, there's still one thing I don't understand.
Yes?
You were facing the window, and Marston was in back of you with a gun.
Yeah, how did you get out of that spot, Nick?
Well, I had to take a long chance. I watched Marston's reflection in the window as he came toward me.
Yeah?
My pail of cleaning water was beside me on the sill. When he raised his gun to crack me over the head, I flipped the pail of water right over my shoulder and into his face.
And that blinded him just long enough so you could knock him out. Well, I'll be doggone.
Nice work, Nick. That's my boss, Sergeant. If he can't wash windows with his cleaning solution, he catches murderers with it. Nick, isn't there any way out of here?
I've gone over every inch of it, Patsy. There's not a chance.
It's like being buried alive. I almost wish he had shot us. It would be better than dying like this.
I'm going to make him wish he'd shot us, too.
What?
In fact, I'm going to make him come back to do it. Right now.
And now, the case of the Bearded Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Today, Scubby Wilson, reporter on the Globe Gazette, finally got delivery on his new car, and is preparing to give Nick's secretary, Patsy Bowen, his one and only girlfriend, the first ride.
Wait till we turn this corner and you get a look at it, Patsy. The slickest, smoothest little convertible that ever came out of Detroit.
No more riding the elevated, eh, Scubby?
No, ma'am. When Scubby Wilson drives by, strong men will turn green with envy and fair ladies will swoon with delight.
Oh, you going to let me drive?
Well, I might let my wife drive if I ever get one. So if you care to qualify.
For the umpteenth time, Scubby, no thanks.
Oh, I mean it, Patsy. With a car like that, think of what a honeymoon we could have. Canada, maybe, or the Rockies.
Thanks, Scubby, but I think I'll stay single and a pedestrian.
That's only because you haven't seen the car yet. Oh, and now before we turn the corner, maybe you'd better shade your eyes. It may prove a bit dazzling at first.
Well, let's turn the corner and see.
Okay, my good woman, but don't say I didn't warn you. Now, behold the pride of the motor car industry, the glory of...
Well?
Holy cats! My new car is gone. Somebody's stolen it.
All right, Sergeant. And if the car should turn up this afternoon, will you call me here at my office? Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
What'd he say, Nick?
Nothing yet, Scubby. They put it on the police radio, but it wasn't very encouraging. There's been an epidemic of car thefts lately. And none of the stolen cars has been recovered.
Oh, gee, Scubby, that's tough.
Oh, fine. $1,500, and I only drove it 20 blocks. Brother, that's the most expensive taxi ride I ever had.
Have the police any ideas, Nick?
Yes, they do, Patsy. I think it's the work of a gang of boys about 16 or 17.
Why, kids that age wouldn't be able to sell the cars if they did steal them, would they?
Oh, well, not unless they were booked up with some crooked used car dealer who had a place where the cars could be repainted and the serial numbers changed.
Exactly. If kids are stealing cars on a large scale, they're working for some adult. And there's nothing more rotten than a crook who makes criminals out of youngsters.
Some kids seem to be born that way.
Oh, no, they're not, Scubby.
No, they're not, Scubby. It's a matter of environment and training. Remember, these boys grow up with no place to play except the streets under the elevated. Give them a fair chance, and they're all right.
That's true, Scubby. Nick proved it with the Downtown Boys Club.
Right. Why, some of those fellows down there had pretty bad records, and we got them. But now I'd trust them anywhere.
Oh, I know, but at the same time... Oh, let me get it. Hello. Yeah, speaking. Huh? Oh, hey, that's great. They found it.
They did?
Good. Not even scratched, huh? You sure? Oh, swell. Oh, who took it, do you know? Oh, yes. Yes, I know him. Well, thanks, Sergeant. I'll be right down.
Was it stolen by somebody you know, Scubby?
Somebody we all know, Patsy.
Huh?
Danny Walker, Nick.
Danny Walker?
Why, he belongs to the Downtown Boys Club. Are you sure?
Sergeant Brady says they've arrested him, and he admitted taking it.
I can't believe it. Come on. We're going to look into this thing right now.
Oh, lay off, will you, Nick? I told you if I'd known the car belonged to a friend of yours, I wouldn't have took it.
It's you I'm interested in, Danny, not the car. I don't like to see you here in jail. You're the first member of the club who's got into trouble in more than a year. I want to find out why and help you if I can.
I don't belong to your club no more. I quit a month ago when my folks moved over to the west side.
Oh, is that so? I knew you hadn't been around lately, but I didn't know you'd quit.
Oh, them clubs is kid stuff. I'm 18 years old.
Danny, listen. We've been pretty good friends now.
Oh, look, Nick, you're a good Joe, see, even if you are a private eye, but let me alone, will you?
No, Danny, I won't. When you came out of reform school, you gave me your word to go straight. And until now, you have. What's changed you, Danny? What's happened to you?
Well, I lost that job you got me, and I had to get some money quick, see? It was kind of a debt. Of honor, like. So I swiped the car to get the dough, and I got caught, and that's that.
You stole that car for somebody else, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I stole it for me.
Danny, look, I came here to go your bail because we're friends, and because I thought you honestly wanted to go straight. Now, you can help me protect other boys from getting into trouble the same way you did. If you'll only tell me who...
If I'll turn stool pigeon, huh? Well, I won't do it. No, sir. I tried going straight, and it didn't work. I'll take this rap. But I'll make up for it when I get out. I'll make up for it plenty.
Those elevator trains make so much noise, it's a wonder anyone gets any sleep around here.
You can get used to anything, Patsy.
Oh, there's Scubby in front of that delicatessen. And there's a space where we can park.
I hope he's been able to find out something.
Hello, beautiful.
Hello, Scubby.
Hiya, Nick.
You have any luck, Scubby?
No, not much. There's a gang in this neighborhood, all right, but the kids wouldn't talk to me.
They have any regular place to meet?
There's no settlement house and no boys' club. But some of them hang out at the West Pine Street garage.
A garage?
Now, don't get excited. I know it sounds like a perfect lead, but I met the boss. And if he's a crook, I'm Jesse James.
Well, I'd like to talk to him anyway. What's he like?
Nice old fellow. Name of Bainbridge, and everybody calls him Pop. I think you and he will have a lot in common. What? Not you, Nick. What? I said I think you and Pops Bainbridge will have a lot in common. Oh, never mind. You'll see for yourself. Come on.
I just don't know what to think, Mr. Carter. Why, Danny used to mind the gasoline pumps for when I'd go out to eat. Maybe there'd be $30 or $40 in the cash register, and he never touched a cent of it. I'll swear to that.
I see.
Oh, Pops. Any calls?
No, not a thing, Joe. Hey, I want you to meet my friends.
Yeah?
Miss Bone, Mr. Wilson.
Hello.
And Mr. Carter.
Hello.
Nick Carter.
How do you do?
This is Joe Ferney. He keeps his taxi here, and I take his calls for him.
Nick Carter, the private eye, huh?
Uh-huh.
Heard about you. I'll be up front, Pops, in the office.
All right, Joe. Come on, Mr. Carter. And you folks, too. I want to show you something.
I didn't tell Nick about this, Mr. Bainbridge. I thought you'd like to do it yourself.
All right, in here. We'll ride down the elevator. Will you push the button, Mr. Carter? The one marked B. We'll go in the basement.
Oh, certainly. But what's this all about?
You'll see in a minute, Nick. Oh, cigarette, Mr. Bainbridge?
The name's Pops. No thanks, I don't smoke.
Scubby, don't you see the no smoking sign on the wall?
Oh, sorry.
Golly, these garage elevators are big things, aren't they?
Well, we park cars on the upper floor and use this elevator to take them up.
Oh.
There now. Now, wait till I find the lights. There we are.
Why, it's a club room. Oh, look, Nick, a handball court, and there's a dart game.
Yeah.
And a radio, checker games, and chess. Say, you've done all right here, Pop.
Well, it isn't much, but I've seen a lot of boys get into trouble hanging around the streets, so I...
Hey, here's a deck of cards. Like to try a hand at gin rummy, Nick?
Oh, no, thanks.
Oh, look, Nick, somebody's been doing a little artwork on these cards. You see the beard on this Queen of Hearts?
Whoever drew that has talent.
Even changed the expression on her face.
Hey, that's pretty good. I hoped I was helping the boys by fixing up this place, but now I don't know.
Why do you say that, Pops?
Well, look what happened to Danny, one of the finest youngsters I ever knew. Now, maybe hanging around the garage here got him wanting a car of his own.
I'm afraid it's not that simple, Pops. Well, thanks for your time. You've been very helpful.
I'm just sorry I couldn't do more.
You've helped me a great deal. A great deal more than you know.
What's the gag, Nick? You didn't come to the jail just to play cards with me.
Oh, yes, I did, Danny. Let me deal your hand.
Okay.
You know how to play poker, don't you?
Sure, but I ain't got no money.
I'm playing for higher stakes than money. Wait.
Huh?
Never mind picking up your cards. I have you beaten.
How do you know? We ain't looked at the hands yet.
I have 3 aces, and you're holding a pair of 6s.
You a mind reader or something?
Turn them over and see.
Well, Hey, what is this? You stacking the cards on me?
No. I was reading the backs of the cards, Danny.
Oh, a mark deck, huh? So what?
See this card?
Yeah?
5 of clubs, isn't it?
Yeah? Hey, show me those marks, will you?
In a minute. This is the 10 of diamonds, right?
Right.
And the 7 of spades? The queen of hearts?
Wait a minute. That queen of hearts. It's got a beard on it.
Has it?
Pete Krovic put that beard on there. I seen him do it.
Oh. So you played with this deck before?
You bet I played with him before. Where'd you get them cards?
Don't you know?
Who gave them to you? Come on, quit holding out on me.
You're holding out on me, aren't you, Danny?
Yeah, I guess I have been. I guess I've been a sucker, ain't I? Taking the rap for somebody who...
Who what, Danny?
Listen, Nick. Did you mean that about going my bail if I helped you crack this case?
Danny, the minute you tell me who's behind these car thefts, you're on your way out of here.
Oh, no. Get me out first, then I'll talk.
All right. May take me a couple of hours to make the arrangements, and I have to see a client at 8. But if I can't be here, I'll send Scubby to bring you to my office.
That's okay. And don't worry about your case, Mr. Carter. I'll crack it for you.
Good boy.
Brother, I'll crack it wide open.
That's Nick's house over there, Danny.
Okay.
You better park on this side, Scubby. Nick's car's in front of the house.
Sure. Only be here a few minutes anyway. Got to meet a guy for an interview pretty soon.
Well, come on. Nick's waiting for us.
Gee, I feel like the mayor or something with 2 of you bringing me here.
Well, Nick didn't want to take any chances.
On me running out, huh?
No, on anything happening to you. We're your bodyguards.
But guarding me from what? Nobody even knows Nick sprung me.
Maybe not, but I still think that green sedan was following us.
That green sedan must have been your imagination, Patsy. Either that or we lost him in the last block or 2.
I hope so. We're here, Nick.
Oh, hello. Is everything all right?
Yeah, hi, Nick. Everything's fine.
You bring the reports on the other car thefts, Patsy?
What? Oh, Nick, I'm sorry. I left them in the car.
Oh, I'll get them for you, Miss Bowen. Won't take a chance.
No, Danny. Let Scubby do it.
Daddy, look out!
Good grief! He ran into him on purpose.
Come on.
It was that green sedan I saw following us before.
Patsy, call an ambulance.
Right.
Scubby, head off any traffic.
Sure, Nick.
Here, Danny. Let me put my coat under your head. Danny, can you hear me? It's Nick. Nick.
It was him, Nick.
I know, Danny. Don't try to talk.
Got to tell you about those cars.
All right, son. What about them?
The eye.
What eye? What do you mean, Danny?
Look for the eye in the L.
Danny.
Oh, the poor kid. He's fainted.
No, Scubby. He's dead.
The I in the L. Can Danny's dying words be the clue that will lead Nick to the head of the car thieves and Danny's killer? We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Bearded Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Back at the office, Nick, Patsy, and Scubby are puzzling over the connection between the automobile thefts and Danny Walker's dying words, look for the I in the L.
Nick, the only way I can figure it must be some detective on duty around the elevated train.
Naturally.
Scubby, look, Brady. And ask him confidentially if any L detective has shown sudden prosperity since these car thefts started.
Sure, Nick.
If only we could have got the license number of that green sedan.
Yes, well, at least we have the fragments of glass from that shattered headlight. That may help us to identify it.
And the police are checking every garage in town for a green sedan with a broken headlight lens.
I felt sure that car was following us, but I didn't see it when we got here.
Probably parked the car up the street with his lights off and his motor running just in case.
And when Danny started to cross the street alone, the murderer saw his chance and took it.
Right. Well, the next thing is to find out if any older men sat on those card games with Danny.
You think the leader of this gang played cards with the boys?
Not only played cards with him, he cheated.
Oh.
Danny realized it when he saw the bearded Queen of Hearts in that marked deck. So-called debt of honor he stole Scubby's car to repay was a gambling debt.
Well, then maybe the same trick was played on some of the other boys. That might account for the rest of the stolen cars.
That's the way I figure it. After a boy had stolen one car, it wouldn't be hard to frighten him into stealing more by threatening to expose him.
Well, that's the lowest trick I ever heard of.
I agree with you, Scubby.
Yes. Well, when we find out who won with that marked deck, I think we'll have the leader of the gang and Danny's murderer.
Perhaps Bainbridge ought to know.
Right, Patsy, and that's where we're going. Scubby, as soon as you've talked to Sergeant Brady about the detectives, phone me at the West Pine Street garage.
A couple of older fellas that sometimes used to play down there, Mr. Carter, but I don't...
Pops.
Oh, Joe.
What's the matter? No gas tonight?
Oh, I didn't hear you drive up.
Been here 2 or 3 minutes. You're so busy talking to your friends, you didn't see me.
Oh, we were talking about Danny Walker.
Yeah, nice kid. Too bad he had an accident, wasn't it? How about putting some gas in my car?
Sure, Joe, sure. Right away. Answer that, will you, Mr. Carter?
Oh, yes. It may be for me anyway. I'm expecting the call.
Well, maybe it's for me, too, Nick. I better come with you. Nick, I didn't want to be left alone with Joe. Did you see the look on his face and how scared Pops was?
Yes, I noticed it. You better stay right outside the booth here.
Yes.
Hello? West Pine Street Garage.
That you, Nick?
Oh, yes, Scubby. What did you find out?
Not a thing. As far as Sergeant Brady knows, there's nothing against any of the detectives around the elevated. Of course, there's been no time for any investigation, but Sergeant Brady thinks we're on the wrong track.
He may be right. But the I and the L is the only thing we have to go on, and I'm going to follow it through.
Okay. Oh, say, will you ask Pops if he found my cigarette lighter? I had him. We were going down to the basement there. Remember when Patsy pointed out that no smoking sign and I had...
Scubby, that may be it.
That may be what?
Never mind. You at headquarters?
Yes, why?
I'll call you back in 15 minutes. Give you the whole story for your paper.
Did he find out anything, Nick?
Wasn't anything to find out. Where are Pops and Joe?
They went out to the gas pump.
Good. I want to take another look at that elevator.
Are we going down to the club room?
Not this time. Must have been blind not to have seen it before.
Seen what?
An elevator made of steel plates riveted together, push-button controls, and a no-smoking sign painted on the wall.
Well, what's unusual about that?
Here's the elevator. Step in, I'll show you.
Uh-huh.
See, Patsy? One of those rivets is right in the middle of the I in no smoking.
The I and the L. The letter I and the no smoking sign in the elevator, of course. Danny died before he finished the word. But, well, how does that...
This elevator is run by push-button controls, Patsy. A button for each floor.
I know, but...
There were another floor, a secret floor. The control button for it would have to be concealed, too. And that rivet in the letter I may be it.
Push it, Nick. Let's find out if... Nick, we're going down to the boys' club room.
Think you'll find we're going past the club room, Patsy.
But we can't go past the basement.
No? Ever hear of a sub-basement?
Huh? Why, of course. Yes, we're passing the club room. There is a secret floor.
Maybe we're going to discover a lot of secrets.
Well, this seems to be it. Whatever it is. Gosh, it's dark here.
Well, there should be a light switch near the elevator. Yes, here it is.
Nick, it's another garage.
A complete paint shop. And mechanical equipment for working over stolen cars.
Look, at the other end of the room, a green sedan with a broken headlight and the fender all dented.
That's the car, all right.
The one that killed Denny.
Hopper, you too, sister.
Joe, I thought you were...
I came down while you was telephoning. I've been standing right behind this pillar waiting for you, baby. You and the boy.
Now, look, Joe.
Carter, take your rod out of your pocket and drop it on the floor. No, don't turn around.
Whatever you say. But you're not playing this very smart.
Smarter than you, Flatfoot. And take that pocket, too, sister, just in case you might be packing some heat.
Where's Pop? Have you done something to him?
Me? I don't do nothing to nobody, unless it's an accident. Of course, I do have an awful lot of accidents.
Hit and run accidents, Joe?
Sometimes. But I'll be able to do better than that for you two. Something real neat and artistic.
Now, wait. You don't realize the police know we came here.
So you come here, then you left, see? Nobody will find this cellar, and nobody will ever find you. So long, suckers. I'll see you again tomorrow, the next day. And when I do, you're going to have one of the neatest little accidents that ever happened. So long, suckers. I'll see you again tomorrow, the next day. And when I do, you're going to have one of the neatest little accidents that ever happened.
Nick, isn't there any way out of here?
No. Just this one big bare room. Nothing but the pillars that support the building. These workbenches and garage equipment. And the elevator shaft at the other end.
But it's like being buried alive. I almost wish he had shot us.
Patsy, I'm going to make Joe wish he had shot us.
What?
I'm going to make him come right back to do it right now.
Nick, why are you taking off your shoes?
I may want to walk quietly before I'm through. Hand me that monkey wrench there.
Oh, that won't be any good against a gun, Nick.
Better than nothing. Let me have it.
Okay.
Now, you get inside that green sedan. Lie down on the floor. You'll be as safe from bullets there as any place.
All right, Nick.
This switch box on the wall contains the main electrical switches for the entire building. One for the lights and one for power. We've got to keep the garage going upstairs as a blind. But it can't operate without lights. So we cut the lights.
Oh, Nick, be careful.
I will. I'll be behind this pillar next to the switch box. Joe will have to get those lights on again and quick. And he'll have to pass me in the dark to do it. I left the power switch on so the elevator still runs.
He's coming. Oh, Nick. I'm afraid.
Don't worry. It'll be over in a minute. One way or the other.
Nick and Patsy wait tensely in the darkness, unarmed, as the elevator descends, bearing a killer with a gun in his hand and murder in his heart. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Bearded Queen. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Trapped in the dark sub-basement of the West Pine Street garage, Nick, armed only with a monkey wrench, waits behind a concrete pillar near the light switches for a killer. Across the room, the elevator comes to a stop. The beam of a flashlight cuts the pitch blackness, and a voice says,
That was very clever to turn off those lights, Mr. Carter. Clever, but fatal. You leave us no choice but to dispose of you and Miss Bowen now.
Come on along with that flashlight, Pops. We'll turn the switch on again.
Yeah, not so fast, Joe. Carter probably intends to ambush us, even if he doesn't have a gun.
Yeah.
I'll stay here by the elevator and keep the flashlight on you just in case.
Good idea. When the lights is on, we can finish him off nice and easy. I'll get the switch.
Remember, I have a gun, Mr. Carter, so don't think that you... Joe!
Hey, Pops! What happened to the flashlight? How'd you come to drop it?
Stay right where you are, Joe.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Carter's very accurate at throwing a wrench. The flashlight's broken. You know where I am, Joe, so if you hear a sound in any other part of the room, shoot.
Don't worry, I will. Where's that squirt?
Did you get him, Joe?
I couldn't have missed at that range, Pops. But I don't know whether it was him or her. It wasn't either.
Hey, Pops, you over here. Help me. Joe, you all right? Joe, why don't you answer me?
This is Joe's gun on your back, Bainbridge. He doesn't have any more use for it. You better drop the one you're holding.
Yeah. I will.
All right, Patsy. Find that light switch. We're taking these two crooks to headquarters. ahead on this street, Scubby. You can't miss the sign out front. The West Side Boys Club, grand opening tonight.
Okay. Oh, say, Nick, when you jumped on Joe Ferner in the dark, how'd you know exactly where he was?
By the flash of his gun when he fired at something across the room.
Oh.
And I still don't know what he was shooting at.
I do.
Huh?
When I heard Bainbridge tell Joe to fire at any sound, I threw my shoe out of the window of the car I was hiding in. And sure enough, he shot at it.
Good for you, Patsy. Very clever. You distracted Joe's attention just long enough for me to jump in.
Great stuff, Patsy. Will you marry me?
Oh, Scubby, please.
Oh, okay, beautiful.
And then after I had Joe's gun, it was easy to find Bainbridge in the dark. He kept calling to Joe, so all I had to do was to follow the sound of his voice.
Uh-huh. This is it, Nick. The new West Side Boys Club. Just look at the crowd. You have your seat.
In my pocket.
Good.
You know, I'm prouder of being asked to speak at the opening here tonight than I would be if I were asked to address Congress.
I guess the other boys who were mixed up with Bainbridge and Ferner will be here, won't they?
Well, of course, Cubby. Nick got them all suspended sentences because of the trickery used to make them steal those cars.
And thanks to clubs like this, those boys will now have a chance to grow up right.
Hey, Patsy, you know what?
What, Scubby?
I just realized. Now that you've ridden in my new car, maybe you'll change your mind about marrying me.
Well, Scubby, I must admit I'm in love with...
Me?
No, darling. Your car.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Scubby is played by John Kane. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, The Hanging Paper Hanger. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated the strange case of a landlord who decorated an old lady's apartment against her will, and how a broken perfume bottle caught a murderer. August means dog days, and dog days mean heat. But you can have plenty of time for cool, leisurely relaxation when you do your homemaking the easy Linux way. Just follow the example of wise American homemakers everywhere who have learned the magic shortcut to household care. Those three great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish. Linux Cream Polish for fine furniture. And Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new quick-drying wax product. Start now to enjoy extra relaxation every day. Enjoy that added leisure in a home that's sparkling with bright new beauty. Just ask your hardware, paint, or department store for the three great Linux home brighteners. And save time the easy Linux way. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. It's been a busy day in the old brownstone mansion at the corner of 5th and 4th, and Nick and Patsy are deep in consultation on a new method of blood classification when there's an urgent ring on the doorbell. Patsy answers it and ushers in a little gray lady. very nervous and very frightened.
Looks as if we have a guest for lunch, Nick. This lady says she's an old friend of yours.
Well, I don't know whether you'll recollect me, Mr. Carter. Now, you're a great and famous man.
Remember you? Why, of course I do. How are you, Mrs. Nelson? Been ages since we've seen
There,
you.
now you do remember. It's been 10 years since I cooked for him, ma'am.
Now, this is my secretary, Patsy Bowen.
How do you do?
Mrs. Nelson's the greatest apple pie baker in the East.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Carter.
Well, what can I do for you, Mrs. Nelson?
Well, sir, it's a funny thing. I've got a job now over at the Maxwell manufacturing plant. I clean up nights.
Uh-huh.
So I live near as I can to the plant to save traveling time, you see. And, it's a very nice little boarding house, and a very nice man runs it, Mr. Harrow. Now, I didn't have any complaints until now.
Well, what's happened, Mrs. Nelson?
Well, you see, it's like this. I like a bit of color in my room, so I pasted things on the wall. All kinds of bright ribbon, bright labels, and colored pictures. It makes a kind of patchwork quilt, you see.
Oh, must be very pleasant.
Oh, it was, Mr. Carter, until yesterday. Mr. Harrow, my landlord, is a paper hanger by profession. And yesterday I come home from work to find that he'd papered the whole room with new wallpaper. He just covered over everything. And
You didn't know he was going to do it?
Oh, no, sir. It come as an awful shock. I says to him, Mr. Harrow, you take that paper off. I want my own decorations back. And he says, Mrs. Nelson, you got wallpaper free, gratis, and for nothing. And you just be grateful.
He didn't paper any other room in the house?
Oh, no, sir, no.
About how big a room do you have?
Oh, a middling-sized room, sir.
So you're upset because you've lost your own decorations, and you want to know why a landlord should paper your wall without you even asking for it.
Oh, it's worse than that, sir.
Oh?
I know why he won't take that paper off. There's code on it, that's what. And he's a spy, that's what he is, Mr. Carter, and that's why I've come to you.
Ah, I see. Well, Mrs. Nelson, we can't let an old friend down. We'll go right out with you and investigate this coded wallpaper.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And even if there are no spies involved, we'll see if we can't get your old decorations back. Nothing's too good for the champion apple pie baker of the East. So this is the free, gratis, and for nothing wallpaper, huh?
Oh, it's very nice, Mrs. Nelson.
No, I'm not denying that, miss. All I'm saying is I don't want it here.
Well, now, let's see that code you spoke about.
Right on the border, sir. You see, there's a squiggly line with dots and dashes around it, and I thought that...
yes, I see.
Why, that's just a conventional design, Nick. It's repeated over and over. It couldn't be code.
Yes, I'm afraid Patsy's right. Spy angle is out, Mrs. Nelson.
Oh.
And the other question isn't answered. Why did the landlord suddenly give you new wallpaper for no apparent reason?
Well, I don't know, sir.
Maybe there was something valuable on the wall that he wanted.
Perhaps. Exactly what did you use to decorate your walls with, Mrs. Nelson?
Well, like I said, sir, old calendars and labels and ribbons.
Any old shares of stock?
Oh, now, what would I be doing with stock shares, miss? Here, I've got some stuff saved up that I was going to use. I'll show it to you. It's right in my closet. You can see for yourself. It wasn't anything... Oh, Mr. Carter, sir. Oh, get him out of here. Get
All
away
right, now, all
from
right.
here.
Steady, Mrs. Nelson. Steady. Tell me, who is it? Who is it?
It's Mr. Harrow, my landlord.
He hung himself from the closet hook.
Yes, and he's unquestionably dead. Patsy?
It's me, Nick. I've got Mrs. Nelson down in the sitting room. She's feeling a little better. Golly, what a mess.
Yes.
She begged me not to send for the police. She's afraid if she gets mixed up in a police case, she'll never get another job. But you've got to call the police in on a suicide, don't you?
We're not going to call in the police. And this wasn't suicide.
Nick.
Look here, Patsy. Harrow apparently hung himself from this hook high up at the closet wall, right?
Yes.
How did he get there?
Well, he stood on that clothes hamper under his feet, tied the knot around his neck into the hook, and then hung himself.
And how do you account for the fact that the clothes hamper is 15 inches under his dangling feet?
Oh.
What did he do? Jump up? Pull himself up? Impossible.
And it's murder.
With a capital M.
Oh, Nick, we better call in the police.
And just about ruin everything for Mrs. Nelson? What would an officer of Sergeant Matheson's caliber say when he found a man murdered in Mrs. Nelson's room after they'd had a fight about wallpaper?
Oh, yes. Then he'd have no choice but to lock her up and hold her on suspicion of murder.
Exactly. I said I'd do Mrs. Nelson a favor, and I will. I'll crack this case with a minimum of trouble for her.
I don't like it, Nick, but what do we do?
Well, look here, Patsy. You can't miss the connection. The murder's tied up with the wallpaper.
Well, that's right.
The only trouble is, what's the wallpaper tied up with?
Something on the wall.
Okay. Run your fingers along the wall.
Uh-huh.
Feel the lumpy pattern of Mrs. Nelson's decorations under the paper.
Mm.
Mr. Harrow did not put up that paper to steal anything from underneath.
And why did he?
The obvious answer, to conceal something.
Conceal what?
But I'd like to find out. Come on down to Harrow's rooms. Mrs. Nelson said it was in the back of the house. Probably find his paper hanging equipment there.
And then what?
Then we're going to rip this paper off the wall.
Hey, pitch dark in here.
Yes. Wings built into the court of the adjoining tenement. I find the light switch. Here.
Ordinary-looking bedroom.
Patsy,
Yes, Nick.
look here. Top of this bureau.
Golly, what kind of a guy was Harrow anyway?
6 bottles of perfume. All brand new.
And expensive. You don't buy any one of them for less than $60.
Over $300 worth of perfume in the room of a boarding house landlord.
Yeah. This is beginning to get curiouser and curiouser as Allison was.
Stop. Behind the bed.
He shut out the light.
Quiet.
You hear that? Bottles. It was the killer, and he came after the perfume bottles.
Come on.
Where?
Out the front door, quick.
All right, wise guy, all right. You want to... Well. Mr. Nick Carter and Company.
Sergeant Matheson.
Hiya, Matty. Just in
Did
time.
you see a man come out before us? Quick,
Just in
where
time
is
for
it?
what, the murder?
Oh, you know about that.
Know about it. What do you think I'm out doing out here?
Listen, Matty, we got to work fast. The killer is...
Never mind the fast talk, Nick. I want a couple of quiet words with you. You know why I came out here?
I'm listening impatiently.
I get a call 10 minutes ago. Guy by the name of Harrow just bumped off.
That's right.
And the call said he was bumped off by none other than Nick Carter himself.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, that's absurd, Sergeant. You can't think that Nick
Now
would ever...
listen, Patsy. I'm not saying I believe Nick killed anybody, but you better explain how he neglected to notify homicide as soon as he found the body. That's a criminal offense in this city.
I'll explain in a few minutes, Matty. Come on in the sitting room.
Oh, more tricks, huh? You pulled some fast ones on me in your time, Nick.
Now, listen, this is gospel. There's a little old lady in there, a friend of mine, named Mrs. Nelson.
Yeah?
She'll explain how Patsy and I came into this case.
Okay.
Mrs. Nelson, we're sorry to bother you, but... Nick.
Well, the place is empty. Where's the old lady you're going to produce?
Mrs. Nelson! Mrs. Nelson!
Never mind shouting, Patsy. I'm afraid Mrs. Nelson's gone. And from the look in Matty's eyes, I'm afraid we're in a jam.
A murder committed because of wallpaper. A killer who steals perfume bottles. And a disappearing witness. How is Nick going to straighten this out with Sergeant Matheson barking over his shoulder? We'll see in just a moment. There's an old saying that if you want something done well, it's best to do it yourself. But nowadays, the truth is this. When you want your floors and linoleum to have perfect care, let Linex self-polishing wax do the job. You see, Linex self-polishing wax is completely new, developed by leading research chemists to give you the finest, as you'll prove for yourself in one quick home test. Apply Linex self-polishing wax to any hardwood, linoleum, or rubber tile floor. It takes just a jiffy to wipe on and dries without tiresome rubbing to a handsome luster that lasts and lasts. First, you'll notice the satiny beauty that only real wax can give. Second, when you step on that floor, you'll learn why Linex self-polishing wax is called the anti-skid finish, for your floor is less slippery than it was to begin with. This fact has been proved by the underwriters' laboratories. And third, you'll be delighted with the way the finish lasts, for Linex self-polishing wax has the highest possible content of genuine carnauba wax. There's no doubt about it. Linex self-polishing wax is well worth trying. Once you've tried it, you'll follow the example of all the wise American homemakers who use it regularly. Ask your dealer now for Linex self-polishing wax. For all 3 great Linex home brighteners, the modern shortcuts to household care. And now back to our story. Investigating the strange complaint of Mrs. Nelson that her landlord has papered the walls of her room against her wishes, Nick discovers the landlord murdered. In the dead man's bedroom, Nick finds 6 bottles of expensive perfume, which are stolen by the killer in a daring attack. Nick's pursuit of the killer is stopped by Sergeant Matheson, who arrives after an anonymous call told him of the murder and accused Nick. But when Nick tried to produce Mrs. Nelson to prove his story, she vanished. Now Nick, Patsy, and Matty meet in the front hall after searching the house.
It's no use, Nick. We've been through the house from top to bottom. It's empty.
Which means I'm accused of the murder and kidnapping, huh?
Now, I won't say that. I know you're no crook. But I wouldn't put it past you to hijack a witness if you thought it would help you to solve the case.
Not this time, Eddie.
Well, where in blazes is she?
Probably in the hands of the killer. Probably grabbed her after we ducked into Harrow's bedroom under our noses and grabbed the perfume.
Hey, what's all this about perfume and wallpaper? What's the connection, Nick?
You're the policeman, Matty. I'm just an ordinary citizen.
Now, don't take it that way, Nick. I never said you weren't useful. Now and then, I just
All
want
right,
to know...
Matty, just my little joke. Now, here's the setup. The murderer killed Harrow and tried to frame the death as a suicide in Mrs. Nelson's room.
Right.
Evidently, the killer wanted to silence Harrow.
About what?
About why Harrow papered Mrs. Nelson's walls.
So there is something hidden on the wall.
There is. Something tied up with the bottles of perfume stolen from Harrow's room. Killer probably ducked out the back way with the bottles and Mrs. Nelson.
We better get up to Mrs. Nelson's room and get that wallpaper down.
Right.
Yeah, hold it. Someone at the front door. Looks like a man. Stand by. Hiya, brother.
Hey, what are you... Mr. Spieler Wilson, isn't it? The best pitchman in the city. Sidewalk spiels and sales is specialty.
What are you doing here, Spieler?
Gee, Sergeant, you give me a scare for a minute. I ain't doing nothing here I oughtn't. I live here.
You live here? How interesting. Matty.
Yeah.
Suppose you have somebody get that wallpaper off Mrs. Nelson's walls.
Right.
Just put on so recently that you should get it off without disturbing what's underneath it.
Okay, Nick.
And Spieler, suppose we go up to your room. I want to talk to you about a murder. What do you know about the lady who lives next door?
Yeah, Mrs. Nelson? We've been pals over a year. I got her a job.
Over at the Maxwell plant?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense, Spieler. Mrs. Nelson said she moved in here to be near a job to save traveling time.
I was sure it makes sense. I didn't say I didn't know her before she moved in. I got her the job and got her to live here.
You know anything more about her? How she spent her time?
Well, not much. She cleaned up in the plant from 6 to midnight, come home around 1. Didn't usually get up till 10. Used to hang around the house mostly.
Hey, Nick. Come on in. We got most of the paper off.
Coming, Matty. One last question, Spieler. What did you have in that satchel you were carrying when you came in? Mind if I have a look?
No, Mr. Carter, but, well, it wouldn't interest you. It's just the stuff I've been pitching on the streets these days.
Wouldn't interest me, would it? Look here, Patsy.
Golly. Bottles and bottles of perfume.
Well, I got most of the paper off, Nick. Oh, what a job that was. Incidentally, what did you get out of Spieler?
Few interesting facts. Most interesting is the fact that he's pitching perfume these days.
Well, for the love of... What, didn't the killer steal perfume from Harrow's room?
Yes.
Then what are we waiting for?
Some real evidence. Not enough, Matty. It's just a coincidence. Have one of your men tail Wilson for
Yes,
now.
but Nick,
Listen, Matty, you don't seem to understand. I want to break this case, and I want to do it before Mrs. Nelson's hurt. She's been taken by the killer. That means he isn't ready to kill her yet, but he may make up his mind soon. We've got to get her before that.
Yeah, how?
Now, let's look at these walls. It's obvious. Some clue here that points to the killer. We've got to find it.
Okay.
Plenty of calendar scenes. Lots of colored paper. Mrs. Nelson had a rather gaudy taste.
Call it bright. Hello. Here are labels. These look like hatbox designs.
Some over here look like drug labels.
Drugs? Narcotics?
Maybe. Only here's something that's a lot more interesting. Patsy,
Mm-hmm.
remember the name of the perfume stolen from Harrow's room?
Yes, it was Paris's Danger.
And the name of the perfume Spieler is selling?
Paris's Exotic.
And here are labels all from the Paris firm. Exotic, Danger, Nuance, and so on.
So what?
Why did Mrs. Nelson get hold of them?
Well, she bought them, or she picked them up somewhere, or...
She didn't buy them. You can't buy exclusive firm labels. And she didn't pick this many up just somewhere. Where would you find 50 perfume labels all at once?
Well, maybe she got them off old perfume bottles.
Best suggestion so far. Only one hits Patsy. And the material Mrs. Nelson had in her closet for decorating her walls are 10 more perfume labels, and they're all brand new. The mucilage on the backs is fresh and untouched.
Well, for the love of Pete, Nick, what's it mean?
It means Patsy and I are going down to the Paris company and find out where their labels are made. There's got to be a tie-in between them and murder.
Madame, and monsieur, it is announced you wish to speak with me on matters of business? Yes, I am at your service.
Very kind of you, Madame Paris. You are Madame Paris.
Oui?
Let me introduce myself. I'm Nick Carter. This is my secretary, Miss Patsy Bowen.
It is great pleasure to meet you, Monsieur Carter. Did you say Nick Carter? The Nick Carter?
That's right.
Careful, Madame Paris. Your accent's showing.
Oh, never mind the phony accent. That's for the customers. What's on your mind, Mr. Carter?
It's a case of murder. And I think you may be able to tell me something that'll help.
Anything you say.
Paris Incorporated is a pretty big outfit, one of the biggest cosmetic manufacturers in the world. Do you manufacture all your products yourself?
We do.
How about the containers?
Oh, we make those too.
Who does the packing and handling?
We do.
Print your own labels?
Design and print them ourselves. But I don't see what this has got to do with murder.
A murder has been committed, and I think it centers around some of your products. Will you tell me where this particular perfume label is designed and printed?
Let's see. Exotic. Oh, that's a funny thing, Mr. Carter.
What's funny?
We gave up that line more than a year ago. I'd say we haven't manufactured any of these labels in over a year.
Very interesting. Will there be any stock on hand? Any place in the city where they could be obtained?
Mr. Carter, exclusive labels are like money. You keep them in a safe. There aren't any of these in stock. And if there were, they wouldn't be where anyone could get hold of them.
For Pete's sake, Nick, will you explain where
Quiet, Patsy. All right, thanks a lot, Madame Paris. We won't trouble you anymore.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Bonsoir, Monsieur Carter. Mademoiselle Bowen, it has been a pleasure. Let me know if you apprehend this murderer. I will name a perfume after the case. Killer by Paris.
Nick, this is awful. Looks like we aren't going to get anywhere with this case.
You're wrong, Patsy. Get into the car.
You mean you found something? Even though Madame Paris said
Madame Paris said plenty. Get in.
Oh, Nick!
For the love of Pete, again.
That car that just drove off.
I know. Get in quick. Keep your eye on him.
Is the killer after us?
Yes. Can you still see the car?
Yes, it's up ahead. Turning into that side street.
What's the license number? Get it down.
Oh, I can't see it. He spattered it with mud.
Hold on. We're making the turn after him.
Okay.
See him?
I think so. He's turning again up ahead.
We'll get him.
Nick?
Oh, correction. He got us. Looks like we've blown a front tire. Seems like we ran through a mess of broken glass. A little too coincidental to be real. Come on, Patsy.
Right.
Let's have a look at that glass. Seems to me Mr. Killer's a very smart person. Mass of broken glass thrown out behind his car would be just the thing to slow up any pursuers. And here we are.
Nick, they're perfume bottles. They must be the ones stolen from Harold's room.
Thrown overboard to save the killer's skin. I'm afraid it didn't work this time. You want to know why, Betsy?
Why?
Because this is a side street, and all I can smell is uncollected garbage.
Why, Nick, are you crazy?
Don't get it yet, huh? All right, wait till I call Matty and get a police car. And we'll call on the killer and let him explain himself. This is close enough. We'll get out here. Come on, Patsy.
Okay.
Get a move on, Matty.
Right with you, Nick.
We go in here. Keep quiet, please.
Well, what in blazes is this place?
We're coming in the back door of a war plant. This is the department that prints labels and things. What you hear, the press is working.
Nick, do you mean Madame Paris was lying when she said that...
Quiet, Patsy, quiet. We're going into this office here. I want you all to follow my lead, right?
Yeah, but Nick,
Here we go.
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes, who are you?
I believe you've seen me before. I'm Nick Carter.
What do you want, Mr. Carter?
A confession.
Confession? Of what?
Of the murder of Mr. Harrell, the kidnapping of Mrs. Nelson, and of the smartest racket ever worked in this city. Counterfeiting valuable labels.
You're out of your mind, Carter.
Out of my mind, am I? Patsy, bring in Mrs. Nelson. Let's see what Mr. Maxwell says when she confronts him.
Okay.
So you've got Mrs. Nelson outside, huh? You fool. You think that bluff will work on me? You haven't got...
We haven't what, Mr. Maxwell? Go ahead.
Nothing.
You're going to say we haven't got Mrs. Nelson, huh? Well, only one person could know that, Mr. Maxwell, and that's the killer. The only way you could know whether or not Mrs. Nelson has been rescued is because you yourself are the killer.
In just a moment, Nick will be back to give you the final details of today's story and explain how he knew Maxwell murdered the hanging paper hanger. Fine furniture is a proud possession for any family, but furniture doesn't keep its good looks without help. Keep your household things beautiful with Linex Cream Polish, the modern shortcut to furniture care. Linex Cream Polish renews the original appearance of your furniture in one easy process, for it actually cleans as it polishes, removing dust, polish accumulation, and finger marks in one quick application. Yes, Linex Cream Polish cuts your job in two, saves one whole step in your cleaning day routine. It even acts as insurance against future work, for Linex Cream Polish dries hard, leaving no oily film to attract more dust. So begin now. Get Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes. It's the up-to-date way to care for your fine furniture. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Cream Polish, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Clear Gloss, the longer-lasting brush-on finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember that your dealer is headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that lightens and brightens your home at an average cost of just $2.98 a room. Chemtone covers in one coat, dries in 1 hour. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself.
You know, Nick, I was surprised when we found Mrs. Nelson hidden away in Maxwell's plant as we did.
Well, as I deduced earlier, Patsy, Maxwell wasn't ready to kill her until he found out exactly how much she'd told us about his racket. He suspected her because she brought me into the case.
But she really knew nothing.
Well, that's the point, Patsy. On the side, Maxwell counterfeited rare and expensive labels. Mrs. Nelson used to pick some up while she was cleaning around the plant. She brought them home to decorate her walls.
But she never realized anything shady was going on.
No, of course not. Now, Spieler Wilson bought his phony labels from Maxwell for the phony perfume he sold.
Uh-huh.
And when he saw some of those labels on Mrs. Nelson's walls, he warned Maxwell that someone else might see them and get wise to their racket.
Oh.
So to cover up quietly, Maxwell had Harrow paper over the walls. Unfortunately, Harrow probably got wise when he found the fresh labels on Mrs. Nelson's closet, the ones she was saving to put on the walls. He took some down with him and prepared phony bottles of perfume, pasted the labels on, and had plenty of evidence to blackmail Maxwell.
So Maxwell killed him, and then came back for the bottles, and we were there.
Right. All of Maxwell's efforts centered around covering up $1 million racket. He killed Harrow for this. He trailed me, and when it seemed I was ferreting out his secret at Madame Paris, tried to kill me.
Nick, that brings us to your crack about smelling garbage after he stopped us by throwing those perfume bottles in front of our car.
Well, that was obvious, Patsy. If there'd been real perfume in those bottles, we'd have smelled nothing but perfume. As we didn't, it showed the bottles contained doped-up water, proving definitely that bottles, perfume, and labels were all phony.
Oh. Well, Nick, what story have you got for next week?
Well, Patsy, next week we have a very strange case. I received a letter from a housemaid in a wealthy home on
And now for today's thrilling Nick Carter adventure, the case of the Blue Mink, presented by Old Dutch Cleanser. As our story opens, Nick and Patsy are entering a large department store very early in the morning.
Nick, I didn't know you were retained by the Fur Protective Association, too.
You've probably forgotten, Patsy. It's been years since they've had occasion to call on me.
Oh.
But this new series of fur thefts is really serious, they tell me.
And you think this department store is the best place to catch up with them?
I do. They've suffered the biggest losses of any store in town so far.
Oh.
Come on, here's the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
04, please.
And you think I'll be able to spot it if I see one?
Well, I hope so. As a rule, women who steal furs have a large receptacle of some kind, a bag or bundle, in which they can hide the furs while they make their getaway. Also, they have a sort of shifty look about them, if you watch closely. You've had a lot more experience with crooks than most sales girls have, Patsy.
Gosh, I hope you're right. I'll try anyway.
All right, come on. This is the photograph. Miss Cheryl, the detective on this floor, said she'd...
Mr. Carter.
That's right. You're Miss Cheryl?
Yes. And this is Miss Bowen, who's going to be our new sales girl? Oh, well, for a while anyway. I only hope I can make good.
Oh, I'm sure. I hope so, too. Now, if you'll come with me, Miss Bowen, I'll show you where you can leave your things.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Cheryl. Nick, suppose I see a customer who looks suspicious. What do I do?
Call Miss Cheryl if you can, and call me. Then keep your eyes open and don't leave the customer for a second if you can help it.
All right, Nick. I hope this works. Wish me luck.
Just use your common sense, Patsy. That's always better than luck. So long. Nick Carter speaking.
Nick, this is Patsy.
Ah, Patsy, how do you like being a clerk in a department store now that you've had a full day of it?
Nick, I think maybe I have one of those fur thieves here now. She's got a big bundle, just the way you said, and she's acting queer.
Well, where are you calling from?
I'm using the phone right here in the fur department. She can see me, but she can't hear what I'm saying.
Anyone else there?
No. The other girl who's usually here at this time had to leave early. Went home at 4:30, and I can't find Miss Cheryl anywhere. There's just this one customer here, and she's acting awful suspicious.
All right, Patsy, here's what you do. Stall her along. Let her see everything in the place, but keep her there until I get there.
Uh-huh.
What does she look like?
Well, she's a rather large woman, dressed in a brown suit and dark red hat with a yellowish sort of trimming on it. Has a big bundle done up in wrapping paper and small bundle in a handbag. Oh, she has a large lapel pin in the form of a horse's head.
I ought to recognize her from that description. I'll be there in 5 minutes and have a look at her. Maybe I'll know her when I see her.
Right, Nick. Goodbye.
Are you going to finish waiting on me, miss?
Oh, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I was trying to get some other fur pieces brought over from my warehouse. They just got some new ones in, and they're beauties. Do you like anything you've seen so far?
Well, this neck piece isn't bad, but I want something more expensive.
Well, suppose you look around and see if you find anything that suits you better.
I think I will. You don't need to wait. I'll let you know if I find anything.
Oh, that's quite all right. I have nothing else to do.
How nice. I'll tell you what I'd really like. When I was coming in the store this afternoon, I saw just the neck piece I wanted in the left-hand main window. Do you suppose you could get it for me?
Oh, I'm sorry, madam, but I'm not supposed to leave the department.
But that's exactly what I want. Oh, won't you please see if I can take a look at it?
Well, as you can see, madam, there's no other girl here to watch the stock. I couldn't leave just now.
But there are no other customers either. Couldn't you make an exception just this one?
I'm sorry, madam. Isn't there something here that would suit you as well?
You're a smart girl, aren't you? Too smart for your own good this time.
How do you mean, madam?
Just this? Oh!
I wonder if Patsy's mistaken about this woman. It could be, you know.
I doubted she'd call me, Waldo, unless she was sure of the facts.
Ah, sure, Nick. But you know women always
Here,
jump
hold
at
it. Big bundle, brown suit, red hat, and horse head pin in her lapel.
Yes. What are you stopping for, Nick?
That's the woman Patsy called about.
You sure?
I am. The description matches exactly. Come on.
But, Nick, you can't arrest her without some kind of evidence.
I'm not going to arrest her, Waldo. We're going to follow her. I want to find out where she goes.
Well, then what?
Then I'll find some excuse to take a look into that bundle she's carrying. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, they're furs. Stolen furs.
When you look at that line at the ticket window, I never knew so many people went to the opera.
Just 8:15. Half an hour before the performance starts.
Well, why in the world? You had to get us down here so early, I can't see.
Well, I had to be here to see if that woman walks through this lobby.
Miss Bowen, suppose we're wrong about this.
Oh, listen, Miss Cheryl, how can we be wrong? It was right after that woman left that we found that wad of gum folded up in this envelope, didn't we? Right where she was standing when she knocked me out. And it wasn't there before.
Yes, that's true. But we don't
We know it's a ticket broker's envelope. And calls for 4 seats for tonight's performance here at the opera, don't we?
Yes,
and if the tickets that were in this envelope belong to her, she'll be here tonight. And I'll recognize her.
Oh, I wish Mr. Carter were here.
Oh, so do I. But I've been calling him for the past 3 hours and no answer. What? Even Waldo's gone. So we've got to find out for ourselves who's sitting in R2, 4, 6, and 8. I guess you're right, Miss Bowen, but...
Oh, don't you worry. We'll work it out somehow. Oh, look at that gorgeous fur coat on that girl just going in. It's blue. It's blue mink. That's all blue mink. That was stolen from our store. Are you sure? Certainly I am. It's the only one in this city. There are only 3 of them in the world, and the other 2 are privately owned at the West Coast. Oh, that mousy little girl wearing it couldn't be a third thief.
Well, she's got our coat on. That's all I know. We've got to get inside and get it back. You got your ticket?
Yes, but how about...
I got nothing. I'm going in.
Tickets, please.
The label on the coat will prove it's ours.
Oh, no, it won't. The first thing a thief does is to change the lining and the label. You've got to be sure before you accuse her.
But I am sure. That's the...
Oh, wait a minute. Look where she's sitting. In R4. One of the seats marked on the envelope.
Proves she's a thief.
But she's not the one who was in the store. We've got to wait here and see who sits in those other 3 seats. Then we can capture them all at once.
Hey, Nick, we've been following this dame through all these little towns for a heck of a while now. Do you think she's going anywhere?
Well, either she's taking a very roundabout way to where she's going, or she knows we're following her. Well, I'm going to see where she goes if it takes all night.
The whole first act is over, and nobody is in those other 3 seats. And I'm not going to wait any longer. I want that coat.
Wait. She's going into the lobby. And she's leaving the coat in the seat. Let's go down and casually take it.
Take it? What about her? We want her, too.
Come on, follow me. I have an idea. But easy now. No, don't hurry. Oh. Now, let's just sit down here in these end seats.
I don't like this.
I don't like it either, but I think it's the best way.
Well, now what?
We'll get up, and the coat goes with us. Like this. Nobody's watching.
You've got more nerve than anybody I ever saw.
Now walk up the aisle. Slowly. Well, don't hurry. Yeah, that's it. Do you see that girl who had the coat?
Yes, she's over there at the drink stand. If she should
She won't. Come over here behind this pillar. Now, here's my idea. She must be one of the thieves, but she's not the one I want. You take the coat back to the store, and I'll wait here and follow her after the show. Maybe she'll take me to the rest of the gang.
But she'll make a whale of a fuss when she finds out that her coat's gone.
It's a stolen coat, isn't it?
Oh, let me look at the label. Oh, this is the Paris label. There never was a blue mink coat made in Paris.
That's what I told you. The thieves changed the label, so it must be the coat stolen from your store. Now, you go ahead, and I'll...
If you want to stay healthy, just walk quietly out the door. The one on the left. And don't look around.
Hey, you
Start
can't...
walking and don't run. I'll be right behind you.
Come on, Patsy. We'd better walk.
Yes, I guess we better.
That's it. Now, you see that dark blue sedan up the street a little way? The tall girl gets in the front seat. The short one gets in back. And no argument.
Where are you taking us?
You'll find out by and by. When you do, you won't like it. Now get moving.
Let's pause right here. More from Nick Carter.
In the case of the Blue Mink, Patsy, together with Alice Sherrill, floor detective for a big department store, recovered a Blue Mink coat which had been stolen from the store while Nick and Waldo were on the trail of a suspected fur thief. But just as the girls got the coats back, they were forced into a strange car at the point of a gun, bound for an unknown destination. The time is now a few minutes after intermission. Sergeant Matheson of the Metropolitan Police has just arrived at the office of the Opera House in answer to a strange summons.
Oh, no. The coat, the beautiful blue fur coat, it is gone. It is gone.
Look, Mr. Hellbine, I can't make heads or tails out of this. What's this blue fur coat she keeps talking about?
Well, I don't know, Sarge.
Intermission after the first act's about over. When this girl sets up a holler, you can hear 3 blocks away.
Yeah?
Near as we can make out, she had a blue fur coat that disappeared. She's been practically in hysterics ever since. I thought maybe you could get the story out of her.
Yeah, some job you wish on me. All right, you. What's your name?
Gussie Bombwood.
All right, Gussie. What happened?
I have a blue fur coat. I go outside to get a drink, and when I come back, it is gone. And she will kill me. I know she will.
You mean the coat was stolen?
No. I do not steal it. I borrowed it to go to the opera.
No. I don't mean that. Did somebody steal it from you?
Yes, they steal it. And now I cannot go home anymore.
Did you see who took it?
No. It is gone. That is all.
Mr. Halpine, I tried to get up here before, but I couldn't get away from a fussy old dame out front.
What is it? Not anything wrong?
I'll say there is. Just when intermission is about half over, I saw a man force 2 girls to walk out of the lobby and get into a blue sedan parked just down the block. And I could see he had a gun in his pocket. And I heard him say, when you find out where you're going, you won't like it.
All right, wait a minute. You sure of this?
Yes, sir. I'm the doorman here, you know. I was standing just outside. I heard it as plain as I can hear you
what
now.
What kind of a man was he?
He was... Well, he was an ordinary man, like a businessman, only pretty hard-boiled he was. And one of the girls had a blue fur coat with her.
A blue fur coat? Did you say blue fur coat?
Yeah, that's what I said. Why?
So 2 girls stole Gussie's coat, then somebody stole them. Can you describe these girls?
Oh, yes, sir. One of them was a sort of a tallest...
Yeah? I want that description of the 2 girls sent out to all precincts at once.
Yes, sir.
Let me know as soon as anyone gets a lead on them.
Yes, sir.
I want my coat.
Now, look here, Gussie. I brought you down here to headquarters so I could talk to you quiet-like without nobody butting in. Now, where'd you get that coat you had?
Oh, please, mister, I do not steal it. I just...
Oh, hello, Nick. Hey, what you got there?
A bunch of furs. Probably all stolen. Patsy called me from the department store where I'd planted her and told me a customer she had was acting funny.
Yeah?
So Waldo and I started down to have a look at this woman and met her coming out of the store. I recognized her from Patsy's description and followed her. She led us right to the old factory building where they remodeled the stolen furs. We found a workman there relining the coats and brought them both in.
Yeah, nice going, Nick.
You say you're on a stolen fur case yourself?
Right, Nick. One with a twist to it.
What's the twist?
Well, it seems that Gussie wore this blue fur to the opera, and a couple of girls stole it from her. Then some fella the doorman says was hanging around before pulls the gun on the 2 dames and forces them into his car. Looked as if he was waiting for them.
Any descriptions of the man?
Sure. Girls? Yeah, the doorman at the opera saw the whole thing. One of the girls was about 45, short, kind of blonde-gray hair, blue eyes, wore a dark blue suit with
Alice Sherrill.
But, you know her, Nick?
But the description of the other girl fit Patsy?
By George, I believe it would. You think it was, Nick?
Heavens. Patsy and Miss Sherrill, the floor detective at the store, doing a little detecting on their own. Matty, they may be in trouble, real trouble. I remember now. Miss Sherrill told me a blue mink coat was stolen from the store a couple of weeks ago. Somehow they got on the trail of it. And someone got on their trail. Well, we've got to find out about this in a hurry. Gussie, whose coat was it?
Do I got to tell you? She killed me, sure.
You certainly do got to tell me, and quick.
It was the lady I worked for. She always gets new fur coats all the time. So I just took this one to go to the opera with.
Anybody at home when you left?
There was a little girl, Virginia. She could see me.
Does she know where Father and Mother were tonight?
Oh, yes. Her mother left her the telephone number. It was in Oakdale.
Hey, Matty, let me have that phone, will you?
Yeah, what are you going to do, Nick?
To find out if this Virginia called her mother to tell her Gussie had taken her coat. From what Gussie says, it's very likely she did. I believe we saw Gussie go out with the coat.
Yeah, but Nick,
Hey, wait a minute. Operator, this is Nick Carter. I want to find out if a call was made tonight from the Dutton residence in Cedar Ridge to someplace in Oakdale. Yes, that's right.
For the love of Pete, Nick, what's the connection between this kid and a guy kidnapping Patsy?
Look, Matty, Gussie said Mrs. Dutton was always getting new fur coats, didn't she?
Yeah?
Well, that looks like part of the fur gang. So if this kid phoned her mother that Gussie was wearing her new fur coat, her father, who's probably the head of the gang, drove into town as fast as he could to get it back before it was spotted as a stolen coat.
Why, sure.
Got to the opera house after the show started, so he hung around. That was when the doorman saw him.
Yeah? He probably missed Gussie in the crowd at intermission, but saw Patsy and Miss Cheryl. So he took them and the coat, which is what he really wanted.
Well, for the
Hey,
love of...
wait. What's that, operator? Well, there was. About 7:15, huh? Thank you. That's all. Let's see. Dutton got the call around 7:15. He could have driven down in about an hour and a half. We should get him to the Opera House after the show started. Yeah, that checks.
Yeah, but look, Nick, if Dutton has got the girls, he certainly wouldn't take them to his home. And where would he take them? And what would he do with them?
Matty, that's what we've got to figure out, and fast.
Oh, what a dirty old place this is. If he was going to lock us up somewhere, he might have picked a pleasanter place than this.
If we only knew where we were, maybe we could figure out some scheme to let somebody know. If we could only...
Oh, here he comes back. Oh, I hope it's
You
not...
weren't alone in this, huh?
How do you mean?
Told somebody else about the coat, did you?
Well, no.
Oh, yes. Yes, we did. Right after we found it.
And who'd you tell? Speak up.
I called Nick Carter and gave him all the details.
Yeah, I thought so. Somebody's been here and taken all the furs and worked in the storage vault in the basement. Took my tailor away, too. Just called his home and they haven't seen him. Don't know what's happened to him.
What did you tell this Carter? And no funny business.
Oh, well, you see, we told him...
Listen, you, stop stalling. If you want to live a while longer, give us the details and make it snappy.
Well, the girl who had the coat at the opera gave us your names. And when I called him, I told him your names and where you live.
Wait till I get my hands on that Gussie. I'll wring her neck like I was a chicken, stealing my coat and blabbing everything she knows. Well, what do we do now, Eddie?
Let me think. Yeah, I have it. Young lady, you're going to call your Nick Carter on the phone. There's an old abandoned hunting shack out in the woods about 2 miles off Route 47. You're going to tell him you've caught the fur thieves and that you're stuck out there without any cash.
While Nick is conferring with Matty at headquarters, Waldo sits in Nick's office waiting for the next development in the case.
You're in Nick Carter's office. Nick Carter's first assistant, Waldo McGlynn, speaking.
Is Nick there, Waldo? This is Patsy.
Oh, no, Patsy, he ain't. Can I help you?
Put him on, will you?
I tell you, Nick ain't here. Do you want me to...
Hello, Nick. Oh, I'm so glad you're there.
This ain't Nick. This is...
Yes, Nick, it's all right. We've caught the fur thieves we were after.
But this ain't Nick, Patsy. This
now,
is...
listen carefully. Very carefully. This is extremely important.
You must be crazy, but I'm listening.
We chased the thieves way out of town in Miss Cheryl's car, and just as we finally caught up with them, we ran out of gas. Nick, I want you to come out and bring us all back to town. I don't dare leave the thieves to look for any gas because they might get away.
But we caught them thieves ourselves.
Now, get these directions straight, Nick. Better write them down.
Write them down.
Now, we're near an old hunting shack on a small side road that turns off Route 47 about 3 miles north of Woodmere.
3 miles north of Woodmere.
You got that?
Yeah.
The shack is about 2 miles in off the main road. We'll be waiting for you inside the shack. Hurry up, will you, Nick? It's awful lonely out here.
You better hurry. He's awful worried about you, Pat.
Yes, about 2 miles. But we caught them, Nick. Hallelujah. We caught the crooks. Bye.
Well, if that ain't the crazy... I gotta get this to Nick immediate here. Hallelujah. We caught the crooks. That ain't the silliest thing I ever...
Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, this is Waldo. Is Nick there?
Yeah, sure. Hold on. You, Nick, it's Waldo. Yes, Waldo?
Nick, I just got the doggonedest message from Patsy.
From Patsy? Where is she?
Now, keep your shirt on while I tell you this. She kept calling me Nick. I told her it was Waldo, but
Yes, Waldo. What did she say?
She said she'd caught the thieves and ran out of gas at an old hunting shack about 2 miles out on a small road that turned off Route 47 about 3 miles above Woodmere. And she's waiting there for you.
Did she say anything else?
No, that's all. And do you know how she ended up?
Well, naturally not. What was it?
She says, hallelujah, we caught the crooks.
Hallelujah. You sure?
Well, sure, I'm sure. I ain't deaf, you know.
Thanks, Waldo. Goodbye. Grab your hat and your gun, Matty. We're going places.
You're sure the whole thing is a frame-up, Nick?
Of course I am, Matty. I told you when Patsy wants me to know she's in trouble, she uses the word hallelujah somewhere in the conversation. We set that up years ago.
Probably the guy who kidnapped her made her send the message, huh?
Exactly. He thinks he set a trap for us and that we'll walk into it. Well, we'll string the trap on him instead.
Just about time for our friend Carter to arrive. All the lights out, Emma?
Yeah. You changed your plan?
No. We'll let the car stop outside the shack. And when they start walking in, I'll pick them off. They won't have a chance, not with this moon.
Oh, won't you
They
please?
can't see me, and I can see them.
Is that you?
Yes, Patsy. Are you all right?
Oh, yes, Nick. He was going to kill us after he shot you.
Hey, you shut up. Shut up, will you? How about the guy, Nick?
Looks pretty bad, Matty. How do you live to pay the penalty, I'm happy to say.
And after I finished talking to you, or rather to Waldo, he took us to that shack to wait. Oh, Nick, I was scared.
She certainly was, Mr. Carter, but not so much on her own account. She was afraid that you might...
I was afraid somebody might get hurt, maybe killed, and I didn't want it to be, the wrong person.
Well, that's highly commendable of you.
Oh, just think. If Gussie hadn't borrowed the blue mink, Patsy and I might not be here.
Oh, please, that's not exactly a cheerful thought.
Patsy, there's one thing I still don't understand. When you two found that ticket broker's envelope with the seats marked on it, why didn't you go to the police instead of trying to handle it yourselves?
Well, to tell the truth, Nick, I just didn't think of it. I suppose it's because, well, as a rule, we don't go to the police for help. They usually come to us.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is a copyrighted feature by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed Latimer, Waldo by Humphrey Davis. Script written by Jock McGregor, storyline by Peggy Mayer. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser.
Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter with those eggs Waldo had for breakfast, Nick?
They had nitroglycerin in them.
What? Someone put nitroglycerin in the eggs?
No.
What? Then how'd it get in?
The chickens that laid these eggs put the explosive in.
What?
The eggs were laid by chemical chickens.
And now the case of the chemical chickens. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. In Nick's office, he and Patsy are busy with the morning reports.
Take this letter, Patsy.
Right, Nick.
To Mr. Jason Griggs. Yes, sir. Enclosed, you will find a photograph taken on infrared film proving the will in question.
Oh, Nick, boy, I've been poisoned. If you don't save me, I'm a dead man.
Now, Walter, look, we're too busy for practical
Nick,
jokes.
boy, I'm failing fast. If you don't find me an antidote, I'll be dead in 2 minutes.
What have you got in that bowl?
Eggs. Poisoned eggs. And I ate one of them.
Are you kidding, Waldo?
No, Nick. Some criminals have poisoned these eggs I was having for my breakfast. They're after me, Nick.
Oh, nonsense.
They've been poisoned, Nick. Smell them here.
All right. By George. Sit down, Waldo.
Sit down. Oh, is it too late, Nick?
No, you're not dying, if that's what you mean. We have to make a chemical analysis to be sure. But you may have stumbled onto something, Waldo.
Find anything, Nick?
Not sure yet.
Oh, Patsy, get your pad. This is the last will and testament of Waldo Aloysius McGlynn, who departs this world foully murdered by his enemies.
Quiet, Waldo. You haven't been poisoned.
And what's in them eggs?
Nitroglycerin.
The explosive?
I had dynamite for me breakfast.
In minute quantities, yes.
Someone put nitroglycerin in the egg?
No, the chickens that laid these eggs put it in.
Oh, Nick, are you joking?
I'm not. These eggs were laid by chemical chickens. And nitro isn't a thing that chickens can pick up anywhere. I think I'll look into this.
What do you think's going on, Nick?
Can't tell you, but here's what we'll do. We'll all go to the store where Waldo's landlady bought these eggs. We'll each buy as many as we can carry and bring them back here and test them. Who knows? Maybe we'll find crooks in our omelet.
Yeah, this is the place, Nick. Bleeker's grocery.
Now, those eggs were large brown eggs. We'll go in separately and order 5 dozen each. I'll go first, Waldo next, Patsy last, right?
Okay.
Right.
All right, I'm going in now. Follow me after a few minutes, Waldo.
Sure.
Okay, Bud, how many dozen eggs you here for?
About 5.
5 dozen eggs at $1 a dozen. Here's your dough, $5.
Hey, what's this for?
It's the payoff, Bud. I'm shelling out for the bum eggs I sold this morning.
I beg your pardon, sir. I'm Janet Steele, Pure Food Inspector for the Health Department. If you'd like to register a complaint about the eggs sold by this man.
Have a heart, lady. I'm handing this customer a $5 bill. What more do you want?
No, you don't understand. I didn't buy any eggs this morning. I want to buy 5 dozen now.
Ha-ha, I'm laughing. This dame already confiscated every egg in a joint.
Good morning, folks. Just dropped in to purchase a little hen fruit.
No eggs in the store will be sold.
That's right, mister. No eggs.
No eggs? You got boxes of them back there.
I've condemned every one of them.
Looks as if we'll have to try some other place, my friend.
Yeah, but why can't we get some of these here?
Say, Nick, what in the...
Quiet. We couldn't buy any eggs. Let's get away from the store window. Want to go around, take a look in back of the store.
What's this all about, Nick?
Looks like a phony setup, Patsy.
Oh?
I'm sure the man in there isn't Bleeker. Unless I miss my guess, he's a crook posing as Bleeker.
Hey, what makes you think so, Nick?
First place, the way he talked. Second place, by the money he offered me. I only got a quick look, but that $5 bill he offered me looked phony.
What? Is this a counterfeiting case?
It's worse. I'll explain in a few minutes. Right now, I want to see what's happened to the real Bleeker. Let's see. Regular suburban back alley. Garage behind the store. And here's the cellar entrance to the store. Think we better duck down into the cellar and look around. Get that door open, Waldo.
Right, Nick.
Patsy, take a look in the garage just to play safe.
Right away, Nick.
This is a heavy door, Nick. Right, I'll give you a hand.
Nick.
Yes?
Come here quick. Look what I found in the garage.
Holy smokes. It's a man all tied up and gagged.
Probably Bleeker. Help me get these ropes off, Waldo.
Yeah, sure.
Take off the gag, Patsy.
Golly, I don't think he's breathing.
Maybe he's dead.
No, he's still warm.
Oh, thank heavens, Nick.
Here, quick, Waldo. Try artificial respiration.
Yeah.
1 chance in 1,000 we can save him.
All right, Nick.
Listen, Patsy. We're in a spot.
Yeah.
I've got to call Matty for an ambulance and pull motor at once to give this man a chance. But when an ambulance arrives, the crook inside the store is going to catch on. You've got to help me.
How?
Take off your hat. Comb your hair into bangs. Make your face up heavily with plenty of lipstick.
Disguise myself as a tough, in other words.
Right. That thug in there hasn't seen you yet, so you can get away with it. Go into the store and get him out of there. Get him out by hook or crook, and stay with him.
Oh, trust me, Nick. I'll do it if I have to sing torch songs.
Now, look, Nick, I'm pretty sore about this. What's the idea of letting that mug in the grocery store get away?
I didn't let him, Matty. Patsy took him away.
Do you realize that we can't bring Bleeker, too? It's a murder rap?
It's more than just a murder rap, Matty. Well, how are they doing with the pull motor, Waldo?
No luck yet, Nick.
Nick, what's all this about poisoned eggs?
Very simple. Chickens are funny birds. What they eat goes into the eggs they lay. For
Yeah?
instance, if a chicken eats mothballs, its eggs smell of camphor.
No kidding.
Fact. Now, somewhere in the country, there are some chickens that have been drinking water polluted with nitroglycerin.
What's that?
The eggs Waldo had for breakfast had traces of nitroglycerin in them.
So?
Might have been an accident, but when I found an obvious thug posing as a grocer in the store where the eggs are bought, I knew it was something else. Somewhere, Matty, up in the farming country, there's a crooked plant manufacturing supplies for criminals. Bootleg nitroglycerin for blasting safes, counterfeit money, probably everything that a crook can't buy legitimately.
Holy smoke. And these polluted eggs are the giveaway to the plant, huh?
Right. Some of the nitro must have seeped out accidentally and polluted the water in a brook or something that runs through a chicken farm nearby.
Well, I'll be darned.
That's why I had to hold on to that thug without tipping my hand. He's got to lead us to that place. Oh, what's the pull motor stopping for, Matty?
Oh, the job is done, Nick. That man was practically dead when we found him, but he's alive now. You saved him,
Oh,
boy.
good, Waldo. Can I question him?
Oh, no, not for 2 or 3 days, the doc says. It's going to be tough enough just keeping him alive.
2 or 3 days? Well, by that time, this whole mob may be 1,000 miles away. It's all up to Patsy now. All we can do is go back to the office and wait for her to check in.
Hey, Eddie.
Yep.
Close that door, will you? I can't hear myself think.
You're a funny babe. Okay.
When you invite a lady to eat in a private dining room, she likes to be private.
I never knew old man Bleeker had a good-looking daughter like you. What a break for me. You coming into the store looking for him?
How come you minding the store for him? He didn't say he was going nowhere.
He got a rush call. Had to see somebody about some garage business. He's gonna be plenty sore when he hears I closed up the place to go eat lunch with his knockout daughter.
Oh, Eddie.
Ain't that waiter ever gonna bring us some food?
Huh? I'll go call him. I'll get that punk moving.
Okay, babe. Important garage business. That's a good one. Back already, babe?
Hello, Tyler.
Janet. I thought you were...
The girl you brought? No, she's outside phoning, Tyler.
Phoning?
If 5 will get you 10, she's calling a guy named Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes, Tyler, Nick Carter. The man who came into Bleeker's store to buy eggs this morning when I was posing as a health inspector. And that pretty face you're making up to belongs to Patsy Bowen, Carter's secretary.
Well, I knew it all the time, Janet.
You're a liar.
Well, don't worry about it, babe. I'll take care
Not
of that.
Not for me,
kid.
you won't. You're quitting the gang, Tyler. You're too dangerous to keep around.
Janet.
So long, Tyler.
Eddie Tyler sprawls over the table, 2 bullets in his heart, as Janet Steele slips out of the private dining room. With Tyler dead, Nick's only lead in the case ends. We'll learn what he does next in just a moment. And now, back to the case of the chemical chicken. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, Nick Carter and Waldo have pulled up to the cafe and answered to Patsy's urgent telephone call.
Hey, this, Patsy. Yes, what is it, Patsy?
Oh, Nick. Nick, it's too late. I've lost Tyler. For good.
He got away when you were phoning me?
No. Someone killed him.
What? Killed him? Well, where's he now?
In the back room. Sprawled over the table. I went back and there he was.
All right, Patsy. This is a tough break, but we'll manage. You get the car and wait.
Right.
Waldo, come with me. All right.
That must be the room back there, Nick.
Right. Come on. Keep your back to the door. No one comes in.
All right, boy.
Chance might have something in its pockets. No wallet. No papers. Nothing.
Then we're stuck, Nick?
Not quite. There's one chance. His pockets and his pants cuffs.
What are you ripping his pockets out for, Nick?
You'll find out later. Now, this is what we do. You telephone Matty. Tell him about this murder.
Yeah.
Then join me at the lab.
Okay.
Patsy goes to Bleeker's store to check the crates the tainted eggs were delivered in. Those crates are usually stenciled with the address of the farm that delivered them.
Yeah, but what's that
If
for?
Patsy can find that address, it may tell us where Eddie Tyler came from.
Oh.
If she can't, we'll have to depend on his pockets and the cuffs of his pants. All right, hold that pocket steady, Walt.
Yeah.
Want to be sure this vacuum cleaner picks up every particle of dirt and grit that's in it.
This one's clean now, Nick.
All right, give me the cuff of the pants.
Okay.
Clean them out, too.
Look, I don't get it, Nick.
Hold it steady. All right, that's clean.
Yeah.
Now the other one.
Okay.
Oops, careful. That's it. All right, all finished.
Yeah.
Now we open the vacuum cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
And we have one porcelain trap filled with assorted dust.
Dust?
And this dust is going under the microscope right now.
Why?
Going to tell us where Eddie Tyler's been during the past few weeks.
How the devil can dust do that, Nick?
Use your head, Waldo.
Yeah, but there's dust in the air everywhere.
But it's not all the same kind of dust. You find particular kinds of dust in particular localities. And that's what I'm counting on.
You found anything yet, Nick?
I think so. Huh? Patsy?
No, it's the law. And darn good and sore, too, if you want to know.
Find Eddie Tyler, Matty?
Nick, this is a fine mess. You let Tyler get away so you can break the case, and he ends up a corpse. Oh, when the commissioner hears about this tomorrow morning...
The case will be ended by tomorrow morning.
Are you kidding?
No, hoping. I've been checking the dust from Tyler's pockets.
What?
Outside of ordinary dust found almost everywhere, I've found smelter dust, flour dust, and particles of dry hay, all in the deepest layers. That means Tyler's been living in a farming vicinity that also has an iron foundry and flour mill somewhere near.
How'd you like that?
Give me that industrial map, Waldo.
Right.
Nick Carter speaking.
Nick, Patsy, I just finished searching Bleeker's store.
Yes?
It's no good, Nick. Every egg crate in the place has been
Yeah.
destroyed. Not one left anywhere.
Now, wait a minute. Yeah. This must be it.
Huh? Nick, what on earth are you talking about?
I've been checking my industrial map while you were reporting, Patsy.
Oh.
Matty, there's only one town in the near vicinity that's a farming center and at the same time has a flour mill and an iron foundry. That's Brickton.
Huh?
Brickton? That must be the place Tyler came from.
I don't understand, Nick.
Oh, you will pretty soon. Hurry back to the office, Patsy. You, Waldo, and I are driving up to Brickton right away.
Brickton a half mile, Nick. That's what the sign said.
Uh-huh. Now, remember, we stay under cover in this town. There's a sheriff in here that hates the very sight of me.
Hey, did you have a run-in with him before, Nick?
Yeah, in the Joplin case last year. But it was a run-in with her.
A lady sheriff? Like in Texas, eh?
Tougher in Texas. Sheriff Moss Stickney is convinced I double-crossed her last year. She'll do everything she can to obstruct me now, so we stay under cover.
All right.
Now, look, when we get into Brickton, you and Waldo each rent a car.
Yeah.
I've divided Brickton into 3 areas. Each one of us covers one of the areas.
Here's the town line, Nick.
Uh-huh. Now, each of us visits every farm in our area and asks the farm owners if they deliver eggs to Bleecker in New York.
Yeah, but wait, some of them farmers might not answer, Nick.
Well, here are 2 $100 bills. You and Patsy each take one.
Huh?
If you meet a close-mouthed farmer, tell him this $100 bill was found in a crate of eggs delivered to Bleecker. He can collect if he has records proving delivery as of yesterday.
Well, that ought to work. Oh, slow down, Nick. We're passing a rent-a-car garage.
Uh-oh. Run by the terrible Ma Stickney. All right. Go ahead. Each of you rent a car. And we'll meet back here 6 o'clock tonight. Good luck.
Well, this is farm number 3 for Detective Waldo McGlynn to examine with his piercing eyes. Wilson's farm. Maybe we'll have better luck with this one here. It is a farmer. It's a farmerette I'm going to be questioning. Very pretty, too, in them pants. Just a minute there, young lady.
Yes?
How would you like to earn 100... It's the health inspector.
Oh, I've seen you before, haven't I, in Bleeker's grocery this morning?
Well, ma'am,
You're the famous Waldo McGlynn, aren't you? Nick Carter's great assistant.
You got the right man, ma'am. But it's a secret. Nobody's supposed to know that me and Nick is up here.
Mr. McGlynn, I'm certainly glad to see you. It's about those eggs, the bad eggs.
Oh, you found them then?
Yes, they're here on this farm. I need your help, Mr. McGlynn. I'm only a weak woman, and you...
Waldo McGlynn's the right man for you, ma'am. Where are them bad eggs?
There's a building back of this farm. Up this road a little. I'll show you.
Good.
Does Mr. Carter know you're here?
No, ma'am. Waldo McGlynn works alone.
Good.
Now, what's the layout here, ma'am?
You see that house there, right along the chicken yard?
Yep.
There's some men live there. They rented it from Wilson. They pretend to be scientists doing research, but they're...
I know. They're crooks, ma'am. They're making dynamite and burglar tools for more crooks.
Well, in some way, the nitroglycerin they're making got into the chicken's drinking water and tainted the eggs.
I've already deduced that myself, ma'am.
So this morning, when the eggs were delivered to Bleeker's grocery in New York, Bleeker called Farmer Wilson on the telephone and complained. And Wilson asked the crooks about it because he thought they were scientists. He couldn't understand it. And the crooks realized that the tainted eggs might lead the police up here to their factory.
Yeah, sure.
So when they learned that all the eggs in this particular shipment went to Bleeker's, they rushed down to the city and tried to cover up by closing Bleeker's mouth and paying off all the customers who came back to the grocery to complain.
Yeah, sure.
They even had a woman pose as a health inspector to make it look legitimate.
But, ma'am, you...
Come into the house, Mr. McGlynn. The crooks aren't here now.
Hey, but, ma'am, you were the health inspector.
Yes, Mr. McGlynn, I was.
Hi, Janet. Who's the character with the roll of spinach?
Nosy little man. Works for Nick Carter.
Hey, you can't...
Stand still, McGlynn, and don't reach for that rod or I'll blow you wide open.
You're in cahoots with him.
Shut up! Bindle.
Yeah?
Carter's in town. You have to drop everything and take care of him.
You'll never harm Nick Carter.
Pipe
You'll never...
down, Grandpa. Bindle, tell the boys to get ready. You can tie up this character in the meantime.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to tell
Take it
you.
easy.
I had to kill Eddie Tyler in town. He turned out to be a nuisance.
What time is it, Patsy?
6:30, Nick.
Oh, where in blazes is Waldo? Should have been here at 6.
Maybe he located the farm.
Yeah, he's probably there now, blasting away with that old 44 of his. That gun's a bigger menace to Waldo than the underworld.
Sheriff Stickney! Sheriff Stickney, is that you? What?
Well, that's that health inspector from New York.
Sheriff Stickney, the most amazing thing just happened to me. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Sheriff Stickney was in this car.
You want help? I'll be glad to give it to you. I'm Nick Carter.
Not the Nick Carter. Well, I'm Janet Steele, a health inspector from New York. I was up here investigating a shipment of bad eggs.
What did you say just happened to you, Miss Steele?
Oh, it's the strangest thing. I found a car parked out on the road. It's one that Sheriff Stickney rents. And guess what was stuck in the windshield? Half of $100 bill.
In what road? Where?
Just outside Wilson's farm. It was near a large white building alongside the chicken yards.
Chicken yards? Nick, that's it.
Yes, Patsy, come on. Let's get out there fast.
The heavy roadster surges forward as Nick and Patsy drive into what is apparently a cleverly baited trap. We'll see whether or not the jaws of the trap close on them in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the chemical chickens. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It's 7 o'clock. The night is pitch black. Alongside the White House, behind Farmer Wilson's chicken yard, 5 men and a woman wait tensely, watching the turnpike road.
He ought to be along any minute, Bindle. I took the shortcut. He couldn't be more than 5 minutes behind me.
He'll be along.
This is what we do, Bindle. When he comes waltzing in looking for Grandpa, we knock him and the girl cold. We take the 3 of them over to the covered bridge and drive them in the car into the river. Big accident.
Oh, better do it.
Hold it,
so-
Bindle. Listen.
It's a car.
It's Carter. I know that car. Get set, everybody. When I give the word, give them the lights and show them they're covered. Looks like Carter and the girl. All right, Bindle. Now.
Oh,
You're covered, Carter. You and the... Holy...
what's the meaning of this ruckus? What are you doing with them guns? Guns is illegal in Brixton County.
That dame sheriff.
Your name's Bindle, ain't it? And yours is Steele. Well, you're both under arrest.
We got you covered, Ma. I'm sorry your number's up. Don't get excited, boys. Ma's going to have a fatal accident along with Carter and the girl.
The only accident I'm going to have is to pull the trigger of this Tommy gun.
Hey, that's Carter.
Carter, where?
On the roof of your little factory, covering all of you. The first man who turns the light toward me gets a head full of slugs. Your racket's finished, Janet. You want to know why? Ask your lawyer. You'll be seeing a lot of him while you're trying to beat a murder rap.
Carter, I gotta hand it to you. You're all right for a New York detective. Laying the whole case in my lap the way you did was mighty generous.
Oh, Nick, boy, I got to apologize. I failed me mission. Just when I had this whole mystery solved, I made one little slip.
One little slip. You walked right into a trap with your eyes wide open. You and your 44.
Oh, Patsy.
Just one thing, Carter. How'd you know that story of Janice was phony when she tried to trap you and Miss Bowen?
Well, Sheriff Stickney, 3 things. Before I came out here, I checked up and couldn't find any record of an inspector on the health department staff named Janet Steele. That was the first thing. Then I didn't like the idea of a health inspector working up here in Brickton. It sounded phony. She wouldn't have any jurisdiction up here.
She sure wouldn't.
But the slip that gelled everything for me was when she claimed to recognize Waldo's car as one of the cars that you rented. For a stranger in Brickton, it was obviously impossible for her to know that. So I pretended to fall into the trap, and that's all.
Ah, you done it in great style, Nick Boy. When you showed up on that roof with a Tommy gun in your hands, you was old Sim Carter all over again. Ah, none of that fancy deduction stuff. No, sir, bullets and action. Nick, take Waldo McGlynn's word for it. You'll be a detective yet.
Well, Nick, what about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser will bring us next week?
Before I answer that, Bob, I wish to remind our listeners that National Boys Club Week begins tomorrow. And as you know, sponsoring a boys' club of my own, I'm particularly interested in this fine work which is combating juvenile delinquency so effectively. More than 250,000 boys find wholesome activity and entertainment in these clubs. Under competent leadership, they receive companionship and recreation and learn to develop skills and ambitions. According to law enforcement authorities, boys' clubs lessen delinquency wherever they're established. For these reasons, I personally, as well as the makers of Old Dutch Cleanser, wish to salute the boys' clubs of America for their great contribution in building the citizens of tomorrow. And now, next week's adventure.
Oh, it scares me just to remember that case.
If it scares you, it must be some story. What's it all about?
Well, Bob, it started with a mysterious disappearance of a lot of new cars that were never found again.
And it just about finished when Nick and I ended up in an old abandoned quarry full of water.
But thanks to a new shortwave device, we managed to solve the case.
I certainly want to hear this story. What do you call it, Nick?
I call it the case of the lucrative Rex.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Remember, when you go shopping tomorrow, get the cleanser preferred by more women in America than any other. Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Waldo is played by Humphrey Davis. Matty by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, The Unwritten Letter. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated the strange murder of a man who died with a blank letter in his hand and captured a killer through an interview with a corpse. All work and no play makes Jill a tired housekeeper, but any homemaker can have enjoyable leisure time to spend as she likes when she depends on the three great Linux home brighteners, those efficient new shortcuts to the care of woodwork, furniture, and floors. Linux Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish, Linux Cream Polish for fine furniture, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new quick-drying wax product. Yes, the three great Linux home brighteners are the modern way to save household drudgery. They'll do your work in record time and do it with spick-and-span thoroughness. So start now to enjoy new leisure. Ask your hardware, paint, or department store for the three great Linux home brighteners, the efficient shortcuts to new home beauty. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. Breakfast is over in the old brownstone mansion at the corner of 5th and 4th, and Patsy and Nick are on their way into the master detective's study to begin the morning's work, when suddenly...
Oh, bother. I might have known there wouldn't be any peace today, just when we need it. Nick Carter's office.
Miss Bowen, Sergeant Matheson.
I hope this is a social call, Sergeant. We've got a whole morning's work ahead of us.
Yeah? Ask Nick if he'd like to be interrupted.
Nick, Sergeant Matheson wants to know if you'd like to have your work interrupted.
Ask him for what?
For what, Sergeant? I don't think Nick will settle for anything less than murder.
Ask him how he'd like to be haunted this morning.
Haunted?
Yeah.
That sounds interesting. Let's have the phone, Patsy. Hello, Matty.
Aha. Gotcha, hey, Nick.
What's all this about haunts?
Some dame called up this morning from an old loft building down in the village. 23 Blaine Street. She claims she's being haunted. Not at night, mind you, but during the day.
Daytime ghosts. That's a new one.
Yeah, she claims they rumble at her all day long. I'm just on my way down there. You want to come along?
For spooks that rumble by day, you bet. Meet you in front of the building in 20 minutes.
Right.
Bye. Get your hat, Patsy, and put in the call for the car. You and I have a date with a ghost. This is it, Patsy. 23 Blaine.
Golly, what an ancient building this is. Looks as if Peter Stuyvesant built it.
And there's Matty coming down the street.
Oh, good morning, Nick.
Morning, Matty.
Morning, Miss Bowen.
Hi.
So Nick wouldn't settle for anything less than murder, eh? I notice you beat me here.
I take it all back, Sergeant. Let's go in and meet the ghost.
Who was it called you, Matty?
Oh, some dame named Madame Sear. That's her name there on the letterbox.
Madame Sear. Medium. Well, if that isn't the payoff. A medium afraid of ghosts. And in the daytime.
Door's locked. Must be a bell button under Madame Sear's nameplate. Ring it, Patsy.
Okay, I will. Oh, Nick!
It's a little upper Pete. Better get in there fast, Matty. Get your shoulder against the door.
Go shooting guns together, Nick. All right, again.
What's more should do it? Careful. Watch out for the debris, Patsy.
Right.
Come on, Matty.
This isn't turning out to be the scully.
What is it, Nick?
Hold it. Said I wouldn't settle for anything less than a murder, Patsy, huh? Well, you were right. There's a man on these steps, and he's been shot to death. All right, quiet, everybody, please. Quiet. Quiet. Matty, I'm not ready to examine the people in this building yet. I want them to be taken to a room and kept there.
Right. York, get them out of here.
Yes, sir. All right, all of you, get going.
Go on, over here. Just follow the detective there. Go on, follow him. Okay, Nick. Now, what's the score?
I've searched this man's pockets. His name's Joe Kane. Address and business unspecified.
Uh-huh.
We shot through the chest twice with a .45 caliber slug. Died instantly.
Yeah?
What do those bruises and scratches on the face mean, Nick?
Kane was killed somewhere on the stairs. He dropped and rolled partway down.
Anything else?
2 clues. One fairly unpromising. The other, very odd.
Go ahead.
He's got a racing sheet in his pocket. Schedule of some small racetrack in a town upstate. I've never heard of the place, or the horses listed.
But then again, Nick, we don't know too much about horse racing.
And the odd clue.
In Kane's hand was clutched a large blue envelope, right here.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, the reflex of death made him hold tight.
Well, what's odd about that?
One thing. There's no address, stamp, or mark on the envelope. There's a sheet of paper inside, with nothing written on it.
Well, for the love of Pete.
Envelope without an address. A letter with nothing written on it. But what does that mean?
I wish I knew. But I've got a hunch if we could answer that question, we'd know who killed Joe Kane and why.
Well, we know one thing, Nick. It's got to be one of the people in this building. We covered the front door. No one came out while we were going in.
That's right.
We've already checked the roof. It's sealed shut. No one went out that way. And the back door is bolted on the inside.
The windows?
All barred with heavy grates. The killer's got to be one of the people inside.
Good work, Matty. Now, what about him?
Well, there are 3 floors in this building. Each one is occupied. The first floor, Madame Sear, the ghost-fearing medium.
The one who called you.
Yeah. The second floor, a guy named Charles Dower. Business as yet unspecified. The top floor is Hal Trask. He's a printer.
Madame Sear, Charles Dower, Hal Trask.
Right.
That makes 3.
Plus the janitor, a guy named Olson, who was sweeping around the upper stairs.
I see. All right. Let's go in and have a talk with him.
York's got him in Madame Sears' studio. You're going to question him separately, Nick?
No, all together.
Right.
Sometimes when 4 witnesses gel in a community story, it's easy to break them down later individually.
Oh, here they come now. All right. Now, quiet, folks. Quiet, please. Now, this is Nick Carter. He wants to ask you a few questions.
We've all seen the dead man. Has any of you ever seen him before? Seen him alive? Either you're afraid to answer, or none of you has ever seen him. Now, which is it? You. You're Mr. Olson, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Ever seen the dead man before?
No, sir. I don't see much of anybody in this building, sir.
That is right, Mr. Carter. We are all quiet. We all value our privacy. None of us pries into the secrets of strangers. We do not peek at those who walk the stairs. We keep to ourselves.
Madam Sear, you telephoned to complain about ghosts this morning?
It was a revelation from the other world. I am ashamed of my first fear. I no longer complain.
And Mr. Trask?
Yes, sir. Printer, sir. Glow press up on the top floor. I never seen the dead man before, Mr. Carter.
I see. Mr. Dower?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Aren't you bad luck, Charlie Dower? Served 2 terms in Atlanta, specialist in card marking and tin horn gambling rackets.
Mr. Carter,
no wonder his business was unspecified, Matty.
Hey, what a memory you got, Nick. I'd forgotten Dower. He's been out of circulation 5 years.
So here we are. Unknown Mr. Kane murdered on the steps of this building by one of you 4. All of you claim you never saw the man before. And I have the problem of finding which one of you is lying.
Well, not me.
All right, quiet. Well, what's the program, Nick?
All these people should stay inside the building. I want to search for the murder weapon, although I doubt if you'll find it in an old rat trap like this. It could stay here hidden for 100 years.
Yeah, we'll try.
I want the squad to check the history of the building and every person in here.
We'll do it.
Patsy and I are going to take the car and run up to Taunton. We'll be back in a few hours.
Right.
Why go to Taunton?
Because it's the home of the Taunton racetrack. Joe Kane's tip sheet was the schedule of today's races. Maybe we can find out something about murder up there.
Just another few minutes, Nick. That sign said Taunton half a mile.
Right.
Why have you been so glum all the way up here, Nick?
I've been mulling over the case, Patsy. I don't like it.
What don't you like about it?
The whole thing has a phony ring about it. 3 crooks, or semi-crooks, all operating in that building. All probably lying as hard as they can.
Yes?
How did Kane get into the building? The door was locked when we tried it. Either he rang one of the bells, which means the tenants were lying, or he had a key, which means Olson, the janitor, was lying.
That's true.
In the second place, what about that blue envelope containing an unwritten letter? Why was Kane carrying it?
But invisible ink, maybe. Secret message?
Carried so that we jump to that obvious conclusion? No. I doubt it, Patsy.
Oh, slow down. Here's Taunton. We'll go through it before we see it.
Seems pretty quiet. We're a racetrack town.
Uh-huh. I haven't seen anything faintly resembling a track.
We better ask that youngster over there. Hi, Sonny.
Oh, hi there.
Yes, you, son. Come over here a minute, will you?
Oh, yes, sir, mister. What's on your mind?
Which way to the racetrack?
The which?
The racetrack. The Taunton racetrack.
I don't know what you're talking about, lady.
You live here long?
All my life.
Here. Take a look at this.
Taunton racetrack. Handicap race. Hey, mister, this is some kind of a gag. There ain't no track in Taunton. We never had a race in this town. You're being taken for an awful ride by someone.
You're telling us. Nick, this is weird.
Thanks, son. Let's get back to the city, Patsy. True enough, we've been taken for a ride. And believe me, it's carried us miles closer to the solution of this case.
Nick, I wish you'd explain. Oh, don't act so mysterious.
I'll explain soon, Patsy.
But I want to hear now.
You will, just as soon as I've spoken to Matty. And asked the janitor a few questions. Here we are, 23 Blaine. Hope Matty's inside. Come on.
Oh, Nick. Sometimes you can be so aggravating.
Patience, Patsy. Come on inside.
Nick. Oh, for Pete's sake. Am I glad you're back.
You got a fresh lead, Matty?
Fresh lead, fresh trouble. That's what I got.
Well, I'll iron it out as soon as I've spoken to Olson, the janitor.
Olson's my trouble, Nick. He's just committed suicide.
An unwritten letter, a non-existent horse race, and now the suicide of a key witness. How will Nick straighten out this tangle of events? We'll see in just a moment. The up-to-date way of doing a thing is usually the best way, and you certainly find that's the case when you beautify your floors and linoleum with Linex self-polishing wax, the modern way to perfect floor care. One practical test is all you need to know that here is a quick-drying wax which is really different. Linex self-polishing wax, made from a new formula, was developed by leading research chemists to give new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance to all your floors. And Linex self-polishing wax contains the greatest possible amount of real carnauba wax for that handsome, satiny finish only real wax can give. What's more, the underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that any linoleum, hardwood, or rubber tile floor is actually less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. Best of all, Linex self-polishing wax takes only a jiffy to use, for you simply wipe it on without tiresome rubbing, and it dries quickly to a beautiful luster that's a joy to behold. So choose genuine Linex self-polishing wax, one of the finest products of its kind. Ask your dealer now for all 3 great Linex home brighteners to give your home new beauty the easy Linex way. And now, back to our story. A complaint about a haunted loft building brought Nick Carter, Patsy, and Sergeant Matheson down to an ancient office building in time to hear, but not witness, the murder of Joe Kane. Curious clue to the murder was an unwritten letter in the dead man's hand and a racetrack program for a non-existent race. Then the janitor of the building, Sergeant Matheson announces, suddenly has committed suicide. Now Nick, Patsy, and the sergeant examine the dead body.
It's pretty careless of you, Matty.
Oh, honest, Nick, how was I to know? I was down in the cellar with the squad looking for the murder gun, when all of a sudden we hear the shot. We never thought that
You'll
Olson
find
would...
the weapon in Olson's hand. Yes, I understand. Well, 5 will get you 10. This is the gun that killed Kane.
But why should Olson kill himself?
Yeah, probably thought we were hot on his trail.
Maybe, but I'm not so sure Olson did kill himself.
What?
Why not?
Too pat, too convenient. I've worked on thousands of cases, Matty. I never yet had a killer give up so easily.
But it looks legit, Nick. Bullet wound in the right temple, gun in the right hand. I happen to know Olson was right-handed because I saw him sweeping.
There are powder burns around the wound. The gun was fired at close range. Why, the body looks as though it had fallen naturally.
Maybe, but I doubt it. I'm going to take the gun back to my lab for a quick check. Have a man send over the fingerprints for the entire crowd here, Matty.
Right.
Oh, any of those reports come in yet about the building and the people?
I expect them any minute now.
Wait here for me when you get them. Patsy and I'll be back in half an hour.
All right.
Oh, and by the way, Matty.
Yes, Nick.
How much would you like to bet that Olson never was janitor of this building?
Oh,
All right, Patsy. There you are. Every print on this gun dusted and brought up, and all of them sharp and clear as crystal.
Now what?
Now we compare. Let's have that sheet Matty sent over.
Here you are.
Thanks.
What are you looking for, Nick?
Oh, I found it already. Just checking to make sure.
Found what? Oh, don't be so mysterious, Nick.
Look for yourself, Patsy. Every print on this gun belongs to Olson. You can't miss it.
Yes, I see, Nick. Well, doesn't that prove suicide?
Think hard, Patsy. What happens when you shoot a .45 automatic?
Why, it fires a bullet.
And then what happens to the gun?
It stays in your hand, I guess.
Gently, quietly, without a fuss?
Oh, no, it kicks.
Exactly. And will you explain why Olson's prints on the gun are sharp and clear as crystal?
Oh.
Obviously, if he'd held the gun and shot himself, his prints would have been smudged and smeared by the recoil. But they aren't.
Nick.
Uh-huh. You get it now, huh? Olson was murdered by the same person who killed Joe Kane. Then the gun was wiped clean and carefully placed in Olson's hand. That's why the prints are so clear.
Oh, that just mixes the case up more than ever.
Oh, no, Patsy. It's becoming clearer than ever. Let's hustle back to Matty. I only hope there haven't been any more murders while we were gone. All right, Matty, we're back.
Oh, Nick. Hey, Nick, you're fantastic. How did you know, man? How did you know?
About the murder?
No, about Olson. Reports just come in. You were right. He was lying. He wasn't the janitor of this building.
Golly.
The janitor of this place is a guy up on the corner. He takes care of this whole row of buildings.
Then everybody in here was lying when they accepted him as the janitor.
I don't think so. This is a dark little place, and the real janitor probably doesn't spend more than a few minutes a week here.
Yeah, just about. They're all pretty careless.
The few times he was seen wasn't enough to make an impression. So when Olson said he was a janitor, he was accepted.
But the killer?
The killer was lying, naturally.
Hey, wait a minute, Nick. How did Olson get in here?
Oh, Joe Kane let him in.
Joe Kane? The dead man?
Yes.
When?
Probably a few seconds before we arrived. Olson followed Kane into the building.
Uh-huh. How did Kane get in?
Pretty sure Kane let himself in.
How?
With a key.
Nick, you sound as though you got the whole business washed up and finished.
Think I'm pretty close to it.
You know why Kane carried that blank letter?
I do.
And about the non-existent horse race?
Yes.
And why Olson killed himself?
He was murdered, and I think I know why.
Well, then will you please talk?
One more little test, Matty, and the murderer will talk in person.
What's the test?
We've got 3 people left. Madam Sear, Trask the printer, and Dower the gambler.
Yeah.
All of them claim they don't know Joe Kane. Well, one of them's lying, and I want to find out which.
How?
I'm going to make some arrangements with Patsy. And then we're going to meet around Madam Sear's crystal globe, all of us.
Holy smoke. More ghost stuff?
So to speak. The body of Joe Kane is going to walk into the room, and we'll see who recognizes it.
Oh, but that's silly, Nick. They all saw Kane's body.
There's a tremendous difference between recognizing a living man and a dead body, Patsy. Totally dissimilar people look identical when they're dead. We've had hundreds of cases of husbands identifying dead strangers as their wives in the morgue.
Mm-hmm. And vice versa. It's true, Patsy. I see Nick's point.
Well, those suspects who really don't know Kane will not recognize a living imitation after having seen the body only once. But those who knew him...
I get it.
Then let's get moving. We'll meet the dead body at 7 tonight. All right, everybody. All right. We've gathered together in Madam Sear's studio for a last attempt to solve this murder.
You do well to trust the world of the medium, Mr. Carter. It is capable of miracles far beyond your mere earthly effort.
Quite. I've requested Sergeant Matheson to have present the only surviving occupants of this building. Mr. Trask, Mr. Dower, and Madam Sear, of course. Miss Bowen, my secretary, will act as witness. Sergeant Matheson will preside. And I'll ask the question. Will you all be seated, please?
Everybody down, folks. Come on.
I presume you work best with the crystal in the dark, Madam Sear.
Oh, that is correct.
Lights out, please, Matty.
Right.
Thank you. And now, Madam Sear, with your help, we will try to recreate the murder scene in the magic crystal.
First, there must be silence.
And silence you shall have.
The crystal is cloudy tonight. There is much antagonism in this room. The veil can be parted only with difficulty. Now the clouds begin to vanish from the glass. I see faint lights, faint forms swirling in the blackness. I see a figure. It is a man. It is the dead one. He walks through night followed by shadows. There is one shadow I see with a gun. Sergeant Matheson, I hear it again. The spirit's talking.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Do you hear it?
All right,
the groaning and the rumbling of the dead.
And this is what made you telephone this morning?
In heaven's name, protect me. You hear it, don't you? You hear it?
Wait, listen. Someone's coming to the door.
It is the other world coming to us. In the name of heaven, do not let us sing in here. It's Joe Kane. The dead man.
Yes, Joe Kane, all right. I thought he was killed.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up the seance in our case. Lights, please, Matty.
Oh, but...
No excitement, please. Quiet. The show's over.
But I...
Mr. Dower, Madam Sear, please be calm. It's not Joe Kane. Merely an actor appropriately costumed and made up.
Nick, they both recognized him. They were both lying. Madam Sear and Mr. Dower. Trask never batted an eyelash. He told the truth.
Yes, Patsy. And I might add, It's because Mr. Hal Trask told the truth about not knowing Joe Kane that he'll be executed for his murder.
You'll never prove anything.
Oh, no, you don't, brother. A very clever crime, Mr. Trask, and for an unusual racket. Yes, Patsy, you were right. Trask told the truth. He did not know Crane. Dollar and Madam Sear lied. They knew him. They'd seen him in the building frequently, but they didn't know he ran the Globe print shop upstairs.
We figured it'd be better to say we never saw him before.
Naturally. Both of you are afraid of the police. Try to keep clear of murder by lying. You didn't know that Joe Kane's racket was printing phony programs of non-existent horse races, and that he used these to induce innocent victims to book bets with him, bets which he pocketed and disappeared with.
You're right, Carter. Kane had a hot racket. We heard about the dough he was making. It was a good thing.
So good that you and Olson decided to come up and acquire a piece of his money. A big piece. Only Olson acquired nothing but death. And you've acquired a one-way trip to the chair.
In just a few minutes, Nick will be back to give you the final details of today's story and tell you why the murdered man carried an unwritten letter. Dust, finger marks, and accumulated polish all are likely to make furniture look dull and cloudy. So naturally, the first step in furniture care is to remove that cloudiness and then give your furniture a beauty treatment with the finest polish you can find. Well, Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture does the whole job at once. Yes, that's right. Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes. That means you cut the job in two, save half the time, half the work. That's why so many thousands of modern American women are swinging to Linex Cream Polish, which cares for household things the easy way. See that your fine furniture keeps its good looks with Linex Cream Polish, which restores its original gleaming beauty in one simple process. Because Linex Cream Polish dries hard, it even cuts down future work, for it leaves no oil on the surface to attract more dust. So make it a point to use Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Cream Polish, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Clear Gloss, the longer-lasting brush-on finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember that your dealer is headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that brings quick new sparkle to walls and ceilings. Chemtone covers in one coat, dries in 1 hour. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Nick, I understand the motive for Joe Kane's murder, but what about that unwritten letter?
Well, get the picture, Ken. Trask and Olson decided to rob Joe Kane. They'd heard he was making a fortune out of his racetrack fraud, and they wanted a piece of it. But neither of them knew him.
So?
Obviously, they couldn't take a chance of Kane arriving in his office while they were rifling the place, so Olson remained downstairs to watch, while Trask went up to rob.
But how could Olson watch for Kane if he didn't know him?
By a simple thug's trick. He placed a large blue envelope in the Globe print shop letterbox. All he had to do was watch that. He knew whoever took the blue envelope out of the letterbox would be Joe Kane.
Well, that's clever enough.
So when Kane arrived and picked up his letter, Olson quickly followed him into the building, first signaling upstairs on the buzzer to Trask. Olson followed in case Trask couldn't get away in time.
And evidently he couldn't.
Right. Kane saw Trask leaving his office. He pulled a gun, the .45 automatic. Olson closed in from behind. Kane was killed and rolled down the steps. I doubt if Trask ever got a really good look at Kane. Then, as we pounded on the door below, they thought quickly. Trask pretended to be the proprietor of the print shop. Olson grabbed a broom and played janitor.
Golly.
But later, Trask realized Olson's pose would be uncovered. So the first chance he had, he murdered his partner to keep him quiet. He tried to get rid of the gun by planning it as a suicide weapon.
But how about the ghosts that Madame Sia thought she heard? We heard them, too, when you kidded her into staging a seance.
Well, that's the strangest thing about the case. If it hadn't been for Madame Sear's ghost, we'd never have entered the case and never have broken it. And if it hadn't been for the ghost, there wouldn't have been a case in the first place.
Why not?
Because Madame Sear's ghost was the distant rumble of a new printing machine Joe Kane had just had installed so he could print more of his phony race sheets. I had an officer turn it on to haunt the seance.
Well, Nick, I hope you have as exciting a story for us next week. What's it going to be?
Well, Ken, next week we're going to meet the champion apple pie maker of the East, who, fortunately for me, also happens to be an old friend of mine.
She came to complain that her landlord papered her walls without her permission.
Well, unfortunately, when we arrived, we discovered that the paper hanger had not only hung the wallpaper, he'd hung himself,
Sounds like a strange story. What do you call it, Nick?
The Case of the Hanging Paper Hanger.
And now an important message from Nick Carter.
Remember what happened after World War I? Inflation and a boom period, then the crash, and the worst depression America has ever known. Now, let's not permit that to happen again. Let's resolve to buy only what we need, paying ration points in full, paying no more than ceiling price. Let's resolve not to profiteer on our own services or produce. And let's buy and keep war bonds to protect America's future and our own.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Charlotte Manson plays Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners: Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Phyllis, it's true. I know it's true.
But it's not true, June, darling. Don't you suppose I'd know it if you were going crazy?
But why do I hear these noises all the time? Why am I so cold when it's really warm in here? Why do I...
Listen, June, you're just working yourself up over nothing. Now, why don't you
Alex
relax?
told me my mother acted the same way, Phyllis.
My husband didn't mean
He
that.
said Mother heard noises like thunder in her ears. He told me that she was cold and shivering no matter what the temperature was. Alex told me that.
Well, even if that's true, it doesn't prove...
It does. I'll kill myself before I let them take me away. I won't go to an asylum. I won't.
A young girl convinced that she is going insane. A fiancé who is not convinced, who doubts that it can be true in spite of the evidence. An appeal to Nick Carter, Master Detective. The uncovering of a strange and unnatural plot. Not for money, not for power, but for hate. This is the story unfolded in The Case of the Demented Daughter.
That must be Randy Wyatt. I made a date for him to see you at 10:30.
Is Mr. Carter here yet?
Yes, he is. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Mr. Carter?
Yes?
I'm Randy Wyatt. Your father and mine used to be pretty good friends. That's why I'm taking the liberty of asking you to help me now.
Why, no liberty at all. Come in, sit down.
Thank you, sir.
What seems to be the trouble?
Well, last night I got this note from the girl I'm engaged to. She sent my ring back with it.
May I see it? It's no use, Randy, darling. I'm doomed. And I won't have you burdened with an insane wife. So this is goodbye. You're heartbroken, June.
I tried to call her as soon as I got the note, but the housekeeper wouldn't let me talk to her. Said she was too ill to come to the phone.
Well, have you seen any signs of this insanity she speaks of?
I know, and I don't believe it. There's been something funny going on somewhere. She's been a little more nervous than usual when we've been out together this past month, but that isn't insanity.
You say when we've been out together. Does that mean that you don't see her at home much?
Well, for the past month, she seemed to prefer to get out of the house. Doesn't want to stay home anymore.
Well, have you seen her at home at all?
Well, I was there one night about a week ago. Her sister Phyllis and her brother-in-law, Alex Benson, were out, and we spent the evening there alone.
Did she seem to be the same as usual?
Why, except for one little thing, yes. She complained that she felt cold, almost shivery. The house was cold even for me. The thermometer said 78, but it wasn't as warm as that in there. But the fact that she was cold when the thermometer said 78 seemed to prey on her mind. I tried to tell her the thermometer was wrong and that I was chilly too, but she insisted I was just being nice to her.
I see. Well, is she any reason to be afraid of going out of her mind?
When I was waiting for June the other night, Alex, her brother-in-law, warned me that she was acting queer. Said he felt I ought to know. Told me her mother died in the Harrow Hill Sanitarium. I tried to laugh at him, but he insisted he and Phyllis had seen definite symptoms.
Uh-huh. Anyone else live there with June beside Phyllis and her husband?
The housekeeper, Miss Everett, a cook, and a maid.
They must have plenty of money.
Oh, yes, June's father was a rich man, and he left his entire estate to be divided between the two girls.
How long ago did her mother go to the sanitarium?
Let me see. June was 6 then, so it must have been 1932. She died there in 1940.
I see. What does this Alex Benson do?
He has a very good business, I understand. Doing very well.
And this housekeeper you spoke of, has she been with him long?
Since a couple of years after Miss Kemper was taken away. She's a peppery old lady, but an excellent housekeeper. She and Phyllis brought June up.
I'd like to talk to your fiancée, Wyatt. Can you arrange it?
That's what I'd hoped you'd say, Mr. Carter. June isn't crazy, I know that. Just as sure as I know my own name.
Well, when can we see her? Around 5 this afternoon, perhaps?
We can try. Where shall I meet you?
You better be here at the office about 4:30. We'll go up together.
I'll be here. Oh, Mr. Carter, I do hope you can straighten this out.
I'll certainly do what I can, Wyatt.
You're swell, Mr. Carter. Well, see you at 4:30. Goodbye.
So long.
Goodbye, Mr. Wyatt. Oh, the poor kid. Losing her mind at her age.
I'm not at all sure she is, Patsy.
Huh?
Look at this note she sent Wyatt.
Well, what about it? Writing looks awkward, but she was probably upset.
Oh, look closely. See how the pencil bears down much harder in some places than in others?
Yes.
And it's not always in the places where the lines would naturally be heavier.
Which means?
One explanation would be that somebody was guiding her hand, forcing her to write this.
Oh.
Patsy, I think we'll do some checking up.
Okay. What'll we do?
Call Scubby of the paper. Ask him for a full report on both Phyllis and Alex Benson.
Uh-huh.
The society doings and any other information he may find in the morgue.
Yeah.
Also tell him to check up on Alex's business and financial ratings.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, I want you to call in the housekeeper. Give her some excuse. Find out all you can about her.
I'll tell you what. I'll pretend I'm making a checkup of the conditions under which housekeepers work for some magazine, say. That'll do it.
Good. While you do that, I'm going down to the surrogate's office and take a look at the father's will. If there's any conspiracy going on, there's very likely to be money involved.
Okay, Nick. See you here as soon as I get the dope by Mrs. Everett.
As I told you when you called, young lady, I can give you only a few minutes.
Well, I'm glad you could see me at all, Mrs. Everett.
We can sit here in the breakfast room.
Thank you.
Now, ask your questions and I'll answer them if they're not personal.
Well, they are personal, but only in a general way. How long have you been here?
Since 1936, the year after Mrs. Kemple died.
Uh-huh. Had you worked previously?
I had. 14 years. 2 jobs. In each case, I left because I was offered more money. If somebody offered me more money than I'm getting here, I'd leave tomorrow.
Are you married, Mrs. Everett?
I was. My husband died.
Any children?
I have not. I hate them.
How do you find working conditions here?
I've seen better and I've seen worse.
How do you get along with your employers?
Mr. Kemple was a fine man. We got along well.
Oh. Do you mean you're having trouble with Mr. and Mrs. Benson?
No, Phyllis and Alex are all right. We get along well enough, but that June, I can't stand her. I never could.
Oh. Do you have any special reason to feel that way? Or is it because you don't like children?
She's a brat. Always was.
Used to play tricks on me when I first came here. Left a toy wagon for me to stumble over when she was little, and I fell and broke my ankle. I'd have left here then, but Mr. Kemple offered me so much money I couldn't afford to go. But I've made that June pay for what she did. Why, I'm talking too much. What else do you want to know?
You wouldn't want to tell me what they pay you here, would you?
I wouldn't. I told you not to get personal. Now, I got to go. Good day.
Goodbye, and thank you, Mrs. Everett. All right, Scubby, I'll tell him. Thanks. Goodbye.
Oh, hi, Patsy.
Hello.
How'd you make out?
Here's a typewritten report of my interview. I didn't like that Mrs. Everett at all.
Oh, so she doesn't like June, huh?
Mm-mm.
Well, good work, Patsy. That covers it.
You really like it, Nick?
I do. Get your hat. We're taking a ride out to Harrow Hill Sanitarium where Mrs. Kemple died. I want to talk to the doctor out there.
Right with you, Nick. Walter went out after you phoned, but he'll be back pretty soon.
Have you heard from Scubby yet?
Oh, yes. He says he found plenty of stuff about Phyllis and Alex, but nothing you'd want. Except that Alex's business is in a pretty bad shape. He needs to expand and has been having trouble getting capital to do it.
Yes?
Guppy says he couldn't find out whether he'd put any of his wife's money into it or not.
I see.
What'd you find out at the surrogate's office?
I found that Mr. Kemple left a large fortune, divided equally between the two girls. But there were two interesting clauses in the will. One was that should either daughter develop a mental weakness of any kind, the other daughter was to have control of the money and administer it for the other's benefit.
Hey, Nick, that's something.
And the other, peculiar, is a statement that since the circumstances surrounding the birth of the two sisters were fully taken into account in drawing the will, no claims on that basis were to be allowed under penalty of forfeiture of all rights under the will.
What in the world does that mean?
Wish I knew. I called the lawyer who drew it, but he refused to talk about it. So I'm having Walter look up the birth certificates of both girls. Might be some help there.
Uh-huh. You think the doctor at the sanitarium could help you?
I don't know. I hope so. That's one reason I want to have a talk with him.
I'm sorry I can't be of more help to you, Mr. Carter, but my knowledge of the Kemple family is limited to Mrs. Kemple herself, as I said.
Doctor, tell me, did Mrs. Kemple know what was happening to her?
Oh, yes, some years before it actually happened, it became evident that sooner or later she would have trouble. Hers, as I said, was a case of schizophrenia, split personality. And in her case, the other side of her was homicidal.
But you say it can be inherited, Doctor.
It can be, but fortunately, it rarely is.
Well, thank you for your time, Dr. Lennox, and for your information. I think it'll help us to get to the bottom of this.
Turn left here, Mr. Carter. The Kemple place is halfway down the next block.
Nick, did I hear Walter telling you he could find only Phyllis's birth certificate?
That's right, Patsy. No record of June's birth at all. Wife, do you know where June was born?
No, I don't. Oh, by the way, Mr. Carter, I tried to get in touch with June to tell her we were coming, but the housekeeper wouldn't let me speak to her. Said she was asleep. Darn that woman, I don't trust her at all.
Is this the house?
Yeah, that's it.
You'll have to wait in the car, Patsy. Mrs. Everett knows you.
Right, Nick.
I hope we can get in.
Oh, I think we'll manage somehow.
If Phyllis is here, she'll let me in.
Maybe there's nobody here. I think I hear someone coming.
When there's somebody sick in the house, you ought to know better than to make so much noise.
Mrs. Everett, I'm sorry, but we must see June Kemple at once.
She's in her room and in no condition to see anyone at once. Who are you?
This is Mr. Nick Carter, Miss Everett. Please let us see June.
What's a detective doing here?
I'm not here as a detective, rather as a friend. May we see June?
Very well. She's in her room. You can go up, but make it as short as you can. She's sick.
Thank you. Come on, Mr. Carter. I can't understand Miss Everett's dislike for June. She never has a good word for her.
Some people are like that, Wyatt. Some people just don't seem...
Randy! Randy, help! Help!
That's June. Come on.
Oh, Randy.
What, June, honey, what's wrong?
I couldn't open the door. I couldn't to make my hands open the door.
It was probably stuck, June.
No, it wasn't the door. It was me. My hands.
Now, what do you mean by that, Miss Campbell?
It's just the way my mother acted when she was sick. Alex told me about it last night. She couldn't make her hands do what she wanted. I tried to open my door, and I couldn't. I just couldn't. I had to try and try before I could get it open. Oh, Randy. It was like a nightmare. A horrible nightmare.
Come now, honey. Don't cry like that. I just can't stand it. Please, honey.
What? Look here.
What is it, sir?
Notice this?
Why, well, that's wax, isn't it?
It is. Wax that someone stuffed in the latch of a door to make it difficult to open. Not impossible, just difficult.
Then there is a plot to drive her insane. I knew it.
Either that or a plot to make her think she's insane. Nothing very mental about a piece of wax and a door lock.
Listen, June, honey, marry me right now. Let me get you out of this house. You'll be safe once I get you away from here.
No, Randy, I can't. It wouldn't be fair to you.
Listen. Someone just came in.
I'm glad you got that. Randy Wyatt and the detective are up talking to June, and she shouldn't be seeing anyone. She's sick. I tried to keep them out, but I couldn't. I'll go up and see what they're doing. Is everything all right, June?
Yes, Miss Benson. There's nothing wrong with June.
I'm surprised you felt you had to see her when she's so ill.
Miss Benson, this is Mr. Carter, a friend of mine.
How do you do?
I wanted him to see June.
Well, now that you've seen her, you better go. Come, June. I'll take you back to your room. You better lie down and be quiet.
All right, Phyllis, but it's no use. It's no use.
Well, Mr. Carter, I guess we...
Yes. Come on, White.
I'm sorry that Phyllis seems a little abrupt, but we're really very much worried about June. As I told you, Randy, she's exhibiting all the symptoms her mother had just before she was taken away.
Alex, this is Mr. Carter. He knew my father years ago.
How are you, Mr. Benson?
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Benson, do you happen to know where June was born?
June?
Yes.
But, no, I don't think I do. Wait a minute. It seems to me I've heard Phyllis say that she was born in Barnstable.
And where's that?
Well, it's about an hour out of the city, I believe, on the River Turnpike. Phyllis, wasn't June born in Barnstable?
Yes, she was. Oh, Alex, I don't know what we're going to do with that girl. She's possessed with that one idea. And since Mother... Oh, I don't know what to do.
Come on, Mr. Carter. We better get out of here.
Yes. Our work is finished here. For now.
But, Nick, aren't you going to eat anything before you go?
We'll grab a sandwich and a cup of coffee on the way. Why, old Sim Carter used to go...
What are you expecting to find in Barnstable?
June was born there. If her birth certificate doesn't give us a clue to that clause in Campbell's will, I'll find somebody there who can. Patsy, you wait here at the office for me.
But what do you expect from me, Mr. Carter? You say you found the birth certificate in good order. After we finally got that guy to open up town hall so we could have a look. Boy, was he hopping mad at being called away from his supper.
Dr. Jessup, you signed the birth certificate, so you should be able to answer my question. What is there about June's birth that would cause her father to put that strange clause in his will?
I couldn't tell you, Mr. Carter. Mrs. Campbell came up here for a rest, and June was born while she was here.
Dr. Jessup, suppose I should tell you that I think someone is trying to make June think she's losing her mind because her mother did. Would that stir your memory?
Losing her mind because her mother... Oh, no, that's impossible. Pardon me, I must see who's at the door.
Certainly, we'll wait.
It's strange that they should come to the back door. Nick, he knows something. Sure as you're a foot high, he knows something.
Yes, Waldo, I think he does. And I think he's going to talk.
Nick, sounds as if he's in...
Dr. Jessup, what's wrong? Dr. Jessup.
You're right. See Leona Perkins. She... Look at Nick. He was shot twice, right through the chest.
So I see.
But we didn't hear no shots.
Silencer, apparently. Waldo, see if you can spot anyone out there.
Right, Nick. I'll get him.
Oh, poor guy. I hadn't come here to ask. Waldo! Waldo! Did you...
It's no good, Nick. I thought I saw a guy hiding in the trees there, so I took a couple of shots at him. I guess it was just shadows.
You ought to know better than to go shooting off that old 44 of yours blindly that way.
But, Nick,
Waldo, you stay here. Call the sheriff. Tell him what happened. I'm going to find Leona Perkins before someone tries to eliminate her, too.
You got that, Patsy? Tell Matty to have his man keep constant watch on the Kemple house. And tell me just who goes in or out.
Uh-huh. And he's to wait until you come and report to you.
Right. I'll pick you up at the office on my way back. Oh, and have Randy Wyatt there, too, so he can go with us.
Where did you say you are now?
In Barnstable, at the home of Leona Perkins. She was June's nurse after she was born. She knows the answers if anyone does. All right, I'll see you at the office, Patsy. Sorry, Mrs. Perkins, but I had to get that call through without delay. Now, you know Dr. Jessup, of course.
Yes, of course. I worked with him for 15 years. He sent you to me?
Yes. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Dr. Jessup has just been killed.
Dr. Jessup? Killed?
Yes, shot. By someone who wanted to keep him from telling me what I came to Barnstable to find out.
Dr. Jessup dead. I can't believe it.
But before he died, he told me to come to you. That you would tell me what the mystery is about June Kemple's birth.
Why are you asking these questions, Mr. Carter?
Because June's sanity is in danger.
June insane? She can't be.
Why not? Her mother was, I understand. Died in the sanitarium.
Then you understand wrongly, Mr. Carter. Her mother is perfectly sane, and she's still alive. Alive and well.
What's that you say?
Do I look insane to you?
You? Why, no, of course not.
Mr. Carter, I am June's mother.
You are June's mother?
I am. June is really my daughter.
Miss Perkins, I'm afraid I don't understand. Why was she brought up as the Kemple's child?
Mrs. Kemple had one daughter, and she wanted another, desperately. But she knew she was gradually going out of her mind. And she was afraid if she bore another child, it too might be susceptible to the same dread disease. So she decided to adopt a baby, but secretly, to prevent any possible discrimination against it. She made inquiries in several places. Dr. Jessup heard of her search and came to me.
How did he happen to come to you?
He was my doctor. My husband had just been killed in an accident, and my baby was to be born in 3 days. We were very poor, and I was frantic with worry. I had no money, Mr. Carter, no relatives. I'd never worked a day in my life. I could see no way to provide for the child who was coming.
And you agreed to give up your baby?
Yes. In a moment of weakness, I did. When June was born, Dr. Jessup registered her as being born to Mrs. Kemple instead of to me. Oh, perhaps it was wrong of him, but he felt it was the wisest thing to do.
You've never seen her since?
No, Mr. Carter. Bitterly as I've regretted my decision, I'd sworn I'd never try to see her again. And I never have.
Did anyone else beside you, the doctor, and the Kemples know of this?
No, not a soul. Even Phyllis was never told. She believes June to be her own natural sister.
I doubt that she does now. Mrs. Perkins, you must go back to the city with me at once. Not only June's sanity, but her life may be in danger at this very moment.
And you say you found some real evidence, Nick?
The best in the world, Patsy. I found Mrs. Perkins here.
Well, I don't understand, Nick.
You'll know the whole story in a few minutes, just as soon as we get to the Kemple's house.
Is it a plot against June, Mr. Carter? Is she really all right?
Yes, Wyatt, I believe so. It'll take time to get her back on her feet, but basically she's as sane as you or I.
But who would want to do a thing like this?
Could only be one person. And how she found out about it, I don't know. But she did, obviously.
Mr. Carter, how much further? I promised once I'd never see June again, but now
That's one promise that is better broken than kept. Well, here we are. Oh, that must be Matty's man across the street. You three go in. I'll be with you as soon as I get his report.
I must protest, Mr. Carter. This is outrageous.
Sorry,
this
Mrs.
time
Everett.
of night.
It has to be done this way.
Everybody's here, Nick, all except Phyllis. She's been in bed with a migraine headache ever since dinner.
Well, we'll go ahead without her.
Okay.
June,
Yes.
you say various things happened to you that seem to indicate that you're losing your mind.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Just like my poor mother when she was losing her mind.
How do you know about your mother?
Oh, why, Alex told me.
Alex told you. Mr. Benson, may I ask if you knew Mrs. Kemple? Why, no, I didn't. She died before I met Phyllis.
And how do you know how she acted while she was going to pieces?
Well, I've heard the story from Phyllis.
Complete with details?
Why, yes.
Recently?
Well, I guess she has told me more in the last few weeks than she ever did before, but what are you getting at?
I won't let them take me away. I'll kill myself first. I will.
Steady, June, steady. That won't be necessary. There's nothing wrong with you mentally, and there never has been.
But all those queer things.
Every single one of those things is a trick, suggestion, planted in your mind.
But my mother died in that place.
No, June, you're wrong. She didn't.
Why, Nick?
June's mother is alive and well today. I'd like to introduce her to you. Mrs. Leona Perkins.
This is the most fantastic story I ever heard. Are you sure?
I am. I have positive proof. Dr. Jessup's story and Mrs. Perkins' story, which can be backed up with documentary proof. And if you want something you can see for yourself, look at June's little finger. I've just now noticed how she has the same peculiar little crook at the end of it that Mrs. Perkins has.
By golly, Nick, you're right. It's just the same.
You're my mother. My real mother.
Yes, June, darling. Your real mother.
Oh, Mother.
Mr. Carter, who in heaven's name would want to do this to June?
A person who was afraid that she might be susceptible to the thing that killed her mother, and consequently hated the person who wasn't. A person who wanted to prove that it was someone else, not her, who was the weak one.
Carter, do you realize what you're saying?
Unfortunately, Benson, I do.
But you mean that Phyllis... Phyllis?
Oh, of course he doesn't, Alex. That's sheer nonsense.
Mrs. Benson, didn't you help June write the note that broke her engagement to Randy Wyatt?
Yes, at her request.
After you talked me into doing it.
And didn't you suggest that June heard things and felt things, and then when you got her believing she didn't you suggest to Alex that those things were a sign of mental weakness?
She did. I can tell now. She was always asking me if I didn't feel this or hear that. I thought she was trying to help me, but...
I was trying to help.
Where have you been the last 2-3 hours?
In my room with a headache.
No, you weren't. You drove to Barnstable, shot Dr. Jessup so he couldn't tell me the secret, and came back here. My man saw you come in. You sneaked in the back door and up to your room, changed your shoes because they got muddy in the doctor's backyard, and then you came down here to brazen it out. Randy, if you look, I'm sure you'll find the muddy shoes in her room, and you'll find the motor of her car still hot. And probably you'll find a gun in her car, too.
I'll take a look right now.
Stay where you are, all of you. You may find the muddy shoes, but I've got the pistol right here, and I'm going to kill you all. You're a pack of sneaking...
Better take her away, officer, before she hurts someone.
Officer?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Nick!
All right. No harm done. Alex, take her upstairs. Keep her in her room.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Come on, Phyllis.
Sure. Lock me up. Just the way they locked my mother up. You think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I'm as sane as any of you. I'll show you.
How could you do such a thing, Phyllis? Why should you hate me so?
Why shouldn't I hate you? I've hated you from the moment I found those old letters of Father's after he died. Those letters from Dr. Jessup, which gave away the whole story. Dr. Jessup said he hoped I'd never suffer as my mother did. Said he could understand how pleased Father was to know that there was no possibility of you having inherited any tendency to a mental weakness. I knew what he meant, and I hated you for it. I wish I'd killed you long ago.
Come, Phyllis. You'll feel better in your own room. Mrs. Everett, will you come with us, please?
Of course, Mr. Benson. Take your hands off. I know nothing about
What a terrible thing.
Yes. If she never found those letters, this whole thing might never have happened. They not only turned her against June, they planted the fear of insanity in her own mind. And the hate and the fear together grew into a phobia that was too strong for her.
Mr. Carter, I don't know what to say. If there's any way I can repay you, you have only to name it.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter. I feel as if a load had been lifted off my heart.
This is a wonderful thing you've done, Mr. Carter. A wonderful thing. God bless you for doing it.
Nick? In the excitement, I forgot.
Forgot what?
Waldo.
Well, what about Waldo?
Waldo is being held in Barnstable on charge of killing Dr. Jessup.
What?
Yes. He called just before you got back. Said he'd try to explain what happened, but the sheriff didn't believe him. Especially since 2 shots had been fired from his pistol, and 2 shots killed Dr. Jessup.
Oh, poor Waldo. I suppose the more they questioned him, the more excited he got that he finally talked himself right into his cell.
Well, you better do something about it, Nick, before Waldo goes crazy. Before he...
Okay, Patsy. May I use your phone, June?
Certainly.
Oh, operator, I want the sheriff's office in Barnstable. Yes, the sheriff's office, that's right. And I want to talk to the sheriff himself. The sheriff.
Well, Nick, Nick, how about a little look into next week's story?
No sooner said than done, Hugh. It all started with a man being strangled in his hotel room in the very early hours of the morning.
And then went on to include a piece of silk torn from a shirt, a dictaphone record, and a missing wife.
Who was missing because her husband wanted it that way, but refused to stay missing when she received a letter containing a railroad ticket.
It was really the hotel maid.
Patsy, save something for next week.
What do you call your story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Dictaphone Murder.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of The Shadow comics. In the broadcast of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor and Peggy Mayer. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Hugh Sanders saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
What's the matter? What is it? It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's the case of the make-believe robbery. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters. The detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
So I says to the director, well, how about putting me in this picture, too? Why should I pay you $10, says he? You ain't no cop. Oh, ain't I says to him. I'm Waldo McGlynn, that's who I am. I don't wear no uniform, but I'm the best doggone detective in this town. Well, when he hears that, he says, okay, give the other cops a hand holding back the crowd there.
Well, why don't you
Quiet,
give me...
quiet, everybody, quiet. Let me have your attention, please. We're ready to start shooting. Each one of you policemen knows the job you're to do. Okay, now here's the layout. The bandit car drives up. The two crooks get out of the car, walk into Ryan's Gold Jewelry Store, and go straight through the store to the offices in the back. The camera will follow them as they go. We're not taking any sound now. That'll be dubbed in later. Then, as the crooks come out of the store again, they'll get in the car and drive up the street. The sound-stricken camera will follow them for some other shots later. Is that clear?
You know what he means?
Yeah, I know.
All right, stand by. Everybody in the scene, act natural, please, and don't look at the camera. Here comes the bandit car. On your toes now. All right, you two crooks, look around. Now walk into the store. Don't hurry. Now, straight down the main aisle to the rear. That's it. Now go into the office. You know what to do there.
All right, now stand back. Don't shove. Take it easy, will you? Gee, McGlynn, this is exciting, being part of a real moving picture.
Oh, I don't know. It's all right if you ain't never done it before.
Have you ever been in a picture before?
Have I been in a picture?
That's what I said. Have you?
You know, this ain't a bad way to make $10, just standing around watching some other guys work.
I bet you've never been in a picture.
Hey, those were pistol shots. Come on.
Hold it, you dope. Those were part of the moving picture, remember?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to find out what you'd do if...
Who are you, kid?
Look, when I was out in Hollywood, I used to be the
The two bandits are coming back now. All right, you two, now just take it easy. Nobody's going to stop you. That's it. Now get into your car and drive off down the street. We'll follow you for the other seat. Now get going. We'll be right behind you. You policemen hold back the crowd until we get well down the street, and then you can let them go. You'll get your checks at headquarters tonight. Thanks, and so long.
Well, that's that. Yeah, I sure wish I could make $10. Hey, what is it, lady?
The cashier's been murdered. They shot him down. In cold blood.
Take it easy, lady. He ain't dead. This was
He
just
is dead, I tell you. Shot through the head. He's really dead.
Mr. Carter, you gotta do something. I'm ruined.
That's why I'm here, Mr. Reingold. Matty, I'm amazed that at least one of your cops wasn't bright enough to have seen through this phony moving picture business.
Oh, don't rub it in, Nick, please.
Was headquarters ever approached at all?
Never. The individual cops were the only ones they contacted.
$1 million worth of beautiful stones they took right out of the main safe and killed my cashier.
Well, don't you carry insurance on your jewels, Mr. Reingold?
Sure, I carry insurance, but I lose all my stock stones.
Well, did you know about this moving picture business in advance?
Sure I did. About 11 o'clock this morning, a guy who said he was Fred Harlan, a director for Colossal Pictures, come in and asked me could they use my store for making a movie. Said they wanted a one-story building like mine, not too big, but important. I said, would the sign over the store show in the picture? And he said yes, so I told him okay.
Did this man who said he was Harlan have any credentials?
Oh, sure. Sure, his papers was good. Colossal Pictures, it said.
Who was here with you at the time?
There was me, my nephew, Lester Green, and my cashier.
What did this Harlan look like?
Well, a little bigger than me. Blonde hair, good looking, about 45 maybe. He was wearing sunglasses, the Hollywood kind.
Mm-hmm. You keep the safe open or closed during the day?
Always. It's closed. So much jewels it contains. When we want something, we unlock it. Take out what we want and then quick close it and lock it again.
Who had the combination?
Me, my nephew Lester, and my cashier, nobody else.
Keep the burglar alarm on or off during the day?
Always, it's on. We have a button to turn it off when we want to get in. See right here. Look, the alarm is still on. Why didn't it go off when the safe was open?
If the alarm wasn't turned off, we can be sure the cashier didn't open the safe for them. Let's see. Here's why the alarm didn't work.
What you got, Nick?
The alarm wire's been cut. Piece taken out of it to make sure it would stay cut.
Hey, Nick, since the safe wasn't forced open and the cashier didn't open it, that means the crooks had the combination.
Mr. Reingold, you say only the three of you knew the combination?
Yeah, that's right.
And one of you three helped in this robbery. And the cashier's dead, which lets him out, I should say.
What, then you think me or Lester, we should rob ourselves?
It's been done before.
Oh, come in, come in.
I got here as quick as I could, Mr. Reingold.
Who are you?
Well, I'm Mickey Armbruster, the store detective.
What were you doing while they pulled off this fast job?
Well, I'm off on Mondays, Sergeant. I work Sundays as watchman, and Lester takes over for me on Mondays. Mr. Reingold called me, so I came right down to see if there was anything I could do.
I don't think so, thanks.
By the way, where is Lester?
Since the robbery, I ain't seen him to no good.
Well, let me know when he comes back, will you? I'd like to talk to him.
Sure, right away, I'll tell you.
Waldo, was the sound truck a Colossal truck?
Oh, no, Nick. I noticed it came from the Kramer Sound Equipment Company. Why?
That's strange. Should think that if Colossal was doing the job, they'd furnish their own truck.
Colossal had nothing to do with it, Nick. We checked. That part was as phony as the rest of it.
Maybe there ain't no Fred Harlan either, Nick.
That's the odd thing about this, Waldo. There is a Fred Harlan.
Huh?
Well, there was, years ago. He used to be top director in the Colossal lot.
Maybe this wasn't that Harlan, Nick.
That thought occurred to me, too, Matty. Well, we've done all we can here. You said there were no fingerprints?
My men couldn't find one anywhere. Oh, it was a slick job.
And let's go. See you later, Mr. Reingold.
Yeah, sure.
Matty, I suggest you have some of your men check up on this Reingold and this nephew of his, Lester Green.
Yeah?
Also, check the Kramer Sound Equipment people and see if they can help us. Waldo and I are going to drop in on Scubby and see what he can dig up for us and Fred Harlan.
Right, Nick. Be seeing you.
Now, Mr. Kramer ain't here now.
When'll he be back?
I don't know.
Look, have you seen a fellow with blonde, wavy hair around here in the last couple of days?
Blonde, wavy hair?
Yeah.
Wish my hair was wavy. I tried my sister's hair crown stuff, but it didn't do no good.
Did you see that guy around?
Maybe I should have wore a hairnet like she does.
Look, dimwit, can you answer me a plain, simple question?
Sure, well, go ahead. Ask me a question.
Ask me a question. Look, has a guy with blonde, wavy hair been around here lately?
The fellow directed the movie this noon had wavy hair.
That's the one I mean. Have you seen him?
Yeah, he was directing the crooks. And they shot off guns, and a woman came rushing out and yelled, "Murder!" But she didn't fool me. I'm too smart.
Yeah, I'll see you.
She said somebody'd been killed, but I knew better.
A man was killed. That's why I'm...
Fooled you, huh? Well, maybe you've never been to the movies. They shoot a guy, and blood runs all down his face, and he falls down. That's only ketchup. I read about it in a book.
Why, you dumb, half-witted dope. You ought to be...
What are you doing here, Lonnie?
Oh, I was just hanging around.
Well, why don't you go home? I told you not to hang around the office.
Oh, I won't.
Hey, you Ted Kramer?
Yes, sir, I am. What can I do for you?
I'm Matheson, homicide.
Oh.
You seen a man with blonde wavy hair around here recently?
Well, you must mean Fred Harlan, the movie director.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, sure. He was in here yesterday. Hired my sound truck.
He tell you anything about himself?
Well, he said he was an old-time director. Showed me his credentials. Said
Yeah?
he was doing a job for Colossal, but they weren't furnishing the truck because the job was too small. He had to furnish the cameraman, too.
Know who he was?
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. I recommended him, and Harlan hired him. Darn good man, too. Does a lot of picture work.
Ah. What does this Harlan look like?
Oh, about 5'10", good-looking. Man of about 45, I'd say. Wore big Hollywood sunglasses.
But it was raining yesterday.
Yeah, I know. But you know these Hollywood nuts.
All right. Did he tell you anything about the job he was going to do?
Yeah, he did. He was all excited about it. Said he was just shooting a few scenes, but it would give him a chance to show that he was still a good director.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to make a comeback, he said.
Your truck's not back yet, huh?
No. He said he'd probably keep it all day.
Well, okay. Thanks. See you later.
Well, here you are, Nick. This is everything I can find in the files about Fred Harlan.
Thanks, Cubby.
Hey, look at the bunch of stuff he's got there. That Harlan must have been quite a guy.
Well, he sure was.
Here, Waldo, you take these clippings.
Okay.
Scubby, you take these.
Yep.
I'll go through these others.
Okay. Oh, here's a picture of the guy, Nick.
Oh, let me see. That's the guy, Nick. That's the lad who directed the movie this morning. Sure as you're a foot high.
Yes? The date of this. Taken 15 years ago.
No change in his looks in 15 years? I wish I could do that.
Nobody can do that, Scubby. That's what interests me.
Hey, Nick, he had his horoscope told, too.
Oh, anything for publicity, Walter.
Yeah, I see. Hey, and here's an article about him and his fingerprints, too. He didn't miss a trick.
Let me have that, Waldo.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, here are the last ones, Nick. Reports of his accident and the follow-up stories.
Accident, huh?
Serious? Almost fatal. Doctor said he suddenly cracked up while he was driving. Went over an embankment and was badly broken up.
Well, let me see those, will you?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Ribs broken, arm broken 2 places, leg cracked, bad cuts on head, long jagged cut under right ear. Cut under right ear. Yes, I seem to remember seeing a scar like that very recently.
You mean Harlan still has it, Nick?
I've never seen Harlan, Scubby. But I've seen that scar somewhere today.
Where, Nick?
I'm not sure. Spent months in the California Medical Hospital under the care of Dr. Edward Wilson. That all, Scubby?
Yeah, that's all. He dropped out of sight after that.
All right, thanks. That helps a lot. Now I'll call the office and see what's happened there. Then we'll look up Harlan himself if we can find his address. And if there is such a person...
Sergeant, anything new?
Not much, Patsy. The boys are...
Oh, one moment, Sergeant. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Patsy, Nick. Have you heard anything from Matty yet?
Oh, he's right here. You want to talk to him?
Yes, put him on.
Nick wants to talk to you, Sergeant.
Oh, thanks, Patsy. Hello, Nick.
Matty, anything new?
The boys just found the sedan the crooks used about 6 miles out of town near the river. The sound truck is in the river. They're hauling out soon as the crane gets there.
Any reports on Rheingold or Lester Green yet?
Yeah, we've been working fast. Nothing much on Rheingold except that he had his stuff completely insured, so he won't lose a nickel. But this nephew of his, this Lester, seems to have been quite a lad in days past.
That's so.
Yeah. Has a long record with the Hollywood police. Oh, nothing serious, just some studio brawls and several arrests for reckless driving. Lost his job at the studio because he was so wild.
You mean he worked in a studio?
Yeah, he was a bit actor for a while.
And he'd know the movie technique, wouldn't he?
What? My golly, Nick. He sure would.
Has he turned up yet?
No, he hasn't. But we got the boys watching for him.
Good. Going out to have a look at the truck when they get it out of the river?
I'm on my way there now, yeah.
Now take Patsy with you, will you?
Why, sure. What do you want her to do?
Put her on. I'll tell her.
Okay. Here, Patsy, Nick wants you.
Thanks. Yes, Nick?
Patsy, listen. I want you to go with Matty. Get the license number of the crook's car so we can trace it.
Uh-huh.
Get copies of any fingerprints Matty finds and any other dope you can get. Bring them back to the office.
All right, Nick.
Call Dr. Wilson at...
Carter here. I want to see Carter.
Hold it, Nick. I'm sorry, but Mr. Carter's not in just now. Who are you, please?
I'm Lester Green.
Lester Green. Just the boy I want to see.
Well, who are you?
Sergeant Matheson, Homicide Bureau.
Oh, so you're the guy. What the devil do you mean by telegraphing Hollywood, checking up on me?
We wanted to find out what kind of a guy you are. And we did.
Oh, so I get into a couple of jams out there. What's that to you?
Plenty. Right now?
Well, I was just a kid when I was in Hollywood 6 years ago. I'm different now.
Says you. You got into jams out there. Now you're in a jam here.
Who says I'm in a jam?
I do.
You want a poke in the nose?
Just one little poke, mister, and you'll find yourself behind bars.
Okay, Nick, I'll take care of everything. Bye.
Now then, what do you know about the robbery of your uncle's store?
The store?
Yeah.
Robbed?
Yeah.
When?
Oh, I suppose you don't know nothing about it.
Well, no, I don't. Honest?
Well, then you won't mind answering a few questions for me, will you?
Gosh, no.
Well, that's better. Now, I gotta go out to have a look at that truck, so suppose you come along with me. On the way, you can tell me everything you've done since you got up this morning.
Nick, we must be way out in the sticks by now. Are you sure we're going right?
That's what the cop said. Straight ahead to the next gas station and turn right.
Yeah, maybe this address we're going to is a phony, Nick. Just because Harlan gave it to the man he rented the sedan from, don't prove he really lives there.
It doesn't prove he doesn't either.
Oh, look, there's a gas station over ahead, Nick. One of them little one-pump places.
Good. That must be it.
I hope he's got something to eat there. I'm starved.
How many you want, please?
Fill it up. Should take about 5 gallons.
Okay.
By the way, do you happen to know if a man by the name of Fred Harlan lives around here?
Harlan, sure thing. Lives about half a mile up this road. Seen him lots of times. Good-looking feller.
Blonde, wavy hair, about my height. Wears big sunglasses.
Yup, that's the feller.
Does he always wear those sunglasses?
Oh, sure, all the time. Oh, once he took them off to wipe them. I seen he had a bad cast in his left eye. Guess he don't want nobody to see his bum eye.
Anybody live up there with him?
Oh, never see anybody. Always alone when he come in here. You want anything else?
Well, you better look at the oil.
Okay.
Do you know anything about his business?
Oh, yeah, he was here a couple of days ago. Told me he was movie director. Said he was going to have a chance to make a picture and get his yacht back again.
It's the same guy, all right, Nick. And it is Harlan.
Maybe. Have you seen him in the last few hours?
No. He went out of here this morning early. I ain't seen him since. Or his dog is still there, though. I hear him barking a while back. The mean creature, that dog. Harlan told me once I better keep away from his place if I didn't want to get that up.
I see. Well, how much do I owe you?
Well, 6 gallons gas is $1.20. Your oil's all right.
Here you are.
You got anything to eat here?
I got some hot dogs and some candy bars.
Hot dogs. Them's for me. Give me 2.
You want mustard or coleslaw on them?
Yeah, put them both on. I ain't fussy. And a pickle, too.
Give me 2 hot dogs. No mustard or anything. Not even a roll. Just a plain Frank's.
2? Without no rolls? No nothing? Just plain?
That's right.
Well, it seems to me you've been crazy, but it's your business.
I thought you never ate them things, Nick.
I don't. I'm buying them for a friend. I hope he likes them.
Hey, Nick, it's almost dark here under these trees.
Yes. Isn't a very attractive place Harlan lives in. That must be the dog you told us about.
Yeah, the dog. I hope he don't decide to take a bite out of my leg.
Well, if my plan goes right, Walter, this dog won't take a bite out of either of us. Now, let's see if Harlan is home. Seems to be no one here but the dog. Well, let's see if we can get this door open. This was easy.
Now what?
Now I open the door just a crack like this and give Mr. Fred Harlan's dog the 2 weenies I bought for him. Nice doggy. Bet you're hungry. Here, see how these taste.
You think you're going to be his pal for life because you brung him a little hot dog? You're crazy, Nick.
Perhaps, and perhaps not. You feeling tired, doggy? Well, lie down, take a little nap. That's the way. Now close your eyes.
Hey, what are you doing, Nick? Hypnotizing him?
There, now we can open the door all the way and walk in.
Well, holy mackerel. That hound is dead to the world. What did you do to him, Nick?
Just fed him the 2 hot dogs he bought at the gas station, that's all.
You mean them 2 weenies did that to him?
Those 2 weenies, Waldo, had a couple of knockout drops in them.
Well, that'll be a monkey's uncle.
Now, let's see what we can find here. Well, this room hasn't been used recently. Try the next one.
No, this one ain't either. Dust is thicker than the rug.
What's this, the kitchen? Yeah. You use this room, all right. What a mess.
If you start hunting for clues in this place, you got yourself an all-night job.
And I can't spend that much time on it. Well, let's have a look upstairs.
Yeah. You know, the guy at the gas station said he never spent much time here. Well, maybe he just lived in one room in the kitchen.
I think you're right, Waldo. Yes, and this is undoubtedly the room he used when he was here.
Nick, do you suppose the crooks talked Harlan into a deal and then bumped him off when they were through with him?
Waldo, the fact that the man who ran this show looked like the Harlan of 15 years ago leads me to believe that there's been an impersonation.
Yeah? But who impersonated who?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Well, first, let's pick out some good fingerprints. Should be plenty of them on this dressing table. Yeah, here. And here. Lift them off for the files.
You mean the way you showed me the other night, huh?
Yes, use the clear Scotch tape.
Okay, Nick. Hey, did you notice all the makeup he's got here?
Yes, and there's several pictures here that look like those taken 15 years ago. You notice?
Yeah.
Looks as if they've been used as models for making up. And here, what's this? Huh, hairs. Blonde, wavy hair.
Hey, that's what we're looking for, ain't it?
Yes. Uh-huh. Now we're getting somewhere. Waldo, these hairs didn't come out of a head. They came off a wig.
Off in a wig? How do you know?
Have no roots on them. Made up in a wig, huh? Now I know that was an impersonation.
Oh, Nick. Just happened to see this here in the wastebasket.
What is it?
It's a piece of wrapping paper from Rheingold's jewelry store.
What?
Do you see what it says on it here? To be called for.
Yes. And look at the name of the one who was to do the calling.
Yeah. Well, what's the connection between him and Harlan, Nick?
A very strong one, I believe.
You got any ideas?
I have. Right now we're going back to the office to gather up what loose ends we can. And you're going to bring Harlan's dog along with you.
Bring the dog? Are you crazy, Nick?
Maybe I am. I bring him along just the same.
And when they hauled the truck up out of the river, they found this megaphone in it. And it has fingerprints on it.
You mean the water didn't wash them off?
Water doesn't hurt prints, Waldo. Patsy, did you get a picture of them?
Uh-huh. Sergeant Matheson gave me one. Here.
Now, where did I put that news picture? Ah, yes, here it is. Now, let's see. Ah. The prints on the megaphone matched the picture of Harlan's prints exactly.
Then by golly, Nick, it was the original Harlan who did the job.
Is that good or bad, Nick?
Anything that helps solve the case is good, Patsy. And if Harlan himself did it, it's certainly one step nearer the end.
Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking. Oh, yes, just a moment, please. I'll put Mr. Carter on. And Nick, it's Dr. Wilson of the California Hospital. He's the one who treated Harlan after his accident.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dr. Wilson. Yes. Uh-huh. I see. Wouldn't have recognized him, huh? Yes, of course. Well, Doctor, do you know where he went after he left the hospital? Oh, he did? I see. Well, thanks very much, Doctor, for taking the time to call me like this. I really appreciate it. Goodbye.
Well, Nick?
Just as we suspected. When Harlan left the hospital, it would have been difficult for even his old friends to have recognized him. He was badly cut about the head and had lost over 50 pounds. Dr. Wilson said he was in pretty bad shape. And he came back here to live.
Nick, I'm getting all balled up here. If Harlan actually is Harlan, he couldn't look the way he did 15 years ago before the accident, but if he does look the way he did then, it can't really be Harlan, which it is.
Oh, boy, you are tangled up, aren't you?
Patsy, call Matty and tell him to meet us at Rheingold's store. Waldo, how's the dog?
You're still sleeping, Glory be. He's a mean son of a gun, that one.
Okay, put him under your arm and let's go.
Put him under your arm and let's go. It's all I can do to lift a brute off the floor.
No, don't gripe, Waldo. Just be glad it isn't a Great Dane.
A Great... Oh, nuts. Come on, you.
Hi, Matty.
Hello, Nick.
Ah, so you brought Lester, too, huh? Excellent.
Yep, I thought we might as well all be here for the fireworks.
So, Mr. Carter, you got news for us, yes?
I have, Mr. Rheingold. I have news, the solution of the case, and the name of the murderer.
You hear that, Mickey? That's the kind of a detective you should be. The way you should catch more people stealing in my store, maybe.
Well, how'd you do it, Mr. Carter? I don't mind learning something when I can.
I studied the facts and found out more facts. I discovered that this robbery today was the result of years, probably, of careful planning, of leading a double life, of the killer being himself half the time and somebody else the rest. I learned that a man was so badly broken down through a nervous collapse in an automobile wreck that his own friends wouldn't have known him. And he traded on that fact, got himself a job of trust and confidence. In fact, he became an employee of a jewelry store. He was a store detective.
Well, what do you know about Carter? Are you insinuating
I'm insinuating nothing. I'm giving facts. You got yourself this job here, watched and schemed and planned, and when you were ready, pulled this phony movie setup and robbed the safe.
Well, that's hard to believe, Nick. Have you got proof?
Waldo, let the dog in.
Okay, Nick. I'm glad I had to do it.
Hey, what's all this, Nick? Why the dog act?
That dog belongs to Harlan. He also belongs to Mickey, as you can see by the way he greets him. For a while, I thought somebody impersonating Harlan had done this robbery, but I finally realized that the man who impersonated Harlan was Harlan himself, now known as Mickey Armbruster.
Well, man, mixed up. You got more proof than a dog, Mr. Carter?
I have. When Matty takes Mickey's fingerprints, he'll find that they match these prints of Harlan's I found in a newspaper. And they'll match the prints found on the megaphone the phony movie director used. And you'll find Mickey knew the combination of the safe also. It took time to get it, but he was in no hurry. When he was here in the store Sunday watching, he cut the burglar alarm wires as a safety precaution. And he wore the dark glasses while he was playing Harlan to conceal the cast in his eye, which, as Mickey, is so plainly evident. Well, Mickey, am I right?
Yes, Carter, you're right. I thought my plan was foolproof, that by impersonating myself as I looked 15 years ago, I'd throw you all off the track.
My jewels, Mickey, you bum, they're my jewels.
Why, you'll never see them. My pals will take care of me when the time comes.
Who'll work with you, Mickey?
You don't really expect me to tell you that, do you? They're friends of mine. I'm going to need friends before this is over.
You don't have to tell us who they are, Mickey. We'll find them without your help. As a movie director, you should know better than to take moving pictures of your pals and then not destroy the film. That's the best evidence in the world.
The camera was on the soundtrack when we drove it into the river.
It was, but it just happens that the camera was watertight and the film is still good. It's being developed right now. And when we get a look at it, we'll be able to pick up your pals and recover all of Rheingold's jewelry. The movie you were making may have been a phony, but the film you took was real. And your conviction is going to be real, too. You can depend on that.
Well, Nick, before you give us a peek into your story for next week, I want to talk for a moment to the young men of America. You know, it is no longer true, if it ever was, that men join the Army only if they can't get jobs anywhere else, or if they're not fitted for some other job, or if they're too lazy to look for one. The new American Army of today is a compact, carefully chosen group of skilled technicians with brains and ability. Young men seeking to enter the Army today must be able to understand and profit by technical training that is second to none. The skills that the men in the new American Army acquire, no matter what branch of the service they may be in, equals and often exceeds that demanded by many of the best-paid civilian trades. You can do no better for yourself and your country than to join the new American Army and become an informed technician in at least one of the many specialized fields offered.
Excellent advice, Ken.
Well, Nick, what about your story next week?
Well, next week, Ken, I'm going to tell you about an adventure I had recently when an explosion of unknown origin burned down a warehouse.
An alarm clock missing from an ex-soldier's trailer proved that the fire was incendiary.
And a bit of green paint on a crowbar led us directly to the firebug himself.
Who wasn't a firebug at all, but a crook who wanted to get rid of some very incriminating evidence.
What do you call this story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Missing Alarm Clock.
Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics. In the broadcasts of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer, Waldo by Humphrey Davis, and Scubby by John Kane. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at the same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Clinter, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Clinter brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Nick, how do you know it couldn't have been suicide?
The evidence shows it, Patsy.
But the windows were locked on the inside. No one went through the door. If it was murder, how was it done?
The same evidence, Patsy. The bottle tells how and why it was murder.
Now for the case of the Crystal Prophecy. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Clinter. Our story begins in Nick's office about 10 o'clock one bright, sunny spring morning.
Well, I'll be darned.
What is it, Patsy?
Nick, I'm following the latest records on suicides, and they show that during the past 6 weeks, 4 women have committed suicide.
Oh, what's so curious about that?
Well, each of these women was in her middle 30s. Each was a widow with quite a bit of money, and in each case, the police couldn't find a single clue to the reason for the suicides.
When was the last one?
Night before last. Mrs. Doris Manson. Nick, don't you think there might be some connection between these suicides?
Maybe. Certainly looks like a lot of coincidence if there isn't.
That's what I thought. Are we going to do anything about it?
We are. We're going to finish the report I'm working on, and then we're going down to talk to Matty about this epidemic of suicides.
Good afternoon, Hassan. I hope I'm not late.
Please to enter, Mem Saib. You are expected.
I get more excited every time I come here. Is Rashid El Bey ready to receive me?
Mem Saib, please to sit there. I go tell Master.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Langdon. It is well that you arrived.
Oh, I couldn't be late to see you, Master. I do so want to hear more.
Then what you have heard has pleased you?
Oh, yes. Everything has happened just as you said it would. Just after I left you the other day, I dropped my purse and a man picked it up for me. It was a man named Robert Winter, just as you said it would be.
This Robert Winter, he pleased you?
Oh, yes. He's a perfect gentleman and so handsome. I think that he's romantically inclined, and I thought perhaps...
I understand, madam. Please to draw near and look into the crystal. Do not allow your attention to wander for an instant. O ball of ever-knowing light, bring to your surface the truth about Robert Winter and Martha Langdon. Make the future clear that we may read it. The ball begins to clear. A picture is forming. I see. No, it cannot be.
Huh?
Oh, ball of crystal, are you sure?
Oh, what's the matter, Albay?
I am sorry, madam. I cannot tell you what the crystal ball has shown to be the future for you. It is better that you remain in ignorance.
No. If there's anything bad, I demand that you tell me.
The crystal ball shows, madam, that you will shortly take your own life.
Oh, but that's absurd. I have no reason to do away with myself.
I am sorry. I am only the instrument through which the pictures are made clear.
Oh, but now that I know about it, isn't there any way the future can be changed?
It is difficult, madam. Very difficult.
Oh, I'll do anything. Anything. Can't you help me?
It is possible, madam.
How?
It is a long and difficult process. It will mean that I must deny myself to all my other disciples. Much time will be lost. Much money will be lost.
Oh, I have money. I'll give you money.
To take a great deal of money, madam. I shall have to devote all my time to watching over you until the danger is past.
How much would that be?
It would be $100,000.
Oh, no, I can't pay that much.
It is well known that madame wears pearls worth that amount.
Give up my pearls?
Pearls mean nothing, madame, when the owner is dead.
No. I have enough willpower to keep from killing myself. And if necessary, I can hire somebody to watch me day and night for much less than $100,000.
As you wish, madame. But it would not be wise
I won't
to...
pay that much to anybody for something I should be able to do myself. No, thank you.
As you please, madame. Good day. And may I wish you everything that fortune will bring you.
You know as well as I do, Nick, that suicides run in waves.
I know, that's true, Matty. But it seems to me that there's too much coincidence in these four. Each of them is too much like the other.
Oh, that's crazy, Nick. The first one drove her car off a cliff. The next jumped off a building. The third fixed herself up in a closed garage with a car motor running. And this last one jumps in front of a subway train.
But, Matty, did you notice that each of these suicides was a woman in her middle 30s, a widow, and that each had a considerable amount of money?
Sure, I know all that, but what's it prove? Now, look, Nick, my squad investigated every one of these deaths, and we didn't find anything but suicide.
Okay, Matty, okay.
Ah, Nick, you're getting all hot and bothered about something that's just a coincidence, and that's all.
Oh, Robert, how nice. Come in.
Hello, Martha, my dear. I hurried over as soon as I got your phone call. What's wrong?
It's Rashid El Bey. He told me the most awful thing.
Really? I've known him for a long time. I never heard of him saying anything that didn't come true.
Does everything really come true?
Indeed it does. I'll never forget poor Doris Manson. He told her that she was going to take her own life.
And did she?
Yes, poor thing. She was standing on a subway platform one day when the train came along. She'd jumped in front of it.
Oh, how horrible. Robert, El Bey told me that I was going to kill myself.
Oh, that's terrible. Isn't there anything we can do?
El Bey said that he could do something about it, but it would cost me $100,000. I told him I couldn't afford to pay that much.
Not when your life is in the balance?
No. I can't believe I'm going to commit suicide.
I've never known El Bey to be wrong. I think it would be better for you to pay him, Martha.
I'm not going to do it.
Very well, my dear. You know you can count on me for any help you need.
Oh, thank you, Robert. I know I can.
Now, how about a glass of your fine port? It'll do us both good.
Oh, I think that's an excellent idea.
I'll get it. I must say I admire your courage, my dear.
Oh, I'm not brave. I just won't part with all my money for something I don't think will happen.
Well, the wine will make you feel better. Wine always helps. And now, Martha, to your health and long life.
Hello?
Hello, Martha. This is Camellia Huntington. I just called to see if you'd received my invitation.
Yes, it's lying here in front of me.
I just know you're going to enjoy Rashid El Bey. He's such an interesting person.
Yes, he is.
But whatever's the matter, my dear? You sound as though you don't like El Bey.
Oh, it isn't that, Camellia. It's just that he told me something very unpleasant.
He did? Whatever was it?
I'd rather not discuss it, Camellia.
Oh, look, Martha, why don't you try him again? Perhaps he's looked into his crystal again and has seen something for the better.
Do you think there's a chance?
I most certainly do. Think about it, dear. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow at my party. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Camellia. And thanks. Try him again. Yes, I'll do it. Oh, why didn't I think of that before? Oh, I'm sure he's seen something else.
Yes?
Is this Hassan?
Yes. Who speaks, please?
This is Mrs. Langdon. I've got to speak to El Bey right away.
One moment, Mensaib.
Good evening, Mrs. Langdon.
Oh, I just had to call you, El Bey. I wondered if you would look into your crystal ball again, see if it said the same thing.
I have looked many times, madam. The pictures have not changed.
Oh.
The span of your life is growing short.
Oh, no.
I beg of you to reconsider before it is too late.
Well, I won't reconsider paying you $100,000 if that's what you mean.
Alas, then, what is written will be so. I am sorry, madame. The sands of your life run out rapidly.
Oh, I never should have called him in the first place. It scares me so. Perhaps I'd feel better if I drank a glass of wine. Now, maybe this will lift me out of this terrible mood. I certainly hope so. What? I've got to... It was awfully nice of you to pick me up this morning, Nick.
It's all right, Patsy. I just happened to be going by. Oh, switch on the radio, will you? Police band?
Sure. Oh, gosh, it's a beautiful morning.
Car 18, go to Hemlock and 3rd. Reported burglary. Car 43, go to 54th and 9th Avenue. Traffic light out of order.
What a charming radio personality.
Cars 256 and 257 get to 1485 North End Avenue. Assist Sergeant Madison and Homicide Squad in suicide on premises. That is all.
Nick, you don't suppose that could be
I don't know,
another...
Patsy, but I think we'll find out. We can be there in less than 5 minutes. Well, Matty, what's the verdict this time?
Oh, I don't know, Nick. I just got here myself. Only had time to find out that this is the same kind of case as the ones we were talking about.
What? You mean the one who committed suicide was a woman?
Yeah.
In her 30s and wealthy?
That's right, Patsy.
I suppose we'll go in and take a look.
Yeah, sure, Nick. She's right in here, in the library.
Right.
Well, there she is. The late Martha Langdon.
Say the cause of death was cyanide, judging by the smell.
Yeah, I noticed the bitter almond smell, too.
Did she leave a note, Sergeant?
Not that I've been able to find.
She didn't leave a note, Patsy. But it looks as if she tried to leave us a message.
Yeah. What do you mean? I don't see anything.
Oh, look, Matty, in her hand.
Oh, I've already looked at that. It's nothing but an invitation to some swank tea party. Coming off this afternoon.
Well, let me see. Mrs. Camellia Huntington requests the pleasure of your presence at an afternoon tea in honor of Rashid L. Bey, noted analyst of the outcasts, so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, what makes you think that means anything, Nick?
Well, how did she happen to be holding it in her hand when she died?
Well, she could have picked it up before she knocked herself off.
No, I don't think so, Matty. It wouldn't be easy to open a bottle, pour out a drink, and hold onto a card like this at the same time. She must have put it down before she poured herself the fatal drink.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
So she must have made a superhuman effort to pick it up again. Remember, cyanide acts almost instantaneously. I don't know. I think Mrs. Langdon picked this up with the hope that it would lead us to her murderer.
Yeah.
Murder?
What's that?
That's right. Martha Langdon was murdered.
But how, Nick? The windows are locked, and the maid says no one's been here all day. The dame drinks poison, and you say she was murdered?
I do, Matty. Smell this bottle of wine.
Huh? Say.
Yes. The bottle has cyanide in it, too.
Ooh.
And no one is going to commit suicide by drinking cyanide. Poisons the whole bottle. He only puts the poison in the glass. Now, Matty, Martha Langdon was murdered.
Back to the case of the Crystal Prophecy. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, Nick and Matty are talking to Robert Winter, who says he hurried over to Martha Langdon's home as soon as he heard of her death.
Mr. Winter, do you know anything about this tea Mrs. Camellia Huntington is giving this afternoon?
Why, yes, I'm attending the party myself.
Well, can you think of any reason why Mrs. Langdon should have picked up this invitation in her dying moments?
No, I can't. It'll probably be a very dull affair.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Winter.
Quite all right. I only hope you're able to catch Martha's murderer. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Winter.
Yes?
Did you happen to know Mrs. Nora Church?
Why, yes.
And Mrs. Doris Manson?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Mr. Winter. Thank you very much.
Nick, do you suspect Mr. Winter?
I don't know.
Of course, those spats he wears are enough to make me suspicious of him.
Spats aren't evidence, Betsy. But the fact that Mr. Winter knew at least two of the other dead women is interesting, at least. And the fact that he's going to Mrs. Huntington's party this afternoon also interests me.
You think all those other women were murdered, too?
I'm positive, Betsy. But proving it is going to be something else. Well, come on.
Where to, Nick?
I want you to go home and get prettied up. You and I are going to that tea this afternoon. Well, quite a party, isn't it?
Nick, you haven't explained how you happen to know Mrs. Huntington so well.
Oh, I've known her a long time, Betsy.
Apparently. When we showed up at the door, she acted as though you were a long-lost relative.
All right, I'll confess. It's very simple. I recovered some jewels for her some years ago.
Oh.
Well, looks as if I'm not going to make good on my promise to Matty.
Huh?
Told him I'd keep an eye on Winter, but he seems to have disappeared in the crowd.
Well, nobody can get out of this room without passing us.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Attention, please, Effendi.
Oh, something's going to happen, Nick.
Yeah.
Effendi, it is the time for the appearance of my master, the master, Rashid Del Bey.
Oh, Nick, isn't that a beautiful beard El Bey has? And what a gorgeous costume.
Yes, that is quite a costume.
Good afternoon, my friends. I am much pleased that you have gathered here to do me honor. I will say no more than tell you it is impossible for me to read my crystal ball before all of you. But I shall be happy to conduct individual readings in a room which our charming hostess has made available. I will retire now to that room.
Come on, Bessie.
Well, Nick, you're not going to have your fortune told, are you?
No, we're going back to the office.
Oh, good. You can drop me off at the beauty parlor.
Sorry, you'll have to cancel your appointment.
Oh, but, Nick, this beauty parlor is supposed to take years off a girl's face.
Patsy, we're going back to the office, and I'm going to add years to a girl's face.
Huh?
And that girl is you. There you are, Patsy.
I hope I don't look as funny as I feel.
You don't. Your makeup's fine. You look at least 35.
That's the worst compliment I ever had.
Now, Patsy, remember, whatever happens, I want you to play along. And when you enter the master's presence tonight, don't forget whom you're supposed to be.
I won't, Nick. Well, here I go.
Good luck. And don't worry. I'll be around somewhere.
Yes?
I'd like to see Rashid El Bey, please. I'm Mrs. Andrew Waller.
Please to come in.
Thank you.
Mem Sahib will leave purse and hat here. Then she will wait in crystal room.
All right.
Come, please. Please to be seated here. I go now. Tell master.
Thank you.
You are Mrs. Andrew Waller, who has come to seek advice from the all-seeing crystal. You are the holder of driver's license number 74592, issued in this city 18 days ago. Your original home was in Brightwood.
Why, that's wonderful.
It is wonderful only because through this power given to me, I am able to give help to those who come here to seek the answers to those things which they cannot know.
Then maybe you can help me. It's very important.
Very well, madame. Please to draw near and look into the crystal. Do not allow your attention to waver for an instant. O ball of ever-knowing light, bring to your surface the future of the one who seeks the answers to questions as yet unknown. The ball begins to clear. Picture is forming. I can see you, madame. You are wondering about a man. The man is nearly 35 years of age. He is over 6 feet tall, good-looking. He's engaged in a very dangerous occupation. His name is Nikat.
Well, it looks as though Nick's plan to have Patsy disguise herself as an older woman and gather evidence in Rashid El Bey's apartment has backfired. In a moment, we'll hear the conclusion of this adventure. Now back to the conclusion of the case of the Crystal Prophecy. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we return to the story, Rashid El-Bey says,
If you move, I shall be forced to use this gun.
Oh.
You are very foolish to come here, my dear young spy.
How did you know who I was?
A very regrettable mistake on your part. You were careful to place forged documents in your purse, but you also left the real one in it. Your appointment at the beauty parlor in your real name.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And now I find it necessary to dispose of you.
Well, you wouldn't dare. You know that Nick will get you for it if it's the last thing he does.
If Nick Carter tries to get me, it will be the last thing he ever does. I am much too skilled in the art of having people commit suicide to be caught by a mere detective, even a detective of Mr. Carter's reputation.
Then you did kill those women.
Of course, my dear.
Why? What have they done to you?
They were stubborn. They refused to pay to keep from committing suicide. So they did kill themselves as I arranged.
Oh.
Hassan. Hassan.
Yes, master.
What kept you?
I was in the rear, master.
Take this girl out to the car. I will join you. Miss Boyne is going to commit suicide.
You're making a mistake. Nick knows all about you and what you're doing.
I doubt that. But even so, it will do no good. You are on your way to your grave.
Oh, no.
Hassan, take her away.
Yes, master.
You know what to do, Hassan.
Yes, master.
Go away.
I am going
Bet that's the first time you ever rang that gong with your head.
Oh, Nick, is that you?
It is.
Oh, golly, I thought you were Hassan.
That's what you're supposed to think. Now, I'll just rip off the master's false whiskers so that when Sergeant Madison gets here, he can book him for murder under his real name, Robert Winter.
I tell you, Sergeant, I was never so glad to hear Nick's voice. But it was certainly queer to hear it coming from the man I thought was Hassan.
How'd you do it, Nick? I told Patsy I'd stick close to her, Matty. It was the only way I could manage it. Well, I got into the apartment, knocked out Hassan, made it a quick change so I could pass for him.
Well, you certainly look like the real thing to me. I thought you were going to take me out and boil me in oil.
Oh, Patsy, you know I wouldn't do that to you.
Oh, Nick. Tell me, how did you know that El-Bey and Robert Winter were the same man?
You were partly responsible for that.
Huh? I was?
Yes. Don't you remember you said his spats were enough to convict him as far as you were concerned?
Yes.
Well, they did convict him.
Huh?
When the fake El-Bey appeared at Mrs. Huntington's party, he made the mistake of wearing his spats under his robe. I caught a glimpse of him.
Well, I'll be darned.
And of course, Mrs. Langdon gave us a lot of help by grabbing up that invitation when she knew she was dying. That's calling attention to the party where I could find El-Bey and his pets.
So Robert Winter would advise these women to consult El-Bey, and then as El-Bey, he would tell them they were going to commit suicide unless they paid him off.
That's right. If they paid, they were all right. But if they refused...
He killed them as a lesson to the others, huh, Nick?
That's right, Matty. Well, that proves that no one should ever believe the things that are seen in a crystal ball.
Well, Nick, how about a few advance hints about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
Well, Bob, before I tell you about next week's adventure, I want to remind our listeners that the Red Cross is carrying on in peace just as in war. In any disaster, flood, tornado, hurricane, or epidemic, you'll find the Red Cross on hand with shelter, food, clothing, and medical care. But this is just part of the story of the activities of the Red Cross, so it's no wonder that the Red Cross needs funds. And I want to urge everyone to give, and to give generously, to the Red Cross.
And I'm sure they will, Nick.
So am I. But now, Nick, about next week's adventure.
Okay, Bob, I'll give you a few highlights. A man telephoned me greatly excited about a discovery he just made.
And before Nick could get any details, the man had hung up.
Which made me curious. And from then on, we got mixed up with red pencil lines in a phone book, a list of perfume shops,
a junkyard, a trip to sea in a crowded barge, and a...
Whoops, Patsy.
Huh?
Save something for next week.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Smuggled Perfume.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Remember, when you go shopping tomorrow, get the cleanser preferred by more women in America than any other. Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Mattie is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Charles Stubblefield. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it? It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's the case of the Red Goose murder. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Oh, listen, Patsy, why do you have to come back to the office at this time of night?
I just want to be sure that I finished everything before I left Scubby. With Nick away, it sort of leaves the responsibility on my shoulders.
Okay, but shake it up, will you? The last show starts at 8:40, and it's 8:20 now.
This won't take but a minute, Scubby. I simply want to have everything in order for the morning.
That was a good feed we had, wasn't it?
That salad was out of this world.
Oh, doggone it. I knew we should have stayed away from this place.
Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Mr. Carter there?
Not at the moment. Who's calling, please?
Art Bradley, manager of the Red Goose. When do you expect Mr. Carter?
I can't say exactly. Can I do something for you? I'm his assistant.
Maybe you could help me out.
Well, I'll be glad to if I can. Suppose you tell me why you called.
It's like this. My girl Singers just died very suddenly.
Oh.
She was all right a half hour ago, but when I stopped in her room just now, she was slumped on the floor dead. Looks very odd to me.
Well, why don't you call the police?
Well, I was going to, but the police visiting my nightclub would hurt business. And she may not have been killed, so I wondered if Mr. Carter, you see, I met him the other evening at one of his lectures.
I see.
I wondered if he wouldn't come over and see what actually happened before I do anything further.
If you have any suspicion that her death wasn't natural, Mr. Bradley, you'd better call the police.
Yes, I suppose I had. Who shall I call? Can you tell me?
Look, Mr. Bradley, leave it to me. I'll take care of it for you.
Oh, well, that'll be fine. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now what, more trouble?
Not for us, Scubby. I have to call Sergeant Matheson. Then it's us for the movie.
Oh, swell. I thought for a minute we were going to miss that Western.
Oh, no, sir.
Homicide. Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. This is Patsy.
Oh, hiya, Patsy. What's up?
Art Bradley, manager of the Red Goose on West 7th Street, says his girl singer is dead, and he thinks maybe she didn't die naturally. You better take a look and see what's what.
Nick going over?
No, Nick's out of town for a few days. You'll have to solve this alone, if you can.
What do you mean, if I can? I solved murder cases before you was born. Just because Nick has helped me out once or twice.
I apologize, Sergeant. Happy hunting to you. Bye.
Come on, Patsy. We just got time to make it.
Right with you, Scubby. Let's see how the movies do it, just for a change.
So this is just the way you found her, Bradley, huh? Nothing been touched?
Nothing, Sergeant. You see, I opened the door to the dressing room to speak to her, and there she lay on the floor. I shut the door again and called Mr. Carter.
Good. Yeah, it's murder, all right. You see this?
That mark around her neck, you mean?
Yeah, strangled with a fine cord or a wire, maybe. It's murder, sure. Only dead a few minutes, too. Not more than 15 or 20, I'd say. How did you happen to come to her dressing room, Bradley?
Well, it's payday today, and I brought up the payroll sheet for her to sign. See, I'd given her an envelope downstairs some time before, but she hadn't signed for it.
How much did she make?
$150 a week.
Good racket she was in. Made more than I do. That her handbag on the dressing table?
Yes, I think so.
Notice it's open. Let's see if she's still got all that dough. Empty, by golly. Not a cent left in it.
Hey, that must have been the motive for the killing.
Yeah.
Robbery.
Uh-huh. Beautiful kid like that killed for a measly $150. Wait till I get my hands on the guy that did...
If you do, Sergeant.
What? Patsy, what are you doing here? And the demon reporter, Scubby Wilson.
Hiya, Matty. We were almost to the movies when Patsy's feminine curiosity got the better of her. She just couldn't stand the idea of a murder investigation going on without her being here to poke her nose in it.
Uh-huh. Well, Patsy, now that you poked your nose in, you can just poke it right out again. I don't need no help from you.
Why, Sergeant, I wasn't trying to help. I was just interested. Is that... Was she killed, Sergeant?
Yeah, strangled with a cord or a piece of wire. $150 stolen out of her handbag. And no more questions, see?
Yes, Sergeant. But please, may I just watch?
Okay. Just don't bother me.
I won't.
Bradley, how many rooms on this floor?
There are 3 rooms on the second floor, Sergeant. My office, this dressing room, and the dark room. All on this side of the building.
Dark room? What's that for?
That's where the girl who takes the flashlights of customers in the club develops the pictures she takes.
Oh.
As soon as she gets 3 or 4 snaps, she comes up and makes prints for the customers to buy.
Then she could have been in and out of this room any time.
Well, yes. Yes, she could.
I want to talk to her.
Sure.
Hey, if all 3 rooms are on this side, they must all look out onto that roof next door.
Yes, they do. The adjoining building is a 1-story flat-roofed affair, same length as this one is.
Uh-huh. Windows always kept open, Ollie?
Oh, on hot nights like this, yes.
You ever see anyone on that roof? From this club, I mean.
No, I don't ever remember any of our people ever going out there. No reason why they... Marie, just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Bradley?
Sergeant, this is Marie, the girl who takes the pictures. You said you wanted to talk to her.
Yeah, I do. Marie, when did you see this girl?
Paula! What's happened to her? Is she...
Yes, Marie. She's dead. Been killed.
Poor Paula.
When did you see her last?
Why, it was just after her first show, maybe half an hour ago.
Was she all right when you saw her?
Oh, yes. She was as happy as anything. She came upstairs just as I finished printing my last batch of photos. I asked her for an autographed picture of herself, and she said that if I'd take one, she'd autograph it for me.
You took one, did you?
Yes, I snapped it right then.
You developed it yet?
No, I was just going to now.
Uh-huh. Well, let me see it as soon as you get it done. Might get some ideas from it.
I'll have it for you in 10 minutes, officer.
And may I watch you, Marie? I used to take pictures when I was a kid. I'm Patsy Bowen, Sergeant Matheson's assistant.
My assistant, my pain in the neck.
Yes, Miss Bowen, I'm glad to have you. Did you ever develop your pictures when you took them?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that.
Yeah, women. They give me a pain.
Mr. Bradley, how many employees do you have here in the Red Goose?
Why, there are 12 in the kitchen crew, 7 in the orchestra, 5 front men in the lobby and inside, check girl, flower girl, and Marie.
I want to talk to them, all of them. Get them up here.
Now, look, Sergeant, couldn't we sort of take it easy? Just talk to them one at a time, kind of private-like? And don't want to upset the whole club. Give a club bad name, you know.
Oh, don't give it another thought, Mr. Bradley. Sergeant Matheson is the soul of discretion and the epitome of integrity.
Hey, are you calling me names again?
Oh, not at all, Matty. They were compliments, if you only knew it.
Well, pipe down, will you? Okay, Bradley, I'll take it easy, but I want to talk to every one of them. Alone or together, I don't care. Now, come on, let's get started.
Hey, Sergeant. Yeah? Got some news for you.
Yeah? What is it, Stubby?
Your homicide squad is all through. Just left.
Oh, some news. That helps a lot.
You finished your checkup?
Yeah, we've accounted for all but 2 waiters and 1 of the front men. And all 3 of them have been with me for years. They can't be mixed up in this.
Who says they can't? Anybody could be mixed up in it. But we'll let them go for now. I want to ask that Marie a few questions. She's the one nobody can check up on. Let's go back up and see what she's got to say for herself.
If you don't mind, Sergeant, I'll stay down here. You 2 go right ahead. Ask her anything.
All right. Come on, Scubby.
Right with you, Matty, old boy.
Bradley says she only makes $35 a week. What she can get out of the customers. She could have needed that money.
Oh, she seems like a nice kid, Matty. I don't think she'd be mixed
You
up.
too? When will you guys learn that appearances don't mean a thing?
Oh, there you are.
Oh.
I was going to look for you. Marie's been waiting to show you the picture she took of Paula.
Here it is, officer.
Yeah.
And just think, she'll never autograph it for me now.
Looks happy enough.
And look at this one, Sergeant.
What?
That's the picture Marie took while Paula was singing her last number. See her in the background?
Yeah.
And see whose picture it is.
Hey, That's Alworth Van Keppel, the millionaire playboy.
Uh-huh.
Does he come here often?
Oh, about once a month, and always with a different girl. Blonde this time. He always gets his picture taken, too, and he's always good for a swell tip.
Marie, suppose you and me have a little talk.
Now?
Yeah.
Oh, I have to go down and deliver these pictures before the customers leave.
Okay, but make it snappy. I'll go with you, just in case.
In case of what?
Just in case.
Wasn't Marie nice, Cubby? She made me extra copies of her last batch of pictures for my scrapbook.
Patsy, let me see that picture of Van Keppel again.
Well, sure, Scubby. It's a good one, isn't it?
Patsy, how many men do you see in the orchestra of this picture?
Huh? Oh, gee, Scubby, they're so far in the background it's hard to tell.
Well, look closely.
5, 6. 6, why?
Well, Bradley told us there were 7 men in the band. The picture shows only 6.
Huh?
I wonder where the other one was.
How are you folks making out? Find anything yet?
Oh, Mr. Bradley, you said there were 7 men in the band.
Yes.
Well, this picture taken during the first show tonight shows only 6.
That's so. Well, let's see. Yes, the guitar player, Steve Dawson, isn't there. See, that's funny.
Any idea why he wasn't there when this picture was snapped?
No. I know he was there when the show started, and he's there now. I saw him as I came up. I don't understand it.
Scubby,
Huh?
do you suppose he could have...
Oh, Bradley, Marie tells me this was Paula's last night here. She was going to work for another club beginning tomorrow night.
Yes, that's true.
Well, how come you didn't tell me about that before?
I guess it just slipped my mind, Sergeant.
Why was she leaving?
Well, she got a better job. More money than I could pay her. That's all.
Sergeant, while Paula was singing her last number, the guitar player was missing from the band. Do you suppose he could have come up here and done this?
A guitar player, huh? Hey, Bradley, do these musicians have a dressing room here anywhere?
Yes, they do, on the 3rd floor. They keep their stuff in lockers up there.
How much longer are they going to be playing?
Let me see, it's 9:10 now. They break at 9:30.
Uh-huh, so we got 20 minutes. Let's have a look at this guitar player's locker. Maybe he knows something about this. Which one is this Steve's locker?
It's the 3rd one from the left. It's got his name on it.
Good. Oh, not locked. That helps. Nothing in this old jacket. Just the racing form.
Hey, what's that written on it?
Huh? Oh, Central 8740, Mike. That's probably his bookmaker.
Yeah, probably. These boys play the horses pretty heavily, I understand.
Oh, yeah? Then this Steve could need money, maybe, if the nags weren't running for it.
Anything else there, Sergeant?
No, Patsy, only this old guitar case.
And that's empty.
Gosh, they use nice velvet for the lining, don't they?
Well, maybe it was nice once, but it's pretty well shot now, Patsy.
Oh, yes. Look at this big tear in it. Oh, Sergeant, look at this.
What? Money. Hidden in the lining.
Right. 7 20s and a 10.
Say, that's what I paid Paula tonight.
What?
So Steve took it, but why did he have to kill her to get it? He could have got it without that.
Well, we don't know that he did kill her, Mr. Bradley.
The guy that got the money is the guy that did the killing, according to my book. Hey, Bradley, get Steve Dawson up here. We'll see if he can get out of this.
Certainly, Sergeant. I'll have him meet you in Paula's room right after the band breaks for intermission. And you can bet I'll keep my eye on him until then.
Mr. Bradley, do you have a phone we could use?
Yes, of course. There's one in my office. The room right next to Paula.
Thanks. Come with me, Scubby. I've got a job for you.
Anywhere with you, beautiful. Just lead the way. You say you want me to call this number we found on Steve's racing form?
Right, Scubby. And ask for Mike.
Oh, do you want me to ask him anything special?
Oh, no. Just say it's Steve Dawson calling.
Yeah.
Then stroll around and see if maybe he won't let something slip about Steve's finances.
Okay, what can we lose? Here goes.
Right.
8, 7. Oh, I wish I knew what this Steve's voice sounds like.
Well, just talk a little husky, as if it were a bad connection. Mike'll never know the difference, I hope.
The Purple Pig. Good evening.
Oh, hello. Is Mike there?
This is Mike. Who's talking?
Steve Dawson.
Oh, yeah, Dawson. You got the money ready for me?
Well, I've got part of it.
Part of it? Hey, listen, you know what I told you. You have it all when I call for it tonight, or else. The whole $300 you borrowed, and the $100 interest for the 2 weeks you had it.
Well, isn't there some way I can let you have part of it now and the rest
Cut
a little...
the stalling, Dawson. 400 smackers in a bunch by 1 o'clock tonight for trouble. And I mean trouble.
Okay, Mike. Goodbye.
So Steve did need money.
He sure did. $400 by 1 o'clock tonight, and no fooling around either.
So Steve might have needed that money so bad he'd be willing to kill Paula to get it.
Well, it sure looks that way from where I sit. I wonder if...
Scubby, what's that on the floor over under the window?
Huh? Oh. Looks like tar.
Tar?
Yeah. Tar off somebody's heel. Maybe somebody was out on the roof and got some on his shoe.
Mr. Bradley said nobody ever went out there. But look here. Here's a smudge on the windowsill, too, Scubby. Do you suppose...
Have you got a flashlight, Patsy?
Yeah, my swirl one's here in my bag.
I think I'll have a look at the roof outside this window. There might be footprints or something.
If you're going out there, I am, too. Give me a hand.
Okay, beautiful. Here. Easy now. There you are.
Hey, tar on this roof is soft, isn't it?
Yeah, tar roofs generally get that way on warm days. No, I don't see any prints here anyway. Well, that doesn't prove anything, of course. Soft tar wouldn't hold prints very well.
Scubby, this fireplace must fire escape. Oh, I'm getting all mixed up. Must be the one that goes up to the musician's locker room.
Well, it probably is. I remember seeing one when we were up there before.
Is Paula's body still in the room?
No, they took it away after the homicide boys finished their investigation.
Oh, I'm glad of that. I don't... Oh.
What's the matter?
I tripped over something. Caught my toe in it.
Why, there's nothing here, Patsy. Oh, wait.
Huh?
Ah, here's an old guitar string. Maybe you tripped on that.
An old guitar string. And Steve plays the guitar. Funny, isn't it?
How do you mean funny?
The sergeant says Paula was choked with a cord or a piece of wire.
Of course. And finding this guitar string here is no coincidence at all.
I wonder.
What do you mean, I wonder?
Huh? Oh, I don't know, Scubby, but that's what Nick always says when he's not sure of something.
Oh, his master's voice, huh?
Something like that.
Uh-huh.
I'm just trying to think the way Nick would do it if he were here. Oh, I wish he were here, too.
Oh, I don't know. It looks pretty open and shut to me.
I know it does, but that's always the time Nick says to... Scubby, there's one of the musicians just coming into Paula's room.
That must be Steve Dawson.
Yeah, come on. I want to hear what he has to say.
You want me, Sergeant? Yeah, come on in. Have a chair.
Mind if we join you, Sergeant?
For the love of Pete, what are you two doing out there on the roof?
Oh, just looking at the stars, that's all. Do you mind if we come in?
I don't mind what you do so long as you don't get in my way.
Thanks. Help me up, Scubby.
Right, here you are. Now, easy. Watch the sill.
Thanks, Scubby. Won't you come in, too, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, delighted, Miss Bowen. So kind of you to offer me.
Will you two ever stop clowning? This is a murder case.
Murder? What have I got to do with a murder?
Everything, if I ain't mistaken, Dawson. Where were you at about 8 o'clock tonight?
8 o'clock?
Yeah.
Oh, playing with the band, same as always.
That's so. Patsy, where's that picture you had?
Here it is, Sergeant.
Thanks. Now then, Steve, show me which one in this picture is you.
Why, I don't seem to be there. When was this taken?
During Paula's last number in the first show tonight. Now, where were you?
Oh, yeah, I remember now. I was late coming in.
Mr. Bradley said you were there when the show opened.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I had to step out for a minute.
You need money pretty bad, don't you?
Money?
Yeah.
No, I just got paid tonight. I got plenty.
You didn't get paid enough to repay the loan Mike made you. $300 plus 100 interest.
Hey, what's that? Where did you find that out?
Mike told us.
Mike? What do you know about Mike?
And he's calling for it at 1 o'clock tonight, isn't he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Then why did you kill Paula Windsor tonight and then swipe $150 from her purse? And don't try to lie out of it. We found the money in that old guitar case in your locker.
I didn't kill her. I swear it.
Sergeant, we found this on the roof just outside the window.
What's that? A string for a fiddle or something. So what?
Could be a guitar string, Matty.
What? That settles it, Dawson. You saw Bradley give Paula her salary earlier tonight, so you sneaked off the bandstand during her last number, came up to her room, and tried to sneak her purse. She caught you, and you killed her.
No, I didn't kill her. I didn't.
You strangled her with a guitar string you happen to have in your pocket and threw it out the window.
I didn't kill her. She wasn't even in the room when I took the money.
Oh, so you admit you stole the money.
Yeah. Yes, I stole it, but I didn't kill her. She was just finishing her song when I got back downstairs.
No good, Dawson. If you can make a jury believe that, you're a better man than I think you are.
But I tell you, I didn't kill her.
Look here, Scotty.
I took the money.
Here's a slip of paper on her dressing table with that same number on it that we just called. CE8740. I wonder what she was doing with that.
Playing the horses, maybe.
I doubt it.
Sergeant.
Yeah.
May I ask Mr. Dawson a question?
Oh, you again. All right, ask it, and let me get out of here.
Mr. Dawson, what did you and Paula have in common about the Purple Pig?
Nothing. Mike is the manager there, and he's my bookie. Paula was supposed to start singing there tomorrow night. Mike met her here when he came over once to see me and gave her a job. That's all.
So that's where she was going.
Yeah, Bradley was all burned up about it, but Mike offered her more than Bradley did, so she gave notice.
Come on, Dawson. You and I have a date at headquarters.
Look, Sergeant.
I'm booking you for robbery and possible murder. Now hold out your hand. I got a bracelet for it.
But I tell you,
What you tell me don't count. So long, Miss Patsy Carter. If you pick up anything I missed, give me a ring. I'm always happy to hear from you.
Why, thank you, Sergeant. Well, Scubby, what do you think?
I think if I killed a girl with a guitar string, I'd never throw it out the window where it would be found first thing.
Well, that's the way I feel. And it seems to me that if Paula did catch Steve Dawson stealing her money, he wouldn't be likely to go fishing around in his pockets to see if he had an old guitar string he could kill her with.
Gosh, you're right, Patsy. He'd more likely strangle her with his bare hands.
You know, Scubby, I think the murder had nothing to do with the robbery. I think whoever killed Paula did it deliberately and used the guitar string to throw suspicion on Steve Dawson.
Which would account for his leaving it right outside where it would be sure to be found.
And I noticed another thing, too, Scubby, that makes me think Dawson didn't kill her. It's not proof, but it's something to think about.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, when I saw Paula's body, I noticed that she had unzipped her dress as if she were going to take it off. And her shoes were off, and one of her stockings was unfastened, which means she'd been in her room long enough to start changing her costume.
Good girl. And if she'd been leaning over and fastening her stockings, the killer could have crept up behind her without being seen.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, the poor kid. Just look at this picture of her that Marie took tonight. She's laughing and looks as if she didn't have... Scubby.
Huh?
Look at this picture. Look at the mirror.
Hey, there's the figure of a man reflected in the mirror. From the angle at which the picture was taken, he must have been standing on the roof just outside her window.
He probably thought he couldn't be seen, but the camera caught him in the mirror. Oh, it isn't plain enough to make out who it is.
No, the picture doesn't show him very plainly. But it's definitely a man in a black coat, and the musicians wear white. So it's not the guitar player.
Scubby, this man has a flower in his buttonhole. It's the right buttonhole instead of the left, the way most men wear them.
Hey, let's ask Bradley. Maybe he'll be able to recognize who it is.
Right, Scubby, come on. We'll show Sergeant Matheson yet. We've got something to show you. Can we go somewhere where it won't be so noisy?
Yes. Suppose you go right in here. With the door closed, you can at least hear yourself think.
Yes, this is better.
Now, what have you found that would interest me?
Mr. Bradley, this picture was taken this evening in Paula's room, right after the first show.
Oh, yes, I remember Marie saying that she took one.
If you look in the mirror, you can see the reflection of a man standing outside her window on the roof.
What? Yes, I see. Hey, it's a pretty pity it isn't a better picture of him so we could recognize who it is.
Mr. Bradley, have you ever been out on the roof outside your office?
What? No, I never go out there.
Then how do you suppose the spot of roof tar got on the rug in your office?
I wouldn't have the least...
It probably came off your shoe, Mr. Bradley. I see there's still some tar on the heel.
But I didn't...
Your right heel.
Say, look here. Are you implying that I killed Paula?
I am. I didn't realize it until I saw you again just now. But you wear your flower in your right lapel. Practically no one does that.
You're a pair of idiots. Why should I kill Paula? I had no motive to do a thing like that.
I don't understand about the motive part either, Mr. Bradley, but I'm sure you killed her.
Now, see here. Just because I happened to be standing outside Paula's window when Marie snapped that picture doesn't prove that I killed her. Just went out for some air and then went back to my office. She was alive the last time I saw her.
You've forgotten one thing, Mr. Bradley. Your fingerprints are on the guitar string you strangled her with.
All right, so I killed her. What are you two going to do about it? I'll have you two taken care of so fast
Sit
you won't...
down, Mr. Bradley.
You can't scare me with that little pop gun.
Don't kid yourself, Mr. Bradley. Patsy knows how to use that gun, and she will if she has to. And a 22 makes just as good a hole in a man's heart as a 45 does if it's aimed right, the way Patsy aimed.
Thank you, Scubby. Now, will you sit down, Mr. Bradley? Thanks. Now, Scubby, if you'll call Sergeant Matheson, he can put both the robber and the killer in the same cell.
You mean you're going to be at that typewriter for another hour yet?
I'm sorry, Scubby, but I have to have a full report ready for Nick when he comes back. And I want to get it down in black and white while it's still fresh in my mind.
Okay, I quit. I'm going home. I'll see you again sometime, I hope.
Why, I hope so, Scubby. Give me a ring sometime when you're free.
Oh, darn you, Patsy Bone. If I wasn't in love with you, I'd wring your neck.
Good night, Scubby, dear.
Good night.
Oh, poor Scubby. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, yes. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
This is Matty, Patsy.
Oh.
I just wanted to tell you, Bradley made a full confession.
He did?
Yep.
Oh, that's good. I'll put that in my report, too. What'd he say?
He said he planned to kill Paula tonight, so he waited on the roof outside her window for her to come back from the floor show.
Uh-huh.
It was while he was standing out there that he saw Steve Dawson swipe the money out of her purse.
Oh.
Well, that gave him the idea that he could have a perfect alibi by making Steve the goat for the killing as well as the robbery. So he went up the fire escape to the musician's room, found an old guitar string Steve had thrown out, and got back outside Paula's window just in time to see Marie snap her picture.
I see.
And then, while she was changing her clothes, he crept up behind her and strangled her. And threw the guitar string out on the roof where it would be found by the police.
Or by someone else.
Yeah.
Did he say what his motive was?
Yeah. He loved Paula, but she turned him down cold.
Oh.
He discovered her, you see, gave her her first job. He felt she owed him something, but she told him to his face that he had done nothing for her and that she was leaving him for a better job with a better man. Well, that made him so mad, that and the fact that he really loved her desperately, that he decided if he couldn't have her, nobody else was going to.
Oh, the poor guy. Love is an awful thing sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially if it's not returned.
Yeah, but look, Patsy, there's one thing I don't understand. You said you told him his fingerprints were on the guitar string. Now, what was the idea of that?
Well, Nick always has something to clinch the case with, so I happened to think of that.
But you ought to know a guitar string wouldn't take any fingerprints.
Well, sure, Sergeant, I knew it. But Mr. Bradley didn't.
Well, Patsy, in the absence of Nick, I suppose I'll have to get my hints on next week's show from you. How about it?
I sure can do, Carl. The case started when both Vince O'Neill and Otto Lerner found they were married to the same girl.
What did Nick do about that?
Well, he started out to find the girl and straighten things out, if he could.
And he found her, I suppose, knowing Nick?
Oh, yes, he did. But when he located her finally, she could no longer give him any information. She'd been using a new jar of cold cream and taking a bath.
Well, what did that have to do with it?
Why, everything. That and the fight on the train.
Yeah. All right. What's the name of the story?
We call it The Case of the Extra Husband.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow comics. In the broadcasts of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Mansom is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer, Scubby by John Kane. Original music is played by George Wright, script is by Jock McGregor. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at the same time. This is Carl Caruso saying, so long until next week. Auctions are exciting, but we've never heard of a public auction where the bidding went up up, up to murder. There's your promise of thrilling mystery entertainment again tomorrow night over these mutual stations on Bulldog Drummond's case called Upholstered for Murder. That's Bulldog Drummond, Mondays on Mutual. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the three great Linux home brighteners. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, The Talking Tree. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated the murder of a beggar with a fortune in his pocket and found the solution to the strange case of a talking tree. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. Today is File Index Day at the old brownstone mansion at the corner of 5th and 4th. The giant study is filled with piles of neatly typed cards, as Nick and Patsy keep regular tabs on the thousands of criminals the famous detective has encountered in his long career.
Charlie Buzz Burns, tried and convicted for forgery July 1941, sentenced August 1941 to 7-year term at Eaton Penitentiary.
Check.
Well, that finishes the B's.
Start the C's.
Okay, Nick, but it feels like it's going to be a long, hard day. Albert Cabal, tried and convicted of first-degree assault, April 1931.
Hold it. Cabal's on a parole. Put his card in the active file with a note. Last seen in St. Louis, July of this year.
Right. Johnny Cabin, tried and convicted... Oh, goody the door. That means a 5-minute vacation.
Whoever it is, send him away. We've got to finish this job.
I will, but my heart won't be in it, Nick.
Johnny Cabin, tried and convicted of second-degree murder, life term at Eastern State. Yes, I remember Johnny. He was the one who swore no private detective would ever dare to take him. And he was wrong, like the rest of them.
No more work for today, Nick. We've got a customer.
Oh, Patsy,
This is an old friend of mine, Nick, Mr. Peter Simpson. He takes me riding twice a day.
Takes you riding twice... Oh, I see. Streetcar conductor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Carter. Miss Bowen takes my car every morning and every night. It's across town. Passes right behind his house.
Mr. Simpson's got a problem. One of his customers won't get off the trolley.
How's that?
Well, it's the end of my run behind your house, sir. I left the trolley there and run up to see you. I remembered Miss Bowen talking about how you help folks out when they get in a jam. I'm in a bad one, sir.
What's the trouble?
Well, like Miss Bowen said, one of my customers won't get off the car.
Why not?
Because, Mr. Carter, he's been murdered. This is my trolley car here, Mr. Carter. I closed the doors and left everything. Wait a minute, I'll open the door for you. Come up, sir. He's in the back of the car. You can see him. He was the last one. And I said to him, last stop, all out. He don't move. I thought he was asleep.
All right, Simpson, I understand.
Yeah, fine. I thought you would.
Oh, Nick, he's been stabbed. There's a knife sticking in his side.
Yes, wait.
Well?
Not dead yet, but he will be in a minute. Bleeding for half an hour. Mostly internal. Can't be moved or saved. No hope for him.
Oh, Nick.
Hey, wait. He's trying to talk.
Listen.
Where will you? Can you tell us who did this?
Stone Valley.
What?
Said Stone Valley. What?
Talking tree.
What was that?
Talking tree. Killed by talking tree. $1 million.
He's dead.
Oh, Snooks, this is awful, Mr. Carter. I can't have no murdered guys on my car.
You're all right, Simpson. Just go out and call Sergeant Matheson in his homicide department.
All right.
Now, let's get to work, Patsy. Empty his pockets.
Golly, Nick, what do you mean? Killed by a talking tree and then babbling about $1 million.
I don't know. Dying men usually speak the truth. I'd like to know what the truth is about that talking tree. Well, nothing worthwhile in any of his pockets, Patsy. They're torn and empty. No handkerchief, no wallet. 27 cents in change, total asset.
Oh, so where do we stand?
Exactly nowhere.
What do you mean?
No identification of any kind in this man, Patsy. Nothing to tell us who he is or why he was killed.
Well, what about the murder weapon? That knife?
Just an ordinary kitchen knife. No prints on the handle.
Golly.
Killer probably sat beside him, drove the knife into his side, got up and left the trolley. That's all. And look at him. Clothes shabby and torn. Very obviously a tramp.
But who'd want to kill a tramp? And for what?
I don't know yet. Perhaps... Wait a minute. Ah, here's something I overlooked. Seems to be a hard lump in the front corner of the jacket. Probably slipped down from the torn pocket. Here, wait a minute.
What is it, Nick?
Answer to your question. Look.
It looks like a big lump of crystal.
Happens to be an opal.
Opal? You mean that rough piece of peculiar-looking stone is a jewel opal?
Uncut and unpolished. Must weigh about 30 carats.
Ooh.
Worth quite a bit of money. Patsy, this may be the answer to why our victim was killed. Still, it doesn't answer the question of how it came into his possession, or explain his dying speech about talking trees.
What do we do now?
Leave the body for Sergeant Matheson and our friends at the homicide department. We're hustling down to the Jewel Center with this opal.
Tampering with evidence again, Nick?
Well, maybe that's what the police would call it, but I call it solving a murder. Patsy, I'm going to give you a lesson in the art of jewels. The average person doesn't realize that jewelers keep track of gems as closely as the police watch ex-convicts. Every stone of any real value, cut or uncut, can be checked and traced. Here's our place. International Appraising Company.
Well, there are dozens of appraising offices down here.
Yes, anyone will do. Come on.
Right.
Who's that?
Customers.
I'm just going out to lunch. Better to go to World Appraising across the street.
Well, I won't keep you a minute. Come on out. I'm Nick Carter.
Listen, I got bad digestion. Not good for me to miss my lunch hour. What's in your mind, Mr. Carter? Trouble?
Plenty. Case of murder. This happens to be one of the clues, Mr.
Bowman. Let's see. A piece of opal, huh?
Right. I'd like to trace it. Know which stock this comes from, general source and so on, who sells this variety?
I can do better than that. I put a price on this stone an hour ago.
You what?
You heard me, lady. This stone was brought into me an hour ago for appraisal. I gave them the price and they left.
They? How many?
2 men. Little guy, looked like a tramp.
And the other?
Nice looking. Kind of professional looking. Doctor, maybe. Looked like the tramp was trying to sell the stone to the other. Called him Professor. Professor Stevens.
Professor Stevens, huh? Good enough for me. Thanks a lot, Bowman. What's your fee?
I've been paid once for appraising this stone. That's enough. Now, go away. I got my digestion to worry about.
Thanks. Come on, Patsy. Let's find a university catalog. Maybe we can locate this Professor Stevens and find out about the talking tree. Okay, Patsy, get going. Uptown.
Right, Nick. Any luck?
All the luck in the world. Professor W.A. Stevens, chair of mineralogy at the university. Office 227, Geology Hall.
Mineralogy? Well, that could tie in with opals, huh, Nick?
It'd also tie in with $1 million in a murder. Wish our dead friend had been with a botanist that would have explained the talking tree.
Well, maybe we'll find the Stevens doubles in botany or...
Careful, Patsy, you're being cut off.
Oh.
Watch out.
Nick, he's cut me right over to the curb.
Steady. Let me handle it. That wasn't an accident.
Stay right where you are, Carter. You too, lady. I got a rod and a license to carry it.
Well, hello, Coffin. Patsy, meet Dubsy Coffin. When we get back to our file cards, you'll meet him in the seas.
Can the double talk routine, Carter. Now, look, I don't want no trouble from you. Keep the opal if you want. Just give me the map.
What map?
This is a friendly talk, see? I ain't getting rough because I always like to speak my piece first.
We're listening very carefully, Dubsy.
Sammy the bum was my pal. So he gets knocked off and the trolley car, so okay. You want to catch the killer? Good luck. But being Sammy was my pal, I'm his inheritor. Get it? I want the map, Carter. The map you took off Sammy.
We didn't.
Hold it, Patsy. How much is the map worth to you, Dubsy?
You ought to know. If you don't, it won't do you no good.
We don't know. If we can guess. $1 million?
Not that much. But it's worth a big piece of change. To me, not to you. So, all right. Do I get it?
Not even if we had it.
So, okay. You speak your piece, I speak mine. I'll be seeing you again, Carter. And I'll let something else talk you into handing over the map.
That's car, Patsy. So long, Dubsy.
Remember what I told you.
To the university, Patsy. Maybe Professor Stevens can tell us what's going on.
This is it, Nick.
Let's go.
Oh, golly, I'm awfully mixed up in this case, Nick.
Well, it isn't simple.
The man we found in the trolley was Sammy the Bum?
That's what Dubsy Coffin indicated. Right in here.
Mm-hmm. Well, from the way Coffin talked, it didn't sound as though he killed him.
Could simply be talk.
I suppose it could. But he mentioned the map. Do you think Sammy was killed for that?
Very possible. Up these stairs.
Uh-huh. Well, evidently, there's a map tied up with the opal Sammy was carrying.
Yes, but it's my belief the opal's just a side issue. Coffin didn't seem to care about that. And Sammy tried to sell it to Professor Stevens.
Then what?
Here we
What?
are. Professor Stevens' office.
Oh. Maybe he's got a class.
Could be. Let's go in and wait.
Nick!
Had to wait a long time to speak to Professor Stevens, Patsy. He's been murdered.
Two murders for an opal, a missing map, and a mysterious talking tree. How can Nick tie these strange events together? We'll see in just a moment.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
And now back to our story. The dying words of a murdered tramp mentioned a talking tree to Nick Cotter. Investigation of the murder and the odd statement led the master detective to the office of Professor Stevens at the university. When Nick and Patsy entered the office, they discovered Stevens murdered.
Stevens was shot at close range with a sawed-off shotgun, Patsy. Typical gangster's weapon. Head practically torn to pieces.
Oh, it's awful, Nick.
Nothing in his pockets to help us either. Nothing.
So where does that leave us?
About one jump ahead of the homicide squad. They won't be pleased with the way I've handled this case.
Sergeant Matheson would call it mishandling.
And he won't be far from wrong. I'm not happy myself. Well, let's get on the ball, Patsy. Let's do some thinking.
Oh, that's your department, Nick. I'm just the audience.
Sammy got hold of an opal and a map. We know he showed the opal to Stevens.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know about the map. Stevens and Sammy were killed. The map disappeared. Now, what's so valuable about that map?
It showed the mine where the opal came from.
But Patsy, opals don't come from mines. They come... Aha!
What is it, Nick?
Suddenly, my brain started to work. Suddenly, I'm getting a glimmer. Patsy, I think I know what this talking tree business is.
What, Nick?
Look here. On Stevens' desk. There's an atlas open to this date.
Mm-hmm.
Now look across the page where the light hits it.
Yeah.
You can only see what I want to show you by reflected light. Now, you see anything unusual?
Wait a minute. My eyes aren't as sharp as yours. Yes. I see a faint pencil mark.
As though a pencil point had tapped the map lightly. A small town. The town of Dead Tree. Remember that, Betsy.
Dead Tree. But that isn't Talking Tree.
True enough. And I think that at Dead Tree we might find a talking tree. And, Patsy, it's going to speak a language that'll astonish you.
Oh, don't be so mysterious, Nick.
All right, here's another clue. Opals don't grow in mines. They grow on trees.
Oh, you're crazy.
Oh, you think so, huh? Come on.
Golly, I'm getting inferiority complex. Going through life 3 laps behind you the way I do.
The only trouble in this case is that I happen to be 3 steps behind a killer.
Well, that puts me out of the running altogether.
Let's play round Water's corner.
Oh, Nick.
Just my luck. Haven't got a gun on me. Down the hall. Run.
It's the killer.
This is the well-wisher.
Oh, this hole is a dead end. We're trapped.
Here.
Oh.
Through this door, Patsy. Quick.
Oh, that was close.
That's too close. Lucky for us, that door wasn't locked.
Did you see who was doing the shooting?
No, and the trouble is, he saw where we went.
What are we going to do?
See what we can find to repel the attack. There's a small lab of some sort. If I can only find...
Hurry up, Nick. I can hear steps.
Got it, Patsy. Get out the matches, quick.
Matches?
You heard me.
What are you going to do with matches in that bottle?
You're going to light a whole pack of matches and throw it out into the hall. This bottle is ether. I'll break it near the burning matches. All right, light the matches, quick.
They're burning, Nick.
All right, now throw them out as soon as I open the door. And I'll throw out the bottle. Right now. All right, quick, Patsy. All right, Patsy, all clear now. You can come out.
Is he still here?
Yes, knocked out and burned by the explosion. He'll live and regret it.
Well, who is it, Nick?
One of Dubsy Coffin's gunmen. Hophead kid named Vern.
Well, I guess Coffin wasn't kidding about letting something else talk for him. But he forgot that some people talk back.
Now, listen, Patsy. In about 20 seconds, this place is going to be like a beehive. I can hear people coming now. If it wasn't Saturday afternoon, the place would be crowded already. Now, we've got to get out of here.
Well, then let's go.
Not together. We'll be picked up if they see us running. We'll separate and meet at the car.
Okay.
Try to stop at a drugstore and pick up some sandwiches. We've got a long drive ahead of us.
Where to? Dead Tree?
Right. We're going to Dead Tree to find the talking tree.
Another sandwich, Nick?
No, thanks. You can finish them.
Oh, I've eaten too many already. And I'm supposed to be on a diet.
Well, they weren't the best sandwiches I ever had either. I feel as if I were getting Bowman's indigestion.
Oh. How much further is it, Nick? It's getting dark.
They should be in Dead Tree any minute. We've passed 6 signs in the last 6 miles. Each one said Dead Tree half a mile. Well, at least we're holding our own.
They should have added a prox.
I think we're approx there now. Looks like a town. What there is of it.
Well, give me a second to get used to it. Yes, it's a town, all right.
And the 3-point landing in front of our objective.
The sheriff's office?
Right. Come on.
Oh, we're not going to get into trouble again, are we? I've got visions of Sergeant Matheson waiting for us back in town.
He'll greet us with comparatively open arms if we bring him home a solution. Now, let's go in.
Okay.
Yeah?
Is this the sheriff,
Denson. Yeah?
Oh, my name's Nick Carter.
Yeah?
Sheriff Denson, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Yeah?
I assume that means go ahead and ask.
Yeah?
Well, do you keep any kind of a check on vagrants passing through Dead Tree?
Yeah?
Well, do you recall whether a tramp answering to the name of Sammy the Bum passed through here last week?
Yeah?
How long was he in this section?
Don't know. Maybe a couple of days.
Golly, he can say something else, can't he?
Please, Patsy.
I can talk, young lady, when there's something worth wasting breath over.
Well, why is this town called Dead Tree?
On kind of a section of sandy waste up in the hills.
You mean desert?
Yeah, kind of like the desert up in Maine. Windswept section, about 10 miles square. Nothing but sand and rocks, all eroded.
I thought so. Probably petrified trees up there, too, huh?
Well, that's what gives the town its name.
How'd you know, Nick?
Couldn't be any other answer, Patsy. 2 more questions, Sheriff. That desert area is constantly enlarging and changing as the wind sweeps it, huh?
Yeah.
Will you show us how to drive there, close as possible?
Yeah.
Sheriff, are you 170 years old?
No.
Patsy, for the love of Pete.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to hear him say no. And I did.
Afraid we can't drive any further, Patsy. We'll have to hoof it through the desert.
Golly, it looks just like the real thing, doesn't it? Sand and rock.
And petrified trees. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to keep pretty quiet now. This sand will deaden our footsteps, fortunately. Because there's a strong chance the killer may be up here ahead of us.
Oh. Do you know where to look for him, Nick?
I do. We'll find him under the talking tree.
Oh, Nick.
I'm not fooling.
Well, all right if you say so. But where'll we find the talking tree?
I'm not sure. We'll have to listen for it.
Listen through 10 square miles?
We won't have to cover that much. See if Sammy located it. It couldn't be very far off the road. Probably he turned off the road we drove down to sleep in the warm sand at night. So the tree can't be far from here.
Golly, I'm listening for it like mad. I don't hear anything yet.
Keep trying.
It's awfully dark, Nick. Can't we use a light?
Safer not to.
Keep your ears open.
Okay. Golly, those twisty black tree stumps, they look so spooky.
Just petrified trees, Betsy. Dead thousands of years. They can't hurt you.
Well, I wish they'd talk to me and get this over.
Maybe they will. Keep listening.
Nick?
Yes?
I think I hear a funny noise. Like water running.
Not here in this desert.
No, not water. It sounds like music.
Hmm?
Listen.
Yes. I hear it, Betsy. That's what we've been searching for.
The talking tree?
That's the way those trees talk.
Oh.
It's coming from around that small hummock. Oh, come on, let's go interview it. Careful now. Very careful now.
I think I hear someone digging or something.
The killer.
Here?
Told you we'd find him under the talking tree. Quiet. And watch.
What's he digging up petrified tree for?
Let's go down and ask him.
Oh, Nick, be careful. You haven't got a gun.
I've got something that'll take its place.
Good evening. Can I help you?
Carter.
What? It's the man from the appraisers. Bowman.
Find me, Carter. Don't move. You're coming.
My. Such rough talk must be difficult for a man of your culture, Mr. Bowman. Or should I call you by your real name, Professor Stevens?
Nick.
All right, Carter, you're asking for this.
Hey, look out, Nick.
Here you are, Bowman.
Oh.
Professor is a rank amateur when it comes to handling a gun.
Oh, nice going, Nick. How'd you do it?
Merely threw a handful of sand in his eyes, and when he was blinded, hit him. That's all.
That's all. Well, that's enough. Now you have his gun, and he's out cold.
And he's also on his way to the electric chair.
Nick, do you mean to tell me Professor Stevens murdered Sammy the Bum?
Yes, Betsy. And then pretended he was killed himself.
And he did all that for the sake of a dead tree?
Well, take my flashlight, Patsy, and look at that dead tree.
Golly. It's all crystal and glittery and... Oh, it's like a tree of jewels.
Pure opal, Patsy. An opal tree worth a fortune. Too bad we don't hang killers in this state. It'd be an excellent place to hang Professor Stevens.
We'll return to Nick Carter in just a moment to hear the final details of The Talking Tree.
Happy birthday, WOR, from Poinatowski Brothers of Flemington, New Jersey. Poinatowski Brothers.
And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself.
Nick, you'd better start at the beginning and explain everything. I'm entirely at sea now.
All right, Patsy. The story started millions of years ago when the trees of Dead Tree Valley died. Started petrifying.
Uh-huh.
After untold centuries, deep under the ground, they turned to stone and then began to crystallize into opal.
Oh.
Today, as the wind slowly ate away the sand and earth covering them, they were brought to the surface.
And when Sammy went out to sleep in the desert, he slept under this opal tree that had been uncovered by the wind?
Right. The talking part was the tinkle of the crystalline branches swaying in the wind.
Oh.
Sammy broke off a piece of the tree and took it into town. Went to Stevens for advice, since he didn't know the value of that opal.
Well, then what?
Stevens saw the maps Sammy had made and, of course, the jewel. He went with Sammy to have it appraised, just to make sure it was valuable enough to pay him to commit murder. When he found it was, he killed Sammy for the map.
But he staged his own murder, too. Why?
Sammy talked too much. Stevens didn't know Sammy had told his old pal, Dubsy Coffin. But he did know Sammy told the real Bowman, the appraiser. So, to protect the secret, he killed Bowman, probably only a few minutes before we entered the store. You remember he stalled before coming out to talk to us?
Oh, that's right. I remember he talked about his indigestion.
Pretended to be Bowman. Then rushed the body to his own office at the university, perhaps in a laundry basket or a bag. And there, staged his own death.
He didn't know it, Nick, but that was just a preview of what's really going to happen to him. It doesn't pay to play act with Nick Carter.
Well, that was an unusual tale, Nick. Now, how about a preview of next week's story? What's it going to be?
Well, next week, Ken, I'm going to tell you about the case of an 80-year-old man, feeble, sick, harmless, who suddenly began driving down the highways like a savage, injuring people, wrecking cars, and generally behaving like a maniac.
Oh, I remember. It was all because of a beautiful Egyptian queen who died 3,000 years ago.
Breaking traffic laws because of a dead queen. Sounds good. What do you call the case?
The case of the Queen's eyebrows.
Show starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, the make-believe murder. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter was initiated into one of the most exclusive clubs in the world, and how his initiation turned out to be not one murder, but two. These are busy days, and no one is any busier than a lady who keeps house. It seems as if you no sooner get one job done than another pops up. So it's a lucky thing that American science has created such work savers as those 3 great Linux home brighteners. Yes, here's the way to save hours of work each week. That's why American homemakers from coast to coast are swinging over to the 3 great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish, Linux Cream Polish for fine furniture, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new quick-drying wax product. So do as thousands of other wise women do. Save hours of work, enjoy sparkling new home beauty with the 3 great Linux home brighteners. Get them at your hardware, paint, or department store. And see what modern magic they work for you. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. A single light burns brightly down in the basement deep under the old brownstone mansion at the corner of 5th and 4th, illuminating a small paper target. 20 yards away, Nick Carter stands, a small automatic in his hand, firing methodically.
To the left, about 8 feet, 8 inches. Try again. Left again, 9 feet, 2 inches. 9 feet exactly that time.
Nick? Hey, Nick?
Yes, Patsy?
Cease firing. I want to come in.
Come ahead. I've just about finished.
We've got to close up shop for today, Nick. You'll be late.
Patsy, I've won my bet with Sergeant Matheson.
What bet?
I bet him $1 the Austrian Mauser wouldn't eject a cartridge more than 10 feet. I've just fired 50 rounds, and not one cartridge is more than 9.5 feet from the gun.
Oh.
I win $1, and Jansen is cleared of the murder charge, which proves that he couldn't done it. Personally, I think...
I was waiting for you to notice.
Evening gown, huh? Well, Miss Bowen, you look most charming.
You really think so, Nick?
May I ask where you're going tonight?
Out? With you?
With me?
Please, hurry, Nick. We'll be late.
Well, late for what?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. And you were so anxious to go when the letter came. Honestly, Nick, sometimes I believe you're not human. Now hurry and get into your dinner clothes. I'll explain on the way over.
But, Patsy, where are we going?
To a murder.
All right. You can stop kidding me now. I remembered, Patsy. I was so wrapped up in that ballistics work, it slipped my mind.
You sure?
I'll recite it like a lesson. I've been invited to join the famous Alphabet Club, the most exclusive gathering of eminent talents in the country, right?
Right. Incidentally, why is it called the Alphabet Club, Nick?
Because the first letters of the names of the charter members are the first 4 letters of the alphabet. Arnold Archer.
The financier?
Mm-hmm. Nelson Burns, the architect. Walter Crane, the boy wonder engineer. And George Dennis, the attorney.
Oh.
Coincidentally, they're not only the charter members, they're the initiating committee, too. They're the ones who are going to put me through the ropes before the rest of the club arrive for dinner.
Oh, that initiation stunt's a cute idea.
Yes, in fact, rather tickles me. Staging a make-believe murder. They swear I'll never be able to break it.
Challenging the mastermind, eh? That's the club over there. You can park in front.
Righto.
We're just about on time. Oh, please hurry, Nick.
I saw Burns the other day. He swore they'd cooked up a beauty. You know, I'm really intrigued.
Yes, please.
Miss Bowen and Mr. Carter.
Oh, yes. Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Alphabet Club.
Thank you.
The members are waiting in the lounge room. Will you follow me, please?
Could I join too, Nick?
No, Patsy. They don't admit women. But they asked me to bring you along because they said they knew I worked with you in my cases.
Pretty swank place, isn't it, Nick?
I wonder how much the club dues are.
Right here, sir. Just one moment, please. Gentlemen, Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
Well, for the love of...
Gentlemen, open the door, please. Mr. Archer, Mr. Burns, please open. Mr. Crane, Mr. Dennis.
Enter the house of death. Murder awaits Nick Carter.
Golly, it's pitch dark.
Watch your step, Patsy. Don't trip on any dead body.
What's that noise I hear? Sounds like we're in a toy shop.
Let's close it up, Miss Bourne. Lights, please. Let's have some light water. That's it. Here we are.
Oh, golly. Who's that lying on the floor?
I assume it's Santa Claus.
Right you are. The name of this mystery is Who Killed Santa Claus? And if Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen want any dinner, they'd better find out who done it, and quick.
Very well, gentlemen. I shall begin with the taking of the evidence.
My name is Arnold Archer. I love Santa Claus, but today I hate him.
Why?
Because he brought me this cap pistol. And I really wanted a horn.
My name is Nelson Burns, and this horn is a sad disappointment to me. I hate Santa Claus. I really wanted the sword he gave Walter Crane.
And I wanted the cap pistol he gave Archer.
Well, who's Santa Claus?
Oh, that's George Dennis. He'll say hello after Mr. Carter finds out who done it.
Well, gentlemen, I see you all have a good and sufficient motive for killing Santa Claus. I must now examine our make-believe corpse to discover the method of this brutal, foul, and illegal make-believe murder. In my opinion... Patsy.
Nick, what is it?
Get on the phone. Call Matty. Get the homicide squad up here fast.
Mr. Carter...
I'm not joking, Mr. Archer. You better call the other members and cancel the dinner. Your make-believe murder has turned real. Dennis has been shot to death.
All right. Now, just a minute. I want to get you guys straight. Who's the corpse, Nick?
George Dennis, the lawyer. You remember him, Matty. He was retained as an expert in the Wilner case.
Yeah, I got that. Now, which one is Arnold Archer?
I am.
The financier, Sergeant.
Believe me, Sergeant Matheson, this must be some kind of ghastly mistake.
Well, none of us would want to kill Dennis. We were his friends, Sergeant. We couldn't have any reason to kill him.
Oh, you're Burns, huh? Nelson Burns.
Yes.
And the gentleman over there is Walter Crane.
I think this is in pretty bad taste, Carter, and I don't like it. Dennis was killed accidentally, there's no doubt of it. It's pretty cheap to try and turn this into a murder case for the sake of notoriety.
Now listen, wise guy.
Wait. Mr. Crane, you're positive this was an accident. Why?
Well, isn't it obvious? The four of us were alone in this room when the steward knocked on the door. Dennis lay down on the floor, I put out the lights, and Nelson Burns fired off the blanks.
Yes?
Well, evidently, a round of live ammunition must have gotten mixed up with the blanks.
No, that's not true. I swear it.
Mr. Burns is right. I checked the gun. There are 4 rimfire blank shells in the chambers.
Only 4?
I see Patsy understands what I mean. Doesn't anyone else?
What is this, Nick?
When Patsy and I were outside, we heard 5 shots.
5?
Meaning that a 5th shot was fired along with those 4 blanks. Meaning that one of you 3 gentlemen took advantage of the make-believe murder to murder George Dennis.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Quiet, gentlemen, please. None of you are to leave this room. Matty, get your squad in here. Search these men. Then take this place apart if you have to. I want to find the gun that killed Dennis.
Okay, Nick.
The murderer wants to save us the trouble. He can talk now. Believe me, gentlemen, this won't be any make-believe search. Nobody have anything to say? All right, Matty. Get going.
Right.
We're over here, Matty.
Comparing notes. Got anything to offer, Sergeant?
Well, let's hear what you've got first.
Well, Archer's the famous financier. Worth over $1 million. Wouldn't kill for money.
Nelson Burns, same status. Plenty of money. Ditto for Walter Crane.
All 4 men were pretty close friends at college. Known each other for years. Apparently, they're still friends. Now, that might not be true. People grow apart sometimes.
On the other hand, all 3 are pretty ruthless kind of men. I imagine you have to be tough to make the success they have.
And you have to have a certain amount of cold courage to pull off a murder the way this one's been handled. Now, how about the gun?
There ain't no gun.
What?
You heard me, Patsy. There ain't no gun. Nick, we took them guys apart and put them together again. We took the room apart.
There ain't but one gun in the place. The one that fired the blanks.
But that's impossible.
You're telling me? Nick, we opened every book. We even took the toys apart. No soap. And the gun couldn't have been thrown out the window because there ain't no window. Look, it's getting pretty late, Nick, and they're getting kind of sore in there. Do you want me to hold them?
I'll tell you what, Matty. Their bedroom's upstairs. They can all go upstairs if they want and try and get some sleep, but they're not to leave the club.
Right.
And I want a ballistics report of the bullet that killed Dennis as soon as possible.
Right.
If you want me, I'll be in the kitchen.
What doing?
Getting something to eat. And pumping the steward. I'm hungry for food and facts. Now, this is a man that can cook after my own heart.
Thank you, sir.
Me too. I'll take lessons from you any day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Too bad a dinner like this had to be wasted.
Oh, it's not the dinner I mind, sir. It's the fact that your joining the club was so...
Inauspicious?
The very word, sir.
You think they'll take me in anyway, despite what happened tonight?
Why, of course, sir. I'm sure the gentlemen are still anxious to have the famous Nick Carter as a member.
Even when it means the famous Nick Carter has become merely an infamous detective accusing the members of murder?
I'm sure it was an accident, sir.
You think a live shell might have gotten mixed up with the blanks?
Yes, sir.
I see. Steward, do you know who loaded the gun?
It was Mr. Crane, sir.
The engineer?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Crane always plans our little festivities, sir. He planned the entire initiation tonight. Talking about it all week he was, sir. I used to see him late at night, thinking it over in the lounge, chuckling to himself.
Was it his gun?
Yes, sir.
I see. Well, thanks very much, Steward. Both for the excellent food and for the information.
Especially the food.
Come on, Betsy.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd like to go upstairs and have a few words with Crane.
Nick, do you think Crane...
Don't know, Betsy. Certainly, he's a likely prospect.
I didn't like the way he kept insisting it was an accident.
What I don't like is the fact that Walter Crane, engineer, gentleman with a calculating and mechanical frame of mind, gentleman who loaded the gun himself, failed to notice an extra shot was fired.
Nick!
That's no initiation. Come on, upstairs quick.
Hey, Nick, you hear that?
Came from upstairs, Matty. Come quick.
Sounded like Crane to me.
Nick, this might be a trap to get us up here.
Hey, wait a minute. This is Crane's room right here. Glory be. It's Crane, all right. Dead on the floor.
With a toy sword in his heart.
Who's the man who turned make-believe murder into reality and then covered it up by a second murder with a make-believe sword? How will Nick break this strange case? We'll see in just a moment. Most folks remember what a long, tiresome job it used to be to keep floors and linoleum spick and span. But now, Linex self-polishing wax, the modern shortcut to beautiful floors, has cut that job to a minimum. For Linex self-polishing wax, made from a new formula developed by leading chemists to give you the finest, is designed to save you work, to give your floors and linoleum amazing new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance. For one thing, Linex self-polishing wax takes only a jiffy to wipe on and dries without tiresome rubbing to a handsome, satiny luster. For another, because Linex self-polishing wax contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax, the finish lasts longer. What's more, the underwriters' laboratories have proved by actual test that any hardwood, linoleum, or rubber tile floor is less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. No wonder it's called the anti-skid floor finish, and it always gives that satiny look that only real wax can give. So it's just common sense to depend on Linex self-polishing wax, the new way to perfect floor care. Enjoy greater leisure, greater convenience, greater beauty in your home with Linex self-polishing wax, available at your hardware, paint, or department store. Ask your dealer now for all three great Linex home brighteners, the easy way to more attractive living. And now back to our story. The make-believe murder of George Dennis, which was staged as Nick's initiation to the Alphabet Club, suddenly turned real. Nick could find no motive for the murder, and Sergeant Matheson was unable to locate the gun that fired the death shot. While Nick and Patsy were collating evidence in the club, they heard a scream and rushed upstairs to find Walter Crane stabbed to death, a toy sword in his heart. Now, with Sergeant Matheson and Patsy, Nick examines the dead man as the other club members, Burns and Archer, rush into the room.
For heaven's sakes, Carter, what is it?
Who screamed? All right. Don't park here. This ain't no Coney Island peep show.
But Arnold, it's Crane.
What do you guys think this is, a reunion? Go on, get out of here. Go on back to your
Just a
rooms.
minute, Matty. I want to ask a couple of questions.
Okay.
Mr. Archer, where were you when you heard Crane scream?
Well, I just finished bathing. I was in the shower room.
I see. It's why you're still carrying a bath towel.
Yes.
And you, Mr. Burns?
Well, I was in my room waiting for Archer to finish. I was smoking a cigar at my window.
Where's the cigar?
I don't know. I think I dropped it out the window when I heard Crane yell.
Matty, get one of your men to check that.
Right. Be back in a flash.
Now, let's have a look at that sword. May I borrow your towel a moment, Archer?
Certainly.
I don't want to smudge any prints that might be on it.
You are?
Thanks. Just wrap this towel around it.
Mr. Carter, surely you don't think
You what, Mr. Burns?
Well, merely because I said in jest that I wanted Crane's toy sword during the make-believe murder. You don't think that I killed Crane with it?
Deductive reasoning isn't that obvious, Mr. Burns. You have nothing to worry about on that count.
Thank you.
But both of you have plenty to worry about on other counts.
No, Mr. Carter.
Look here,
surely
gentlemen.
you can...
I don't think either of you understand. 2 murders have been committed in this club. Someone's guilty. That leaves 3 suspects. You, Mr. Archer.
What?
You, Mr. Burns.
But
And the steward. They execute men for murder, gentlemen. Try to understand that.
Well, I found the cigar all right, Nick.
All right, Matty, thanks. These gentlemen may return to their rooms.
All right, gents. Well, Nick, what about Crane?
Killed almost instantly, just time enough to scream.
Uh-huh.
Whoever killed him used plenty of power to thrust this dull blade deep enough to penetrate the heart.
Any prints on the blade, Nick?
I'll take the towel off and look. No. Blade's dry and clean as a mirror. You look at it by reflected light. Not a latent print on it, not even a smudge.
That doesn't help much.
Well, I got news. It ain't going to help much more.
Yes?
They took this slug out of Dennis. Here, look at it.
Thanks. 22, I see. Wait. Hello.
You see, huh?
Nick, what is it?
No rifling marks on this bullet, Patsy.
No rifling marks?
No lands or grooves on the slug at all. Now, what's that supposed to mean? The killer threw it at Dennis?
That's impossible. We heard the extra shot.
Matty's just being difficult, Patsy. I think Matty's bad news is the best I've had on this case.
Well, now, what's that supposed to mean?
It means I think I know where to find the gun that killed Dennis. Come on, Patsy. We're going to have a look at Dennis's house.
Well, how in blazes did the gun get there?
I didn't say the gun was there. The gun's in this house.
Then why do you go into Dennis's place?
To find out why it was fired. Oh, not a scrap of paper worth looking at in his desk, Patsy. Looks like we'll have to open that safe.
Too bad Dennis was a bachelor. No one here to give us the combination.
We could wait for a court order to have the safe opened, but I don't think we'll bother. Just have the stethoscope in my bag.
Okay, Chief. You going to crack this crib?
Hey, where did you pick up that jargon?
From a crime magazine. Here's your scope.
Thanks. Well, that magazine must have been 15 years old. Crooks don't talk that way anymore.
No? Well, how would they describe what you're doing?
They'd say that I was exercising a natural facility and delicacy of touch to turn the dial. Meanwhile, using a medical device to hear the tumblers fall. Quiet now. Shouldn't take long. It's a 3-bolt job.
What made you go straight, Nick?
That, Patsy, is a base insinuation. My criminal facility was acquired during a long career of fighting crooks. There we are. All right, let's go through this stuff quickly. Here's Dennis's insurance. $100,000. Bar Association's beneficiary.
Packages of old letters.
Skip 'em.
Oh, here's a note from Archer. Offers Dennis $150,000 for the shares of stock Dennis holds in Archer's company.
Nice sum. Wait a minute. Here's a will.
Oh, let's see.
Now, this is very interesting. Mr. Dennis leaves all cash and stock holdings to his old ex-college roommate, John Wendell.
Who's John Wendell?
John Wendell happens to be the steward of the Alphabet Club.
Well.
Old college friend, eh? Maybe that won't interest Matty.
Nick, do you think it was Wendell, the steward? He killed Dennis for the stock?
Hey, wait, let's have a look at that envelope here. Looks like it contains stock shares.
It does. Nick, there's only one share of stock in here. One single share. Par value $500. Someone's taken the rest.
Just one share, huh? Patsy, where's that note from Archer you just read me?
Here, Nick. Why?
Let's see. For you, $150,000 for... Uh-huh. Patsy, you didn't read this correctly. It says that Archer offers Dennis $150,000 for his share of stock. Dennis only owned the one share.
Then why should Archer offer him $150,000 for a share of stock worth only $500?
You'll find out shortly. Let me have that phone.
Oh, why do you always have to be so mysterious, Nick?
I don't like making statements until I'm positive.
Alphabet Club. Sergeant Matheson speaking.
Matty, this is Nick.
Oh, what'd you find, Nick?
I think I found all the answers.
Well, Nick, leave me here.
Not on the phone. I'm going to demonstrate. Now listen.
I'm listening.
Get the surviving members out of bed.
Yeah?
Tell them I've broken the case. Tell them I'm going to reenact the crime for them.
Yeah, how?
When Patsy and I come to the door, I want the steward to meet us. Then we'll play the make-believe murder all over again, just as it happened. You can take Crane's part.
Reenact the make-believe murder?
Right.
I think you're crazy, Nick.
Maybe. But this time, the make-believe murder is going to lead to an honest-to-goodness solution. All set, Patsy?
I've got it, Nick. We're going to repeat everything we did earlier this evening.
Right. And that repetition means every detail, no matter how small.
Right.
First, I rang the bell.
Yes, sir?
Miss Bowen and Mr. Carter.
Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Alphabet Club. I think I asked you to follow me, Mr. Carter.
Right. Go ahead. All set in there, Matty?
Lights out and ready to go.
Gentlemen, Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
Make like I'm screaming, Nick. That was Crane's job.
Go on, Stuart. Knock again.
Then I said, gentlemen, please open the door.
Right. And then?
Only 4 shots that time.
That was Burns opening the door. Then what?
I said something about entering the house of death.
We came in.
And heard toy sounds.
Then I told Crane to put on the lights.
I'll take care of that.
Thanks. I asked who was lying on the floor.
And I assumed it was Santa Claus. Then you started explaining, Archer. So explain.
The name of this mystery is Who Killed Santa Claus? If Mr. Carter wants any dinner, he'd better solve it.
Gentlemen, I shall begin with the taking of the evidence.
Oh, this is screwy.
My name is Arnold Archer. Today I hate Santa Claus.
Why?
Because he brought me this cap pistol. I wanted a horn.
My name is Nelson Burns. And this horn...
1 minute, Mr. Burns.
Yes?
We left out a detail. Mr. Archer was supposed to snap his cap pistol when he spoke. Go ahead, Mr. Archer. Well, go ahead. Fire that gun, Mr. Archer.
You'll never get me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Watch out for that toy gun.
Glory be, that cap pistol was loaded. It fired a real bullet.
And that lie still, Archer. You'll never break away. That, Mary, is a solution of our missing gun.
But, Nick, why?
The single share of stock Dennis held was the answer. He never owned more than one share of stock, and yet Archer wanted to buy it back for $150,000.
$150,000? What for?
I'm afraid Mr. Dennis was guilty of an old legal racket. As a stockholder in Archer's firm, he had the right of access to the company's books.
You seem to have all the answers, Carter. Yes, he searched through those books until he dug out enough of the evidence of illegal market operations to ruin us.
And then offered to sell his share of stock and stockholders' right to bring action back to you for an exorbitant sum.
Aha, blackmail.
Legal blackmail. Mr. Archer, you were afraid Dennis was going to blackmail you for the rest of his life. So you killed him, which is the final irony of the case, that the make-believe murder was committed with a make-believe gun.
In just a moment, Nick will be back to give you the final details and tell you how a toy gun could commit a make-believe murder. Here's a special message for the man of the house. If you're a golfer with pet clubs that must last for the duration, or if it's your special job to keep the household woodwork in shape, Linex Clear Gloss is good news for you. For Linex Clear Gloss gives a good-looking yet tough protective finish to any surface. When you use it on your treasured golf clubs, they'll look like new. And when you put Linex Clear Gloss on closet doors, window frames, and stairway banisters, what a help that is. Yes, any surface protected by Linex Clear Gloss requires only a minimum of upkeep, for the whisk of a damp cloth removes finger marks, dust, smudges, leaving a gleaming, lustrous surface that lasts and lasts. One application of Linex Clear Gloss, which flows on evenly, leaving no brush marks, will serve you for months and look well the whole time. Ask your dealer now for Linex Clear Gloss, the finest in household finishes. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember, your dealer is headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. Chemtone covers most wall surfaces in one coat, dries in 1 hour, bringing bright new loveliness to your walls and ceilings in bedroom, living room, or hall. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Nick, I thought Sergeant Matheson checked the toy gun when he searched the room and found nothing wrong with it.
That's right, Ken. A point very few people know is the fact that certain types of cap pistols can fire live ammunition. The bullet is wedged into the barrel through a small hole in the plate that should support the cap. Then the hammer is snapped and discharges the bullet, accurately enough to kill at short range.
So Archer killed Dennis with the gun and then pretended it was a toy.
Right. He disposed of the cartridge by the simple means of swallowing it. I guessed that, and he admitted it.
Well, why'd he kill Crane?
Because Crane's methodical memory couldn't be fooled. He finally recalled where the extra shot came from. When he called Archer into his room and confronted him, Archer killed him. Said he just grabbed up the toy sword and stabbed.
Did you know that before?
Well, I had a pretty good idea. On the pretext of protecting fingerprints on the sword, I borrowed Archer's towel. He claimed he'd been bathing, but his towel was quite dry. Didn't even dampen the metal blade.
That's right. I remember you mentioned it.
I staged the repeat performance to frighten Archer and save us the trouble of a long cross-examination. I knew that Archer, in self-defense, would probably load his toy gun again, hoping to use it to effect an escape. That was what I was playing the scene for.
Golly.
Pretty clever. Well, what story have you got in mind for us next week, Nick?
Well, Ken, next week, Patsy and I are going to meet a corpse that has been shot to death by a person or persons unknown. The only clue to the mystery is a letter in the pocket of the dead man.
But the odd thing is the fact that there wasn't any stamp or address on the envelope, and there wasn't anything on the paper inside.
A letter without anything on it? What do you call this story, Nick?
The case of the unwritten letter.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Charlotte Manson plays Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners: Linex Self-Polishing Wax, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Clear Gloss, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it? It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's the case of the dictaphone murder. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters. The detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick should be here any minute, Mr. Buckley.
He told me on the phone that he'd be here at 9 o'clock. That's why I came so early.
It's only a few minutes after 9 now. It won't be long.
You see, I've got a great...
Oh.
Good morning, Patsy.
Hello, Nick.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Buckley, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Carter. When I met you after your lecture at the club the other evening, I said to myself, that's the man I'll go to when I need help.
And you need it now?
Very much. I want you to thoroughly investigate Roger Denham, the man who's going to marry my daughter.
Well, what's he done?
I don't know that he's done anything. I simply want to be sure that he's the right kind of man to be my son-in-law.
Well, really, Mr. Buckley, I don't go in for that sort of thing at all.
Oh, that's not the only reason. The Buckley Corporation is going to build a large new office building, and Roger Denham has been awarded the contract for the work. I want to know that he can carry it out successfully.
Mr. Buckley, I deal for the most part in crime. It interests me, and I've made it my life work. What you're asking me to do does not interest me. Furthermore, I don't have the time for it.
I see. Well, perhaps this will interest you. It's an anonymous letter I received in the mail this morning. I don't put much stock in such things, but, well, here it is.
Roger Denham is married, has been for 6 years. His wife is now on her way to the Royal Arms Hotel. Better warn your daughter.
Does that interest you, Mr. Carter?
Not very much. Information like that can be checked too easily to offer any problem as far as I'm concerned. Nothing very mysterious about this note. It's typed on a decent grade of paper by a fairly good typewriter. Half of the letter L is missing because of a defective type bar, and there's no threat in it, except one fact.
I'm sorry you won't act for me, Mr. Carter, but I suppose you'll have your reasons.
Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Oh, morning, Patsy. Nick there?
Oh, yes, he is. Just a minute. For you, Nick, Sergeant Matheson.
What got you down to your office so early, Matty?
What do you mean, office? I've been there, and now I'm up here at the Royal Arms. If you're not busy, you might take a run over here.
What's up?
Murder. Guy named Roger Denham.
Did you say Roger Denham?
I did. Why? Friend of yours?
No, just a coincidence, that's all.
What about Denham, Mr. Carter?
What's the story, Matty?
He's been strangled to death. If you're not busy...
I'll be right over. What room?
312. I'll wait for you, Nick, but make it snappy.
I will. So long.
Mr. Carter, has something happened to Denham?
Buckley, when did you see him last?
Yesterday evening. I called on him at the hotel to see if I could find out something about him personally. Why?
He's just been murdered.
Murdered? Denham?
Yes. Police are there in his room now. Let me have that letter again.
Yes, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Well, top of the morning to you, Patsy. Nick.
Hello, Waldo.
Don't bother to sit down, Walter. You and I are going out immediately. We're going to look into a murder. Hi, Matty.
Well, Nick, you made good time. It's only 9:30. Yep. Oh, hello, Buffalo Bill.
Well, if it ain't the terror of the police force himself. Stuck, are you?
No, I'm not stuck. Just thought Nick might like to have a look-see.
Right, Matty. What have you found so far?
Well, there's the body, Nick, right on the floor where we found it. He was strangled by some guy with an enormous pair of hands. You can still see the marks on his throat. Must have been a struggle the way the room was upset, but it wasn't robbery. Nothing is missing as far as we can tell.
Any fingerprints?
No, not a one. Maid found the body when she came in to clean about 9 o'clock. Coroner says death occurred about 8:30 this morning.
All-night party or an early morning blowout?
I checked with the room clerk, and he says he saw no visitors this morning, but the telephone operator says a guy named Johnny Casper called about 7:45 this morning. She said she knew his voice because he'd called so often before.
If he came here, he'd know the way without asking at the desk.
Yeah. Said she wasn't listening, but she gathered from what she just happened to hear that Casper wanted to see Denham right away.
Well, we can look into that when we... Wait. Room 312.
Is Mr. Denham there?
Who's calling?
Mr. Allen of the Buckley Corporation. I'd like to talk to Mr. Denham.
What do you want to talk to Denham about?
Who are you?
This is Nick Carter. I'm sorry to say you can't talk to Denham. He's just been murdered.
Denham? Murdered? Did you say murdered?
I did. What do you want to talk to him about?
Why, I'm the chairman of the board for the Buckley Corporation. We've just awarded a contract to Mr. Denham for the construction of the Buckley building, and I wanted to make an appointment with him to settle a number of details. And you say he's...
Unfortunately, yes, Mr. Allen.
It's terribly unfortunate. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Some friend of Denham's, Nick?
Business acquaintance, apparently. Wanted to make a date with him.
It's a little late for that, I'm thinking.
Hey, Nick, here's something.
Yes, what is it, Matty?
It's a piece of silk. Pocket off a shirt, I'd say. Found it clenched in Denham's fist.
Must have been ripped off in the struggle.
A clue, by golly. Now we can start investigating, Nick.
Looks like it.
Matty, will you let me have this?
Oh, now, look, Nick, that's the only real piece of evidence we got.
I know it, and I'll take care of it. Just want to find out what Mills made it and what they did with it.
Oh, but, Nick, look, why
Now,
can't...
look, I can do it faster than you can, Matty. You know that.
Oh, I suppose so, but I
Thanks. Yeah. Waldo, suppose you dig around and find out what Mills this piece of silk came from. Shouldn't be difficult because there's a flaw here in the weave. Should make identification easy. You better get going.
Legwork. Always legwork for Waldo. A good detective like me, and I ain't allowed to detect.
A good detective follows orders, too. Don't forget that.
Oh, sure, Nick, sure. I was just...
So long, Waldo. I'll see you at the office later.
Okay, Nick, okay.
Well, Nick, I guess there isn't much else here we can see.
I'll just take a look around while I'm here. Yeah.
Huh?
Room looks as if somebody been through it, looking for something. The way it's all upside down.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What do you suppose he was looking for?
I wouldn't know, Matty. You see this?
Huh?
This piece of wire sticking out under the closet door?
No, what is it?
Well, let's see.
Hey, it goes up the closet wall and through the ceiling.
The maid still here?
Yeah, right outside. Hey, maid!
Yes, sir?
Who lives in the room over this?
Nobody, sir. It's empty. Or it was yesterday afternoon when I cleaned it up about 4:30.
That sounds suspicious in itself, an empty hotel room these days.
Royal Arms.
Desk clerk, please.
Desk clerk.
This is Nick Carter on the murder of Denham. Who has room 412?
Mrs. Denham has it now, sir.
Mrs. Denham?
Yes, sir.
When did she come in?
Just a few minutes ago. Denham reserved the room yesterday for friends, he said. When Mrs. Denham came in, I supposed he meant it for her, so I gave it to her. I called Denham to check, but got no answer.
What time was that?
About 5 minutes to 9.
You know anything about a wire in the closet of 312?
A wire? No, Mr. Carter, I don't.
That's all, thanks. Matty, I believe this wire is a part of the answer to this murder.
Yeah?
Let's go up and have a...
Hey, that came from upstairs, Nick.
Mrs. Denham, come on, Matty, hurry.
Oh, it's no good, Nick. He disappeared somewhere, went down the fire escape, and either got to the bottom or slipped into a room on the way down.
Too bad. Now, Mrs. Denham, suppose you tell me the whole story right from the beginning.
Well, I got here this morning just before 9 o'clock. The clerk said Roger had engaged this room for me, so I came up. I was too tired to unpack, so I just lay down on the bed for a few minutes. I didn't sleep because I had a queer feeling someone was watching me. Then about 15 minutes ago, I got up, washed, and started down to get some breakfast. But after I'd gone a few steps, I found I'd forgotten my lipstick, so I came back for it. As I opened the door, I saw a man in the room, just starting to climb out the window. I screamed, and he disappeared.
Did you get a good look at him?
No, I didn't. But he looked like a large man with big hands. I saw those.
Mrs. Denham, how does it happen you arrived here just this time?
Why, I got an anonymous letter yesterday. Here it is.
Thank you. Your husband has been out of the Army for 6 weeks. He is staying here at the Royal Arms. Pretends he's not married and is making big play for daughter of head of Buckley Corporation. Enclosed is ticket from your town here. Better come if you want to avoid trouble. And the letter L on behalf of Prince. Same typewriter on both notes.
What was that, Mr. Carter?
Oh, nothing. Go on with your story, please.
I didn't even know Roger was out of the Army. The last I heard was 2 months ago when he wrote that he and his buddy, Johnny Casper...
Nick, Johnny Casper again.
Yes. Go ahead, Mrs. Denham.
He said they were getting out any minute, and he let me know as soon as they did. But when this letter came, I thought
Yes,
well,
I know. And that's all?
Well, yes, I think so.
You mind if I have a look in your closet?
My closet? Why, no, not at all.
Anything here, Nick?
There certainly is. A dictaphone machine.
What? There's the wire that comes up from downstairs.
This is what I rather expected, Matty. Denham was making a record of an interview we had with someone, but the record is gone.
That's what the guy Mrs. Denham saw was after. Maybe he got it, Nick.
Mrs. Denham, how long were you out of this room?
Just a few seconds, no longer. I went out and then came back almost at once.
Then the man didn't get it, Matty. Wouldn't have had time. But someone got it.
That's the clue we ought to have, Nick. I bet it would tell the whole story.
Yes, there must have been something pretty incriminating on it to make him kill Denham.
Kill? Did you say kill Denham? Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Denham. I didn't realize you heard me. I'm very sorry, but it's true.
Oh.
Your husband was killed about an hour ago.
Roger, dead.
Matty, better take this machine to headquarters. See if there are any prints on it that'll help. Okay, get Mrs. Denham's, too, just in case.
Nick, you don't
I don't know. Better take no chances. Let me get the serial number on the machine so I can have Patsy check on it, and I'll be on my way.
Get on your way where, Nick?
To see Johnny Casper. He looks like a good starting point.
You see, Mr. Carter, we were buddies in the service. I liked Roger, so when we got out, I brought him back here with me. He'd been a contractor in a small town about 100 miles north of here, and I thought perhaps we could go in business together. I'm a contractor, too, you know.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, I've done some pretty big things for a young fellow. Well, anyway, I introduced Roger to Mr. Allen, the chairman of the board of the Buckley Corporation, and to Buckley himself. Then I took him up to Olive's house one night. She's Buckley's daughter. I was engaged to her at the time. Well, I introduced him to her. What a heel that guy turned out to be.
Just how do you mean, Casper?
Well, instead of bidding on the Buckley building with me as partners, he submitted a separate bid of his own. And he entertained Allen and every member of the board at parties. And he made a big play for my girl behind my back. Knifed me every way he could. My pal.
You say you were engaged to Miss Buckley. You're not now?
Oh, I'll say I'm not. 2 days ago, when I called her to make a date, she told me we were through. She was now engaged to Denham.
So you have little reason to like Denham.
I've never hated anybody in my life the way I hated that man.
Where were you this morning about 8 o'clock?
This morning? Why, I was right here in bed.
You're sure? You weren't at the Royal Arms talking to Denham?
What in heaven's name makes you think
Answer my question, Casper. Were you at the Royal Arms?
Why, no, Well, yes, I was, too. Why should I deny it? I went down to tell Roger to lay off my girl. I'd tell his wife what was going on.
And what did he say to that?
He told me to go as far as I liked. He was on top, and he was going to stay there in spite of the devil and me.
Did you two have a fight?
With words, yes, but that's all. Got so mad I left him and came back here to think.
I see you have a typewriter. You mind if I tried?
Why, no, go right ahead.
Thanks. So it was you who wrote those anonymous letters to Buckley and to Mrs. Denham?
Yes, I did. I'm not ashamed of doing it. I hated Denham.
Enough to kill him?
Yes, but I didn't. I saw too much killing in the war. It's funny, isn't it? I bring my buddy back here to help him out, and he cheats me out of everything I want. Underbids me on the Buckley job and even steals my girl. What a laugh. No, I didn't kill him, but I wish I had long ago.
Pardon me, but I was referred to you to...
And am I glad you were. We don't get many in here like you, baby.
I want to find out something about...
I'm the boy that can tell you, baby. Anything you want to know.
I have here the serial number.
Now, look, let's not talk about numbers. Let's talk about you. You're the number I'm interested in right now.
Well, look, will you please listen?
Am I listening to every word you say, gorgeous? Go ahead, talk.
I want to find out about dictaphone machine number 248749AY.
Hey, look. What are you doing tonight, slick chick?
Working. Number 248749AY, please.
I bet you do a mean rumba. How's about giving me a whirl tonight, hmm?
Oh, look. I want to find out about this...
Yeah, baby, I'm trying to find out, too. How late are you working tonight?
Huh? I don't know.
No, I bet you're not working at all. Just stalling me along to see how far I'll go. Well, I'll go a long way for you, good-looking.
Oh, will you please?
Oh, listen, Reb, how's about letting me call you when I get through tonight? Have a lunch together. I know just the place. Come on, what do you say?
All right, you win. Call me at Pennsylvania 68601. Ask for Patsy.
Atta, baby, now you're cooking on all four. Now, what do you want to know?
Where this machine 248749AY has been for the last 48 hours.
Well, leave me look. 248749AY. Leased to a guy named Roger Denham yesterday afternoon. Not back yet. That make you happy, baby?
Getting the information does. Thank you.
Hey, you can't go like this. It's almost my lunch hour. How's about putting on a pair of bibs together down at Mike's place,
You've got my phone number and my name, and that's all you're going to get from me. Goodbye.
Oh, don't be like that, gorgeous. I just want... Oh, there you are, Patsy. We've been waiting for you. Find anything?
Nick, do I look fascinating to you?
Hey, Patsy, this is police headquarters, remember?
Other men find me irresistible. Do you?
Snap out of it, Patsy. Did you find out about the dictaphone?
Huh? Oh, yes. Leased to Roger Denham yesterday afternoon for 48 hours.
That checks, Matty. Huh? He expected a visitor and wanted the interview recorded. Oh, I wish I knew what was on that record.
Oh, I was starting to tell you when Patsy came in, Nick. There were 2 sets of fingerprints on that dictaphone. Denham's and somebody else's. The others don't check with any we got. They must be the murderers when he got the record.
Are they extra large?
Hey, they aren't, Nick. They're small. So they couldn't have been his.
Maybe they don't mean anything. Could have been on the machine when Denham got it. Anyway, Waldo. How'd you make out?
You asked me to find out about that there piece of silk now, didn't you?
I did.
Well, when you give old Deadeye McGlynn a job, he does it. Yes, sir. And I had some job, too, believe me, but I came through.
For the love of Mike, Waldo, stop talking and say something.
I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting me.
Waldo, what did you find out?
Well, the silk was woven by the seasoned mills. Now, they made up about a dozen shirts out of it, and then they discovered there was a flaw in the stuff, so they junked the rest. And they sold them shirts to the Lionel Men's Shop right here in town.
Did you go there?
No, I didn't. I thought maybe you would like to do some of the detecting yourself.
Okay. That's my next visit. The Lionel Men's Shop. Come on, Patsy, come on.
This is Buckley speaking.
This is Nick Carter, Mr. Buckley. I find that you bought a dozen white silk shirts from the Lionel shop a few months ago.
Yes, I did. They offered me a special price, I recall. Why?
Did you keep them all yourself?
Why, no, I didn't. I got them just before Christmas, and I gave several of them away as presents.
Could you tell me to whom you gave them?
Well, now, let me see. I remember giving Alan 3 of them, and I kept 5 for myself, I think. And the others... Oh, yes. My daughter Olive gave the rest to Johnny Casper so he'd have some when he got out of the Army. They were going around together at that time.
Nobody else got any?
I believe not. Couldn't swear to it, of course.
All right, thanks. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye.
What do you say, Nick?
He kept some, gave some to Alan, and some to Casper.
Casper? We keep coming back to him, don't we?
Seems so. He certainly had a motive. But if he did it, where does the dictaphone come in?
Yes, I see what you mean. But who else is there? Alan?
Well, I suppose we better check on his whereabouts at the time of the killing this morning. Mustn't leave any stone unturned. Come on.
No, Mr. Allen isn't at home just now, Mr. Carter. Can I do anything for you?
Perhaps. What time did Mr. Allen get up this morning?
At his usual hour, sir. About 9:30.
Are you sure of that?
Oh, absolutely, sir. He came downstairs in his pajamas and dressing gown to ask me about a suit he couldn't find. It was at the cleaner's.
What time were you up this morning?
I start work at 8 o'clock regularly, sir. It's my habit.
And you didn't see Mr. Allen until 9:30?
Why, no, sir. May I inquire why you're asking all these questions?
You may, but I'm not going to answer just now. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Come on, Patsy. Let's try something else. Maybe we'll have more luck there.
Well, Nick, you going to check up on Mr. Buckley?
Buckley?
Well, yes. You've investigated 2 of the 3 men who got the silk shirts. You can't omit Buckley, can you?
I suppose you're right, Patsy. We can't afford to... Oh, I wish I had that record Denham made. That would probably tell us the motive. Just now, we are completely missing a motive.
Well, Casper had one. But as you've said, that doesn't account for the record.
No, it doesn't. I wonder...
Huh? What is it, Nick?
Wait. I want to call Matty. I'm going in the drugstore here.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, Matty, Nick, tell me. When you examined the prints in the dictaphone, did you find any of the smaller prints lapping over Denham's prints?
Why, come to think of it, yeah, Nick. Some of the little prints were on top of Denham's. Why?
Thanks. I'll see you later. Bye.
What's going on, Nick?
I think I know now where the missing dictaphone record is, Patsy, and when I get that, I should have the motive.
And the murderer. Let's go, Nick. goodness sake. Why did you ask to speak to the chambermaid?
Because I think she has the answer.
Well, what answer could she have?
You'll see. You're the chambermaid who found Mr. Denham's body this morning in room 312?
Yes, sir. I found him when I went in to clean the room.
Did you go to room 412 this morning?
Well, I did and I didn't.
Yes, how do you mean?
Well, you see, I clean the rooms that's vacant in the afternoon. The deadline's 5 o'clock, so I got to get them cleaned before then. So I cleaned up 412 yesterday, like always. That's a transient room. So this morning I opened 412 to see if somebody's been in. But when I seen it like I left it, I didn't go in.
I see. You went to the room at all this morning.
Like I told you. I just looked in and see nobody's been in, so I locked it up again.
You won't mind letting me take your fingerprints, will you?
Fingerprints? What do you want them for?
Just for the record. You're not scared, are you?
Scared? Why should I be scared?
And you won't mind if I take your prints?
No, I don't guess so. How do you do it?
Just press your fingers on this little ink pad, like this.
Yeah?
Then press them on this pad, like this.
Yeah.
Ah.
Do they match, Nick? Match? Match what?
So you didn't go in room 412 this morning.
I told you
I know what you told me. Now tell me the truth. You went to the door and you went in. And you took a record off a dictaphone machine you found in the closet. Why?
Golly, mister. Can you tell all that from my fingerprints?
I can. So you better tell me the truth.
All right. Well, here's what happened, and it's the gospel truth. I opened the door like I said. Then, just as I started to close it again, I heard a funny noise. I listened, and it come from the closet. I looked, and there was a funny machine there with one of them trick kind of records on it.
And you took it?
Yeah. I didn't think it was stealing. I just wanted to see what was on it. So I brought it down here, and when I got a chance, I was going to play it on one of the machines in the office. But I've been too busy.
Do you know that Denham was killed for that record?
Honest, mister?
And if the murderer finds you've got it now, you're next.
Gee, I wouldn't like that. I don't want to be killed.
And you better get me the record right now.
Sure. Sure, mister. I got it hidden in one of the cleaning closets. I'll get it for you, honest. You wait right here.
We'll wait. And then we'll play the record, Patsy. I've got to know what's on it.
Here's Mr. Buckley, Nick.
Sorry to be late, Mr. Carter, but I got held up in traffic.
It's quite all right, Mr. Buckley. Now that you're all here, Buckley, Allen, Casper, and Sergeant Matheson, I'll tell you why I called you together. As you know, Roger Denham was murdered this morning in his hotel room, strangled. The only real clues we had were the prints of an unusually large hand on Denham's throat and a silk shirt pocket, evidently torn off during the struggle. We traced the shirts and found that each of you three men had one or more of those shirts. Casper has no alibi for the time of the killing. Allen, according to his butler, has. And Buckley, we don't know about.
If you'd asked me, I could have told you where I was.
I'm sure you could, Mr. Buckley, right to the very minute, no doubt. So any one of you might have owned the shirt with the torn pocket. We had to get at it another way. Motive. Which of you had the strongest motive to kill Denham? Buckley and Allen don't seem to have any reason. But Casper did.
Now, look here, Carter. Are you trying to pin this on me?
Sit down, Casper, and wait until I finish. I won't pin murder on anyone unless it belongs there. As I said, we needed a motive. But it was only late this afternoon that chance, plus the rational and logical elimination of other possibilities, gave me the answer. I now have the motive, and with it, the murderer.
And what is it, Mr. Carter?
Yes, don't keep us waiting this way.
Here it is. Listen. All right, Patsy.
Right.
Hello, Allen. What brings you out so early in the morning? I think you know, Denham. Stop that machine. Give me that record.
What's the trouble, Mr. Allen?
I said stop that machine. I owe you Take that record and now.
I want these gentlemen to hear what it says.
Confound you, Carter. I'll put a bullet right in.
Put a bullet nowhere, murderer. Give me that gun.
Come on. Get it to me.
That's better. All right, gentlemen. Now that Mr. Allen is quiet again, I'd like you to hear the rest of this record. Start it again, Patsy.
All right.
Hello, Allen. What brings you out so early in the morning? I think you know, Denham. Little matter of money. Money? What money? Do I owe you some? Hey, what is this? You trying to kid me? No, indeed. I just don't understand. Oh, no? You bid on the contract for the construction of the new Buckley building, remember? That's right. You were not the low bidder. You came in second. You were over $50,000 higher than the low bid.
Right again.
I reported to the board that I was convinced that the low bidder was not equipped to do this job and recommended giving it to you in spite of your price.
That's very decent of you, Alan.
Decent? You promised me $10,000 if I got you that contract. That's why I'm here. I want half of that $10,000 now before the contract is signed.
Hey, Alan, I never promised to pay you to get me that contract. I don't do business that way.
Why, you double-crossing gip artist. You'll pay me what you've promised or that contract will never be signed, I promise you.
But the board awarded it to me.
On my recommendation, and they'll award it to someone else if I don't get what's coming to me. I boss that board, and don't forget it. They do what I say. And you're going to do what you said you would, or else.
That's the end, Nick.
That's the most incredible thing I ever heard. So Allen killed him.
Mr. Allen, would you care to tell us what happened after the record was shut off?
Nothing. I left at once.
May I see your shirt?
No.
Yes. Here, open your vest. That's a good boy.
Nicky hasn't changed his shirt. His pocket's missing.
Very probably didn't even know it was gone in all the excitement of the murder. And if further proof is needed, I believe his hands will correspond to the marks on Denham's throat. I see you have unusually large hands, Mr. Allen.
Denham was a louse. He shut the machine off and told me he'd been making a record of our conversation. Said if I tried to collect what he'd promised me, he'd take the record to Buckley. I knew that would ruin me, and so
You killed him so you could find the record, so you could destroy it. I wouldn't have believed it possible. Well, you're right about one thing. You're through, finished, as far as I'm concerned.
And as far as the state is concerned, too, the chair will finish him. That's the case, gentlemen.
Oh, that's for me, Nick.
For you, Patsy. Who is it, do you know?
Oh, I'll say I do. Wait till he hears what I'm going to tell him. Oh, but I do wish somebody else would talk to me that way. Just once in a while. Hello!
Well, Nick, isn't it about time for you to give us a glimpse into next week's story?
Why, I shouldn't be surprised if you were right, Ken.
Well, suppose you take over then.
Right. The ingredients of my story next week are, first, a man who died of heart failure, but who was really murdered.
A will, which was the will the old man wrote, but which proved to be not the will he wrote.
And a signature which was forged by a person who wanted it known it had been forged.
Sounds like a fine collection of contradictions to me. What do you call it, Nick?
I call it the case of the clumsy forgeries.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics. In the broadcasts of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer, Waldo by Humphrey Davis. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor and Peggy Mayer. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Mr. Sweet, that sort of thing is entirely out of my line.
Yes, I suppose it is, Mr. Carter, but after all, you are our official investigator.
All right, all right. I'll have one of my men take care of it. Now tell me again what you want me to do.
One of our clients is being sued as a result of an automobile accident in which a woman was very severely injured. Our client got the name of one witness, but another witness got away before he could find out who he was.
Now, our client says he was a very tall, thin chap with red hair, probably in his late 20s. A bystander told him that he thought this man lived just a couple of blocks away. That's all we know about him. But his testimony is extremely important to us in our defense of the case. We must find him at once.
All right, Mr. Sweet, we'll find him. Where was the collision?
Corner of Boylston Avenue and 2nd Place on the north side.
And this red-haired young man lives a couple of blocks from there in some unknown direction?
That's what we believe, Mr. Carter.
All right. I'll send Mr. McGlynn out at once.
Thank you.
As soon as we have something definite, I'll let you know.
So began a case the like of which had never been encountered by Nick Carter, Master Detective. A search for a missing witness seemed like a simple routine job. But Nick didn't know about the two old ladies who lived in the little house on the edge of town. You'll learn all about it in The Case of the Little Old Ladies.
You say you don't know nobody with red hair?
No, I don't.
Keep on trying. Of all the jobs for a great detective like me, going from door to door looking for a guy who probably don't even exist. I never knew Nick to fall for such a dumb stunt before, and he had to wish it on me. I don't know why I don't quit. 47 houses I've been to. Nobody ever seen a guy like I'm looking for. But I heard about every kind of fella but the kind I want.
Yes? Who is it, please?
Good morning. I wonder if you can tell me anything about a tall, thin young man about 26, 28 years old with red hair.
Well, now, let me see. I know almost everybody in this neighborhood. We've lived here a great many years. If you'll come in, I'll ask my sister if she recalls such a person.
Oh, now, ma'am, I don't want to put you to no trouble.
No trouble at all. We'll be glad to help you if we can. Do come in, please.
Well, all right. Of course, I want to find this fellow, so if you can help...
Of course you do. Edith? Yes? Will you come here a minute, dear? What is it, Mary? Can I... Oh. Edith, this is Mr.
Waldo McGlynn, ma'am. Chief Assistant to Nick Carter.
Mr. McGlynn. How do you do, Mr. McGlynn?
How are you, ma'am?
Mr. McGlynn says he's looking for a tall, thin young man with red hair, about 26 or 28 years old. Do we know such a man?
Well, now let me see. There was James Bond. He used to live down the block next to Mosher's, but he moved away last year.
Oh, his hair was really almost blonde, dear. Do you suppose he could mean Walter Castle?
Oh, sister, he must be nearer 35.
I suppose you're right, Edith.
How about young Ed Terrence? He lives over on the next street.
Oh, no, sister, he's short. Almost as short as Cousin Elmer is. So he is.
Oh, look, ladies, it's awful good of you to take all this trouble just to help me find this young man, but I don't want to...
No trouble at all, Mr. McGlynn. We just don't seem to be able to do it.
Mary, maybe Mr. McGlynn would like a cigar while he's waiting.
Of course, I'll get him one. They're in the box on the table behind him. No, don't get up, Mr. McGlynn. I'll get it for you.
I hate to have you doing all this for me, ladies. If you'll just...
Mr. McGlynn, don't move. Just sit where you are.
What in the name of...
This is a gun you feel on the back of your neck, and if you don't stay very quiet, it'll go off. And you'll never find this young man you're not looking for.
Not looking for?
Shall I tie him up now, Mary?
Yes, Edith. Tie him up right in his chair so he won't have to move at all. And tight enough so he can't move.
Very well, Mary. I brought the rope as we planned.
But look here, ladies. I just want to find a fellow
You can't fool us, Mr. McGlynn. We know why you're here.
You came here to try to trap us into a confession. But we were too smart for you.
Now that you've found out where we live, we'll have to go away, of course. That's why we have to tie you up, so you can't follow us.
Oh, Mary, Bill isn't going to like this. He trusted us, and now look what has happened. We've failed him.
I know it. I can't imagine how this man found out, but I'm afraid Bill will never forgive us, sister.
What in the name of all that's holy are you dames talking about?
You know well enough, Mr. McGlynn. You don't have to ask us what we've done.
If you didn't know, why are you here?
There. He can't get out of that, I'm sure.
Look, ladies, Nick Carter ain't going to like this. Not at all. He says I always get things balled up, and now he's...
Oh, don't you worry, Mr. McGlynn. He can't blame you. We're just too clever for you and you're Mr. Carter. Come, sister, we must pack and... What is it that all good thieves say? Oh, yes. We must pack and scram.
There you are, Waldo. Free as a bird.
Oh, thanks, Cubby boy. Oh, can't move. I'm stiff as a board.
You'll be all right in a minute or two.
Now, listen, Waldo. You say these two old ladies tied you up so as to give them time to move out?
Yeah, that's what they said, Nick. They thought I had the goods on them for something I didn't know nothing about.
Well, couldn't you guess what that something was from what they said?
Yeah, not a single guess could I give, Nick, boy. They was altogether too cagey for me. One of them said something about thieves, but that was all. Oh, by the way, Nick, I forgot to ask you, how did you happen to find me here?
That was easy. Patsy told us what route you were planning to follow, and we followed you.
Oh.
You had called at the house on the left, but you never got to the one on the right. This house being empty, it was a good bet that you were here. Nick unlocked the door, and here you were, waiting for us.
Waiting for you? And what else could I be doing but wait? You and your bum jokes.
Now, listen, both of you, listen. There's something going on here that's bigger than a lost witness, and I'm going to find out what it is.
But what can we do, Nick? Waldo doesn't know what it's all about, and the old ladies have gone. So what do we have to go on?
Nothing. We've got to find something. And the best place to start looking is right here in this house. So search every room thoroughly. Don't miss a thing. I'll get busy, both of you.
And all you found was that burned paper?
That's all, Patsy.
And what good that is, I'm darned if I can see. When a piece of paper is burned as bad as that was, so you can't even see if it had writing on it or not, I give up.
Oh, that's where science comes in, Waldo.
If science can tell Nick what was on that paper, I'll take my hat off to it. Even old Sim Carter couldn't do that.
The use of infrared light and reading the writing on a burned paper is one of the new developments that have come
Nick,
in.
did you find anything worthwhile?
Maybe yes and maybe no. Fortunately, that burned paper we found on the ashtray was a good grade of paper and didn't crumble before I could look it over.
Well, what'd you find, Nick?
That piece of paper was really two separate pieces of paper. One was a wrapper off a bundle of bills, showing that the package was put up by the First Mutual Bank on Canal Street and had contained $100, probably in small bills. The other was part of a letter.
Oh, what did it say?
All I could make out was, "Another month, dear aunts. It'll be safe to use the money. So we..." And that's all.
Fat lot of help that is.
Patsy, do we have any record of the First Mutual Bank being robbed in the last year or so?
Oh, I'll see, Nick.
The money this wrapper was on obviously came straight from the bank.
No, nothing on the First Mutual at all. But the records show there was a payroll robbery about 6 months ago, in which the payroll messenger was robbed of $153,000 that came from that bank.
What was the firm that was robbed?
It was the Brownson Industrial Corporation, just across the river. You know that big plant on Market Street?
All right. Let's call on the Brownson Industrial Corporation. I'm going to see this thing through to the end.
You want to see me, mister?
I do. You're the payroll messenger? It was robbed about 6 months ago?
Who are you?
This is Nick Carter. Tell him what you know about it.
Oh, okay, yeah. The guards that came with me from the bank left me at the side door of the office building as usual, and I came along inside. There's a short corridor there, about 10 feet long, with a turn at the end. Leads into the general office. Well, I was just coming to the turn when a couple of old ladies stopped me, and
Later, Walter, later. You say two old ladies?
Yeah. This couple of old ladies stopped me and asked me how to get to the metal shop. I stopped to tell them, when all of a sudden, I got a sack on the back of the head. Knocked me cold.
Then what happened?
How do I know? I was out cold. And when I came to, the assistant cashier was bending over me, trying to wake me up. My money bag was cut open. The money was gone, every nickel of it.
Did anyone else see these two old ladies around?
Yeah. The gate man who let them in. They said they was coming to see their nephew, Walter Bascom, a clerk in the office here. So he let him go by without waiting for an okay. But Bascom never saw him. He says he ain't even got an aunt. And he didn't leave his desk all afternoon.
Were they seen after the robbery?
Oh, they was out of the gate before the alarm was give out. The gate man saw him go.
Can you describe them?
Well, they looked like a couple of sweet little old ladies. Maybe like your pet grandmother. One was short and chubby. The other was about middle-sized, kind of slender-like.
The same, Nick. The very same.
You're sure of that, Walter?
There couldn't be no mistake, Nick.
Look, you didn't find any clues as to who slugged you. No suspects at all? Nah, not a one. But it must have been somebody who works in here. Couldn't have happened like it did no other way.
Okay, thanks.
Well, so long.
Well, Nick, looks as if this is as far as we go.
No, Matty, there's just one more chance.
Huh?
I have the photograph I made of the piece of burned letter we found at the old lady's place.
Yeah?
If the writer was the thief, it seems very probable. And if he does work here, as that messenger seemed to think, we might compare the writing on the letter with samples of the writing of the employees in the plant.
Oh, but Nick, that would take forever. There are several thousand employees here.
Yeah, them two dames would die of old age before we got that job done like as not.
Nick,
Yes, Walter?
I just happened to remember. When them two old dames was tying me up, they kept talking about somebody named Bill.
You sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure. They said this Bill was going to be pretty sore at them for getting found out.
Oh, Nick, this makes the search for the thief a whole lot easier.
Why, sure. We just look at the handwriting of every guy in the plant named William. There may be a lot of them, but it'll be a whole lot easier than checking up on everybody who works here.
Well, Walter, it looks as if you remember that name just in time. Come on. The personnel manager ought to be able to dig up a specimen of this Bill's handwriting for us. Much as I regret to say it, it isn't this William either.
You mean to say that out of 347 guys named William who signed these employment cards the personnel manager gave us, there ain't one that writes like the sample in the photograph?
To the trained eye, there's not one of them that's the same.
Oh, Nick, that means the whole theory that an employee stole the money is out the window.
Yeah, that leaves us exactly nowhere.
Nick, maybe the guy's name ain't William at all. Bill could stand for some other name.
Why, of course, Walter. That's the answer. It must be. His name was Wilbur or Wilfred.
Well, come on, let's get busy. We only have a few hundred more names to look through.
This is it, all right.
Who is
you
it,
sure?
Nick?
Wilfred Bergen. Works in the stockroom. Mr. Brown, where's the stockroom? I'd like to talk to this Bergen.
It's in the next building back of this one. You'll probably find him at his desk. It's just to the right of the door. Would you like to have me call him and tell him you want to see him?
No, thanks. We don't want to warn him we're coming. We don't want him to get away before we have a talk with him.
Boy, that job sure was a neat setup. This Bergen watches the messenger, sees how he goes through this little corridor every time he comes back with the payroll, tells the old dames what they're to do, and it all works out just as slick as grease.
Yes, the old lady stopped him in the right place, and Bergen socked him. And they shielded him while he cut open the money bag. And they calmly went home, taking their money with them, probably in one of those shopping bags women carry.
And Bergen went back to work, and that was that.
Yeah, and they're waiting until the money cools off so they can spend it.
Uh-huh.
I wonder where they hid it while they're waiting.
I hope Bergen will answer that for us.
There he is, Nick.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You Wilfred Bergen?
That's right. Bergen, this is Nick Carter. He wants to ask you a few questions.
Questions? About what? Bergen? Where did you hide the money you got from the payroll robbery 6 months ago?
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
No? I think you're Jew. You and your aunts knocked out the messenger and stole the payroll amounting to $153,000. Now, what did you do with it?
You're crazy. I had nothing to do with that.
Better come clean, Bergen. We got you dead to rights.
You think you can make me confess something I didn't do? You're nuts.
Bergen, is this your employment card?
Yes, it is. What about it?
Does this photograph show part of a letter you wrote to your aunts recently?
Let me see it.
Hey, come back here. Stop or I'll shoot.
Nick, he's falling down the stairs.
Come on, maybe he isn't hurt bad.
Oh.
You won't die, Bergen. You only got shot in the leg.
My neck. My neck. I can't move.
Let me see.
Huh?
You shot him in the leg, all right, Matty. But in falling downstairs, he broke his neck.
Oh, Nick, no.
Smooth.
Now, Bergen, see here. I'm afraid you haven't long to live.
Before you go, tell me, where's the money?
Isn't there something we can do for him, Nick?
I'm afraid not, Patsy. Bergen, where did you hide the money?
I buried it. Where you'll never find it.
You might as well tell us where you buried it, Bergen. We can get your aunts to tell.
They'll never tell you. I did it alone. Find it if you can. I stole it. If I can't have it, no one else.
Is he gone, Nick?
Yes, Matty. He's dead.
And the secret of where he hid the money died with him.
Well, look, I ain't given up yet. If he buried it like he said, it's probably buried somewhere around that house where his aunts live. Now, I'm going to have a gang start digging there bright and early tomorrow morning.
Good luck to you, Matty. I'll drop in on you later to see how you make out.
Hello, Sergeant. Having fun?
Hi, Matty. How you making out? As if I couldn't see for myself.
Oh, I ain't making out, Nick. We've been over this whole doggone lot and not a sign of the money.
Oh, apparently Bergen must have buried it outside the limits of the property.
Well, if he did, he can stay there for all of me. Do you realize, Nick, that this is the last street in this section? From here out, it's open country, and the darn stuff could be buried anywhere for the next 5 miles.
Matty, if I can tell you right where to dig for the money, will you try it once more?
Nick Carter, you've been holding out on me again, so help me.
No, Matty, no, I haven't been holding out on you. Just answer my question.
Yeah, I'll try it once more. But look, if it don't work, keep away from me next time I see you.
Okay, Matty. Meet me here in the morning about 10 o'clock. I may have something for you. So long.
So long, Sergeant. Nick, do you really have an idea?
I do. I believe I can come back here tonight and locate the exact spot for him.
Well, tell me, Nick, what's your plan?
I'm going to get hold of an army officer I know and have him help me.
Help you what?
Locate the money.
Is that all you're going to tell me?
That's all for now. I like to surprise you, Patsy.
Oh, someday you'll tell me something and I'll surprise you. I'll probably drop dead at your feet.
Sorry this is such a blind search, Lieutenant, but as I said, we have no idea where the money was buried.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Carter. I'm used to working like this.
Not too dark for you, is it?
Oh, no, indeed. I've worked this gadget on darker nights than this and got results.
I suppose we swing over this way for a change. We've pretty well covered the ground on that side.
Okay, Mr. Carter. Whatever you say. Over here, maybe?
Yes. If we don't find anything in this strip, I'm afraid we'll...
Hey, wait a minute.
You found something?
I think so. Yes. Yes, this is it, I'm sure.
No question about it?
None at all. I'm certain that if you dig here, you'll find the money.
Well, if the money's there, Matty will find it.
But we don't want your Matty to find it.
Who are you?
We want to find it ourselves. Of course we do. The money belongs to us. Now.
Why, of course. You're the two old ladies who tied Waldo up and left him in the house the other night. Now, what brings you back here now?
The money, of course.
I mean, how did you know we were out here?
We didn't, but we read in the late evening paper last night that the killing of our nephew Bill had solved the payroll robbery and that the case was closed.
And so we felt that it would be perfectly safe to come back here and get our money. And when we did, we found you here.
We've been watching you for a long time from behind the trees.
Oh, yes. And now that you're here, how do you propose to go about digging it up?
Oh, I'm sure we can persuade you to do that for us, Mr. Carter.
Oh, really? What makes you think so?
This?
Hey, they got a gun, Mr. Carter.
We have 2 guns, one for each of us, and we both know how to shoot very straight. Our dear departed father taught us when we were girls.
Now, look, ladies, you better let me have those guns. Somebody might get hurt.
Nobody's going to get hurt, Mr. Carter, if you start digging.
Now, look here. A joke's a joke. This is getting too...
Mr. Carter, put your hands up over your head.
No.
You too, soldier. You put your hands up, too.
What do we do, Mr. Carter?
We don't do anything. We just... Hey! That went right past my ear.
Are you putting your hands above your head now, Mr. Carter?
Well, see here, this is all very silly.
I guess we better do it. I'd rather be silly than dead.
That's very wise of you.
Okay, my hands are up.
You'd better see if either of them is carrying a pistol, sister. I read in a book that's always the first thing to do in such cases.
Excuse me, please. The soldier doesn't have one.
Oh?
Oh, look, Edith. Mr. Carter has 2 pistols. Aren't they beautiful?
Oh, put them over by that stump, Mary, where they'll be safe. Now, will you start digging, Mr. Carter?
I can't. I haven't a shovel.
I'll get you one. I remember seeing one in the cellar of our house. It isn't a very good one, but you can use it. You wait right there. I'll be back.
He'll wait for you, sister. Won't you, Mr. Carter?
It looks that way. But now look here, it's no good. The police will be here before I can possibly get the hole deep enough to find the money. It's 3 o'clock already.
Oh, then I'm afraid that will mean you'll have to hurry, Mr. Carter. We must have the money before the police come back. So you'd better take your coat off and get ready to dig real fast. Look, sister. The soldier has gone to sleep.
Yes, poor dear. He must be all worn out watching Mr. Carter work.
Oh, what time is it?
7:30. Oh, dear, I do hope we can find the money before the police arrive.
Mr. Carter?
Yes?
Please dig a little faster. It's getting late.
Oh, That's it, all right. Well, at least I have the satisfaction of knowing we found the right place. Well, after 10. Matty ought to be here by now. Are you 2 still up there?
Yes, we are. So don't stop digging. We must get that box before the police arrive.
I don't have to dig anymore. I found it.
You found it? Sister, wake up. Mr. Carter's found the money for us. Isn't he nice?
He's found it. Oh, what a lovely man he is.
Soldier.
Yes, yeah?
Will you help Mr. Carter get the box out of the hole, please?
You mean he's found it?
Yes, I found it. Oh, here it is. Can you reach it?
Just a little higher. Yeah, that's it. I've got it.
My, that isn't a very big box to hold all that money, is it? Why, I believe I could carry that myself.
Of course we can. Here, soldier, I'll take it.
Here you are.
Thank you. Now, please jump down into the hole with Mr. Carter.
What? Do what?
Jump into the hole with Mr. Carter. It's big enough to hold you both.
Oh, boy.
And I think we'll be gone by the time you get out. The hole is over 8 feet deep.
You better do as she says, Lieutenant. You know how loudly that gun of hers can speak.
Okay. Watch out.
How do you do?
Oh, thank you both very much.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope we meet again sometime. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, I hope this story never gets around. Nick Carter and a lieutenant in the U.S. Engineers made prisoner by 2 little old ladies.
And 2 little old guns. You can't forget those. Well, come on, let's get out of here. Give me a boost, will you?
Yeah.
And I'll haul you out. I rather think they won't get very far.
Oh, I'm so glad we found this money before those horrid policemen got here.
Oh, yes. We can go in the house and wrap it up so no one will know what it is.
Yes.
Then we can go back to our old home and live comfortably for the rest of our days.
Yes, dear. Oh, watch out for that first step.
That'll be far enough, ladies. Stand right where you are.
Where did you come from?
Watch out for them, Matty. They're dangerous, I know.
What do you want with us, officer?
I want you, and I want that box of money you got there.
What?
And don't try reaching for your guns. It won't be healthy for you.
Oh, look, Sergeant, there comes Nick and that army man.
What?
Oh, dear, they must have gotten out of the hole.
You mean Nick and the other guy was in the hole where that box was?
Yes. We hoped they wouldn't get out till after we'd gone. That nice Mr. Carter dug the money up for us all by himself.
Nick dug it up? Well, I never.
Hey, Mary, have you got the money?
Yeah, the money and the dames both, and they won't get away from me, I can tell you.
Well, I gotta say one thing for old Sim Carter. He never let a couple of old dames get him in a hole. He knew how to handle women, he did.
What happened to all your science, Nick?
The science was on their side this time, in the form of a couple of guns. And they could shoot them, too, believe me.
Now, you both stopped razzing Nick. He did the best he could. Didn't you, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, I did the best I could. I stalled around with the digging until time for Matty to show up. Of course, if they hadn't been two old ladies, I could have...
Yeah, sure, we know. If they hadn't been so weak, you could have overpowered them both, single-handed.
Hey, Nick, tell me, how'd you ever find where that money was buried? Patsy said you was using some kind of a trick device.
It's just a mine detector, Waldo, same as they use in the war to find hidden mines.
Oh.
The detector can find hidden metal even when it's buried as deep as this box was.
How deep was it, Nick?
8 feet. And if you don't believe me, look at these blisters.
Oh. Nick, look. See that chap standing there watching us?
Certainly I see him. What about him?
Red hair, tall, thin. Must live in this neighborhood or he wouldn't be standing there kibitzing. Isn't that the witness Waldo started out to find?
Oh, you're right, Patsy. And as Matty has the thieves and the money, and we have our witness, we can consider the case closed. Except for these blisters of mine.
Nick, boy, your old father used to say, never be ashamed of honest toil. Remember that, Nick. Never be ashamed of honest toil, even if you do happen to be doing it at the point of a gun.
Well, Nick, how about a few highlights on next week's show just to whet our appetite?
Good idea, Ken. My story next week is about a man who was killed by a rifle shot, but the bullet came from the wrong gun.
And the ladder was too long.
The which was what?
The ladder was too long.
So what?
That's the story, together with the fact that the boys' club met very late that night.
That's enough. What do you call this weird combination of clues?
I call it the case of the wrong clue.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics. In The Return of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer, Waldo by Humphrey Davis, and Scubby by John Kane. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these stations each week at this same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's the case of the Poker Murders. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters, a detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Deep in the waterfront section of the city, there lies a condemned slum area. The streets dark and deserted, lined with empty, crumbling tenements. Deep in a grimy tenement deep within, a masked man sits in a hidden room and plays solitaire. This is the sinister master of crime known as the Ace of Spades.
Yes?
6 and 7 are close to see you, Ace.
Send them in.
Well, here we are, Chief.
Yeah.
You're 5 minutes late.
Sorry, Ace. The cops are watching this area. We had trouble slipping in.
Since when have I accepted excuses?
Yeah, boss, we know.
What about the other 3? Are they waiting at the rendezvous?
Yes, sir.
You've both memorized my instructions?
We got him down cold, Chief, but suppose there's a hitch.
There won't be a hitch. The ace of spades doesn't make mistakes. Of course, if you make one.
Oh, we won't, Ace.
You can depend on us.
All right. Now, you two had better get going.
Yeah, okay.
One thing.
What is it, Chief?
Don't forget to leave your calling cards. I don't want to disappoint my dear friend, Sergeant Matheson.
First storage warehouse robbed. $250,000 in furs looted. God killed us. Polka gang makes clean getaway. Extra, read all about it.
Nick, there's a Mr. Ralph Williams here to see you.
Ralph Williams?
Special investigator for Acme Underwriters.
Oh. Show him in, Patsy. With the retainer they're paying me, I have to see him.
This way, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Carter, my company's in trouble.
Yes? Well, sit down, Mr. Williams. Tell me about it.
As you know, we're the biggest underwriters in the business. But this fur storage robbery yesterday, well, we can't take any more of those.
Oh, the ace of spades, huh?
Yes. Whoever he is, he's hit us 5 times in the last 2 weeks. We're paying out a fortune in claims.
You're working with the police on this?
The police? They're helpless. The ace of spades has been too smart for them. Take that fur warehouse job last night, for instance.
Yes?
Every burglar alarm was cut or disconnected. The vault combinations were known beforehand. And the locations of the most valuable furs.
What about the guard? Was he one of your own operatives?
Yes, one of our best men, too. They locked him into one of the refrigerated vaults.
Mm-hmm. The ace of spades men leave the usual calling cards?
Yes. It was a 5-man job, apparently. They left the 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of clubs.
Oh, straight flush. It's a pretty high poker hand. Among his other accomplishments, our friend seems to have a perverted sense of humor.
Well, it's a brand of humor I can't say I relish. Mr. Carter, will you help us with the case?
I will. Tell you the truth, Mr. Williams, I was just about to drop down and discuss it with my old friend, Sergeant Matheson, in the Homicide Division. You see, the gentleman who calls himself the Ace of Spades interests me no end. I'm looking forward to meeting him personally.
Put her on.
Ace, I've got to see you.
I thought I told you never to come down here.
I've just heard some news. Nick Carter.
I know. He's been called in by Acme Underwriters.
How did you know?
I make it my business to know everything, my dear.
But, Ace, Nick Carter's clever, dangerous.
Yes, I know. It will be intriguing to match wits with him. Now then, my dear, you'd better run along. You've work to do tonight.
Aren't you even going to see me?
I'm sorry, but I'm busy.
I know. You're playing solitaire. Sometimes I think you love that game more than you love me.
Come, my dear. There's no basis for comparison. Solitaire, like every other card game, is relaxing. Women, when they're as lovely as you, are exciting.
Ace, please.
Good night, my dear.
Nick, you won't be late for Rhoda Stanley's birthday party, will you?
No, Patsy. You drop me at headquarters and go right on. I'll join you later.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's funny the way I bumped into Rhoda after all these years. Hadn't seen her since college, and then all of a sudden I was standing in a nylon line at Trimbo's, and there she was.
Yes, and now we're going to a birthday party.
Uh-huh. The minute she found out I worked with you, she insisted on our coming. She's dying to meet you, and, well, I promised to produce. You sure you don't mind, Nick?
No, of course not, Patsy.
Oh, it ought to be something. She's married to John Stanley.
The banker?
Uh-huh, that's right. Which is the same thing as saying she's married to $10 million. And I was the girl in my graduating class voted most likely to succeed.
Well, Patsy, it's a funny thing.
What's funny?
Stanley's Bank, the Marine Trust, is putting up the capital to tear down that slum area where the Ace of Spades is supposed to be hiding.
Oh, do you really think that's where the Ace of Spades' hideout is?
Could be. There are more than 200 abandoned tenements down there. And the 2 patrolmen murdered in that section seem to point to it.
Oh, I won't forget those 2 homicides in a hurry. Each of them had a playing card pinned right over the bullet holes.
Yes, a pair of jacks. Fair sample of the ace's grisly humor.
What kind of a man can he be anyway?
Infernally clever, Betsy. We know that much. A brilliant planner with a mind that doesn't overlook the minutest details that might trap him.
But why all those poker hands whenever he's pulled a job?
He's an egotist. The type of criminal who glorifies his crimes. Enjoys leaving his signatures at each one of them.
Oh. This close enough, Nick?
Yes, I can walk the other half block to headquarters.
Nick, please be careful. Don't take any chances.
Now, don't worry. The ace of spades may play his cards according to Hoyle. But I'll play him any way I can to win. Hiya, Matty.
Oh, Nick. Well, to tell you the truth, for once I'm glad to see you. This ace of spades has really got me on the merry-go-round. First, he knocks over 2 of our best cops. Then he kills this watchman on that warehouse job last night, and he leaves nothing. No evidence. Except those blasted playing cards.
Yes, I know.
Nick, I tell you, this ace of spades is like a ghost. This whole case like a nightmare.
Matty, have you got the cards his men left?
Yeah, here they are.
Common pattern. They sell hundreds of decks like this all over town. What about the...
Fingerprints?
Yes.
No, none. We powdered every card. Even used the iodine test. Nothing doing.
Suppose you searched that abandoned slum area.
Look, are you kidding, Nick? Of course we did. The night Burke and Finnegan were killed, we went through it with a fine-tooth comb. A devil of a job it was, too.
As I can imagine. Inasmuch that place has been blacked out ever since the city decided to dismantle their street lamps in the area to save electricity.
Yeah.
With all these hundreds of empty tenements, the ace could change his headquarters at will. Why, you could drive a car through there with the headlights turned off and never be seen.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it tough. The place is as black as, the ace of spades. I got a couple of men down there now, nosing around. Not that I expect to find anything. Homicide, Sergeant Matherson.
Nolan's calling in from a call box down in that tenement area, Sarge.
Yeah?
Shall I switch you on?
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Hello? Hello, is that you, Sarge?
Yeah. What is it, Nolan?
O'Connor's and myself saw a light in one of these here tenements.
What? Are you sure?
Yeah, positive. The light's gone now, but we got the place spotted. Shall we go in and investigate?
No. Now listen, Nolan. You and Connors stay there and keep your eyes peeled on that tenement.
Yeah?
I'll be right down with a squad.
Okay, Sarge. We'll be on the corner. Hey, Sarge.
Nolan!
You say that call box was located at the corner of 16th Street and Avenue F, Matty?
Yeah, that's right, Nick. A couple of more blocks and we'll be there.
From the looks of things, you must have every cruise car in the force in this area now.
Yeah. But judging by what's gone before, I don't think it's going to do us any good.
Matty, just look at this area. Nothing but rows and rows of dark tenements and boarded-up stores.
Yeah,
Look, there isn't a whole pane of glass in the place. The streets and the sidewalks are certainly littered with this black.
Hey, Nick, I heard a shot.
Take it easy, Matty. Take it easy. One of your boys up ahead just blew a tire. Picked up a piece of broken glass, probably.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this place gives me the creeps, I guess. There's the call box that Nolan called from.
I don't see anything. You, Matty?
No. Nolan and Connors must be somewhere around, one way or the other.
Better hug the walls, Matty.
Yeah.
Right now we're out in the open like a couple of sitting pigeons. The ace... Matty. Here in this doorway.
Nolan and Connors, dead.
Yes, riddled by bullets. And look, Matty. The ace left his usual calling cards. The jack of hearts on Nolan and the jack of diamonds on Connors.
And Burke and Finnegan drew a pair of jacks, too, when they were murdered down here.
4 jacks. 4 of a kind. Well, whatever the ace of spades is, Matty, he's consistent. He's still killing. And according to Hoyle.
Patsy, what's happened to the master detective you promised to produce tonight?
Well, I can't understand what's keeping Nick Rhoda. He was supposed to be here long ago.
Well, we won't worry about it. Let's just have another cocktail, huh? After all, it is my wife's birthday.
As you know, Patsy, I'm a lucky woman to be Mrs. John Stanley. Look at the birthday present John gave me. This necklace.
Oh, I've been noticing that, Rhoda. Matched diamonds, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a magnificent thing. Oh, that must be Nick now.
I'll get it. What the devil?
All right, Stanley, get those hands up.
Yeah, and fast. Hey, now, wait a minute. What does this mean?
We're playing cops and robbers. That's why we're wearing these masks.
But you...
Shut up, Stanley. I'll do all the talking around here. All right, Joe, get to work on that wall safe. It's behind that picture. You know the combination.
Right.
John, all my jewelry's in there.
No, my dear. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do now.
Or any other time.
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, lady, I sure am. How you doing, Joe?
Okay. Just got the safe open.
Swell. Now, Mrs. Stanley, I'll take that necklace.
Oh, John, my birthday present.
Will you give it to me, or do I have to tear it off your neck?
Rhoda, I'm afraid you'll have to do as he says.
No, I won't.
Oh, Rhoda, your husband's right. We're helpless now. These
No,
men are...
they're not going to take my necklace.
All right, lady. Looks like I'll have to rip it off that pretty white neck of yours.
Take your hands off my wife.
Shut up, Stanley. Stay where you are.
I said let her alone, you hear? Take your hands up.
John! John!
Nice work, pal.
Yeah. Haven't had a chance to use that blackjack in a long time.
You've killed him. He isn't breathing.
Naturally, lady. That was no love tap I gave him.
Oh.
You got all that stuff out of the safe, Joe?
Yeah, everything's worked like clockwork. As the chief would say, according to plan.
You'll pay for this. Both of you.
That's what you think, lady. Oh, here's a couple of calling cards. Just to, remember us by.
So they left the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs, huh, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, and both of the men were masked. We couldn't tell who they were.
They hit John. They killed him. He tried to protect
Oh,
me.
now, Rhoda, don't try to talk. You've had a terrible shock. Just lie back on the couch and try to rest. The doctor will be here soon.
John.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stanley. But someday you'll have the satisfaction of seeing those killers go to the chair.
Nick, one of those crooks said everything went according to plan. Do you think the ace of spades planned John's murder?
Yes, Patsy, I do.
But it was so wanton.
Whenever the ace of spades kills, he kills for a reason. He isn't the type to kill just for the pleasure of it. Now, Patsy, did you notice anything about these thugs? Anything unusual that might give us a clue?
Well, no, they were both masked, about medium height, wore black gloves. And... Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
I do remember something now. When the man who hit John with the blackjack raised his arm, I saw his cufflinks.
And what about them?
They were little black aces of clubs.
Unusual? Do they look expensive?
Oh, yes, very. And not the usual kind of thing you'd pick up in a jewelry store. Probably made to order.
Patsy, you're magnificent.
I am, Nick?
You are. You've stumbled on something we've badly needed in this case. A good lead. From now on, we're going to play a little game.
A little game?
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
A little game of poker.
Mind if I use your phone, Sergeant Matheson?
No, not at all, Mr. Williams.
Sergeant, my company is demanding action from you and Mr. Carter here.
Yes. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Williams.
Frankly, we can't wait for anything much longer. You realize the losses Acme underwriters are taking? Hello? Hello, Boulevard Garage. This is Mr. Williams. Is my car ready? What? 2 new tires. I see the old ones are pretty badly cut up, eh? Well, that makes 3 new tires in all. Uh-huh. All right, go ahead. I suppose it can't be helped.
Car trouble, huh?
Yes, but that's the least of my worries, Mr. Carter. My firm's insured the Stanley jewels along with that diamond necklace for almost $100,000. Unless you nail down the ace of spades pretty quickly.
Well, might as well try to nail down a ghost.
We'll do what we can, Mr. Williams. I've got a lead on him now, I think.
What lead?
Well, I'd rather not say until I'm sure it'll be of value.
Very well. I don't care how you get the ace of spades as long as you get him. And soon. Good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye. Hey, Nick, what's this lead you're talking about?
I'll let you know, Mary, when and if it pays dividends. Oh, by the way, did...
Yeah. Now, wait a minute. Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Sergeant, is Nick there?
Oh, yeah, sure, Patsy. Yeah, Nick, it's for you.
Hello, Patsy. Did you find anything?
Plenty. I canvassed the big jewelry stores just as you told me to do.
And?
After walking my feet off and talking to about 100 supercilious jewelry clerks, I finally made a strike at Rutledge's.
They make up those cufflinks?
Yes.
Did they have a carbon of the sales slip?
Yes, Nick, they did. The man who ordered those cufflinks was Frankie Morello.
Morello, huh? Good work, Patsy. Go home now. Soak your feet in hot water. I'll let you know when I need you again.
Yes?
The Ace of Clubs is here to see you.
Send him in.
Hello, Chief. You sent for me?
Yes, Frankie. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, Chief, how'd you like the way Joe and me pulled off that Stanley job, huh?
That's an interesting pair of cufflinks you're wearing, Frankie. Little aces of clubs, eh?
Yeah, pretty neat if I do say so. Had 'em made to order.
That was very careless of you, Frankie.
Ace, what do you mean by that?
You wore them on the Stanley job. You gave Nick Carter a clue. You'll find out who you are sooner or later.
Yeah, but Chief,
Nick Carter's a dangerous man with a clue, Frankie. Now he hopes to get at me through you. It's going to be embarrassing to have you around.
Hey, Chief, I didn't wear these cufflinks at the Stanleys. I swear I didn't.
Oh, didn't you, Frankie?
No, you gotta believe me.
Yeah, Ace.
Send in the Queen of Hearts.
Right.
What?
Meet the Queen of Hearts, Frankie.
You?
Yes, Frankie. It's I.
Sorry, Frankie.
Chief, no. No!
Corpse of gangster, extra, read
A fine state of affairs, Nick. Frankie Morello, our only clue, wiped out.
Yes.
But only you and I knew about that cufflinks clue, Nick. What is this Ace of Spades, a mind reader?
Patsy, you forget.
Huh?
When you and I were discussing it at John Stanley's house, someone else was there who could have overheard us.
Oh, Nick, you're not suggesting that Rhoda...
She was in the room with us when we talked it over.
Well, I know, but she was in a severe state of shock.
Was she?
Nick, you don't mean...
I mean that things are beginning to add up. Look, Patsy, those crooks knew where the wall safe was, even at the combination.
Oh, yes, that's right.
The Ace of Spades could have received that valuable information direct from Rhoda.
Yes, but we can't be sure of that, Nick.
No, but there's one thing we can be sure of. Neither you nor I tipped off the Ace of Spades about that cufflinks clue. And somebody did. And the Ace felt it was important enough to force him to destroy the evidence, his own henchman.
And it must have been Rhoda who tipped him off. She was the only other person who knew about the cufflinks.
Exactly.
I can't believe it. What? Well, I knew Rhoda Stanley well. Of course, I haven't seen her for... Oh, Nick, how could Rhoda be an accomplice to the murder of her husband right before her own eyes?
Patsy, those jewels in the safe were insured for $100,000. That's a lot of money. Not to mention the millions that John Stanley probably left her in his will.
But if Rhoda's mixed up in this, then who is the Ace of Spades?
I've got a hunch, but I'm not positive yet. Whoever he is, he has an intimate knowledge of the jobs he tackles. And all these jobs have been pulled off against Acme underwriters. Patsy, suppose someone had easy access to the files of the company.
Files?
Yes, on banks, first storage vaults, and other properties, giving their floor layouts, burglar alarm setups, and so forth. A clever crook could pull off a nice, clean job with this information, couldn't he?
Yes. Oh, but there might be any number of men who'd have access to this information. Adjusters, executives, insurance actuaries, any number of people on the inside.
True, but we can narrow it down further. This man, this Ace of Spades, would not only have to be an inside man, he'd have to be someone who got around on the outside, too. Knew all these places by actual experience because he'd visited them. That's the only way he could operate the way he's doing.
Wait a minute, Nick. You mean...
I'm not sure, Patsy, but I hope to know within an hour. Come on, get your hat, let's go.
Go? Go where?
To the Boulevard Garage. That's where Ralph Williams keeps his car.
Nick, that garage attendant looked a little suspicious when you told him you were a dealer and that Mr. Williams sent you down to make an estimate on his car.
I'm going to make an estimate, all right. Now, here we are.
Nick, you still haven't told me why you're interested in Mr. Williams' car.
Not interested in the car itself. Just the tires.
The tires?
Yes. I understand 3 of his tires were cut up so badly I had to have new ones. I think I know what cut his tires that way. I want to be sure.
Well, hurry up. That attendant is keeping his eye on us.
Patsy, I've found what I've been looking for.
Nick, I just don't get it.
Here, take a good look at all 4 of these tires.
Huh?
See the glass particles and the treads? There's old tires, full of them.
Yes, but what do they mean?
I mean that Mr. Williams has been driving this car over roads littered with broken glass. And the only place in town where there are roads like that is in the abandoned slum section.
Then, Nick, what you're saying is that Ralph Williams is the ace of spades.
Yes. And I'd bet every poker chip in the pot on it.
Investigation, Williams speaking. Who? Claims Department. Oh, yes, Mr. Redden. Funny, I was just talking to Mrs. Stanley. She's right here in my office now. No, we haven't been able to break that Stanley case. The ace of spades got clean away with those jewels. Huh? I know it's a lot of money, but we're licked and we'll have to pay the claim. Yes, I know, and you're perfectly right. But even Nick Carter's fallen down on this one. All right, Mr. Redden. Goodbye. Well, my dear, it looks as though you're in. They're going to okay the claim.
When will it come through? The cash, I mean.
Sometime next week. And after that, my dear, I suggest you go away for a long vacation trip. In fact, I think I'll join you myself. It's, getting pretty warm in town. Yes, come in.
A messenger brought this letter for you, Mr. Williams.
Oh, thank you, Miss Hamilton. From Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? I wonder what he wants.
Oh, now, my dear, nothing to be nervous about. Let's see. There's nothing in it but a playing card.
Yes. But look at that card. It's the Joker.
Nick, the messenger left Williams' office 5 minutes ago.
I know. It's almost dark. He'll be out soon. When he does, Patsy, we'll tail him.
Nick, why did you send him that Joker?
Just having a little fun. In the ace's own way.
But isn't that dangerous? Shouldn't we have just gone up and got him? What if he gets away?
He won't. You forget one thing, Patsy.
What?
The loot. The ace has almost $500,000 salted away somewhere. And he's certainly not going to leave town without picking it up. That's the big reason why I sent him the Joker. He knows around him now. It'll flush him out.
Of course. And he'll lead us right to the hideaway.
If everything goes according to Hoyle.
Nick, do you think it's in one of those slum tenements somewhere?
I'd bet on it. Can't think of a better place to hide anything. Here, wait a minute. Yes. Here comes Williams out of his building now.
Yes, and Rhoda Stanley's with him. They're getting into a taxi.
All right, Patsy. Here we go.
Nick, look. They've stopped at the Riverview boathouse.
Yes. They're getting into a launch.
But I don't understand. This means they're not going to the tenement area.
On the contrary, Patsy. You forgot one thing. The river fronts that area, and the boat running quietly with its lights out might get in a lot easier than a car, especially when all the streets are being watched.
We can't let them get away, Nick. What now?
I'm going on to the tenement area. You get Matty on the phone.
Uh-huh.
Have him throw a cordon around this entire area, and tell him to notify the harbor police, too.
All right, Nick.
Now, Patsy, make it plain to Matty that the harbor police are not to stop the boat, but just keep them under surveillance. We want the ace to pick up that money before he tries a final getaway.
Well, Nick, it worked out just as you figured. The ace of spades came off that boat and went into that 5-story tenement right across the street there.
Yes, lucky your men were posted under those docks, Matty. Otherwise, we might have missed him.
Well, the Stanley woman's waiting in the boat. We can pick her up later just as soon as we... Hey, Nick.
Huh?
The ace of spades is coming out. Get back into the doorway.
He went in empty-handed and came out with a suitcase.
Yeah, that's the swag, all right. Oh, here goes. Just a minute, Ace.
What?
No, drop that gun. Drop it, I say.
Nice shot, Matty. Winged him in the arm. Yes, sir. You trumped the ace of spades neatly.
Well, Nick, they're starting to tear down these tenements today. Oh, what a place. Even in daylight, it gives me the creeps.
Yes, but someday, they tell me, this is going to be a beautiful housing development with parks and playgrounds for the kids.
Maybe, but right now it looks like a kind of death house. And speaking of the death house, I wonder what the ace of spades is thinking about now.
About black on red or red on black?
Nick, what on earth do you mean?
I just spoke to Matty on the phone a few moments ago. He tells me the ace of spades sits in the death cell all day and all night, playing solitaire.
Say, Nick, how about giving us a few of the ingredients that make up your story for next week?
Why, sure, Hugh. Take a beautiful young girl who's positive she's going crazy, just as her mother did before her.
Then add her boyfriend, who refused to believe she was losing her mind in spite of the evidence to the contrary.
Mix them together, and add a country doctor who alone knew the secret behind it all.
And you have the tense and unbelievable situation with which Nick was faced.
And what do you call this witch's brew, Nick?
I call it the case of the demented daughter.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of The Shadow comics. In the broadcast of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Max Ehrlich. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Hugh Sanders saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
The fact of the matter is, Mr. Carter, that I've quite accidentally stumbled upon evidence that a horrible murder has been committed.
But, Mr. Field, why come to me? That sort of thing should be reported to the police.
But to what police?
Where was this murder committed?
I don't know.
Well, then how can you be sure there was a murder if you don't even know where it was done?
That's what makes this particular crime different from any other. Somewhere, sometime, a woman has been brutally murdered. Yet I don't know when or where. As a matter of fact, I doubt if anyone in the world knows of it except those who did it, and me.
Really? Well, how does it happen that you alone know all this?
Because the victim has told me so in her own words. I heard the horrible story from her own lips.
Ah, then you talked to her.
No, never.
But you just said
But she has talked to me.
See here, Mr. Field, do you try...
Mr. Carter, here's the story. About a month ago, at one of those sales of unclaimed packages that the express company holds twice a year, I bought a box. About one-third the size of a steamer trunk. When I took it home and opened it, I found it contained a blood-stained dress, a photograph of a beautiful woman, and 8 phonograph records.
What kind of records?
Well, they were the small record blanks you buy when you want to make your own recordings at home. And it was from these records that I learned about the crime.
Well, Mr. Field, if you wanted to arouse my curiosity, you've certainly succeeded. How soon can I hear these records?
Immediately. They're in my rooms. If you care to, we can go there right now.
Excellent. Patsy?
Yes, Nick?
Get your hat. We're leaving at once to listen to a murder.
That was the start of one of the strangest cases that ever came into the office of Nick Carter, Master Detective. A murder which came to light only because a man bought a box at an auction sale. 8 records which told the amazing story of the brutal killing of an innocent victim. 8 records of death.
This is the box, Mr. Carter.
How long ago did you say you bought it, Mr. Field?
Oh, about a month ago.
And the express company holds things for a year before selling, which means the murder's at least a year old. Were the wrappings on the box when you bought it?
Yes, but I'm sorry to say they were destroyed before I knew they might give me a valuable clue to the mystery.
Oh, too bad. You recall the name to which the box was addressed?
Oh, yes, I do. It was addressed to Alex Delano, New York City, no street address. The rest of the label was obliterated. I have searched every city directory, every telephone book, every place where names are listed, but no such name anywhere.
When are we going to get to the records, Nick?
Right now, Patsy, I hope. How about it, Mr. Field?
Right away. I'm very curious to get your reaction to them.
Are they numbered?
No, but I've played them so often, I'm sure I have them in order. Here's the first one.
I don't suppose anyone will ever hear this record, but it's the only way I can think of to tell my terrible story to the outside world. I'm being held a prisoner in my own house. Held prisoner without any hope of rescue, except death. And I know that will be the end for me. All I ask of you who are listening is to avenge my death by putting my murderers where they belong. My name...
It sounds as if she really meant it, doesn't she?
I thought he was coming in then, but he didn't. My name is Nancy Deering. You will undoubtedly recognize it. As you know, I'm very rich, but all my money is no good to me now. I've tried to escape, but he keeps too close a watch on me. I only hope they don't kill me. Oh.
That's all on that. He apparently came back unexpectedly.
She certainly had trouble getting her story on the record, didn't she?
Yes, she was interrupted many times, generally in the wrong places.
Oh, what a terrible feeling. To expect to be killed any minute.
Here's the next one.
I don't know where I left off last time. I don't dare play it back. If they should ever hear what I'm trying to do, they'd take the machine away from me. From the way they talk, the end is very near. They may... I'm sure Ralph was listening outside the door, so I switched on the radio till he went away. Ralph is the one who will kill me when the time comes. Bad as Olive is, I don't believe she could kill her own cousin. But her husband is different. When I refused to sign the deed last night, he hit me several times. But he can't make me sign because I'm positive that will be the end of me. He can do anything he...
And that's all there is on that.
I wish she'd planned what she was going to say a little better. How to make head or tail of it this way.
Well, she manages to get most of the story on the records, one way or another. The only thing she missed out on was telling us who she was or where she lived. All we have is her name.
And she said she thought we'd recognize the name. Maybe she lived a long way from here.
Maybe. Here's the third one. She apparently knew Ralph was coming to see her, and she prepared for his visit in advance. This is what she got.
Come in.
Well, my beautiful cousin, have you decided to sign that deed?
I told you I'd never do it. Never.
All we want, my cousin, is your money. As soon as you've made it over to us, we'll set you free, just as we promised.
You don't fool me for 1 minute. The minute I put my name on that paper, you'd kill me. Set me free. Oh, that's funny. I haven't had a free minute since that cousin of mine moved into this house. I thought she was going to be company for me after Leonard died, but I'd have been better off living here alone.
It was very sweet of you to invite her to come and live with you, Nancy. It was even nicer of you to let her bring me along. We've had such fun here.
I wish I'd known then what I know now.
A little late to worry about that, dear cousin. Well, for the last time. Will you sign?
No.
Very well. But it won't be long before you'll wish you had.
Oh, I wish this were all over. I'd rather be dead than living like this. Not a friendly face anywhere since they got rid of my old servant. Nobody left but Alex. He's too busy with his rose bushes to know what's going on. I wish I was dead.
And that's all there is on that one.
Oh, the poor woman. But it's too bad she didn't use more of those records than she did. She only used a small portion of each blank.
It's probably hard enough to get as much as she did in the way she was watched.
Nick, where do you suppose she got the blanks in the first place?
Probably had a radio phonograph in the room where she was shut up.
You must have had the record blanks in with the other records where they didn't notice them.
I've never been able to make much of this next one. Maybe you'll have better luck. The whole first part is just scratch. Here, I'll start it where the voices begin.
Nancy! What's the idea of bolting? Nancy.
Isn't she in here?
Why, of course she is. Nancy, come out here.
Hiding, is she? Well, we'll drag her out.
I'll find her, the little
Let's
she
look around
devil.
here, little fool. Hiding, fool. Find her. Aha! Look there.
Ah, come out of there.
No, go away.
Come
Let me alone.
out of there, I tell you.
Let me
Will you?
alone.
Come on. Try to kill me, will you? And with my own gun. Too bad for you didn't succeed.
You devil. Why is Ralph doesn't...
Not very clear, is it?
I think so. Nancy locked her door and started the recorder. For some reason, she waited before saying anything. Then Ralph and Olive came to the door, found it bolted, and broke in. Nancy hid, and they dragged her out. She grabbed Ralph's gun and took a fast shot at him.
It's too bad she missed.
It's clear enough when you tell it. Well, here's the next one.
I must hurry, as I may be interrupted any minute. They seldom leave me alone anymore. Maybe they're afraid I'll kill myself. But to get on with the story. When my husband was killed in Italy, I invited Olive, a distant cousin, to come and live with me. She asked if she could bring her husband. I foolishly consented. Everything went well for about 2 months. Then one after another, my servants left. I know now that Olive and Ralph drove them out. Then Ralph suggested that I put him in charge of my estate. I refused, of course. The next day, I was shut up in my rooms. He told me that when I made my fortune over to him, he'd let me go anywhere I wished. But I could tell he was lying. I knew... Someone is listening outside the door. Yesterday, I wrote a letter to Alex, the only one of my servants left, and threw it out the window. If he finds it, maybe he can...
And that's that.
Well, we didn't get much out of that except a few background details.
Oh, it all pieces together, Patsy. A little at a time.
This next record is more interesting, you'll find.
Good. Let's have it.
Well, Nancy, how do you feel today?
You're not interested, so why ask me?
I'm extremely interested in the state of your health, always.
If you had your way, I'd be dead.
Now, why don't you stop being so stubborn, Nancy? It's not getting you anywhere.
Why don't you stop torturing me? Or do you enjoy seeing me suffer?
I don't particularly mind.
Why,
You she-devil! You ever throw anything at me again, I'll tie you hand and foot so you can't move.
Why don't you kill me and be done with it? That's what you're going to do anyway.
Why, Nancy. What an unpleasant thought for such a beautiful woman. You know, I could go for you. You'd only say the word.
You dirty snake!
I told you that I accused you.
Please. Oh.
Next time I will kill you. I'm almost tempted to do it now.
Ralph, will you get me a glass of water, please?
I don't see why I should. Oh, all right. But no tricks, or I'll...
Gosh, wish I could have heard more of that. I thought he was going to make a pass at her.
You will hear more. Nancy must have known the record was about ended, so she sent Ralph after the water so that she could change the record.
She's clever, that woman. Or should I say, she was clever.
I'm afraid it's past tense for sure, Mr. Carter.
What a terrible thing.
Quiet, Patsy, please.
Thank you, Ralph.
I think I should tell you, Nancy, that Olive and I have decided that we'll give you one more day to do just as we want. Just one.
Do you think death frightens me? That's the only way I'll ever get away from you two. At least that way my fortune will go to my sister and not to you two murderers.
Are you sure?
Of course. My will leaves everything to her.
Ah, but we have a new will, leaving everything to us. Properly signed, sealed, and witnessed.
No, you can't get away with it.
Oh, yes, we can. Of course, we'd rather not have to use it, but if we must, we must. And I assure you, it's a masterpiece of forgery.
I can't believe two such inhuman creatures as you and Olive actually exist.
Well, we do. And we shall continue to exist long after you've gone. Look forward to tomorrow, Nancy, dear.
You heard what he said. It was practically a full confession of everything. Oh, I beg you, whoever you are who may hear these words, see that those two monsters get their just deserts for what they've done to me. I shall feel...
Huh. If you didn't know she was in deadly earnest, you'd think she was putting on an act.
Truth is generally more effective than fiction, Bessie.
There's one more, the eighth and last. How she managed to get it, I'll never know. But here it is. The first two-thirds are blank. It starts about here.
Keep away from me, both of you. As you see, I have a gun, and you both know I can shoot. I'll kill the first one of you who comes near me.
That's my gun. Where'd you get it?
Olive gave it to me so I could defend myself. That's a lie, and you know it. What if it is? Nancy.
Give me that gun. Give me that gun, Nancy. Give it to me. I say you're wrong. Raise your wrist. Now, come on. Give it to me. Well, that takes care of you, you stubborn fool. You all right, Olive?
Yes, I guess so, Ralph. The bullet just grazed my head.
Good.
Is she dead?
She's dead, all right. Even Nancy Deering can't live with a bullet through her heart.
Well, I'm glad it's over at last. You say you've arranged with a doctor to...
Poor Nancy. What a tough break she got.
I truly believe that's the most remarkably told murder story in the history of crime.
Well, Mr. Carter, do you have any ideas?
I think so, but I'm not ready to talk about them yet.
What's your first step going to be, Nick?
First, I want to take these records back to the office and play them over and over until I know them by heart. Then, I'll be ready to go to work. Got a sandwich in your pocket, Patsy?
Oh, Nick, I thought you'd never finished listening to those records.
I wanted to be sure I didn't miss anything that could possibly be helpful to me.
Did you find anything worthwhile?
Yes, indeed, Patsy. There are several clues plainly marked out for us. Certainly enough for us to get started on.
Well, tell me, Nick. Don't keep me waiting.
Of course, the most obvious clue we have is the blood-stained dress that came in the box with the records.
You mean the label in it?
Yes. We know the girl's name was Nancy Deering, that the dress was bought at Shipstead's dress shop in Albany.
Uh-huh. And as the picture that was in the box had an Albany photographer's name on it, she must have lived in or near Albany.
Right. So we'll start our search there.
But, Nick, if it was all done as secretly as the records would seem to indicate, chances are that nobody up there knows anything about it.
Yes, except for one thing, Patsy. It's obvious from the quality of the dress and from what she said in one of the records that Nancy Deering was a well-to-do woman.
Uh-huh.
And I find it difficult to believe that any rich woman can disappear without the newspapers or the police or somebody knowing something about it, even if they don't know there was any foul play connected with it.
I see. And when they give you the facts as they have them, you can give them the inside story you got from the records.
That's what I hope will happen. So pack your bag and order a taxi. We're flying to Albany immediately.
You were lucky to be able to get us on this plane.
Well, this business demands a certain amount of priority. Now, Patsy, here's what I plan to do. As soon as we get there, you take the photograph to the address shown. See if it really is a picture of Nancy Deering, and also how recent it is.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to the newspaper office and see what they can tell me. Meet me there.
You're not going to the police first?
No, not unless we can't find anything anywhere else. I want to keep this unofficial as long as I can. I think I'll get further that way. We've got to be careful. We don't know what we may be stirring up when we start asking questions.
The chief's office? Oh, right over there.
Thanks.
Come in.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Mr. Brown, I'm Nick Carter. I hope you can give me some information.
Oh, sure, Carter. Glad to help you if I can. What's on your mind?
As the editor of a big paper, you must run into things every now and then. Would your files have any dope on a woman called Nancy Deering?
Well, what sort of dope you looking for and why?
I'd like particularly to know when and how she died. And I'd rather not tell you why just yet.
Carter, I smell a story here. If I give you the information you want, I want that story.
I don't know that there is any story, but in return for your help, I'll promise to give you first crack at anything I may find that's worth your attention.
Okay. If that's the way you want it, I'll play along with you. Nancy Deering, you say?
Yes. How and when she died?
Well, Nancy Deering and her husband Leonard Deering were pretty prominent people here in town, so I can answer your question offhand. Deering, a colonel in the engineers, was killed in the big push through Italy. His wife died of pneumonia a little over a year ago.
Pneumonia, huh? You're sure of that?
I am, but I'll check it for you. Give me the morgue. Now, Bill, when did Nancy Deering die and what was the matter with her? I'll wait.
Get the name of the attending physician, too, will you?
Now, look here, Carter. You got any reason to think that... Yes? December 14th, 1944. Right. Pneumonia, yeah. Who was the doctor? Fred Windsor. Say, wasn't he the guy whose license was taken away a while back for malpractice? Uh-huh. I thought so. Well, okay, thanks.
So this Fred Windsor was disqualified. Any idea where he is now?
No. Wait a minute. I'll have a look in the directory. Let's see. Yep, here he is. Fred Windsor, 57 Telfer Road. That's up in the western section of the city, a small suburb.
Thanks very much, Mr. Brown. I won't bother you anymore. And if I get any red-hot tips, I'll pass them on to you when I'm ready.
I wish you'd tell me what this is all about.
Later, Mr. Brown. Well, so long. Thanks again.
So long.
Oh, there you are. I was just coming to find you.
What did you find out?
The photographer says it's a picture of Nancy Deering, all right, taken about a year and a half ago, just before her husband left for the war. That's her husband with her in the picture. They had a big house out on Lincoln Avenue in the West End.
Good. I found what I wanted, too.
We going out to the Deering house now, Nick?
Not just yet, Bessie.
Huh?
What she said on the records is true. The ones living there now are her murderers. They'd hardly be likely to tell us anything we'd want to know.
Oh.
No, we'll wait till we have more definite information before we tackle them.
And what do we do now?
We're going to call on a doctor, or rather an ex-doctor. I hope he'll tell us something he never told anybody before.
Well, now you're in. What do you want? And make it brief.
Mr. Windsor, I'll come directly to the point. A little over a year ago, a woman named Nancy Deering died. You, as attending physician, signed the death warrant. All right?
Yes, I signed it. What about it?
I have reason to believe she didn't die of pneumonia.
You're crazy. Of course she did. If you think you can come
now,
here
wait a minute.
instead of...
I said I had reason to think she died of something else. I might have said I have proof that she did.
Well, you haven't.
Mr. Windsor, you'll save yourself and me a lot of trouble if you...
Get out of here, both of you. You're a pair of men.
Hold it,
good
Windsor.
for no-
It won't help you any to get rough.
I've got nothing to say to you. You might just as well get out.
I'd like you to do just one thing for me before I go.
I've got nothing to say.
You won't have to talk. Just listen to a record.
A record?
Yes. You have a player here?
Yes, right here. What's the record?
Let me play it for you, and you'll see. I can promise you'll be greatly interested.
Well, go ahead, play it. But be quick about it.
Put it on, Patsy.
You mean the last one of the series?
Yes.
Okay.
Keep away from me, both of you.
No.
As you see, I have a gun. You both know I can shoot. I'll kill the first one of you who comes near me.
That's my gun. Where'd you get it?
Oh, that's right.
Carl gave it to me so I could defend myself. That's a lie, and you know it. What if it is?
Can't be possible. What do you think?
That takes care of you, you stubborn fool.
Stop it.
Are you
Stop it.
all right,
Yes.
I won't hear anymore. I won't hear anymore.
Windsor, stop! Windsor!
Nick, did he...
Yes, right through the temple.
Oh, what a tragedy. But he practically confessed before he died.
But we can't prove he did, Patsy. No matter how much we know ourselves, we're right back where we started, as far as legal proof goes.
Then we'll have to find some other way to prove what we know. We can't stop here.
I have no intention of stopping.
Well, what now?
I'm going to put an ad in the paper for Alex Delano, the man who sent the box to New York originally. He isn't listed in the city directory or the phone book, so we'll have to try it this way.
Won't that be dangerous, Nick?
How do you mean, dangerous?
Well, suppose this Ralph should see it. Mightn't he get suspicious?
That's one reason I'm using the ad, Patsy. Hope Ralph does see it, and I hope he does something about it. I want to smoke him right out into the open. And this may be one way to do it. Pardon me, do you have any answers in box 415?
415. Yeah, one. Yeah.
Well, results. What is it, Nick?
Let me get it open and I'll tell you. From Alex himself. We'll be looking for you at my residence at 84 Green Court about 8 tonight. Alex Delano.
You going, Nick?
Of course I'm going. But you're going to stay in your hotel room and wait for me to call if I need your help.
Oh, Nick, I want to go, too.
Nothing doing, Patsy. As you yourself said, this may be a trap, and I'd rather deal with it myself.
Who is it?
You Alex Delano?
Yes?
May I come in? I'd like some information, if you can give it to me.
Oh, but of course. Come in.
Thanks.
Sit there, please.
Delano, you used to work for Mrs. Nancy Deering, didn't you?
Oh, Mrs. Deering. Oh, yes, I worked for her for many years. It was only after she died that Mr. Morgan fired me.
Mr. Morgan. Yes. Tell me, Delano, after she died, did you pack up a box of records and send them to New York?
Oh, you have found the records? Oh, I've waited so long for that.
Yes, we found them. And why did you send them to New York like that?
Well, her letter asked me to prove she was murdered.
Her letter?
Yes. It says she is being kept prisoner, and she is afraid she will be killed at any time. She says if she die quick, I must pack the records I find in her radio cabinet and take them to the police. It will prove what she says.
Why didn't you go to the police with that letter?
She have died the day before I find the letter. It is too late. She threw the letter out of the window to me a few days before, but I find it behind a rose bush, too late to help. So I do what she said.
And you didn't take the records to the police?
I am afraid of police. So I put them in a box and send box to New York. And then I write police to get it and find out what have happened.
Do you have her letter now?
Oh, yes. I keep it in my pocket always. Here it is.
Thank you, Delano. With that letter and the records,
I'll take that letter, Mr. Carter. No, I have a gun here covering you. Put your hands up over your head. That's it.
So it was you who arranged this meeting?
Yeah, I was curious to know what you wanted with Alex. And I find he knows much more than I thought he did. I should have got rid of him before this.
And what do you intend to do now?
Dispose of you and Alex.
The records are still in existence. They'll prove you murdered Mrs. Deering.
With this letter in my possession and the doctor dead, oh, yes, I know about that, too. The records will prove nothing. Now, come on. I have my car outside. You and Alex and I'll take a ride to my house where you'll stay until I decide how best to get rid of you.
And I say kill him, Ralph. He's too dangerous to be allowed to live.
Well, do as I say, Olive. If Carter were to disappear, every cop in this section of the country would be searching for him.
But, Ralph...
No, we'll clean out the safe deposit boxes, withdraw the money we have in the bank, and go to Mexico, South America. We'll leave Carter and Alex tied up there. If they starve to death before they're found, well, that's just too bad.
I think you're a fool, Ralph, to let him live.
I'm running this, Olive. And if you don't want me to go away alone, do as I say.
I hate him. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have to run away like this. I could kill him myself.
Well, you won't. Now, don't leave the house until I get back. Pack all your things, be ready to leave.
All right, Ralph.
I'll get back as quick as I can.
Let him live. I won't. I'll fix him. A knife in his heart is what he deserves. That's what he's going to get right now. Yes. Yes, this carving knife will do. Tied up as he is, he can't do anything to stop me from killing him. Are you in there, Mr. Nick Carter? I'm coming to kill you, Nick Carter. I hate you. I'm going to...
Now, if I can reach that knife you dropped. Oh, if I can only see behind my back.
What happened, Mr. Carter?
I tripped her up as she came in and knocked her head on the floor and stunned her. Now, if I can get to that knife... Oh, where is it? Ought to be... Now, cut the ropes on my arms. There. I'll have you free in a minute, too, Alex.
Oh. Look out, Mr. Carter. She's coming too.
It's all right. I'm free now. I'll take care of her.
What happened?
Quiet. Don't make a sound.
But I...
You try to cry out, I'll fix you so you can't.
Ralph isn't here anyway. Wouldn't do any good.
Where is he?
He's gone to town.
You're lying to me.
Olive.
That's he calling.
Must have come back for something.
Olive, why don't you answer me?
Call to him. Tell him to come in here. That you don't think my ropes are tight enough.
I won't do it. Ouch!
That's the carving knife you feel between your ribs. Now call to him. Carefully.
Ralph?
Yes?
Ralph, I'm in here. Please come in.
Oh, what are you doing in there?
Get your hands in the air.
Why, what? Get him up high.
That's it.
Olive, how did Carter get that gun? Did you?
You overlooked this little pistol I always carry in my shoulder holster, Ralph, but it's deadly even if it is small.
What are you going to do with us now?
Round up whatever existence I can find in this house, including Alex's letter, and hand you both over to the police. With what Alex and I can tell them and the evidence I can turn over to them, you'll both of you pay for Nancy Deering's life by forfeiting your own.
Well, Nick, how about a few hints about next week's show?
For next week, Ken, I'm going to tell you about a suicide that turned out to be a murder and then disappeared entirely.
Hold on a minute now. That's too fast for me.
Well, it's true, Ken. If it hadn't been that my woman's intuition told me that what Scubby and I saw wasn't what we ought to have seen, the entire story might have been different.
Yes, Patsy, that was one time when you really put the finger on the answer to a very tricky problem.
This I gotta hear. What do you call it, Nick?
I call it the case of the disappearing corpse.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics magazine. In the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places, is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these stations each week at this same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcast.
At 10 o'clock on a Monday night, a man in the uniform of a sergeant of police walks down a dark side street and enters